All right. So there's two of us here. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Well, hi, I'm Laura Simmons. I live in Alabama and run a farm. So I'm fairly familiar with firearms and decomp and how to read a scene.
Awesome. So have you looked at this scene, or?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you think?
Honestly, it still leaves me with more questions. After what you sent me, I'd like to see one from more like the hallway area.
Mm-hmm.
Just for perspective, really. I don't know. Do you want to put out there that that's available?
I mean, it's gonna get out sometime, right?
Yeah.
And we are recording this, I should say.
Yeah. So.
But, yeah. I don't know. I've been asking myself that question for the last couple of days now, trying to see it from everybody's side. And did it help?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's yeah.
At least for me. Now, I know there's a lot of people that are going to be much more sensitive.
Right.
And because not many people can stomach or even want to expose themselves to that.
Right.
Because it's one thing for your imagination to paint a picture, it's another to see it.
So, based on what you've seen in this case, and based on other things that you've seen in other cases, what are we, what do we have, and what don't we have? Does this line up? Does everything line up with what the police are saying?
It can be formulated into what they're saying.
Okay.
Either without giving all of the information, without knowing all of the information, like us trying to figure it out without all the information, it leads to all of the theories and suppositions and everything. But the more information you get, the more you can make 2 + 2 = 4.
Right.
For me, a lot of it boils down to the ballistics.
Really? Okay. Why is that?
I need for the trajectory to match up. I need for the blood splatter to match up. And so far, I don't have that. Now, with the new photo and everything, I can start to put it all together that way, but it's going to take me a little bit more time looking at it and whether or not there are more pictures available.
Does it look like a double murder-suicide? I mean, do we see proof? There's got to be something, right? It's hard. I mean, the cops can't just walk in there and be like, "Oh yeah, okay, case solved." Like, what could they have possibly seen that first day that would really lead them to think that David was guilty?
I don't have that yet.
Yeah.
With a police department that is seemingly inexperienced in this, I can see where they jump to that assumption.
Okay. That makes sense. And then it's like, well, okay, one of the thoughts that I had, well, okay, if they don't see this type of stuff, shouldn't they have been more cautious? Or is that just me kind of second guessing, you know?
More cautious, more detailed, or more than likely they should have called in, like, the state. I don't know about that particular police department, but I live in a very small community in a very small county where stuff like this doesn't happen that often, and the first thing our sheriff does is call in the state.
And why is that? Why is that the first thing?
Because they can't handle it.
Yeah.
They're not experienced enough. And like, without knowing those particular police officers' experience, their history, where they may have worked before, like if they came from a bigger city, came into the small town to take it easy, that kind of thing all comes into play.
Yeah.
And while I
can't, go ahead.
it's like, while I can't give any sort of definitive answer and rely on the police department, you have to take what you're given. And the autopsy reports, yes, they answer some questions. They answer a lot of questions, but in and of themselves, open the door for more questions.
As far as, like, when the bodies died, how they died, kind of why we're seeing different stories and in the same BCA lab tests, you know. She was shot left to right, right to left.
Front to back, back to front.
Right.
And a lot of that can be assumed on. I don't want to say judged on, because without having them in front of ourselves, we can assume a lot from the photos. Like someone had just commented about the blood. And like, without knowing those particular police officers' experience, their history, where they may have worked before, like if they came from a bigger city, came into the small town to take it easy, that kind of thing all comes into play.
Yeah.
And while I can't,
go
ahead. It's like, while I can't give any sort of definitive answer and rely on the police department, you have to take what you're given. And the autopsy reports, yes, they answer some questions. They answer a lot of questions, but in and of themselves, open the door for more questions.
As far as, like, when the bodies died, how they died, kind of why we're seeing different stories and in the same BCA lab tests, you know. She was shot left to right, right to left.
Front to back, back to front.
Right.
And a lot of that can be assumed on. I don't want to say judged on, because without having them in front of ourselves, we can assume a lot from the photos. Like someone had just commented about the blood on the wall, the writing on the wall. Well, I see blood splatter on top of the writing.
On which letter, or which letters?
Let's see if I can pull that up real quick.
We also have another person here. You're definitely free to unmute and join us if you'd like to chime in here. It's just me and Laura just talking here. So to our third person.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Oh, that's cool. It's all good.
Yeah, no, I've been kind of looking at it for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm noticing quite a few things. I've been kind of waiting since, well, I'm in Canada, so I've been waiting for the conference call to start since probably about 6 o'clock my time.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
So I've been like, no, it's okay. I've been like sitting here, like, I'm on the Ugly Truth website right now, and I have a couple notes and stuff, and I'm hoping that somebody can answer some stuff for me, just because, like, I haven't been looking at the case for too long, but I'm not as, like, detailed as you guys are right now on it.
That's okay.
So
we're all just learning. We're all just trying to figure out whatever's going on, you know. It's
yeah,
nice to
exactly.
have fresh, new eyes on it. So
I don't know. I've been looking at the crime scene pictures, and I've been noticing the footprints, that there's been a lot of them, and I was actually watching one of your videos on YouTube, and you were focusing on a vent, specifically near the kitchen area. Excuse me. And I was trying to figure out, because I was looking at these pictures, and it's in the office. I wrote it down. It's in the office photos category on the Ugly Truth website, and it was where like there was a clump of hair beside the vent on like the kitchen island type thing, and there was 2 footprints there, and they had like 4 markers around it.
yeah.
And I was looking at your video, and I was kind of going back towards where you were focusing on the vent, and you were looking at the hair, and there was a little bit of blood splatter on the wall, and I had noticed that I didn't see the footprints in the video that you were looking at. And then when I went back, I seen them in here, and I was like, oh no, like, what is this? And then I realized that the picture is not like, it's not like full span out enough for you to actually see them. And like, I don't know, it was just, I'm noticing some stuff, because like, I don't know if you've ever heard about like the Stephen Avery case. Like me and my mom, like, we've focused a lot on that case, and there was a lot of evidence and detail in that case, and it wasn't adding up just like this one. And this one, there's just a lot of stuff in the pictures that I've been noticing, like, in the office photos, what I was talking about earlier. He has his, it's like the desktop Mac, and it's the 9th picture in the category, and it's like the pen and the paper, and it says the whole submit and whatever, and then if you look at the keyboard, they don't focus on it, but it looks like somebody had touched the keyboard with their, like, with bloody hands. I don't know if he was kind of like a messy typer and he was eating something and then he was touching the keyboard or something. But they didn't mark that, and I was noticing that too, but I can't get a good look enough at it to figure out whether or not it's actually blood.
And that's number 9, you said?
Yeah, it's number 9 from the main floor office category on the Ugly Truth website.
Oh.
And I think it's in the MDR thing. Yeah, it's in the crime scene photos from MNBCA. I don't know if maybe I'm just seeing things, but it's like the keyboard's in the top right corner, and you can see, like, there's just, I don't know if it's dirt, but it looks like dried up blood to me.
Okay, so this is the one. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. In the in the upper right corner.
And I don't know, I can't really tell if that's what it is or not. And I also, with the MacBook that they had, if I gotta scroll back up here now, they had I think they had a full view of the keyboard. And I was trying to figure out what keys they had touched on the keyboard, but I couldn't see it on my phone, so I had to pull out my computer, and I didn't get a chance to look at it.
Yeah, I noticed that as well when I was going through the pictures earlier today, because I was actually doing the same thing on the laptop, trying to see which keys it looked like had been pushed with the bloody fingers.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I was wondering, because I wasn't sure, because I knew that there was blood all over the computer, but I was trying to focus on the keys, and they don't really give you a very good view at the keys.
Yeah.
Like, from what I can see, it was Command, the Shift, the backspace, the A, the W, the S, the E, the R, the F.
What was the message that was typed on the page? I don't remember. When you opened up the laptop, they said that there was a message in a Word document type thing.
Hey, Greg, this is Eric. I finally was able to get on.
Hey, Eric. Welcome.
Thank you. I believe the picture they're talking about is the one where it actually shows the iTunes opened up, and you can see that. I think it was Fall Behind or something like that was supposedly played on a loop.
Okay.
And that's another thing. That was another thing I wasn't really... that kind of wasn't adding up to me. Maybe it's just me, but I was noticing also that it looked like somebody had used the touchpad to open the music. I wasn't sure if... because I know that whenever I just watched the documentary today, and I noticed that they had said, I'm pretty sure, in it that it was playing on a loop, but then when I looked at the photos, it looked like somebody had touched the pad, and then, because whenever you're using like a MacBook, whenever a notification comes up, does it not stop your iTunes from playing?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a really good
I don't like Apple products, so I don't have the answer.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't listen to music on my laptop, so I don't worry about that stuff, but that's what I was wondering, because I'm pretty sure if a notification comes up, or like an update or anything that they had on there, it would stop the music because you'd have to pay attention to the notification, right?
It's interesting. I'm gonna have to test that. I have a couple Apple products I can test that with. I wouldn't see why it would stop it, though. It would be nice. One of the things we were trying to figure out was when that update would have happened, but I mean, that's going to be, unless we can get a hold of that computer, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the problem, is like, we don't, without having the actual complete truth and all of the evidence in our hands with the whole case and everything else, it's hard to say whether, like, what they were doing and stuff. And, like, have they put out anything about, like, the histories on the computers or anything?
I haven't seen anything. But, I don't know if we've asked, for that, but that's probably a good one to ask for.
Yeah.
I think...
and, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I think the hardest part is going to be what's been hidden. I finally finished the Gray Stage 28 that you did, Greg, today. I listened to it on my drive to work and on my drive home, and listened to that whole thing that went on with, I believe her name was Judy, the neighbor.
Oh, yeah.
And I will say this, I mean, I know she's caused a lot of turmoil, but it does sound like she was given, like you said, second and third-hand information. and she's just going off of what she's being told about what was in the journal and what was handwritten and that sort of thing. And I think the hardest part's going to be for any of the information, because everything is going to be up to speculation, up until we can get our hands on copies of that journal, or printouts of what was on those online journals that David did. Like I said online in the Justice for David Crowley and Family page, I have quite a few theories, but a lot of it all stems back to where the answers need to come from, and the lack of information that we all that want to know the truth of what really happened, that we can't get our hands on.
Yep.
Yeah. I've been feeling like we're not really getting all the information until we get those journals, because I think those are kind of where all of the information and everything else lies. And I mean, the crime scene pictures, they kind of tell somewhat of a story, but they don't give you the entire kind of detail of their life and, kind of who they were and everything else. And I feel like the journals would tell you a lot more on what David was thinking and stuff like that even before. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the journals would give you something else in the case.
Yeah, and
I think that
journals.
I'm sorry, Doug.
Right? These journals. I mean, in that documentary, it kind of makes it seem like the journal ended when David died. I don't think that's true. I think they ended at least a month before David's death. But go ahead, Eric.
And I think you're right. At least with the online journal, the things that we don't know is what was written in this supposed journal that was found in the house that was handwritten. I think the idea, like in Gray Stage 28, the neighbor alludes to the note that was left on the work desk that says, "Open the Rise latest version," and then underneath it says, "Submit to Allah now." I think she was either searching or just realistically kind of fishing for an idea, saying that, oh, well, maybe he hid something in that file. I think, in my speculation, is it was probably a notepad that it was reminding him of something to do, and this "submit to Allah" got written afterwards on that notepad. I think those two things were probably written at two different times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, like I even said something about, it may sound morbid, but with all different crime scene photos that I've seen of bodies, of where they're positioned at before they're moved or before they're touched, I haven't seen any of those photos. And that, I mean, just me, myself, would give me a lot more answers as far as, where was David, where can we speculate that David was standing when, if he's the one who shot, the two of them? Where were the two of them when, they were shot? Mm-hmm. That sort of thing. Yeah. How is his body positioned? I mean, we can get all the written document and try to figure it out, but without actually seeing what the scene looked like, it's hard to get a really good idea. And then even, like, with going over the autopsy reports, everything says, apparent animal scavenging. And I know someone mentioned something about they're not going into description saying tearing at the flesh or tearing at the muscle or, teeth marks on bone, those kind of things. And they don't, the autopsy reports, yeah, they're decent. I've seen much more detailed autopsy reports and give a lot more answers. But I even said something about, I want to see what the bodies look like when they laid on that autopsy table before they started cutting into them to start weighing organs and things like that. Can you see tearing at the flesh and muscle tissue? Did they look like they were cut off, or were they torn off? that sort of thing. That would probably give us concrete evidence that, yes, the dog did try to survive and fed off of soft tissue. Judging by the description, the dog went after the throat area, which is soft tissue, soft skin, easy to tear, that sort of thing. Hands being smaller, yeah, I can see that happening. I even told somebody in the page, hey, do an experiment, throw some dog food on the floor, and put some raw meat somewhere else in the room with the dog out of the room, and let the dog go in the room. I guarantee you they'll go after the raw meat.
The thing about that is, yes, the hands are soft tissue, the throat's soft tissue, but in my experience with animal predation, the belly is the #1 spot.
Yeah, you would think so. Like,
and I mean, I don't like labeling the dog as a predator, but that's what that is predation.
Well, and realistically it is. I mean, and I totally agree with you. Yes, the stomach, the belly area, the is the main area that they do go after. I mean, I live in Texas. We see deer all the time down on the side of the road that get hit by cars or whatever else, and when you see them buzzards come flying in, that's normally, if it's not the stomach they're going after first, they're going after like the eyes, the nose, around the mouth. That has a tendency to be an area that they do go after too. Of course, that's predatory birds, scavenging birds. But,
go after bones?
The stomach. What's that?
Do they go after bones?
Yes, I do see, scavenging birds. I will see them lift off like a femur or a small leg or a ribs. They'll tear apart at that stuff. The birds don't necessarily, chew on bone. They're birds, but they're getting that meat off of there.
Mm-hmm.
But also that comes into a herd or flock mentality where
Correct.
Normally they're taking a piece and going and eating it by itself.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know. I just with the whole thing with the dog and stuff, I'm just trying to figure out if I don't know. I'm probably gonna sound stupid when I say it, but do you really think the dog would go after such small bones in the body?
Yes.
Wouldn't you think? Okay, maybe it's just me. I don't know. But yeah, no, that was one of my main things was
would it go after small bones? Is that what you said?
Well, no, it was just the small bones in the body. I don't know. I feel like
naturally they're going to be more drawn towards the fleshy parts.
Yeah.
Meaning the arm or
That's one of the things that is reasonably off to me because
there's
on Ronnie's arm being missing,
mm-hmm.
even though she's smaller, even with the decomposition, that's a tough joint to break.
Yeah.
Or to take apart. I mean, we process our own animals here, so I'm fully able to go in and take apart a joint. It's not easy.
No, I deer hunt, and it's not necessarily easy either. So
I mean, you get into those hip joints, your shoulder joints, and the ligaments, even with the decomp breaking down the ligaments, it's still going to be some force. Now, with what I saw, I can, to an extent, say the dog did that. But it's still off. There's more parts I'll just go ahead and say, Greg has sent me a single picture of the bodies that's available. And in it, there are 2 bellies available for the dog. Yet he took the hands, he took apparently headpieces, arm, when there is something easier to eat.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to dehumanize it, but from an analytical perspective of predation, that's confusing to me.
Yeah.
So Laura, you were talking about the something about the blood wall.
Mm-hmm. On, at least I know the second A in Allah and maybe the L next to it, on top of where you can see the stripes from the fingers, there are speckles of blood.
I can't, I don't have them.
I'm going to look at that.
If you go on The Ugly Truth in the pictures, let me pull it up.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? Greg, this is Eric again. I'm going to drive home real quick, take my son back home from baseball practice. Mm-hmm. How long do you guys think you'll be on for? Because I could definitely call back, probably about 30 minutes.
Yeah, sure. We'll be on.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah. Because
I'm going to send you my
theories. We got to hear your theories on this.
I definitely want to send you my email too, because if you've got a picture of the bodies, I really, that one's itching. Yeah. I want to see.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. I'm with him on that one because I've even looking at the pictures, most of the points of even just the regular crime scene photos, not even the bodies or anything. It's just like, I feel like I need to see, and I don't mean to sound like rude here or anything towards the family or anything. I feel like I need to see like the placement and kind of everything else that comes with the bodies to understand the crime scene more and kind of see.
Well, one of the things that I told Greg when I saw the photo is I was surprised at where, I don't even know how to pronounce the name, Kamel's body was. Because with the other crime scene photos, you assume that her body placement was in that L of the couch. Like her head would have been next to that iPad, and it's not.
What?
She's much more towards the kitchen.
Guys, you're messing with my brain now.
Oh, it completely threw me for a loop.
Okay, I'm going to stay on the phone. I'm just going to mute it so I can keep listening.
I'll be right back. We need to talk about this. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Oh no, that threw my brain off for a minute. Oh no.
And I mean, I do agree with some of the people that these pictures, they don't just need to be posted in the forum or on Facebook. That is disrespectful in putting that out there like that. But for people, say, like the 4 of us or whatnot, that have a genuine interest.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure exactly. Some of the people in the group, if they saw that, they'd have a hissy fit.
Yeah.
Well, most definitely.
Yeah,
I think, from what I got from listening to Judy, and I'm probably doing the wrong thing, I'm talking and driving at the same time, but anyway, what I got from the interview that Greg did with Judy, it really did sound like that things were being covered up, and they were being covered up by the family. And information was not being released because the family didn't want it released. And I kind of, in my head, I'm saying, okay, that's why we're not seeing the photos that we're not seeing. That's why some of these things were redacted out of the police summaries of what they saw at the scene, which started to make sense to me. It really did.
In all honesty or transparency, in the police reports, was the Quran, the Allah Akbar, the Allah thing, was that all redacted to keep it from becoming a religious thing?
That on face value, when I first started looking at all the police reports and everything else, because I out and up front, when I first saw the teaser trailers and then all this stuff for Gray State that David was doing, I was definitely interested in the movie. And I don't want to say like I was this huge crazy fan for David Crowley, but I was interested in what he was doing. And then when I saw the news that, they found him dead, it was, oh my God, what happened? And my mind immediately went to conspiracy, and that's exactly where I went with it. And then seeing the redacted statements and comments out of the police reports, my thoughts started going one way, which went into one of my theories. And I guess when I'm not driving, I can sit there and elaborate more on that theory. But it trailed off into one of those theories. And then seeing the photos and seeing his writing, I was like, okay, yeah, that kind of does look like his writing, that he wrote that. And the more and more I started kind of piecing things together, I got to a point where I would look at a couple things and go, okay, this puzzle piece fits, this works, but now this one puzzle piece that I have sitting here that it doesn't account for anything, let me tear it all down and look at it again. And I've looked at it and looked at it. When you try to shove
that one piece in, it blows the entire puzzle.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was telling my wife. Now, my wife didn't even know who David Crowley was, didn't know what Gray State was, up until about maybe about a week ago, where she told me, what is consuming all your time, and why are you constantly listening to something about police reports and crime scenes?
That sounds familiar.
Exactly, and my wife actually told me last night, she goes, okay, you're getting out of hand. And I was like, okay, I'm fine. And then when I saw that the autopsies came out, I actually texted her yesterday while she was at work, and she goes, so what's your new crime scene obsession today? And I said, I'm still on Crowley. And she goes, what do you mean? We kind of came up with a scenario and a theory last night. I thought you were done and you were satisfied. And I'm like, no, the autopsies came out. I said, I'm not satisfied anymore. More information came out, and now it starts all over. And so, she kind of laughed about it, and she was like, you're getting obsessed. This is getting bad. You need to stop. But regardless, and her not knowing who David was, and she was, and I want to flat out say she's a complete outsider looking in. Didn't even know I had to show her the Gray State trailer, and she was like, wow, that looked like it would have been a really great movie. And telling her what I was reading and all that kind of stuff, she was immediately, we were actually sitting at my son's baseball practice talking about it, and I showed her a couple of David's videos and showed her some of the crime scene stuff, and she's like, oh yeah, this is a conspiracy, he was killed. And I was like, okay. Well, then we got home, and I said, okay, I'm going to show you something, and I'm not going to sit here and like coach you into thinking anything. I just want you to watch it, face value, tell me what you think afterwards. And I turned on the Gray State, which Greg knows I don't even want to call that a documentary. But
yeah.
Well, in all honesty, that's how I found you guys, and I'm very new to this case. Me too. I was bored one night. I watched documentaries on Netflix just because, and I'd kind of run out of things to watch. So I'm like, okay, let's watch this one. And I watched it, and even in that, I see what they were trying to do, but the pieces didn't fit together. And that's when I started looking into it more and found the Facebook page and found The Ugly Truth and found... Actually, the first thing I found was one of Greg's YouTube videos of the crime scene pictures. Because I'm one of those people I can't not know. I can't not have details. I need it all to fit. Even if it doesn't fit perfectly, I need as much data as possible.
Oh, we're all in the same boat then. I showed that a gray state to my wife, and again, like literally not 30 minutes before we started watching that, she was in the mindset that this is a conspiracy, and they were murdered. It wasn't this double murder, suicide. And I will tell you this: if the documentary was meant, I said that word again, but if that thing was meant to push a narrative a certain way to get people to believe a certain way, it did its job. Because by the time
it absolutely did. Because after I watched it, I called my mom. I said, I need you to watch this. Because my mom and I kind of track along the same thing in thinking. And I'm like, I need you to watch this and then tell me what you think.
Well, my wife, by the time we got done watching it, my wife turned around and she goes, okay, I'll give you my opinion. And I go, what? And she goes, David Crowley was a little narcissistic.
Little?
And I was like, okay. And I go, what led you to that? And she goes, that whole recording himself when he went to go meet the movie producers. And I said, he was pumping himself up. So I'm making excuses for stuff now. I'm defending my position before he even says anything else. And I said, okay, what else? And she goes, he lost his mind, and, she goes, he did this. And we sat there for probably about a good hour and a half bouncing ideas off of each other, looking at pictures, and we came up with another theory. And this other theory was one of the ones that literally I looked at it and I'm like, wait a minute, everything kind of fits. And I hate to say it because I know Greg's not probably going to like it, but it kind of goes along with that pact theory, but it's based on some of the information that I've heard. Again, it's just a theory and it's speculation, because here's the unfortunate about everything. None of us are going to know. We weren't there. We didn't see it. And everything is going to be up to speculation. And that's why I said, some people, I'll kick out my theories. Some people might be like, hey, I'm on board with that one. And some people might go, no, you're a jerk, and I can't believe you think David would do that.
Well, yeah, and it's the whole thing of everybody is really open to their own opinions on the case themselves. Plus, I personally believe that we can all come up with theories and stuff, and we can all bounce our ideas off of each other and try to figure this all out as a group. Or we can, sit here and be butthurt and argue with each other about who's smarter than the other one and whose theory is more realistic and whatever.
Well,
or
and
we
Greg,
can try to...
Greg asked the perfect question the other day. I believe it was Greg. It may have been Dan. I think it was Greg. Is that if this comes out and it says David did this, are you willing to accept that? And absolutely, I am.
Yeah, exactly.
Prove it.
Go ahead, Greg. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that was the post I think you're referring to was made by Robert. But we've been saying that since this whole case started. Was, of course, we are open to it. That's the whole point. That's what we're looking for here. I mean, we all should be open to it, because that's the only way we're going to get to what really happened here. If we start creating a theory like what the cops did, like what the Gray State team did, like what other people did, where they create a theory and then they just push out facts, those facts that only prove that theory, and they totally ignore all of the other facts, all of the other things that we're sitting here talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Most definitely, and that's kind of one of the reasons why, and Greg, your work that you've done on this case is amazing. I have not been able to get all of the videos that you've done. When I found your page, I think I watched, the first one I watched was 30-something, and I was like, okay, let me go to all his videos and let's scroll through all this stuff and find number one, and let's start at the beginning. And I started going through, and, you know, sometimes it's, you know, hey, I got a 30-minute drive. Let me turn this video on because I turn on the Bluetooth in the truck, set the phone down, and I listen to the commentary. And if I can look at the picture because I'm on a long road, then I will look at the picture that's being posted up or something of that nature. But most of the times I end up listening 2 or 3 times. But it's one of those things where some of these theories, some couple of these theories that I might kick out, Greg, are going to be one of those ones that you're going to look at it and you're going to go, yeah, but how does your theory answer this question? And I might turn around and say, I don't have an answer to that one, you know, and it could totally tear my entire puzzle that I put together apart, and I'm completely fine with that. You know, because you definitely have a heck of a lot more information on the whole case than I do. I mean, I didn't even know a photo came out about, you know, that you guys were talking about a minute ago. And that's something that's been like chewing at my ear.
Yeah.
The first time I started looking at everything, I was like, why do we have photos that don't show anything of the bodies and where they were? I see tarps or whatever it is that they're covered up with, and they don't even look like they're anywhere near each other. I mean, one of them...
See, that was one of the things that threw me off, is in scrolling through the pictures, you see these body bags, and you instantly assume that's where they were, or next to where they were. And none of that makes any sense.
Yeah, and also, just to add on to that, I also noticed that, like, you... Personally, if I'm looking at a body bag, and even, I'm pretty sure it was David, I think, I'm not sure. I even noticed that, like, you can't really tell which way they're actually facing in the bags, because you can't tell if it's their feet or if it's their head. Personally, I can't. Maybe it's just me.
It's true.
But that, I noticed that too, because I was like, well, this doesn't really show me any kind of detail on which way they were facing or how they were, you know, how they each were shot or anything, and it just wasn't, personally, it wasn't enough detail for me to kind of even pull up any theories in my mind, because I just couldn't do anything with it until I've seen pretty much everything.
And see, I haven't even gotten a chance to talk to Greg about what he thinks about the picture. And like I said, there's only this one, and I hope I didn't cross a line saying that we had it available, but in it, like I said at the beginning, is it answers some questions, but it also opens more.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm cautiously, I don't want to say optimistic, but anticipating talking to the other people that do see this, that can read this picture, and seeing what they have to say about it. Because what I see may not be what you see, or you may see something that I miss.
Yeah.
See, my father-in-law, he's a retired law enforcement, and I actually do a lot of work with a lot of different law enforcement agencies. And I've been kind of tossing things out to some of these guys that I know, and I say, well, you know, what if this happened? And I get a lot of the same thing, is, sounds like you're looking at a botched, like, investigation. And one of my friends actually told me, and it was something that really keep me up on just what Apple Valley PD did. And it's probably what they did is, unfortunately, some detectives get into a mode when they get called out to a scene when a patrol officer goes out and says, oh, it looks like suicide. So they automatically go into that scene thinking suicide.
Yeah, and they get tunnel vision.
And they get tunnel vision, and, you know, oh, this looks like an easy, you know, 1, 2, 3 case. This was suicide. Well, apparently he killed his wife and he killed his daughter and then he killed himself. So this is a double murder-suicide. This is a slam-dunk case. We're going to be done with it. And then all of a sudden people like us who look at the truth go, wait a minute. And we totally threw a wrench in the works for however long, the year that it took them to do this investigation. But again, it goes back to what information were they given by, what information did they find on all these hard drives, thumb drives, and things that they found at the Crowley house? What information was given to them?
I can't imagine that with the astronomical amount of data that they didn't possibly miss something.
Oh, they probably did.
Yeah,
they most certainly probably did.
I have 2 1 terabyte external hard drives. Neither one of them anywhere near full. And there were how many there? And I understand a lot of that was video and editing and stuff like that, and those can take up a lot of space, but the ones with the files, the ones with anything, any little side note that they may have missed in an information file.
Yeah, and even going back to your point of the whole tunnel vision thing where they automatically go in thinking it's a suicide, if you think about that, they're not going to be looking for the signs of, you know, anything different other than...
Like the back door being open?
Yeah, exactly. And I noticed also on some of the pictures on Ugly Truth, they also, like, I don't know, maybe it was just me, but they didn't really go, I don't think they noticed that.
What, the back door was open?
Yeah, because they didn't, wasn't it slightly open?
Well, if you look at the photos from the crime scene, it looks like it's literally like you wouldn't even be able to. It doesn't look like it's open enough that you'd be able to stick your finger through between the frame and the door.
But is that they walked up to it, or did somebody grab the handle and say, "Oh, look, it's open. Ah, crap! I touched it. I opened it. This is where I think it might have been."
That's exactly where I was going. So it didn't look like it was open too far. You know, wasn't one of those things like, "Hey, the back door's unlocked." But when you listen to the dispatch call, and it sounds like they go, "Okay, we're at the back door. The back door's slightly open." So if you go off of the 911 call, or I should say the dispatch call between the officers and dispatch, they did say as they approached the door, they noticed that it was partially open. So I don't think that could have been the case unless you got an officer that went, "Oops, oh, by the way, the back door is open." And he's just trying to cover the fact that he touched the door. And could that happen? Yeah. But, I mean, we don't know. Again, that's one of those, we weren't there.
that would probably go back to what the Prochnow saw. So I don't know if they went around to the back of the house either. But so
I bet you if you ask her, she'll tell you that she did and she didn't see it. And then she'll tell you that she never went back there.
Well, I wouldn't either. I mean, after she saw what she saw, I can't blame her for that. You know, I wouldn't want to go anywhere near that. But
well, I'm surprised in the neighborhood dynamics there.
I'm kind of not. I'm actually kind of not. And the only reason I say that is
from Minnesota.
No. But I used to live out in California, and I lived in San Dimas, in 2 different neighborhoods in San Dimas. And one neighborhood I lived in, all of us neighbors, well, I would say majority of us neighbors hung out together all the time. And we were friendly with everybody, talked to everybody in the neighborhood, and all that was good. I moved out of that neighborhood and moved into another neighborhood where I literally waved at a couple of people in my neighborhood and nobody talked to each other. But it would be a wave if you were driving past.
There was a car in your driveway.
What's that?
I bet they knew when there was a car in your driveway.
Yes.
Yeah.
They would have probably noticed that. But I was also the oddball loud guy that lived in the neighborhood because I had a muscle car and I made a lot of noise.
Well, then
So
they definitely notice you.
they notice me, but honestly, to tell you the truth, I couldn't tell you. The only person I could really tell you when I knew somebody was home was my neighbor directly across the street from me, and she was actually a writer. And my mother-in-law talked to her often, and she'd come pick lemons off my tree. So, yeah, I knew her. But I really didn't notice anybody else in the neighborhood. So I see that because the neighborhood I live in now, it's actually everybody around us and the streets around us joke with our neighborhood because it's a cul-de-sac, and everyone says, oh, it's a cul-de-sac, because we do everything together. I mean, we go out to dinner together all the time, like weekly, and we all hang out in the driveway with the fire pit and have some drinks and that kind of stuff. So it's...
Well, I say that, and I just realized that I completely blew that out of the water on my own. Like, me and several of my neighbors, we live out in the country. I'm able to yell outside and not have the cops called on me. But the house directly across the street from me, the lady died in a car wreck in July, and I didn't find out until last month.
Oh, wow.
I was like, oh, they've been quiet. But I'm not one of those nosy people unless one neighbor on one side or the other is shooting abnormally. I'll call and say, hey, what's going on? And, oh, there was a snake in the garage, or we were target practicing, that kind of thing. But I live in a community where guns are the norm.
Yep, that's how it is in the good old state of Texas, too.
I'm in southern Alabama. We've got a whole bunch of rednecks.
Nice.
Yep.
I mean, ammunition therapy is a part of our life.
Ammo
I feel like
therapy.
I might be the only Canadian in here.
What? You feel like what, Taylor?
I said I feel like I'm the only Canadian in here.
Oh, you might be. So far.
Y'all don't get to play with guns much, do you?
Nope. Not unless you got a hunting license. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
But that's another thing, is I've seen a lot of the people have questions about guns and firearms and stuff, and there's that part of me that goes, you obviously haven't handled one.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that's very common. Not here, but
in other places.
Somebody had said something today about, well, maybe Ronnie was playing with a gun and accidentally shot somebody and this, that, and the other. And I can tell you with like a 98% certainty that there's no way that was ever even an option.
No.
And you know what, to be honest with you, because I know guns really well, I'm actually in the gun industry, so I make holsters. So the type of gun that was apparently used, which is the XC40 Springfield Armory, it has a grip safety on it. So I can tell you almost 99.9% a 5-year-old would have a hard time grabbing that gun, squeezing that grip safety, and pulling the trigger all at the same time, because it kind of works like a 1911 with the grip safety on the back. The trigger will not move if the grip is not grabbed properly, and the gun will not go off. So if that theory was out there, I would be probably one of the first ones to just flat out challenge that one and say, prove that to me. Give me a video of a 5-year-old, in her size and weight, shooting that just by picking it up and trying it. Now, if you have a kid that's messed with that type of gun before and had the knowledge of it, maybe a different story. I have a 12-year-old. He's been shooting. I mean, his 8th birthday present was a .22 handgun, and he's been shooting since then. And he shoots ARs, AKs, shotguns, handguns, all that kind of stuff. And he's proficient with a handgun, but he's been taught and trained to be safe with them.
Yeah, and my 12-year-old for her birthday 2 years ago got a 243 for Christmas. So, And I guess that's going to be a different mentality or way that certain people look at this case is, oh my God, why does he have so many guns in the house? Because he wanted.
Here's the other thing, though, is a lot of those guns that he had were airsoft guns. Like there's that video in that I have a new name for a gray state. The mockumentary is what I'm going to call that.
That's great.
But there's the video of him, which looked like he was in a studio, and I don't know what he was doing, and I don't know if that was part of their narrative to kind of make it look like he was losing his mind or whatever, but he was wearing fatigues. He had on, looked like a plate carrier or a load-bearing vest, and he was holding a SCAR rifle, that tan-looking rifle, and he's like, yeah, get on the ground, and he's like doing that like narrative, and I don't know if maybe he was recording stuff for Gray State, but that was an airsoft gun. Several of those guns that were in those cases, there was one big case that was open up, and you could see orange tips and batteries and magazines in there and BBs and green gas. All that stuff is airsoft equipment. I did see the picture.
Someone like me would know that.
Yeah, now he did have guns. He had the handgun that I've seen. It looked like I want to say I saw an AR. Well, I know there was an AR because there's video of him shooting an AR. It looked like he had an AK and a shotgun.
He had the one with the bug-out bag in the trunk.
Yes.
That was the AR.
Yes, I know he had firearms. But I don't know about anybody else, but some people will say, "Oh my God, you have 2 guns. Why do you have so many?" And I laugh and go,
"One for the right hand, one for the left hand."
Well, I'm seriously like, those are rookie numbers. You need to bump them up,
Yeah.
You don't even want to know what I've got. I don't even publicly tell people what I have.
I only have a 243.
Exactly. But I mean, if you're around your kid and she's around it, you obviously teach your children safety on it. Any accidental things that happen with kids, I want to say 8 times out of 10 it's accidental. Things do happen, but at least we hope it. 8 out of 10 times it's accidental.
Well, and that's one of the things. I'm up for Parenting of the Year award because at one point I was watching one of Greg's videos on YouTube on the TV, and my daughter came in. She's 12. She's been raised on the farm. We know life. We know death. We know decomp. And she started asking me questions, and I answered them.
Yep.
So even my 12-year-old has an opinion on this.
My son came out of baseball practice. I was sitting in the car when I was on the phone with the guys. He came out of baseball practice. I opened the back up, put stuff in. He goes, "Who are you talking to?" And I put the phone on mute, and I said, "I'm talking to people about a kind of, in my opinion, unsolved case." And he goes, "About what?" And I go, "Somebody that was killed." And he goes, "Oh." And he just got in the car. He's like, "I don't care."
And he's
12.
He's 12. Okay.
He's 12. His life revolves around baseball when I take him to the range and baseball.
That's great.
That's cool.
Man. Yeah. That's awesome. That's keeping him focused.
And then that's another one of the things that plays into the ability, at least for me, in how to read a scene, is if something happens here on the farm with an animal, we have to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
You have to figure out, okay, that pile of feathers over there, and there's tracks over here, and there's blood over here. What happened?
Mm-hmm.
Most definitely. most definitely. And that's the thing, like, listening to some people like Sean Wright, going on his rant, with Greg going, why do you need to have an answer? We've told you what's happened. This is what it is. And even some of the earlier comments that, you'll find out. Well, what do you know, Sean? You'll find out. They went the way they wanted to go. When you make a comment like that, obviously you know something, and you literally just push that. Okay, now why would you say that? And what are you alluding to?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to cause that mind to start wanting to investigate just that one single statement. We're inquisitive. Human nature says we're inquisitive.
Yeah. Well, nobody answered one of my questions a few days ago in that how many people have experience with firearms and how many people have taken a life?
That's a tough question to answer.
Great question. Yeah, it was tough.
It's a great question, and the hard part about answering that question is some people just do not want to answer that question because that opens up a door to things that some people might want to close the door to. And to go out publicly, I have a friend of mine. He's currently in the Army.
When you hunt, you're taking a life.
Okay, so I was going to say, what kind of life are we talking about, though? And if you're talking just in general, like, animal from hunting, that kind of stuff, yeah, sure, I'll openly say, hey, yeah. But when it comes down to other things, like I started kind of alluding to, was my friend that's in the Army. He just got back from his 4th tour. And he was over in, his last one was in Kuwait, and he went to Egypt while he was there. And he and I are really close. He tells me a lot of stuff. He's probably told me more than he tells his wife and what he's experienced over there. But there's certain things that he won't go into.
And that's completely understandable. But what I was kind of alluding to with that question, in a roundabout way, is I've walked up personally, me myself, to something I love and pulled the trigger.
Uh-huh.
And that is traumatizing.
It's hard to do. It's extremely hard to do.
And this was an animal. This wasn't my child. This wasn't my spouse. So the levels, while close, are still far apart.
Yeah. And I can, the closest thing that I can say that I experience that, other than having to put an animal down at a vet, my son, and he's sitting right here next to me, he's probably going to get really upset that I'm going to bring this up. But a couple of years ago, I took him for his first deer hunt. And we were sitting in the feeder, in the stand, watching the feeder, because in Texas we can feed. And we sat there and gone over diagrams and pictures. This is where you want to aim to put the animal down fast, so it doesn't, it doesn't hurt and suffer too long. We want to get it, done and over as quick as possible. And he felt very confident sitting in that stand. And when that buck came into view, and I was sitting there with my rifle, and I looked over at him, and I said, hey, are you ready to go? You good to go? You got the perfect shot right now. Line it up. And he goes, yeah, I'm good. And I'm kind of waiting, and I go, what are you doing? And he goes, I can't do it. And he put it on safe.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't squeeze that trigger, and it takes a lot. It really does. And, of course, I didn't let the buck go. I wasn't going to let that happen, but it was one of those things.
There's a place you have to go to do it.
You do.
I could not do it.
Even in hunting, you're going out there either for the trophy or for the meat, or for both. I mean,
Yeah, and you know what? And you're 100% right. There is a place that you have to go knowing that you are going to end the life of something. And, you know, even after that was all said and done, we got down out of the stand. We went to go find the deer because it got, you know, it ran off, of course. Didn't get very far. And we got over there, and my son looked at it, and he goes, "That's cool." And I go, "What's cool?" And he goes, "You shot that deer. That's a good-sized deer, Dad. That's really cool. What do we do now?" And I said, "Well, you know, we got to clean it, we got to dress it, and we got to get ready to go take home." And he sat right there through the entire cleaning process of that deer and helped me through the entire cleaning process. And that didn't faze him. That didn't bother him. I mean, he had a lot of questions. What's that you're doing right now? What's this you're doing? You know, and, you know, I walked him through the entire process. And when we got done, we sat there on the way home, and I said, you know, so, okay, when do you want to go again? We'll give it another shot. And he goes, I don't know. The next season, I said, hey, I'm going deer hunt. You want to go? And he goes, no, I really just don't have an interest in it right now. It's not for him right now.
A month, and one of the reasons I question the, I don't know how to word this without it being as gruesome, but the condition of the heads.
Mm-hmm.
Less than a month ago, I had to go put down a pony at my mom's house. And I used a 40.
Mm-hmm.
And this was before I knew anything about David or anything, so it didn't click until later. And from about 8 inches, it was a clean shot.
Uh-huh.
There was none of yes, the skulls are built differently and that sort of thing, but there was no external damage, I guess would be the way to put it.
Here's the question. Was it, and being that I mess around with firearms a lot, and this was actually brought up with, I think the name was Brandy Orr on the page. She was discussing 9mm and 45 caliber, and I kind of jumped in and said, it's caliber size, and it also depends on the bullet.
Absolutely.
You know, and I kind of explained this and tried to elaborate the best way that I could. There was a little bit of misinformation.
Full Metal Jacket.
A what?
Full Metal Jacket.
So a full metal jacket is not going to mushroom like a hollow point. It's going to be more likely it'll be a through and through, even if it goes all the way through. Typically, they will. Again, typically. Not always. Full metal jackets are a little unpredictable, I want to say. A hollow point's going to mushroom. It's going to fragment. It's going to cause a large wound channel, and it's going to cause, and I think I used the word massive blowout, and the word massive should not have been in there. Blowout would occur. Your exit.
I mean, it goes in bullet size and it comes out fist size.
Yes, depending on what type of round it is, because some will actually, when they do what they do, some will actually break apart and they won't come out quite that big. But again, it depends on what you use.
Yeah. How many grains of gunpowder, and there's so many factors in that. And it may have been you in having this discussion that said, unless you have the exact same gun, the exact same ammunition, and reasonably close conditions.
Yes, you have to have a lot of the same conditions. Now, a human bone is going to be, relatively the same density. Not everyone's the same. Relatively the same density. I wouldn't go as far as saying same gun. Yeah, because that could be a factor. It's a very small factor. A lot of it has to do with the
I'm thinking like barrel length.
Barrel length does have a factor in it.
So I'm thinking a snub nose isn't going to have the exact same reaction as
and the experience that you have with animals, and like we were talking earlier about what the dog did, eating, parts. And I had even said something in there about, yes, it's very possible that the dog would have eaten what was there exposed, because this goes back to my steak and dog food theory. If there was leakage or blowout and matter, it's like crumbs on the ground to a dog. It's for lack of a better term, it's human food that was dropped on the floor while you're eating dinner.
And it's readily available.
And it's readily available. And I understand that, yes, because I was blown away about, okay, this had to have been the dog. And then when I found out about the dog food being found in the pictures, I was like, well, my 2 German Shepherds would rip a bag open.
Yeah, mine would too.
But then I look at my 2 dogs and go, well, if a situation like this happened, they ain't finding nothing because they're big. And they know what their food comes in, but what's readily available.
What smells better?
What smells better? You're going to be sniffing around. Oh, look, this is something new.
And I mean, and I don't mean to dehumanize it to that extent, but you have to really to get to the answers. You can't. And I don't necessarily want to.
You do have to dehumanize it.
At some of the ladies, a couple of them said that they were in tears reading the autopsy report. A lot of times, that level of empathy is a roadblock.
It is. You don't want to see the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
And, there is a certain part of humanality that says, okay, hey, I have to shut something off. That's why when you look at police officers that go to crime scenes or fire and paramedic and things like that.
And I mean, I don't want it to be misconstrued this way, but it's almost like a little sociopath switch.
It really is, because there's something that they have to shut off. And like I said earlier, my father-in-law being a law enforcement officer, I've heard stories. And I've heard some of the things that he's dealt with while he was, in law enforcement. And I said, how did you deal with that kind of stuff? And one of the reasons I asked, kind of got into that discussion with him was, at the time, it was shortly after he had retired, or it was right before, I can't remember. I was driving a tow truck, and I got called. I used to deal with a lot of fatality calls. Most times when I got out to fatality accidents, I didn't see what was going on. I got down there. They said, park your truck there. We'll call you when you can pick the vehicle up. Just stay right there. We'll be with you in a minute. And my first fatality that I actually seen was a guy was driving a truck, lost control, went underneath the backside in an angle of a flatbed truck, and he was driving a little small, Ranger, and it literally decapitated him, but pushed him inside this cab, killing him. Well, they were trying to cut the roof off, and they couldn't get him separated from the truck. And they had to get me over there with a cable to start attaching cables to stuff to use the winch to pull things apart to get him out. And they actually had to cut his legs off to get his body out of the truck.
Ew.
And to put it all in a bag. That messed with my head, because it was my first time seeing something like that, and I'm going, oh my gosh, really? And it gave me nightmares the first time I seen it, and I called my father-in-law, and I was like, hey, how do you deal with this? And he goes, you shut it off. He goes, you have to learn how to shut it off, and if you're going to see something like this again, the next one's going to be worse. And he says, you can't look at it like it's another person.
He says that's just one of those things that you have to shut off. And he goes, and that's why you'll see some videos of guys, police officers, paramedics, and stuff like that get to a call where there's something like that, and they might be standing there drinking a cup of coffee and cracking jokes standing over someone's body. It's because they're completely shut off and disconnected from it.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of where it comes from for us. In our ability, even with my daughter being 12 years old, is whatever spiritualism you are, whatever religion, whatever you believe, in your head you have to go, they're not there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's a vessel.
Now I'm a Christian, and my belief system tells me that when you pass on, that is just a vessel, just like you said. That was your earthly body, and you were no longer there. And that's one of those things that how I can deal with. It helps me cope with seeing stuff like that. Seeing my grandmother in her casket, seeing my grandfather in his casket, seeing other people in caskets, seeing dead bodies on the job, things like that. That's how I've dealt with that. That's how I cope with it. It's just a vessel. And
that's most definitely not how a large percentage cope. A large percentage don't cope.
No, not at all. And so now that I'm out of the car, I can kick a couple theories out. If you guys want to hear them.
Sure.
I don't know if I ran Greg off. If Greg's like, yeah, I'm sorry to hear this guy talk.
No, this is.
I'm looking at the photo. I'm just trying to figure it out.
I think we took over, Eric.
we railroaded his conference call.
No, it's good. Go for it.
My first theory that I had initially come up to was obviously there's definitely some type of cover-up. And it all alludes back to the whole redaction of the submit to Allah, because seeing the photos of the notepad, knowing what it wrote, and then when you read the police report, it says open gray state, final edit, or final cut, and then it has it blacked out where it says submit to Allah now. Then it talked about where it was on the wall, and it was redacted. So those things really got my mind racing. And I'm looking into what do we know about Kamel? David was overseas, and that's where it starts at. David himself said that he had a compassion for the Muslim people. And my wife and I sat here and talked, and she actually keyed up on something. She's actually standing here looking at me right now, shaking her head, because I'm hiding in the garage. And she just said I was bad. But anyway, I digress.
She can always blame Dan Hannon. So yeah.
Dan Hannon? Blame Dan. Let's blame Dan. But looking at it, my wife pointed out something very interesting. She said that, David had empathy, or if you want to use empathy or the word sympathy, for the Muslim people, knowing that the Islamic Muslim religion really persecuted people over there. He felt that was probably the worst thing that was over there, and it really oppressed those type of people. So she said it kind of really makes sense that he ended up marrying a Muslim girl. And she brought a really good example of, look at the soldiers that came back from Vietnam. A lot of those soldiers that came back from Vietnam were marrying Vietnamese girls or girls of Asian descent. So that made sense. Then I don't know if she was really a strong practicing Muslim prior to meeting David, but then she kind of switches over to being Christian or not Muslim anymore to marry David. personally, that had to have upset her family if they are a practicing Muslim family. That had to have upset them in some manner if that was the case. He's paying for the cars, he's paying for the phone, and then you look at the seclusion being real recluse where they all, she was sneaking in and out the back door, and that's just what we're hearing in reports of work, not coming out, that sort of thing. And it actually kind of started pointing, and I started thinking, what if the dad had something to do with this? Kamel's dad. Because if you look at Sharia law, because I'm looking at the hands being cut off. That was another thing that got my mind racing. And I looked up what Sharia law says, and it says, really the only thing I can find in Sharia law where hands are cut off is when it talks about what do you call it? Theft.
Mm-hmm.
So that didn't really add up, and that kind of really started going back to that narrative of the dog. The dog ate, was feeding off of them. But it still left the open door to what was going on. And the fact that the Quran was open to the forgiveness prayer, and then the submit to Allah, and that sort of thing was kind of like really kind of leaning me right into that whole idea of maybe the dad had something to do with this. But then what keyed me off and kind of started steering me away from that was the fact that Kamel's mom was dealing with the illness. In conversations and statements that have been made, Kamel's dad didn't have a problem with David. He actually liked David. But then you go back to the whole thing where supposedly David, from what Kamel's sister says, is David called the dad, cussed the dad out, said, don't talk to us anymore, forget about us, or whatever else that was said. I don't know the exact words. I'm not looking at it. So that was one area that one of my theories kind of went to.
Yeah, but then Dan talked to the dad, and he was saying that there was no fight, there was no beef, so we have two differing stories. There was beef between David and his wife's family, and then we have this other one that there wasn't. And I mean, if her dad is saying that no.
The party with the guilty conscience will always say there's not a problem.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I told you some people might like my theory and some people might not.
Well, I mean, let's talk about it,
So that was one theory that I had.
Mm-hmm.
And that one kind of, it really kind of chewed on me for a few days that I sat there and looked at it. And the only thing that kind of steered me away from that was the fact that if the family was dealing with mom with the illness, then where was he? Typically a husband's going to be with his wife while she's dealing with that kind of illness. Now, do I know of any proof of where his whereabouts were? Does he have an alibi of where he was? That sort of thing. And then the dad in me says, how can you do that?
Yeah.
But then when you look at the ideology of it, and you look at like Sharia law, if you look at Sharia law, it says that if a woman marries a non-Muslim, she's to be killed.
Well, I mean, my mom, her first reaction before I told her any more details, when I told her about what was written on the wall and all that stuff, she's like, it was an honor killing.
That's exactly the words my wife used. She goes, this was an honor killing.
Now, I'll be the first to admit I don't know much about Sharia law.
It's a twisted law. It definitely doesn't line up with my Christian faith, But again, that one kind of really bugged me. But I think one of the other things that
that probably pushed it towards like, hey, this isn't the way that it went, was for the simple fact, why is the Crowley side of the family not up in arms and screaming about this? If that was the direction that it was. Why aren't they raising questions?
My answer to that would almost be, theoretically, he's pushing them away. He's obviously got some sort of beef with that side of the family to push them away, whether it was their fault or his fault. If he said, "F you, get out of my life," they said, "But no," and he was serious about it, then they're going to be like, he washed his hands of us and then did this.
Mm-hmm. So, and the other thing that kind of pushed it away was just looking at the handwriting, just from like notes of David's in various scenes of, like with the mockumentary, on the wall where he has his whole plot line out and all that kind of stuff on the wall. I paused it, I looked at handwriting on that, and looked at the picture and went, okay, that's David's writing where it says commit to a lie. So that one kind of switched it, kind of carried it a little bit more away from that narrative, from that theory. So that was the kind of the one that, I was like, oh, this is it. And
But then it's one of those, we don't know that he wrote that right then. That could have been a note to himself. Open this file, go to here. This is an idea that needs to go here.
Could be. So that's one theory. My biggest one that I'm setting on right now goes into the pact idea. And Greg, if I'm not mistaken, I think in one of your videos you had said that you were a Christian. I don't know who else on the phone call is a Christian. I know for the longest time, my faith was not there. I kind of had that, hey, he's up there and the other guy's down there, and don't take the guy off. Don't take the guy off above you, and don't make the guy below you happy. And that was kind of how I went and tra-la-la through life until I met my wife. And, she really led me to the Lord and started to lead a good life and a better path.
Amen.
Which falls into my other theory. Now, we know they got really secluded. And then seeing a gray state and hearing and seeing the cell phone footage that David's dad showed, where the first video says that, she was talking to the daughter, and that's such a hard, is it Rania or Rainy? So I could be pronouncing it completely wrong.
It's both.
I'm sorry?
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah, you can say both of them.
So, where she was talking about, she was sitting there with Rania, and she heard this voice that was at a higher level than where her daughter's voice was. I forgot exactly what she says, the voice it says that she heard. And then she felt like this. What's that?
I think it was something about a song.
I can't remember exactly. And she said she felt like this thing moved past her. I was like, okay. So we got that sitting there, and then she has the whole vision of rapture, or where she says, I was raptured, and I'm supposed to get you and Rania, and we're supposed to go away. We're supposed to go to this place.
Mm-hmm.
So she's having these visions. Now, I believe from reading from reading the police report, the autopsy, it says, I forgot the exact words, but I think it says something about there was an illness undefined or something like that.
Right.
And so it does sound like Comel had some type of sickness, a disease or an illness. Maybe it was the rheumatoid arthritis. Maybe it was something else that we don't know. If it was something in the brain, we're never going to know because it was pretty much liquefied according to the autopsy report. But if we put in the thought, the thought and the information of they were chewing on shrooms, chewing on them, grinding them up, doing whatever they were doing with them, and if we put that in that factor, possibly you're seeing visions, you're having these trips, these hallucinations, and if David was using the same thing, he's believing his wife, and if my wife turned around and told me something like that, I would freak out. And when you hear about a vision, you really kind of, if you kind of have any type of spirituality or a faith base, you almost don't question it. A perfect example of that is David Koresh in Waco. This guy sat there and said, I had visions, and these 100 or so people sat there and followed him. His visions were sick and twisted, but they thought he was a prophet, and they followed. So
as far as the becoming reclusive, I do that to an extent. I'm half hermited.
I do the same thing, and my wife's even pointed out to me when I do get reclusive like that. So, where I'm going with this is, if you put the faith base in it, I don't know how much David was a practicing Christian. If it was just, hey, I believe there's a God, and that was it, or hey, I regularly read the Bible, or hey, I regularly go to church. But if she was a practicing Muslim, she freaked out because she had some type of vision of a rapture, she's going to go to what she knows. And if she went to what...
That was another question that I had was, all right, she converted. Why is there a Quran in the house? Was it David's for research? Was it there for...
whatever? Did she actually fully convert, or was it a possession of hers that she had that was a gift from a family member when she was young? I mean, I can tell you right now, when my son was able to start looking at pictures, we gave him the comic book Bible so he would actually sit there and look at it, and he still has it. He's 12 years old. He doesn't even look at it anymore, but he still has it. Yeah. And when he got to a point where he could actually start reading in his Bible, we gave him a new Bible that, he could actually read and take notes and highlight and that kind of thing. It could have been a gift that she was given by a family member or something.
Yeah.
So the real question is, why is that there? Like, why is it found right next to these bodies?
I have an answer for that.
You know what I mean?
I have an answer for that. So, well, at least my thought.
Sure. We have our own views. You have a view on it.
Yes, my opinion, view, however you want to state it. Sure. So, if she's having these visions and she has this vision of this rapture and everything else, she's going to go to the first place that she knows to go, where she has the most trust and faith in, and that very well could have been back to the Muslim faith and the Quran. And this could have been one of those things that, David, I'm having this vision. We need to do this. We need to get right. We need to fix it. We need to do whatever. I'm having this, and then there's the ascension theory. So this does fall into the pact that is supposedly that's happened.
Let me interrupt you right there real quick, just so I don't lose this question. Which direction was her body facing?
I actually
towards
had
the couch.
east or west.
Holy, I don't know.
So the Muslim faith prays a certain direction, and if I'm not mistaken, and I really, if you have the answer, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sitting in front of a computer, so I can't look it up real quick. I want to say they prayed.
West. Her face was pointed west.
Yeah.
Her face was pointed west.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to see exactly which direction you're supposed to be facing when you pray. I can't remember.
We have to look that up right now. Okay, let me look that up.
Because they said, I know that direction is important.
The direction is important. You might blow out my theory, but I'm going to continue with it.
I think I saw where you were going.
Yes. Well,
because my brain's telling me it's west. Like my little Rolodex is telling me it's west.
see, I don't want to sound dumb, so I don't want to answer right now. Not saying that you sound dumb. That didn't come out right.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's west.
Yeah, it does say
it is west.
Yeah. People who are of the east of Mecca face west.
And actually, while we're still...
It's people on the west of Mecca face east.
So they point towards Mecca.
Right.
They point towards Mecca, so that.
Right.
So the question is based on Minnesota where they're at, would they consider them east or west of Mecca? It depends on, you know.
And that's kind of directly across from it.
And even
who knows?
Like, I don't even before I got the pictures, I was always wondering where they were going because I wasn't sure if anything in the crime scene or anything like that was based off of and I don't want to sound unhuman here, but it was based off of like race or any like religion, anything like that. And I was actually looking at it and I'm wondering because both of like David and the wife, I forget her name.
Kamel.
Yeah, they're both facing west in the picture that I'm looking at right now. And then their daughter
Eric, did you get it yet?
Yeah, I am. I'm looking at it right now. But isn't there a thing, I thought, that in a specific religion or something like that, if anybody was going to, like, I don't even remember the word, like, if they were going to commit murder, per se, would they not make them sit in, like, a row on their knees?
Well, you're talking like an execution line.
Yeah, but I've always thought that there was some kind of thing with a certain religion that if you were ever going to, like, do that, they had to be facing a certain way and they had to be in a certain line. And it looks, to me personally, it looks like she was, or, what's her name?
It definitely looks like she might have been on her knees.
Yeah, it looks like Kamel because the way that she fell, somebody was saying that on the Facebook page, somebody was saying that she fell with her arms crossed over her chest. And it looks like the way that she landed, it looks like she was on her knees. And the little girl, she looked like she was on her knees, but a little farther back than she was. So
see, I haven't seen the photo, so it's really killing me now that I can't see the photo.
Yeah, I've actually sent it to you.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's why my phone was beeping at me.
Yep.
But yeah, no, that was just one of the things that caught my eye because as soon as everybody started kind of touching base on like the religion whole thing and everything else, I was like, yeah, that makes sense too. But then if you look at the actual bodies themselves, they look like both of the women were on their knees. And it might be, I don't know, it might be a possible chance that if they were, not saying they were, theory, if they were murdered, I don't know if it's a certain religion thing, he might have been standing.
But that also gives credence to a back of the head shot, or from the back of the head shot than from the front.
Yes, and see, that's and the direction of the shots that when I read the autopsies, do not say that anything was shot from the back.
Well, on Kamel, the final, the first page, which is the final result, excuse me, says
it
one
says
thing,
front to back or back to front,
and then down in it says front to back.
Right.
Front to back.
Yeah, it
exactly.
goes left to right, and back to front.
But then it says front to back too. So it's like,
correct.
Which one is it?
Exactly. And where this theory continues going is with the Quran laying there in the forgiveness prayer. You know, like I said, going back to, like I said, Kamel's going back to what she knows. She starts getting, in my opinion, David on board with her with this vision.
Mm-hmm.
And the submit to Allah is something he wrote for himself. Maybe he started listening to Kamel. That's where she goes. He's following his wife in this vision that she's had. And he's going to the closest thing, which is the Muslim faith, the submit to Allah, which means in Allah's God, submit to God. You have the Muslim forgiveness prayer that the Quran's open to. You have the note with the Sharia law sitting there too. That, if I'm not mistaken, that looked like it was a printed piece of paper. That didn't look like it was something out of a book. That looked like it was something printed, if I remember correctly.
Wait, there was a note for Sharia law on the ground?
I thought, I could be wrong, but I thought in one of the earlier pictures that I seen when I first started looking at this, there was something on the floor that had the Sharia law.
Oh, no.
Please don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you can't tell me that.
And I have not gone back to go look for it because, again, I just came up with this. This one's been racing in my head. And regardless whether that was there or not, my direction still kind of works, my opinion or my thought, my view.
Mm-hmm.
If that was the direction it was, they did make a pact. According to what you've understood and heard based on the neighbor Judy's statement saying that, you know, this is what she's hearing from the family, that it was a pact, going back to what Sean Wright is saying, that they went out the way they wanted to, was a key statement to me, which really kind of, you know, helped lead me to this. And I know we don't want to necessarily believe Sean Wright all the time, but it was a key phrase that he kept repeating to you, Greg.
Yep. Was
that they wanted this, that they went the way they wanted to. And if this was a pact thing, she got him looking at the Muslim faith, and maybe this was one of those things where she was sitting there and praying this forgiveness prayer for what they were about to do. And that was taking Renya's life. And then
but wouldn't that
David,
go against everything, though? I mean, wouldn't that go against all the stuff that, like, any...
Not if they're talking about this ascension.
Okay, I mean, let me put it like this. Would a Muslim, would a Christian, would they do that?
They do it every day.
Real, do?
Yeah. And it would also bring back to the point of she goes to what she knows, right?
Yes.
I think the picture that he's talking about, if you have up the ugly truth right now, I apologize to Greg to keep directing it towards that website, but that's what I have up. Okay. Of the living room pictures, image 31 of 187. It looks like a printed piece of paper, and it says Introduction to Surah, I believe, at the top. And it looks like it may be a piece of paper that was ripped out of the book.
It's pronounced Sharia. And it may not say law.
There's
Where's this?
It's image number 31 of the living room pictures.
Okay.
It's the one that has the scalp in it.
31. I'm going to go all the way back up.
You're right. What is that? Introduction to Sharia. What is...
Al-Qatar or something like that after it.
Wait a minute. And this wasn't... This is not from the Quran.
I think it is, because if you look at some of the other pages, it may just be a piece that was torn out.
Right, because it's page 907. I mean, there were many pages that were torn out too, but
yeah.
There was another one, another page that was interesting. Yeah, well.
And kind of based off of, this direction, was it one of those things that they were saying, the Muslim, forgiveness prayer, because they did enter this pact that, okay, we're taking our daughter's life, and then we're going to take our own lives. So, if that's the case,
if that's the case, there was only one suicide, so there would only actually be one that would not go into ascension per the rules. So
well, and also like basing off of what I've been reading and like what I've seen too, is somebody said, I don't remember who it was. Somebody had also said that, who was it? What's her name? I keep forgetting her name. Yeah, she decomposed less than David and the daughter, and she was in less stages of decomposition than they were.
She was bloated, right? So
yeah, she was bloated. Decomposition, the rates of decomposition can vary. They
Absolutely.
Really can.
And
so
she was more. She wasn't fat by any means, but she was more fleshy than David or Ronnie.
Yeah, it comes down to enzymes and what your body's feeding on and what it's doing afterwards. So there's the textbook, well, this stage of decomp lasts anywhere from this time frame to this time frame. The next stage kicks in here. That could be very well off by days. So decomp happens at different. I mean, it's a relative.
And if you look at the picture too, yes, she's more bloated than David, but David was very, very fit. So laying flat on the ground like he is, he's bloated as well.
Yeah.
Yes. And you're going to have lividity where all the body, where all the blood and everything is going to go down, like you see lividity with people in old age homes where they sit in bed too long, where they get the bed sores and they got the discoloration on the side.
All the blood settled.
What's settled. So that's when you read an autopsy report, you see lividity and rigor. Lividity is talking about the blood has gone down and settled. Rigor is the stiffness of the body.
And that's another thing that a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people think that rigor mortis is something that stays, that the body's going to be stiff forever, and it's not. It's rigged.
Oh no, it'll turn into jelly
very quickly.
It'll turn into jelly if it sits there long enough.
Yeah, because with deer, you let them hang, they're stiff. Let them hang overnight. The next day you can move them.
Yes. And so kind of where I've gone with this in my thought was they killed the daughter in an agreement that they killed the daughter. Kamel wanted to go too. Obviously, you can't commit suicide with 2 shots to your head. And I think that might have been something that, you know, in this theory that David, this was more of an assisted suicide. So it takes the narrative of murder, suicide. It puts it more on and this was actually something, David, that, Greg had, you had a conversation with someone just recently in one of your videos I saw that you said, well, it wouldn't be, and it might have been the Judy call, because that was a 3-hour-long deal.
That was
that
long.
You said,
very long.
Yeah, it was. But it takes away the narrative of murder. And you were talking to someone and you said, well, if he did this and she wanted to commit suicide, then there was only one murder, and that was the murder of the daughter.
Right.
And that statement is true because you kind of get the Kevorkian, you know, thought process going where, you know, it was I want to die, give me the pills to make me die, or give me the, you know, the right amount of morphine that's going to overdose and kill me. You know, this kind of leans into that same thing of, I want to die, we're agreeing to die together, but I need you to do it for me because I can't. So it's an assisted suicide on Kamel, and then David shoots himself. Now, the lack of stippling, bruising, and residue on the daughter tells me she was shot from a distance. And that distance can be, and without actually going to a range to kind of get an idea, because I do have a 40 caliber that I could test it with, on a whiteboard, fire at the whiteboard and see how much stippling and powder residue you get on a whiteboard type of thing as you fire it, and do varying distances, you know, closer and closer until you actually get stippling. You kind of can gauge about where you would, you know, need to be at to get that kind of thing on, to be prevalent on a body. But she was definitely, I want to say at least, the gun had to be at least 5 foot away. That's my opinion.
My only question with that whole thing.
On her.
What's that?
I thought in the autopsy report it said there was soot on her, which I assumed to be gunshot residue.
Soot would be gunshot residue. Stippling would be powder burns. So you're not going to get powder burns when you're a little bit of distance. You might get the gunshot residue with the powder, with the soot. I thought it said that there was no soot present, but I could be wrong. Because I read David's and the daughter's. I think the very next morning that they came out, because I saw David's video pop up and it said 20 hours ago, and that was when David was recording himself. I mean, not David. Why do I keep saying David? When Greg was recording himself reading the autopsy report, and I sat there and I was trying to drive, and I had like the volume all the way up in my truck, and I'm trying to drive and listen to it, and I'm going, oh man, I got to sit down and like actually do. I got in trouble at work that day. What are you doing? They're listening to an autopsy report. When I read through them, I thought that they said it wasn't there. I could be wrong. I'd have to go read through it again just to verify and make sure my mind's in the right spot. But even with Kamel, like the gunshot wounds sounded like, so where they say that it was placed at the first one, it said that the location, it says front to rear and down, front to back, or no, left to right and backward, or rearward, I think is what it said.
I know on Ronnie's it was a downward shot.
Yes, which is going to be typical. She's smaller.
Yeah, I mean he's 6 foot plus and she's 3 foot.
Yeah, so it's gonna be downward.
also with the whole thing of like him shooting her from so far away, wouldn't that also be pretty dependent on what the blood spatter looks like too?
You wouldn't care at that point in time.
If you've shut yourself off so far or fallen off the deep end, whatever the answer for that is, to be able to, you're that far gone that you can look at your child and pull the trigger.
No, I meant like.
Are you saying trajectory to find out where she was shot?
Yeah, and like how and in how far and etc. Because if we had the blood spatter from her and knowing where she was standing basically and everything else, wouldn't the blood spatter kind of tell us more?
It would, but she was sitting on if I'm not mistaken, from what I've read where she was at and judging off of the photos that I've seen, it looked like she was sitting on carpet in the area of the couch, and if she was shot downward, that blood splatter is going to go into the couch, spread to the couch and spread to the floor, whether it's minimal or maximum, like a lot or minimum.
I need you to look at this picture while we're on the conference call.
I really want to, but my wife's going to get all over my butt.
Because basically what you just said, I guess, in my point of view, and I'm not trying to like shut you down or anything, but in the point of view of looking at the picture of the bodies right now, the picture basically disproves most of that just because of her placement, and it looks like she was, I don't know where the bullet went into.
To help you figure out what you're looking at, that gun, and you can use that map that I took all that other stuff out of and just left the ballistics. That is an accurate representation of where they were before the pieces were moved. Then you can use a little bit of that to figure out where the gun was in a general area where it was when it was fired.
Yeah.
Because those shells are going to eject to the right. Up and to the right.
Up and to the right.
Another question I had was like, he was right-handed, so wasn't the gun found near his left hand?
Yes, and my theory on that portion of this is human bodies will fall different. Human bodies will fall certain ways, depending. If I'm not mistaken, the autopsy said that the entry was on the right side of his head, which does say that
was indeterminate because that's gone.
Was it the entry or the exit that they determined?
Exits towards the left rear.
Left rear.
Now,
so that would tell me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My theory on that possibility, with the gun being on his left side, if you're hard tracked on he killed himself, a lot of people, when they go to shoot themselves in the head, especially in the mouth or frontal region, they'll use both hands.
They will use both hands. If he used one, the possibility of just a body fall and how he went down, if he was shooting from the right to the left, you've got the energy momentum pushing towards the left, which would have caused his body to move towards the left, and there is a possibility. It's not a determined science of where a body falls or how a gun falls with a body.
I mean, he could have twitched and hit the gun and it skid across the floor.
Well, you got to see this photo. You got to see this photo because
killing me. My wife's gonna get so mad.
You will see his arms are stretched out. They're stretched.
I'm not going to take that away from the dog, though.
Okay. which would make sense. That's the most logical.
If the dog pulled on it.
If the dog pulled the arm, sure, but he didn't pull both of them, and he didn't eat both of the hands when he.
No, and with the arms outstretched, you know, again, there's no science to a human body falling, really. You know, in
gravity
anything.
momentum.
Your gravity momentum. That's what you. I mean, your knees don't buckle. You know, there is a rigidity to a human body, even at the instant of death.
Well, I mean, and I didn't go into detail on what I posted earlier today, and I don't remember. I apologize to whomever listens to this. I'm not good with names. Is that just because you got shot doesn't mean you died?
No, there's been plenty of cases where people have been shot in the head that lived.
And there's posturing, there's twitching, there's the process that the body goes through when it dies. And I can promise you it's not still.
No, there's plenty of cases out there of after death, even hours after death, of a body spasming. After hours after bodies have been, people have been pronounced dead.
I read a story about a body sitting up on the autopsy table.
Oh no! You know what I just realized? Greg, in one of your videos, you had talked about the beige chair, and what I just kind of noticed is there is blood on that chair, and that would be if he shot himself.
That'd be where his hand was, where his right hand was, right?
Not necessarily. He could have fallen and what was left of his head hit the chair and he fell.
Could that not be where his head would have hit, and then that would have kind of pushed him over?
That's what I would think. The only other thing is that piece of scalp that everybody has seen. Is that
the one that's laying next to the scarf?
Yes. So
that is scalp.
David's?
That's what I thought it was.
Is that the wife?
It's too long to be David's.
And it's too far, right? So it's closer to where the wife was.
Well, see, and that kind of goes along. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I have like other questions about this that you guys might be able to answer, and it's based on this, but not on the topic kind of thing.
So if that is possibly Kamel's scalp that was absent in the autopsy, that said that that the scalp was absent, if we go back to the theory of the dog doing what it did, if this is something that did get torn off and moved because of the dog, that's a possibility, and that's why it would be absent in the autopsy. It's biohazard. It got cleaned up indiscriminately. Maybe it wasn't picked up initially and placed with her body. It was just placed in a bag. Just like when you had mentioned, Greg, when you said something about like why is the paper bags over their hands? That's to preserve evidence if there's any DNA as far as like if anyone scratched under the fingernails, if they scratched anybody because there was a struggle or something of that nature. They're just trying to preserve any of that, or gunshot residue, that sort of thing. So, it could be Kamel's scalp that's sitting right there, and it did say that portions of the top portion of his head, the skull cap, as I'll call it, because I cannot pronounce that word. But the top portion, the skull, the thing I think they call it is the dome of the skull or whatever. They did say that it had skin present, that there was skin and hair on it, and it had short brown hair, which matches what David's haircut was.
Okay.
So I would lead to that being Kamel's scalp that's laying there and possibly pulled off by the dog and either just repositioned or wherever the dog drug it to.
Okay.
Because we can't read the dog's mind, unfortunately.
I have a question that's completely out of left field, but it's something that I haven't seen anybody really talk about. Is in the mockumentary, there was
Word of the day.
there was a clip of Ronnie in the basement apparently having a hissy fit. Did that
You
ever
know what?
get discussed?
That one bugged the heck out of me. Why? Why was he videotaping his daughter throwing a fit in the basement? Did she get in trouble and her punishment was to go down there? What were they trying to imply in that video and showing that video? Was he...
Okay, wait.
Well, see, my niece went through this phase when she was about 3 years old, where if she got in trouble, she would throw herself on the ground or go to the nearest wall and, like, just start bashing her head into the floor of the wall and just screaming whatever she thought she was saying. And that kind of reminded me of a more mature version of that. It was just a complete tantrum out of left field, but like you said, it confused me as to why.
Why include that?
Why was it in there? Now, I will say, when my niece threw her fits, I recorded her for my personal safety. Because
so you wouldn't get accused of anything.
Yeah, and so I'm not going to say that that's not what that was.
But what throws me for a loop, because I thought that was very odd, my wife thought it was very odd when we saw it, is why even show that? Were you trying to imply that David was mistreating his daughter? Yet through the entire, mockumentary, that everybody says that he loved his wife and he loved his child, that she was his world, and he absolutely loved Kamel and he adored her. So what were you trying to?
Shot him.
What's that?
But was able to walk up to him and shoot him.
Well, yes, but at the same time, what were they trying to imply by putting that video? What value did that little snippet of video of his daughter having this fit downstairs? What was the value of that in this whole film that you did?
Now, I need to go back and see if I can see what she's saying.
Yeah, it sounds like she's... Go ahead, Taylor.
I don't know. I was just thinking, like, what was she wearing?
Looked like she was wearing like a little pullover nightgown or something.
Yeah, it was like pajamas.
Yeah, because I couldn't remember what she was wearing, but I was trying to figure out, like, and even, like, just my opinion based, even when I was watching it and I was, like, looking at it, and it kind of raised a question for me too, but I completely forgot about it. And it was just the way that he was... It was the way that he was videoing her. Not even the fact that he was videoing her. It was the way he was doing it.
Yeah, he wasn't up on her to catch her.
No,
and that's why I need to go back and see what it is she's actually saying, because is she actually having a fit, or is she... Because she had like a doll or pillow or something in her hand. I don't remember what it was. Is she reenacting something she's seen before?
If I'm not mistaken,
something.
She was talking to something?
No, I'm just throwing that. That's,
oh, gotcha. I thought she had like a pillow in her hand, and she was like slamming the pillow down on the ground and screaming. I don't remember what she was saying. I couldn't tell you. I don't even think I understood what she was saying, because when I saw it, all I saw was a child throwing a fit and screaming and crying.
Yeah.
That's what I saw, and the whole entire time I watched it, I was like,
angry scream. It wasn't a I'm in trouble and sulking. It was angry.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
it kind of seems like maybe the wife was there too, but we don't really know because of what they show and what they don't show. They just cut it out. Like, there was no purpose to even show that.
No, and then the other thing that bothered me about the whole film, looking at what Judy had sat there and told you before the film came out, was, well, they're going to read his journal. They're going to read his journal on the film. Did they really? I mean, did they really read that journal on that film? In my opinion, they didn't. They read a couple of snippets, showed a couple of pictures. I think one was of the dog, one was of Kamel, one was of his feet when he was kicked back and sitting on the couch, it looked like, or in a chair. So did they really show, or I should say, read everything out of that journal? No. In my opinion, they didn't. I think there's more to it from what they've alluded to in this quote-unquote, suicide pact, if you want to call it, that they made together. If they did do this suicide pact, where's the evidence of it? Show it. Quit hiding it and show it. And if David's dad's the one who has the access to this thing, and I'm pretty sure he's probably aware of the people out there that are just searching for the truth, show it. End all this, we want to know what happened, and show it.
It's not only that, it's like, what was the catalyst? Because he was obviously making plans.
Right.
Yes.
What was the bombshell? What was... If you had a suicide pact, or if he lost his mind and went bat-ish crazy, what was it?
Yeah. Why do police call this a double murder suicide? And, why are Kamel's deaths and the daughter's deaths being shown as
murder?
Murder, right? So, I don't know. Yeah.
Which I think, looking at it for face value, the easiest representation is double murder suicide. He went batshit crazy and lost his mind. He couldn't handle the pressures of trying to produce this film that he wanted to do. He got secluded and recluse. He was, if you look at the film, he got secluded, recluse, and controlling of both his wife and his daughter. They couldn't step outside without his permission type of attitude that they present in this. And he killed his wife and his kid, and we can't believe he did it. And, we're angry with him. We're trying to cope, and we're trying to deal and mourn with it. But that's what's out there, and that's what we're going to tell you is happening. And, just shut up about it, and it's over. And that's what they want, is just shut up about it, and it's over.
Well, Greg,
and let's continue on and moving forward with what we had planned. And do I think that, Danny Mason and all these guys that were involved with this thing, do I think some of them were kind of ticked off? Yeah, because it sounded like David was trying to, maybe cut them out of it, because maybe he felt like he was losing a little bit of control of it. Look at the history of what people have said. David came back from overseas, and he was already starting to kind of open his eyes up to this whole, the whole conspiracy of, FEMA camps and, all this stuff that we all, that conspiracy theorists are into. And it sounded to me like Danny Mason and Sean Wright, who were deeper into that stuff, exploded his mind just a little bit more about it.
And maybe he realized, hey, wait a minute, this isn't the direction I wanted this to go. You know, I wanted to expose some things, but now you kind of guys are getting a little too Alex Jones on me.
They took it from conspiracy and martial law to X-Files.
And that's kind of the feeling that I have, is that what happened? And David just finally said, you know what? I want you to sign your rights away on it. You know,
this
was mine. I'm taking this thing back. This was my baby. I started growing this thing, and you guys are getting a little too crazy. Because at one point in time, I had a theory that all of them that were part of the quote unquote team had something to do with this at one point in time. But I couldn't piece that one together. That was like we were talking about a puzzle earlier. I couldn't get any of the pieces to kind of fit correctly on that one. You know, there's too many people involved.
Yeah.
I know one's involved. Yeah, and then you look at it like there was another thought that was out there that I think Dan had mentioned it, or he shut it down right away. But there was talk about, you know, a wet work team and all that kind of stuff. And then I think Dan even mentioned, yeah, they're literally compartmentalized, and these people don't know who those people are. And if it was, they did a crappy job at trying to place evidence. And I kind of completely agree with that whole thought process.
Well, Greg, were you able to look at that list of phone numbers and figure out or ID that one from right after the birthday party?
No, I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay.
Do you have it? Can you send it to me? I like it.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm getting ready to walk inside my house. I've been sitting in the garage and probably going to get the look from my wife. You still on the phone?
We don't want to get you in trouble.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. I'm going to try to sneak in there and go look at that picture you sent me.
Oh, where's your email address here? Right there.
Yeah, you can.
I'm trying to find my Netflix email and password because I'm going to try to look to see what she was saying, because now y'all got me friggin'...
I actually left a review because I went on to Amazon today, and they're selling DVDs on Amazon for that film, and I left a scathing review.
But when I was in the phone numbers, there was just a flurry of activity right after the birthday party, like the next 3 days of this phone number ignoring David's calls.
Really? Okay.
And I'm talking like dial, get voicemail, hang up, dial again.
Wasn't there something that went on between, or something that was said
with the sister?
With the sister at that time, maybe that had something to do with it?
It's one of the phone numbers I haven't ID'd. I've got a lot of them. Like I've got Daniel, Mitch, Chris, Sean, Jason, Jeff, David, Chris, Daniel, Senior. I've got several of the
core,
I guess, special effects people's numbers. He called a massage therapy place on a regular basis. But what I didn't know, I don't know if all of the files got sent to Greg or not, but like, yeah, right after the birthday party is important, but what's most important are the phone records that we don't have. It's that last month.
Right, because those end, when does...
This one ends October 29th, I believe was the last phone call made. The last text was made on October 24th.
Okay.
But if I understand it correctly, in these phone records, I believe he already had another phone, and the phone calls were being routed or forwarded through this other phone. Only let the family have the one phone number?
Okay, I know you guys are talking about the phone, but I just opened that picture.
But you see what I mean? Kamel's not even where I thought she was.
Oh, no. They're nowhere close to where I thought they were. He's bloated.
Yeah.
He's still bloated.
Where his right hand should be is where I thought his head was. Is it possible that it was moved?
Now, I can
There's
definitely...
too much blood on that recliner for it to be from David's right hand. It has to be from his head, but it's far
that has to be from his head.
So why is it so far away? Just from the dog?
That
makes sense to me.
With that, I think he bounced.
He bounced? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, because if you look at the blood stains behind that recliner, that kind of should give us a clear view of where David was, right?
Are you talking about the little droplets back by the corner?
Yes.
Okay,
so it's almost like he was lower, right? It doesn't seem like he was standing up based on that.
Well,
I don't know. But it has to line up with that with the
bullet hole above the door.
Right, it has to line up there. Which to me is actually closer to actually lining up.
Unless he was sitting unless he was sitting on his butt.
But did we know if they tested those bullets for blood? I mean, they had to. That's one of those ridiculous, redundant questions. But a bullet that went through somebody is going to have DNA on it.
Yes.
Which bullet?
And being that he used a hollow point, it's going to grab stuff along the way.
Now, my question is about my couple questions about where he is when first one is somebody said something about there being a bullet in the ceiling.
Yes.
And there's a picture of that. Now, whenever he allegedly shot himself, could that bullet have gone into the ceiling from him shooting himself?
Yes.
It could because of deflection.
And
that's the other thing that you have to take into account when it comes down to trajectory. Okay, I need to close that. My son's in the room.
Yeah.
And my other question is...
Oh, go ahead.
Would there not be more, I'm going to say, blood spatter on the base chair if he would have shot himself right in front of it?
But based on, when you say base chair, are you talking about the...
Wow,
okay.
That's a great point.
Well,
and wouldn't it be on the tree, too?
That could be where most of it was. I don't know, but even
it could be
line up with the trajectory with where the tree was. I don't know.
If you look at where his body's positioned now that I've actually seen it, if you look at the position of his body, it does not look like he was lined up directly in front of the recliner.
No, but like if he was coming down, if he was standing from a certain point, and he was coming down, and he went even close to that, would the blood coming out of his head not hit that chair even a little bit?
Possibly.
Like you would still have more splatter on that chair, even if he did hit the chair on the left-hand side. I want to say closest to the kitchen of the chair, but there would be more blood spatter on the chair if he was falling from a straight stance.
Is there, and I might have missed it, is there any photos of the recliner facing it and from the other side?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there is, at the very top, there is a little bit of blood and a little bit of hair. but it's black hair. I don't know. It didn't look like David's hair to me.
Yeah, that's probably more consistent with Kamal.
But now,
right.
Going back to the predation, now that you've seen the picture, do you see my confusion in the lack of disembowelment?
Yes. I do see the lack of disembowelment. I still wouldn't rule out the dog.
Oh, no, I mean, that realistically has to be what happened.
Here's my other question. Did they do any testing to the dog's feces that was in the house?
Probably not.
Because you will find in the dog's feces if they were eating, because that DNA exists. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if a dog consumes something. There's still going to be DNA in the excrement.
Well, here's another thing I see
ask for that.
In the picture. If you look at Ronnie's leg,
yes,
the pants leg, she got flipped over.
It looks like she did get rolled over, and that could be maybe from
the dog
tugging.
The dog, sure.
The dog tugging.
The right arm.
Yes.
Because the other option there is somewhere I do not want to really go. And logically speaking, if the dog was pulling hard enough to take that arm off, she moved, period. The other option is in her position the way it is in that photo, is that she didn't die immediately.
No.
And another thing is actually, if you're looking at the picture, if you look over to the right-hand side at Kamel's pant leg on her right leg, you can actually see that the way that the little girl fell, her head probably would have, oh no, because if she was killed first, then she wouldn't have landed there. She wouldn't have even been on top of her like that. Kamala would have had to die first.
Right. And there's no blood, there's no flesh found on either or. So they were definitely killed at separate times, right?
Yeah, but it would have... Kamala would have... I don't know.
Separate times meaning
but even
5 minutes apart, or...
I don't know, I mean...
Yeah, you made me look at that picture again.
Yeah, based on what that says, based on, how decomposed these bodies were, I guess that will tell us that. But when I read it, it was like David's and his daughters, it kind of seems like they died very, very close, whereas the wife may have already, she might have died first, which is what a lot of people have been saying, too. But...
Well, let me open that back up and look at it, because this is one of those things that...
Go ahead, Taylor.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My only thing is, the placement, and even if the dog had anything to do with, moving the placement or anything, the way that it would have had to been was Kamal would have had to die. Oh my gosh, it sounds so heartless. She would have had to have been shot first. She would have had to fall into her placement that she's in right now, and then the little girl would have had to die after she did in order for this placement to happen, because she's on top of Kamel's left leg foot.
Okay,
and
let me go back outside.
If you look at her pant leg,
I have a little bit of a theory. I need to take a look at Ronnie's bedroom pictures real quick.
At the pant leg? Whose pant leg?
If you're looking at Kamel's pant leg, her right side pant leg, the one closest to the kitchen, it's not even the fact that it's torn. I think the reason it's torn is because of how she fell. But if you look at it where it is torn at the very top of like the triangular, there's like residue from something right there on her leg, and that wouldn't have been from like what happens when you die or whatever. That would have had to have been, that could have been from the little girl's shot.
Okay.
But then,
Okay,
but
I
then
have
why
a
doesn't-
question. Do David or Camille seem to be the kind of people that make beds every morning?
No.
Okay.
No way. Did you just... No. You did not just... If you just... Oh, okay, hold on. Don't say anything right now.
Wait,
just let
what?
me...
I feel like
Just let me go find them. No. Hold on. Let me...
Okay, so while you're looking that up, I have a possible idea that's to spin off of what you're saying about the possible order of death.
Okay.
Judging off of that picture, now that I've seen it, I still can kind of see the whole pack theory going on, but the order of death changed for me now, because I now kind of think David might have been holding his daughter.
Very possible.
That
Or the other order of
Camille
operations is...
Camille was sitting down on the ground on the floor.
She could have been kneeling, praying.
She could have been kneeling, and David could have been holding the daughter. And this is, again, based off that pack thought. Shot Camille, holding his daughter. She's freaking out. He shoots her, still holding her because, well, no, still holding her because if you look at his shirt, there's a lot of could be blood on the front of his shirt, which could be her blood.
And a downward trajectory still would indicate.
She's on the left side.
You'd be holding. If he's holding her in his right arm and he's got the gun in his left hand to reach over, shoot her in the head.
No, it would have to. The gun would have to be in her right hand, or in his right hand.
No. If she
was shot from what direction did they say that she was shot from?
Left to right.
Left to right.
So if he was chest to chest with her,
the gun would have been in his right hand.
No, if he's got her in his right arm.
I'm trying to picture this, so
that
I'm
also,
facing a wall right now.
That also right now does not explain the blood spatter in the kitchen, though. Because whose blood would that be?
Right.
He'd have to shoot her from...
Or it could be...
Oh, no. He would be... Yeah, no. He would shoot her with his left hand. Sorry, I messed up my directions.
Yeah, but
he'd be holding her with his right hand on his side.
Yeah, but he doesn't shoot with his left hand.
He's right-handed.
He's right-handed.
Well,
okay.
And the only thing that I got to say on that, Greg, on the left and right-handed, most guys predominantly will shoot with their what they call being a shooter. You have your right hand dominant, and then you have your support hand, which would be your left hand if you're a right-handed person.
Sure.
And vice versa.
And nobody said whether he was ambidextrous either with shooting.
Well, I wouldn't even say. Well, you're kind of leading on right where I'm going. I train.
Job done.
Well, I train right and left-handed, and when I do my training right and left-handed, I do scenarios where my right hand is completely immobile. So I actually do drills where I actually have to pull my gun from a holster, fire rounds, empty dump the magazine, reload, and start shooting again solely with my left hand and not using my right hand. I will actually tie my right hand behind my back.
Right.
And I can do it almost as accurate as I can, a little bit slower, but almost as accurate as I can with my right hand.
And in this close of quarters, I mean, accuracy isn't
a factor.
Really a thing.
I mean, if you're within 3 foot of something, you can hit.
Even if he wasn't, even if he wasn't, even if he wasn't holding her.
Go ahead.
Even if he wasn't holding her and she was standing in front of him.
No, but that wouldn't. Yeah, but that wouldn't explain all the blood on him.
And that wouldn't explain the lack of blood on the wife and daughter, right?
What if, the magic words, Ronnie was in bed, asleep. David and Kamel get into a huge fight. He shoots Kamel. Realizes and Ronnie comes running in, surprises him. He shoots her. He picks her up. And like, oh my God, what have I done? Cradling her.
Can't deal with what he just did, shoots himself.
Yes.
And then you go back to the murder, suicide.
Yeah, but that wouldn't explain his placement, though. I'm noticing that now.
It doesn't.
That would not explain his.
If they were both dead, lying on the floor, and he's standing over them with a gun to his head, in his mouth, to his temple, whatever. Because nobody shoots themselves in the forehead. It's going to be the side of the head or the mouth.
Okay. So this would have to be with the right hand, I would think. He would have to have shot himself with his right hand, right?
But that goes back to where he shot himself, whether he's ambidextrous, an ambidextrous shooter, whether he's holding the gun with both hands.
But if he shot himself with his left hand, that doesn't match the bullet hole, right? So for me,
no, it's that wasn't it left side exit?
Yeah.
It would.
Well, then that would be
his right hand.
Right.
That would be his right hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't there be blood splatter all over those books?
Yeah, there should be. It should be.
Well,
everywhere,
there should be.
We don't know that the pages weren't turned by the dog. I mean, there's pages torn out.
I mean like the books on the shelf.
Blood splatter is a crazy and really extremely weird thing. So we're looking at. So when you look at that picture, and you look at the devastation in his head, that wasn't caused all by the gun.
You know what I'm thinking, actually?
Right. What?
You see, I don't know if anybody's looking at the picture like I am right now, but if
I'm not. My son's playing PlayStation in the same room that my computer is, and I don't want him to whip his head around.
Yeah, totally understand. But you see how the curtains are drawn?
Yeah.
How they're not closed?
Yeah.
Wouldn't a neighbor across the road see everything?
Not necessarily, because we don't know the exact time of death. That's the problem. We have a rough estimate of when they think that it happened, and they said that they think that it happened on the 26th.
Yeah, between Christmas and New Year.
Yeah,
so then
I mean,
the people across the road could have been gone for Christmas or something.
They could have been gone. It could have happened. It could have happened at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have happened at, when most people are normally asleep, and it just depends. I mean,
but the windows,
what did people hear? And the thing that kills me is the fact that nobody heard gunshots. 40 caliber rounds, 40 caliber guns, when they go off, they're extremely loud.
6 shots.
Especially being that close to someone, right?
If I shot a gun and I live on a half-acre lot, and I can technically, even though I live in a neighborhood on county, I could pop a gun off right now and I can't get in trouble for it. But I guarantee you, if I went inside my house and fired a gun, someone's going to hear it. I'll probably have about 5 of my neighbors over here armed with guns to figure out what happened. But
okay, I'm a good acre and a half away from my neighbor's house, and now I'm not going to say I'd hear it if he did it inside, but I can hear it clear as day
outside.
when he shoots his .22 outside.
Yes. You probably would hear something.
Like my
but
one
then again,
thing,
if it's 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody's asleep, that's not a sound most people would tune into.
No, and go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I'm cutting in for no reason. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say was I don't know what his dog was like. I mean, it really seemed like it was a spastic dog that just ran around in circles constantly. I have one dog that I'm training as a protection dog, and I already have another protection dog that's here. I've got 2 German Shepherds, and if one hears the ice cube maker go off in the kitchen while she's laying on the foot of my bed, she's literally up inside my face trying to wake me up because she heard something. So small little faint sounds of ice dumping in a tray,
Yeah. And
bother my dog.
And his dog was his best friend.
Yes.
So automatically you would think that the dog would go right to him, right?
Possibly, and that kind of leads me to
I tell you, my dog hears a gunshot and he's gone for the next 3 hours.
Oh, mine comes to me like, well, it's time to go to work. But with the fact that I'm really leaning on the fact that the dog was contaminating the scene, because if there is open wounds and open cavities from a gunshot wound, that dog could have gone over to David's body to try to lick on David, which is a normal animal thing to do, especially with a housebroken pet, a domesticated animal. They're going to go try to lick, face and hands and everything else. Wake up, and let's be honest, they have an instinct. Oh, look, this tastes different than my kibble. And that could have started that entire process of the dog feeding on them. And it just continued because the dog didn't go to food because there's something readily available.
Yeah, and, I don't know, my one thing is, in order to, and I'm pretty much with you on the whole dog thing, it kind of makes me, a little angry that the dog was there, because if the dog wasn't there and contaminating the crime scene, we would have so much more to go on to, and there wouldn't be as much contamination in the actual scene itself, and we'd be able to figure more out, I feel, if the dog hadn't kind of tore everything up, and because we don't know personally, I think of it as we don't actually know if the dog created all the mess or if there was some kind of argument before everything happened. And
well, I'll be 100%
there was
honest.
dog food, so would the dog naturally go after the dog food or go after its owners?
At that point, it's not owners. It's natural instinct and blood. My dogs are trained to not attack animals. They're trained. They know that if they kill an animal, they're in deep shit. But that doesn't stop them from eating one that already is. My dogs drag up deer all the time. I'm constantly.
I can tell you right now,
I have 45 acres that backs up to timberland. People shoot deer get away, and my dogs are bringing up body parts all the time.
I can tell you right now, I mean, I go deer hunting. We talked about this earlier. I've brought deer home, and I'll strip the meat off of a femur bone of a deer, and there'll still be scraps of meat on there, and I will take that femur bone and I will hand it to one of my German Shepherds, and they are just happier than a pig and poo to sit there and gnaw on that femur bone and break that thing down. And that's the interesting thing about dogs, because I know one of the things that was brought up was where are the bones? And I think it was something that you had asked, Greg, was where are the bones? Where are the bones from the hand? Where are the bones from the arm? Where are all these miscellaneous bones from these things? Dogs will chew and break down a bone to tiny little fragments to get to that that bone marrow on the inside, because that's like
it's essentially like the arm bone or the femur, anything that's got that big knuckle. They'll sit there and hold it in their back teeth, just go into town, whittling away at the bone.
Exactly, and
so there's not even like chunks to recover from the poop. It got ground into dust.
It did. It would, and the thing is, like, when you think, most people think, well, a dog chews on a bone, and this is just our normal frame of thought, is, oh, we went out and had, ribs tonight, and we're going to take the bones home. Well, those bones are different than a non-cooked bone. A cooked bone will splinter, and you'll have a lot more fragmentation with a cooked bone, because it's, I guess you want to say, more fragile, because it has been cooked. In an uncooked bone, their body will dissolve that in their stomach easier in an animal's body, because it processes it easier, because it's actually softer. It's much softer, and they bite into that. They get down to that bone marrow, and that's like Godiva chocolate to us. For them.
That's the best thing on the face of the planet. To adopt even a pet. I mean, I have a dog that is a house pet for the most part, and when it's slaughter day or we're bringing a deer or anything like that, that's the best day on the face of the planet.
Yeah. So that's the only thing that I can really, try to explain to validate where are the finger bones, where are those things. And my only guess to that is this, their dog, was it Paleo is the dog's name?
Yes.
Chew those things into dust, and they're nothing. The dog lacking weight when it was found, there was a report that the dog, did show signs of, being thinner than what they were used to seeing. And yeah, that's a possibility, even though there was something there for the dog to eat.
I would almost blame the dog's weight loss not only on, we'll call it the raw diet, but when a dog eats rotting meat, they get it's Clostridium, and it's a bacteria that will grow in the stomach and the intestine that won't allow them to process what they're eating without antibiotics.
Yes, because now I had looked into doing a raw feed diet with my German Shepherds, because I was, spend a lot of money on them. And I had looked at going into a raw feed diet, and there are supplements and things like that you have to add in. But there's also portions of internal things of animals that you can throw into their raw feed diet that is still raw, that gives them some of the nutrients and things that they need, just other than just, muscle and meat. But the interesting thing is, when a dog goes on a raw feed diet, where it's raw meat, a dog's poop, I'm sorry I'm going this direction, but a dog's poop will actually start to, it changes consistency. And when a dog is solely on raw feed,
it turns into more of a scat than.
It turns more into a scat, and it's been proven that within a couple of days after they let a poop go, after they do their business, within a couple of days, it turns white, chalky, and pretty much dust.
And that's mainly like the bones too.
Yes, and that has a lot to do with the raw feed, and that's why I was really curious. That was one of the things that really piqued my interest in the concept of, did they do any testing to the dog's, excrement to see if there was any human DNA in it.
There is actually a picture of a log, a piece of poop that did have that scat consistency. Let me see if I can find it. I want to say it was by the edge of the carpet.
I think I saw it. It looked white.
Like there's a white one, and then there's like a more fresh one, where you go, oh, that doesn't look like normal poop, because normal, like dog fed poop, has that tan, grainy consistency.
Mm-hmm. Have we grossed you out yet, Greg?
Absolutely not.
But here's my thought on the police department, and if I'm not mistaken, they brought in the sheriff's department to help them with the investigation. Did they?
I don't know.
No.
So it was just Apple Valley PD that did the investigation, and I had heard somebody say that like Apple Valley PD deals with like one homicide a year. It's not something that's very prevalent in the area, in the city, whatever it is. And I think there was extreme lack of, I don't want to say knowledge on dealing or handling with the investigation. I still think they had that tunnel vision when they walked in. Was, oh, hey, we came, you got uniform officers showing up and going, yes, 2 apparent dead. Well, the 2 apparent dead that they probably initially seen coming in through the back door, that they probably had a good view of, was probably, obviously, David and Ranier.
Right.
And if those were the first 2 that you've seen, that statement across the radio, 2 apparent dead,
mm-hmm.
and they move on to go clear the house, which is what they did. They went through clear, they're done. They look at it. Now, you can't tell me if you walked into that and you saw David's body in the way that I saw it right now, that you're going to think that he might possibly be alive.
Yeah.
You're not going to walk in and go, yeah, I think we might want to check his pulse. No. You're going to walk in and go, yeah, he's not alive. And then looking at the daughter, you're automatically going to,
well, I mean,
that's
even just opening that door.
Well, yeah, because they even said that it smelled as soon as they, once they made entry into the house, that they were hit with that odor. And the one thing that kind of really blows my mind, and it just kind of brought that up, the 68-degree setting on the thermostat.
Right.
Now, I don't know how cold Minnesota gets in December, but
I went to the same place.
I really don't. I know how cold it gets. I know how cold it gets in Texas, and this is probably this winter's been kind of rough on us down here a little bit. And I'll tell you right now, in the wintertime, 68 degrees ain't warm enough for me.
Nope.
68 degrees, I got the fireplace going, and I'm wrapped up in about 2 or 3 blankets.
Right. I mean, I'm in southern Alabama. I have my thermostat set on 72. And I have a heating blanket.
And you're not going to have the back door open. You're not going
to have the back door. And the only thing that I can kind of allude to that is, and if I stay on this whole, pact thing, or even if you go to the murder suicide thing, if I go to that direction, the only thing I can even come close to saying that was it was just a brain fart. Hey, I forgot to close the back door, because when I used to have a slider on my last house, there were plenty of times that I went to go close that door, and it would get just about the same, stick a finger through there, but because it felt like it was closed, I just walked away because I was in a rush or whatever else.
Or you rush and it bounces back a little bit.
Exactly, and that's the only thing that I can allude to that. There's like I said, there's still some things, like even with the Allah Akbar written on the, or as I like to say, Aloha Snack Bar on the on the wall, that still falls, that and that in my theory of the pact still falls in line with, hey, they're both dead. Forgiveness prayer was being said. I'm going to commit suicide. I've converted myself and trying to save myself.
Well, another thing for me with the door is, that's a house dog. If he's got to go to the bathroom, he lets somebody know. That's going to be digging at the back door. And if it's ingrained in him, but he couldn't get it open more than that, that's all he was able to scratch open. Like, I don't know if there was a block.
Yeah, and that well, there couldn't have been a block because the police opened the door right up and went in.
Right.
Yeah.
So there couldn't have been a block there. It could have been that he couldn't push that door any further than what he got it.
Yeah.
With the writing on the wall, that very well could have been David that did do the writing. Because at one point in time, I was like, "Oh, his hand's missing. Somebody cut it off, and they just dipped it in blood, and they wrote that stuff themselves." But then I found out the dog was in there, so I was like, "Okay, that kind of scratches that idea." But then looking at that pack theory and putting the faith in there, the religion in there, was that him writing something on the wall? Because I don't know if you guys know what that means, but Allah Akbar just means, God is great.
Yeah, I thought it was like glory be to God or something like that.
Glory be to God. It depends on the dialect but it's, it's pretty much the same thing. So could that have been, the forgiveness prayer was happening, the two were shot.
Isn't that what the suicide bombers scream before they push the button?
They do that before they push the button. They do that when they're shooting at our soldiers. They do it. It's all over. But
in the suicide side of it,
Yes. Now, on the suicide side of it, with the suicide bombers and their belief system and how they're doing it, is they're taking out as many of the quote-unquote infidel when they do it. So they're doing it as a, I guess you might want to use the phrase honor killing or, mass killing in the name of the law, and that's why they're shouting. I mean, that would be like me claiming my Christianity and running around with a bomb, on my back, and then right before I push the button, I yell, praise, all praise goes to Jesus Christ.
Well, to be 100% honest, and the more I look at this photo and the proximity,
excuse me,
it does help lean it towards the murder-suicide.
The murder-suicide or the murder-assisted suicide?
Either way.
Mm-hmm.
Done in-house.
I'm definitely, when my son's not in the same room, going to sit there and look at that picture a lot more. Thank you for sending that to me, because that actually opened like a whole new thing. And a few minutes ago, when I was really quiet, I was walking past my bedroom, and my wife looked at me and she goes, "Are you freaking kidding me?" And I go, I put it on mute, and I said, she goes, "You've been on the phone for like 4 hours." And I said, "Actually, no, it's been 2 hours and 40 minutes.
You have a time.
So I told her, she goes, "I can't," she goes, "You were 8 up."
Uh-oh.
So but I can't, she knows this about me. If I start obsessing about something, I don't stop until I kind of either have an answer or I'm satisfied with the answer that I can come up with. More recently, to kind of go off on a rabbit trail, it was just recently the anniversary of the Waco tragedy that happened with David Koresh, and I was young when that happened, and I started looking and tearing that thing apart, and I came up with my own assumptions on it, and I'm pretty satisfied. I think David Koresh was a nutcase, and I feel for all those people that decided to follow him, but I still think the government screwed that whole pooch in that system of what happened.
Well, David, they got married in Waco.
Yes, and see, that was the other thing that ticked me off, Greg. I sat there, I live extremely close
I live right by a lake that is really close to Killeen, which is where Fort Hood is, which was more than likely where he was stationed at.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And when I was looking at the report, and it's...
Oh, God, what's not his therapist?
What's that?
Crap, what was his name? The one that shot everybody on Fort Hood, the therapist. Because that guy was actually my brother's therapist.
Oh, really?
On Fort Hood.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. No, I don't know who his therapist was, but I know being at, this close to Killeen, I'm sitting there looking at stuff, and I was looking at the report, and I'm seeing, stuff that's redacted out of there, and it's talking about Texas and locations in Texas, but you can't see anything. And then when I started kind of digging in a little bit further, I started seeing Hewitt, Texas, Waco, Texas, Killeen, Texas, and I'm going, why are they redacting these locations? That makes absolutely no flipping sense why they're redacting cities.
National security, right?
Well, I think in there they redacted where the parents immigrated, I guess is the term from.
And that's the only thing that I could have even come close to thinking. And speaking of bringing up the parents again, and another reason why I kind of went off of that first theory that I had that maybe the dad was involved, was when the daughter did that interview, she had said, or somebody had said that Kamel was born in Saudi Arabia while her dad was working for the U.S. military. That mom and dad were both from Pakistan, but they left Saudi Arabia to come to the United States because they felt the religion, they didn't like what possibly could have happened to the girls living there based on the faith. And that was another reason why it kind of steered me away from possibly that dad being involved. Because if you're uprooting your entire family to leave and move away from it, from the potential things that could happen based on some of the way that the extremists think,
right,
then your sole thought is to keep your family safe and your daughter safe. And that's one of the reasons why. And that was that puzzle piece that we've talked about, that I couldn't jam hard enough into the puzzle to make it fit. So I tore the whole puzzle down and started over.
Well, yeah, because that lines up with what the dad told Dan Hennon, that if he had the money, if he had the time, if he had the resources, he would look into this case. It sounds like, he would be someone who would also say, yeah, let's reopen this case, let's find out what really happened, let's get more facts. Even if David is guilty, okay, why can't we reopen this case? We need a family member, we need somebody really close to this to actually open it up,
Yeah, to do what they can to force it.
Unless there is a piece of information that they have not released.
There's a lot that they have. I'm guessing here, but
there's a lot and that goes back to the whole thing that Dan Sr. supposedly has all this information that I'm assuming that the police never got, or the police got it, which helped them come to their assumption. And if this was what's that?
I said I just want the journals.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if there was something inside that journal that leads to this pact that the Gray State team and the family is all saying it was, or alluding to, then what was in there that was it the family saying, don't release that information, just go ahead and call it a murder, a double murder suicide, because we don't want it to get worse, that my son looked like a crazy lunatic. You know, that my son and my daughter-in-law.
Look that way anyway.
What's that?
But then they go and release a documentary thing that makes it look like that anyway.
Exactly. And so, I mean, you know, you can't win for losing when you try to go one way, and that's why I'm saying if there was something that they had in that journal that leads to that, release it. And I don't know if if the people that are putting in the Freedom of Information Act paperwork are not wording it the right way. Because, I mean, how long have you guys been trying to get the autopsy reports?
About 3 years now, I think.
and suddenly, well, this one gal that got him, I forgot her name, but this one gal that got him, you know, apparently she worded it correctly. Right.
Based on Rob's, based on a template that he sent to her. So it was all about how we word it, you know, how we phrase it. So now it's like, okay, they got a lot of the same stuff that we've always gotten, but they got more. Okay, so now how do we ask for more? Okay, how do we take that wording, tweak it to make sure that, okay, next time we get things that we haven't gotten in the past. So it.
You just have to be specific to be
right
in it. Like do a bullet point. I want the journals, whether the digital or the.
That's and see and I think you almost have to be very pointed in what you want, like flat out. You know, I want a Twinkie. Give me a Twinkie, not a ding dong. You know.
I want a photo from January 17th that shows a bullet hole in the living room ceiling.
Exactly. You have to tell them exactly. And but what frustrates me is we have this law in this country that opened this up. If you turn in a piece of paper and it says, you know, Freedom of Information Act, and you fill that paperwork out and you hand it over, why is it so difficult to get the information?
And it's not like they don't know what we're asking for.
Exactly. I mean, are we sitting here playing a cat and mouse game with you guys, you know, as far as, you know, or is it somebody that's literally sitting at a computer screen that gets this piece of paper in and says, well, I don't understand what they're asking for, so we're going to deny it? Is it literally you're not using the right key? It's like being on an automated phone call. You know, if you're having trouble with your phone service, say yes or push 1. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. You know, is that the kind of system we're dealing with? You know, with you know, Apple Valley PD, or is there been things said or put in place to say, hey, we're the family, we don't want certain things released, and can they lawfully do that? Can they lawfully do that? You know, is that something that a lawyer submits paperwork in the police department and says, hey, you know, you can release all of this other stuff, but these things right now are what's the word I'm looking for? Where you're not allowed to talk about things. That phrase.
Like a gag order.
Thank you. That was what I was looking for. You know, there's a gag order on this stuff. You can release everything in this pile here. But there's a gag order on the journals. There's a gag order on this. There's a gag order on the uncensored. There's a gag order on the uncensored crime scene photos. There's a gag order on the, you know, the autopsy photos. You know, we don't want that information out. You see what I'm saying? So is that what we're facing and dealing with when trying to get this information, or is it literally we're just not asking we're asking the right question, but we're not asking it the right way?
So it's like, well, I want this file. Okay, here's this file, but there's 8 other files in this box that you didn't write the number of.
Yeah. And then the other one that bothers me is Dan Jr. And I know there's been some speculation and stuff about Dan Jr. that, you know,
My silly question is, if you went to the doorstep to drop stuff off and you had not talked to your brother, why didn't you knock on the door? And if you did knock on the door and there was no answer, you know, did you try calling your brother? You know,
if I know you're supposed to be home and you don't answer the door in a respectable hour,
something's amiss, and I'm.
Yeah, but they weren't on good terms either. You know, they weren't talking here. So why was he there? Sorry, Taylor. Go ahead.
No, it's just like personally, like I might sound a little crazy saying it, but personally, I think that they were all killed, or they all committed suicide, whatever, before Christmas. Because if any of, I think you all probably remember the one picture in the documentary and in the Ugly Truth website is that their newspaper is still in the little thingies, and it's December 26th.
Well, there was the December 26th newspaper in the trash can. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think it's the one in the trash can. No, the December 26th one was it not in the mail?
No, that was the January one. The December 26th newspaper that was in the trash can or inside the house. I believe it was a trash can that was inside. And they had said that was a weekly publication. If I'm correct, Greg?
Okay, never mind then. Sorry, I thought the December 26th one was the one that was in the garbage. Oh, yeah, no. Never mind. It was, I have the date written down here. I didn't look at my notes. Yeah, January 2nd was in the mail, and then December 26th was in the garbage.
Yes, and then, if I'm not mistaken...
Well...
over a couple-day period.
Well, Taylor brings up a really good point here, because when was that newspaper delivered to the Crowley house? Right? So we have...
Didn't the woman's kid, the delivery boy, say that he delivered it? They said it was before Christmas?
To when the
I think with the newspaper company, it was the coordinator says he's given this many papers for this many routes. The mom says, well, he did those routes on this day to this day, and the boy was like, I did that route on Wednesday. So it's all kind of the same answer, but you've got to go to the next one to get the final answer.
Right.
Yeah, you've got to chase your tail in a circle before you.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, did the cops follow up on that? You know, did they?
Well,
kind of
didn't the neighbor across the street say that he saw David on Christmas Eve?
Yes.
Between 6 and 9, he said he saw David walk outside.
No, he saw David.
Or no,
Yeah, through the window.
He saw David through the window.
Eye contact, because that stood out to me. Was we made eye contact.
Right.
So,
when people like make really important details like that, that throws me off a little bit, because it's like, why do you feel the need to add that much detail into something? You could have said, yeah, you know, like I seen him on Wednesday the 24th.
Oh, you'd be amazed. You know? You'd be absolutely amazed with my wife.
At 4:53.
Well, with my wife, her dad being a retired police officer, he used to tell her all the time about like what he went through with training, and when he had his TO officers, and I mean they would literally turn around, you know, be driving past an intersection and go, "Where are you at?" And if he was wrong, they would make him get out of the patrol unit and run back to the station with his baton over his head, get back in the car and go, "Don't ever mess up like that again." So he learned how to be very detailed. Being a police officer, you have to be. But being a police officer's daughter, he made sure that she was extremely detailed And his reasoning for that was, if something ever happens to you, if someone ever tries to grab you and you get away, when you tell the police, you need to give them as much detail to catch the person that did this. So somebody can walk past her and bump her in Walmart, and 10 minutes later you ask her, who bumped into you. She'll turn around and tell you what color pants they were wearing, shirt, hair color, possibly eye color, and if they were carrying a Coach bag or something else.
Well, it's all a part of observational, and that goes kind of back to a tunnel vision type scenario of, some people see things, some people don't. Like I can drive down the road with a girlfriend of mine, and she sees the road in front of her, whereas I see the deer that's standing 10 foot in the woods.
See, and I drive down the road, and I'll get 15, 20 minutes down the road and try to look at myself and go, how did I end up here, and when did I pass that town?
Yeah.
Because I'm zoned out on listening to this guy, Greg, on YouTube talk about some case.
I wonder where Greg came from.
Right, and that's just, it all depends on how observant an individual is and how observant they are at any particular moment.
Correct.
I don't know. It just kind of seemed to me like the way that the neighbors are, and I don't want to sound like I'm not trying to sound rude here, if that's how I'm coming off with it, but the way, like, I was looking at the the call into 911, and she literally, like, they even say that whenever she calls after she looks in the window, she literally screams out saying, I'm calling 911, like, I'm on the phone with 911 right now, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then her husband calls pretty much at the exact same time and reports the same thing.
Right.
So, to me, personally, and I'm still not trying to sound rude here, but to me, that seems like he doesn't really have a very big attention to detail because of that one thing.
That could be a misconstrued or miscommunication of her yelling, "Oh my God, there's dead bodies, somebody call 911," as she's dialing 911.
Well,
yeah.
He saw these bodies first, right? And then he goes over and he tells his wife that looks like they're dead bodies. Yeah, And then she goes over, she checks, she calls 911 first, right?
And he went to the neighbor's house.
Right. And the very first thing Judy says, right, is that it looks like a murder-suicide. Right?
Yeah.
What alludes her to that thought?
I mean, so quick.
I didn't even notice that. Hold on, now I gotta come back. Now I gotta go back to that.
Well, see, and that goes back to that tunnel vision that these police officers that possibly.
Because that's what they were told, right? That's
what they were told.
Because that's what they were told, right?
So you go in, and again, there's a murder-suicide. Let's go look at this thing. And for face value, when you look at it, there's a gun laying next to a body. There's 3 bodies in here. Well, somebody doesn't shoot themselves twice in the head, so that tells me murder. A child doesn't shoot themselves in the head. That tells me murder. Somebody else did this. That defines murder. Somebody else did it. And then you got a body sitting here with a gun next to it. Well, murder, suicide. On face value, that's what it's going to look like, especially if you've been told murder-suicide. So they went in looking at this thing like, this is a slam-dunk case, man. We're going to walk in here, and we're going to walk out, and we're going to have this thing solved, and, it's going to be better for all the people in the community that we solved this case really quick. and got the answers fast.
So it's politics, basically.
Well, and let's be honest. If it ain't about money, it's about politics in this world. I mean,
yeah, the first 2 lines. She tells them her name, the address, and then she goes, okay. And then she says, I think there's been a murder or suicide next door.
Yeah. Why?
Did she say murder or suicide?
Yeah.
See, and even saying the or part, I mean, that's like saying, my car's registered to, Eric and Courtney. But
like,
it's still registered to both. There's the and then there's the or.
It's like, why even say that?
And always put or.
Don't even say it.
That's what I mean. Is like, okay, so if I walked up to my neighbor's house right now and looked inside their window and they were all laying there, I wouldn't automatically go to suicide, especially if they're such a happy family and they give off this big thing about, they show everybody that they're so much in love and all this. I wouldn't automatically go to suicide. I would just say, okay, it's a murder.
I wouldn't even see and
bodies in the floor.
You wouldn't even say that.
Why would you even say murder? I mean, I would literally. I mean, my head says, if that was something that I saw, my head is going to tell. I mean, my head tells me when I make that phone call, my response is going to be, I just went and looked at my neighbor's house. There are 3 dead bodies in it. Somebody needs to get here fast.
But then maybe that.
I saw dead bodies through the neighbor's window. Something to that effect. Why say suicide or murder?
Maybe she just thinks differently,
Yeah.
That's where her mind jumps to.
Because I can tell that, you're the type of person, everybody in this call is literally the type of people that will sit there and watch an entire documentary or something, or show about death, and then, a story behind it, and they're trying to put the pieces together and figure it out. You guys are all the same. I do the same thing. But somebody who doesn't do that would automatically go to, oh, well, they've been murdered. Or, they wouldn't click in and be like, okay, they're dead, so we got to call 911. Obviously, you have to call 911, but when you're in such a regular, I don't want to make us sound, I don't want to make you guys or myself sound crazy or anything, but when you're in a panic state like that and you haven't seen as much as we have so far, you don't automatically go to, oh my God, they're dead, call 911 right now, let's try to figure this out. You go to holy crap, these people have been murdered, call 911, we need to try to save them even though we already know they're dead, but it's automatic murder.
See, I'm the one that's going to be like, yeah, there's some bodies in there. No, we don't need an ambulance. Just send them to the
I'll stand out on the curb and wait till you get here.
Yeah.
Now, I'll be the first to say, this is kind of one of those, I don't know what term y'all use, but this is kind of a rubbernecker situation.
That's definitely a term.
Wait, you have to explain that one.
Yeah, wait a second. Greg, don't you live in California?
Yeah.
And you've never heard the term rubbernecking?
I have, but
rubbernecking. Okay, so let's give a quick little definition. Rubbernecking is pretty much what every person does when they drive down the road and there's been a car accident. Okay. And they take their head and they will sit there and look and stop paying attention to traffic.
Okay.
And their head will end up going backwards on their shoulders to keep looking at what's going on with the accident. That's rubbernecking.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I mean, we're past the watching the train wreck. We're into rubbernecking.
Yeah. We've seen the train wreck. Now we're trying to extend our neck up to see what else is going on. Well, it would definitely it's definitely going to be interesting. I don't know if you're doing this on your if you're recording all this for your channel.
Yes.
It's definitely going to be interesting once this gets published.
where the direction is going to go, because like I said in the message on the Facebook page, some people are going to either agree with my theories, or they're really going to hate me because of it. And I think since I've been on the page, because I've only been on the page for, I want to say that I've only been on the page for like 5 days.
Yeah.
I just recently got on there.
There's people that just will hear other people's theories, and they don't have to say whether they agree with it or not. But we're all sharing theories here, stories.
Yeah.
Has anybody looked at the dispatcher call thing? Because on here, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just noticed this, and it says, like, the Apple Valley Police Department at the top of it, the case file, whatever, and then they don't even have, like, a dispatching system in their county. It says unknown male dispatcher. I just noticed. Sorry, that's totally irrelevant.
That's kind of normal, just from my experience with dealing with law enforcement. We actually have that here in Texas. So where I live is a smaller town. We have a little bit bigger of a city next to us. Technically, it's where I live is a city, even though it's small. And when something happens in the city after a certain hour, it's actually the sheriff's department that does the dispatching, because the city dispatchers are off work. So they don't look at night.
Our dispatch is in the same building, and it gets routed either to the sheriff's department or the police department.
Exactly, and you have some other areas that are literally, I can tell you right now, like for Austin, Texas, some of the smaller communities around Austin, Texas, when you call 911, you're actually talking to a dispatcher in Austin, and they will dispatch that out to whatever city you might be or town that you might be in, because they don't handle their own 911 calls.
But Greg, it is in the page. It's in the files, and it's the 911 transcript redact or whatever. And once you open it, it'll it literally is right at the top when you first open it.
Okay.
Now, I remember you saying that there was like a 700-page document that came out with the autopsy.
It's 700 pages of phone documents, so it's all.
Oh, that's all. Yeah, all it is phones. What's that?
I've been through all of them.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff.
A lot of it is gibberish.
All right.
And it's broken down into sections. There's the phone call section, there's the text section, and then
Can you actually read the text messages?
No.
Oh, okay.
I wish.
I was like, wow, that would be interesting.
Yeah, it only comes.
I don't know how to use the GPS location in the phone call to pinpoint which quadrant of the nearest tower that the person was in.
Well, I don't have any plans to visit Minnesota anytime soon.
And that falls back on that whole I must know, because in the phone log in the beginning of it, it gives a breakdown of all the codes and everything, and then it says, well, this is the longitude and latitude, which quadrant. So just for gets and jiggles, I found a website where I could enter that information into, and it'll put a little dot on the map, so the phone was in this area when the phone call was made.
Oh, wow. So what you're saying is you're taking a vacation to Minnesota?
No, I have zero want to go north of Lake Tennessee.
There was actually something that Greg, you had said in the, I think you were talking about the mockumentary in one of your videos, and you said, you know, I think it was actually the one that you did with Dan on January 5th. Excuse me. And you guys were talking about that thing. And you said, you know, a true documentary would be somebody that actually, you know, kind of took what these guys did and document their junk that they found and elaborate further on it. And I had mentioned to my wife what you had said. And at one point in time, I used to own a small, very small, not very, I was successful with it enough, but not successful enough to carry it further on. I had a very small production company of my own.
Nice.
Video, you know, commercials for, you know, products, small products, music videos for people, little documentaries, things like that. And the back of my head said, get the cameras back out. And I looked over at my wife and I went, she ain't going to put up with that, so I'm not going to do that.
That brings up another question. I don't remember where it was. It may have been in the group or on a website or something. But is there not a secondary, something that, not the movie itself, but a secondary documentary that's out or supposed to be out or something?
A documentary by David?
I don't know if it's parts of David's stuff or what, but I'll have to go find that again.
Okay.
Well, he had Gray State, which was the teaser trailer or whatever you want to call it, the funding trailer that he did. And then he did Gray State: The Rise, which was a documentary kind of on what the Gray State was, to, I guess, more or less to explain what the definition of, is probably the best way to explain it, what the definition of what a Gray State is, not the movie, but the actual term, a Gray State. I'm sorry?
Has that been released? I mean, is it available to watch?
Well, The Rise was supposed to be something that, from my understanding, David wanted to release it. He was planning on releasing it, and then there was some conversation about him wanting to release it for free. And I heard, and this is just the rumor mill, I don't know 100% if it's factual or not, but I heard that the team got upset about that because it's literally taking, you know, money out of their pocket if you would have done it for free, because of the people that were involved. Now, after the deaths, the documentary was released. The Rise was released in the unedited form, and you can actually see it on YouTube. I think there's like a 50-minute version of it, and there's like a 2.5-hour version of it.
Yeah, the version, it's called Full Movie Gray State: The Rise by assassinated filmmaker David Crowley, rough draft Gray State, 2 hours and 39 minutes and 5 seconds. And it's the top of the list if you look up Gray State: The Rise.
Yeah, so that one is supposed to be the rough cut where you don't have, and I started to watch it, and I watched it in pieces, but like where you do the editing in between, where you might close a scene out, screen goes black, and then it opens up to another scene. If you start to watch it, it says like blank title or blank something on there because it was never filled out. So, you know, if you were going from transitioning of interviewing, I'm going to throw names out even though they're not even involved in it, but if you went from interviewing Ted Nugent and then you faded out and then in between you put, Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice or interview up, it might say Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then it opens up to an interview that was done with him. So those portions aren't filled out. It's literally cut scenes instead of fades. There's a couple little things that are in there that you could definitely tell it was a rough cut.
Okay.
And not completed.
Right.
I still think one of those.
There's the version that was made after David died.
And I think that's the 50-minute one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. You seen them both?
Here's another question. Who got that? How did they get that?
Who do you think got it? That was the team. That was all the team. That was Danny Mason and all that.
Oh
if
God,
I'm not mistaken, that's all those guys that got that. Yeah, Hendrix and all them guys got a hold of that, and they're the ones who released that.
When they were done with the investigation, did they turn over all of that hard drive data to them?
No, they turned it over in theory, I guess, from what I've heard, right? Based on sources that are not credible. It was all returned to the dad. And then he let the Gray State team have this footage, and they made this film.
It was such a mistake.
Free.
That was such a mistake to give that to him, in my opinion. I mean, I know there's been some controversy of do we continue doing Gray State? There's been talk about it.
Why would you do it? Like, why would you go forward with it if this guy killed his wife and killed his daughter? Like, why would you want a movie out there like that? You know what I mean?
So if you look at it from, there's a couple sides to it.
Yeah,
if you look at it,
it's all money.
Well, there's definitely the money aspect there, and I think that there might be some sour grapes in the group because they didn't get the money that they thought they were going to get. And, this whole thing happens with David and the family. So if you look at it from one side, there's the money aspect, there's the greedy aspect of it. We were involved with this project. We had a part in this. We have the right to release this. It's unfortunate, but here's how we're going to make it better. At the end of this thing, we're going to put down in memory of David, Camille, and
well, the two ways that I look at it is, yes, it's our right to be able to release it. We're invested. Then there's the flip side of that coin of we're completing our best friend's dream.
True, and where Greg comes in and says, but why would you? Because I've heard Greg say this before, but why would you? If your friend did do this, he murdered his daughter and he murdered his wife, and that's what these guys, the Gray State team, is saying. They've hung on that. Yes, he killed his wife, he killed his daughter. So why would you release this? You're literally releasing the work of someone that you've pretty much said is a lunatic and killed his family. Why would you honor his memory and his work by releasing this? I mean, you're literally kind of glorifying a killer, in essence. So that's the other side of that coin. But then you have to look, and I hate to say this, but there's a third side to this whole thing, which, if you look at it from the frame of mind, because I think people like Sean Wright and Danny Mason and Hendrix are all the Alex Jones zombies that hang on every stinking word that man says. And I'm sorry, I hate to say it if anybody's a fan of his, but I think Alex Jones is an absolute fearmonger. I think he makes things
from, he anthill mountains and molehills, makes mountains out of molehills, and the stuff that he says. And I think that their mindset is so far leaning right-wing, crazy Alex Jones zombies that say the people need to see this because this is really happening.
It's cashing in on.
I don't think any of them liked Alex Jones, really, to be honest.
You don't think any of them do?
No, I don't.
So who was it that brought Alex Jones into the gray state, though?
I mean, David Crowley was on Alex Jones, right? He was on there a couple times, but there's these guys not. I mean, I don't see how they're. The only time that I found that they were tied to Alex Jones was after all these hit pieces came out trying to say that David was a alt-right. Like, wait a minute, that alt-right term wasn't even created until after David was dead. Like, how does David get mixed up into this alt-right thing? And there were three key phrases. It was alt-right, it was Donald Trump, and it was Alex Jones. And they were trying to create this thing and tie it into David Crowley, which also made me think like this is bigger than just David Crowley. They're trying to do something that back in 2013, 2012, I thought that they could not do. And I really think this whole thing where we've talked about years, this is going back for many years. They're trying to paint our soldiers in a certain way, and they're trying to turn them against the people and against the government, including the good people in government. And I think this is a bigger thing about the bad people in government. But that's a whole other...
Well, the whole thing about the friends releasing it and whatnot is to... And now, I believe David believed that we're on a fast track to gray state. He wouldn't be as passionate about it as he was and not have at least a decent amount of, I guess, faith in it happening. But it's also catching in on the conspiracy theorists, the alt-right, the anti-government wave that the country is in right now.
Well, yeah, and you have to strike when it comes down to that kind of stuff. When you're trying to sell a product to somebody, you definitely hit while the iron is hot. So if the iron's hot right now, and people, I mean, you have to look at it. We didn't have Donald Trump in office until last year, so Obama was in office at the time when all this stuff was going on. And you did have a rise in militia groups. A lot of people like to kind of put that on, we had a black president, and that's why we had a rise. No, it was because a lot of his policies were attacking the Second Amendment and free speech and that kind of thing.
Well, not only that, there was the things like what happened, was it Nevada?
The Bundy Ranch thing, and then you had the occupation up in Oregon. So you had a lot of these things that were happening in the United States that literally fed right into this gray state theory and this gray state thought that some people believe that we are headed into.
And I mean, you can't. I guess I'm from. I'm not a conspiracy theorist and all that kind of stuff like a lot of the hardcore people are. The government chemtrails and weather control, a lot of those folks are way out in left field. But I can't say that me and my friends haven't had if the shit hits the fan scenarios.
Everybody does.
I mean, I don't have a bug-out bag.
Or at least everybody in at least everybody in my circle does. You know.
I mean, David was a little bit further in. I mean, he had bug-out bags. He had prepper storage, not to the extent that a lot of the preppers have, but he was.
What good, solid American doesn't?
I don't have a bug-out bag, but I'm not telling you.
He had a basement full of food, full of stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, and I'll admit that, you know, yeah, do I believe there's some conspiracies? I sure do. You know, I'm not like this hardcore conspiracy theorist on every single thing that's out there, but, you know, I really do think that there are conspiracy theories out there.
And I mean, that comes from cases like David's case where you cannot
ignore certain things.
Accept it at face value.
Yeah, correct. And, I mean,
I
look at it.
We're going to trust the cops because they're the cops and they can't screw up.
Oh, cops screw up.
Oh,
yeah, I'm
I
friends
know.
with it. I'm friends with a ton of cops, and you know, I constantly have cops over at my house because I make holsters for them. You know, so they come over here. I make a holster. We sit here and BS, and they go upon their way, and then they call me like 2 weeks later. Hey, I got a new gun. I need a holster. You know, that kind of thing. But
I mean, there's that certain mindset that is like authoritarian worship.
Yes, and there are people that do believe that, you know, if something to the nature of what David visioned in his movie, think that's exactly how it's going to go. And then there's also the other ones that point at some of the things that he had out there in that movie, in that trailer, you know, the Illuminati apron that was on the guy that was manning the guillotine. I think one of the things that you touched on, Greg, was the Bohemian Grove statue.
Yeah, that was weird. Weird.
So
why?
Here's my thought on the Bohemian Grove statue. And even some of the books that were shown in some of the pictures that were brought up, they were, you know, was there a Satanist kind of thing going on with David and Comel? I chalked that up to research, being someone that operated behind a camera and did filming. I chalked that up, and that's just my head, saying that was research. Or the Bohemian Grove was a prop. And the only reason I really go to the prop issue with the Bohemian Grove thing is when David is in that mockumentary and he's talking about his timeline of his movie. And he sits there and he starts talking about, and this is where that mockumentary really went like south in painting him as this lunatic. It's right where it goes into, and it says the occult something, and he starts talking about, well, here's where we start talking about the occult influence in the movie, and he rounds back over to the front of the timeline that he has on the wall for his movie, and he says, and my hope is I placed the little detail up here well enough that you noticed it but didn't really notice it, but makes you go, oh, that's why that was there.
Yeah.
And being that, you know, you got an apron on a guy running a guillotine with a Illuminati apron on, a Freemasons apron, and there are supposed ties to Bohemian Grove based on that. Was that his little prop that he might have had sitting on a desk somewhere in filming, or planned on having in filming, that he placed early on? He's going to planned on placing early on in his movie that was going to key up later on when they start showing the occult influence. And that's the only reason why when I saw that Bohemian Grove, because I went through the pictures again real quick and I was like, where is Greg seeing this Bohemian Grove statue?
Yeah.
And it was so quick that it actually, you'd miss it if you didn't know what it was.
Well, and then you got to go, was it a prop? Is it something cool he saw in a flea market? I mean, my knick-knack shelf is insane. I mean, I have my daughter's belt buckles next to a Popples statue, a piggy bank, and a stuffed platypus. and it's just the stuff that I like, that I want to see.
Yeah. Now, now, Greg, did you ever look up, like, what Bohemian Grove is?
Yes.
So it's this big 50-foot statue of this owl in the middle of the forest.
Yes. And there was a Buddha statue, a 60-foot Buddha statue that was there before this owl. So it's all about the cremation of care, right? Where they're sacrificing care and just some really...
Well, if you read up on the internet and if you look at the actual, like, and I hate to say actual, but if you look at what's out to the public that they say is about themselves, it's totally on the surface of, like, hey, it's like an art thing, and this and that. It's like a kumbaya. It's like the Burning Man thing. Everybody comes out here and has a good time, and
right.
But then when you look at the underlying surface of what people really say Bohemian Grove is really about, you start getting to that occult influence. And my thought is, could it have been a prop? Because it gets these kind of things get used a lot. As far as
did
what's that?
Somebody give it to him? Was this like a gag gift that somebody gave to him? Like,
was it a gag gift, or was it something that he planned on trying to use in a shot, like a low? And I'm going to talk, director, cameraman type of thing, because he actually used. There was something I was watching that off of the Gray State YouTube channel where he was filming Danny Mason when they were doing the shot where the light was coming through the window and Danny stands up and he pulls the gun out, and David actually says, okay, now we're going to film the hero shot. The hero shot is in reference to the close-up low-angle shot. That's what they call the hero shot. It's the one that makes you look taller than you really are. It makes you look bigger than you really are, and it's like it's the great shot that's going to make the movie. It's going to make you look like you're the badass.
Nice.
If you get those low angle, put a camera down on the ground, and take Bohemian Grove statue, which is very small in comparison to the real thing, and you stick it in a wooded area around you. That little tiny 1.5 foot, 16-inch, however tall that little statue is.
It's optical illusion.
Nice.
It's an optical illusion. That thing is going to look like that 50-foot statue.
Well, if you think about like what
filming.
you see on Facebook with these people that they killed a wolf that looks like it was 6 foot tall.
Right. Exactly. They stand like 5 feet behind it. Yeah, they stand 5 feet behind it, and they put their arms out like they're holding it, and oh my gosh, look at the size of that boar you killed. It had to weigh like 1,000 pounds. No, it was probably like a 200-pound hog.
I love the rattlesnakes.
All I have to say is that owl statue is absolutely terrifying.
You what?
The what?
That's the Bohemian statue or whatever.
Yeah.
That thing is terrifying.
Right? I know, right?
Like I just looked that up, and like I scared myself a little because that was absolutely terrifying.
Yeah,
it's all
why it looked
so odd.
And especially when they have the fire in front of it, it's like it makes it even more scary because it's like, is it looking at me? Is it like plotting my death?
No,
is it one of those pictures that you walk by and the eyes are always following you, even though the eyes aren't moving?
Why are you putting this in my mind? Now I'm not going to sleep.
Yeah,
but that thing is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, so they sacrifice care, and they burn this body, and that's care. And then for the next 2 weeks, it's just this huge party. It's like on House of Cards, right?
I never seen that show.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I did hear that they had one show that was, that kind of covered this, and it's all these, powerful people going to watch this weird human sacrifice thing, and they don't even want to be there, but they are there, So I don't know.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, so like when the Bohemian Grove thing came up in that one video, I was like, okay, let me search for this photo, and I looked at it, and like I said, I looked at it and I was like, based on what he was filming and the direction that he was going with the film from the surface and what he talked about and everything else, I kind of chalked that up as being a prop. Even with some of the books that I saw, I kind of chalked that up as like, okay, let's look into what these guys believe. You research something, you see a keyword. It's just like any of us that don't understand medical terminology. You're going to look at it when you look at these autopsy reports, and you're going to click open new tab, and you're going to type that word in so you understand what are they talking about.
Yeah.
And then that leads down some other rabbit trail, which is how I
a rabbit hole.
Yeah, it takes you down a whole other path, and you start going, okay, well now I understand that. Let's keep reading this. Oh no, let's look this up, and now you're going down somewhere else. And like I said, that's the only thing that I could possibly account for when I saw those things is like, okay, this is just research stuff he's doing for this film. But that's my thought.
My thing actually it was the first time I had noticed it. I kind of noticed it in the beginning when I first watched the mockumentary or whatever, and I had seen it, but whenever I watched Greg's video, I don't remember which one it was, but it was the satanic, that book.
That was sitting on the shelf, yeah.
Close to the garage.
It was like the second book in?
Yeah, it was like the satanic, I don't even remember what it was called, but anyway, that, whenever you kind of stopped and you took a look at that, I was like, okay, I thought I see that before, but I wasn't sure. And then as soon as I started watching more, you were kind of touching base on what you thought it was and whatever, and I was like, it actually kind of makes sense for me, but at the same time, I continuously think that I just don't understand why, like, a Catholic like him would have something like that in his house. If you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, no offense to Catholics, I'm not a person of whatever, but, I just feel like, if I had a specific religion and, I prayed to God or whatever, and Satan was a demon and all this stuff, I don't know how to explain it, and I had, like, a satanic worshipping book in my house, but I put off that I was Catholic. Like, what kind of, I don't know, it kind of threw me off a little.
Well, but the big question comes in is was he a practicing Catholic? I mean, there's a lot of people.
Right.
He was a Christian. I always thought it was said he was Christian.
Yeah.
So, but and here's the interesting part about faith and what people claim. I forgot the percentage, but it's actually a very high percentage of Americans in the United States when asked. And Greg, if you really want me to, I'll try to find it. But when majority of the American populace is asked what religion they are, most predominantly you will hear Christian.
Mm-hmm.
But what Christian faith? You've got Christians, you got Seventh-day Adventists, you got Mormon, you've got there's so many different. You got Baptists, you got Wesleyans, you got. Hey, I go to a Baptist church. Amen. But it's one of those things that you have to look at it. Okay, well, most people say the people who have a faith based that believe in a God say, yeah, I'm Christian. They automatically just associate, hey, I believe in God, I'm Christian.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that they're practicing, and I hate the blanket statement that I really do. Are you a practicing Christian? Are you trying to live by what the book says how you should be trying to live? Or is your knowledge of God, hey, he's God, he sent his son down here, his name was Jesus, and he did a lot of really cool, good things and performed some miracles, and I know he died on the cross. And on 3 days later, he came up again, and some people that's like, yeah, that's my knowledge of faith, and yeah, I'm a Christian, I believe that. I joke and I say, oh, hey, look, there's a couple of creasters when they come into church because you only see them on Christmas and Easter. So, how devout was he in his faith, or was he one of those guys that was like, yeah, there's a God?
Yeah.
Falls into that question.
When I was younger,
he was more like atheist or agnostic.
That's what some of his friends were saying, that they thought they actually believed that he was atheist. Some of the people said some of his friends or the team members said that they believed that he was atheist.
Yeah, see, because I'm an atheist, all full and full, because when I was younger, I was forced to go to a Catholic school, and they were the type of Catholic people that would push their religion down your throat. You didn't want to pray for that religion or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I just decided that I wouldn't be any kind of anything, and I just live my life whatever. And personally, as an atheist, I don't have a cross in my house. I don't have a Bible in my house. I don't have this or anything that a Christian or any kind of religious person would have, even satanic books or anything. I don't have those because I don't believe in that kind of religious system. Personally, if he was an atheist, I personally don't think that he would have the satanic book in his house. And going off of that point specifically, my question is, if he had that book in his house and his wife was starting to have feelings like that, was he practicing
Satanism?
Yeah.
Well, you can't necessarily you can't judge the book by its cover. A good friend of mine, she was raised Jewish. She's now a Christian, but not a practicing Christian. She doesn't go to church. She kind of leans more agnostic, but she has witchcraft books, paganism books, Satanism books. She's got a copy of the Quran. She's got 3 different versions of the Bible all in her house that she's read all of them.
Who's this?
It's a girlfriend of mine.
Oh.
And it's those are fun conversations to have with her, by the way.
Well, here's a really good example. Well, maybe I just see it as a really good example. I'm a Christian. I've pretty much stated that several times in this 4-hour conversation. But have I actually read parts of the Quran? Yes, I have. To get a better understanding of that faith. And I actually had, I worked with twin brothers that were actually Egyptian, and they were both Muslim. And at the time before talking to them, yeah, did I have a little animosity towards Muslims before I spoke to these guys? Yeah, I did. Did I treat them any differently than I would treat anybody else? No, I didn't. But, you know, I looked at it and go, hey, you know, there's Muslims killing American soldiers for their faith. And one day we were sitting there having lunch, and I turned around and said, all right, it's time to have this conversation. And he looks at me and he goes, what are you talking about? And I said, I have questions and you need to answer them for me. And we were friendly enough that I could approach it that way. And I just flat out asked him, I said, why does your religion tell you to kill me? And he gave me this look on his face that was like, I can't believe you just said that. I thought we were friends, you know?
Yeah.
And we got into a very in-depth conversation about the Muslim faith, and he actually broke it down to me that that the Shiites and the Sunnis, and he really broke it heavily down for me in this conversation that started out as I thought it was going to be a 10-minute conversation that turned into hours. And you know, he explained it to me, and he told me, he says, there's extremists in our faith. And he goes, and I don't like those people. He goes, I don't agree with them. He said, he goes, just like Christians, there's some that are extremely, and he brought up Mormons and polygamy to me. And he goes, they call themselves Christians. And I said, well, yeah, they consider themselves Christians. And he goes, but you're a Christian. Do you agree with you know, multiple wives and what their book says? And I said, no, I don't agree with theirs. And he goes, see, that's the same thing that I deal with. So he really opened my eyes up to it and actually made me want to try to read a little bit more about the faith to understand it. That doesn't mean I'm going to switch my faith. That go from being a Christian to a Muslim. I just wanted a better understanding of it. I mean, that's the only reason why I can even kind of, you know, interject into, other than being a prop, because there were things that were being said that they were searching for their spirituality, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Greg? What, Greg?
Greg?
Did we lose him? I think we lost
He's still
him.
in here.
He's typing.
Oh.
He said he lost his connection.
Oh, gotcha. But if I'm not mistaken, I thought, I'm not on the computer, so I can't see what he's typing.
I just said he's coming back online. Sorry, coming back with Mike.
Oh, gotcha. If I'm not mistaken, there was some commentary about Kamel and David trying to, you know, they were searching spirituality and stuff like that, and which would kind of lead me to believe that maybe they were looking at a bunch of different faiths, you know. And again, going back to the whole pact issue, was maybe this just freaked Kamel out so much, and since they were in their search, if they were in a search of faith, she went to what she knew. You know, it's just like,
and I mean, if she was raised, this is my bad. I don't even know how old she was when they got married. But if she was Muslim for 20 years of her life versus 6 years, whatever.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't she 26 at the time of her death?
I honestly don't know.
She was 28.
28, and when they were in L.A. earlier in 2014, I think they were celebrating, was it their 4th or 5th year of being married? Or no? Yeah, their marriage was about the same time that their daughter's age.
Yeah, because she got pregnant right after they got married. Because she was, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I want to say she was pregnant when he.
She was pregnant when he was deployed the second time.
That's what I thought.
And they got married just before his deployment.
Yeah, and then she had the baby I think, a month before he came back. I think.
Okay,
I'm not sure. Don't hold me on that one.
So the daughter was 5. So they were married 6. We'll probably call it 6 years that they were married. So she was 28. They got married when she was late 21, 22. So, you know, like you're saying, you know, 20 years of being raised as a Muslim, you know, that's what you know. You know, that's what you go to.
You have to go back into the practicing part. Were they practicing Muslims? Were they pseudo-Muslims?
Mm-hmm.
Like we have the pseudo-Christians. We're gonna pick these, but we're gonna not do these.
Well, yeah. It really does fall into that question.
I feel like what they might have done is they might have said that she turned into like a Christian type thing, and I feel like they were still practicing.
For her to marry him in the Muslim religion, she could not marry him.
Unless he was a Muslim.
Yes.
And he was not going to be a Muslim, which is, at the time when they got married, he actually had a very high disdain for Muslims, or I should say the faith. Not the people, he had a high disdain for the faith. Because if he didn't like the people, he wouldn't have married her.
Because I don't know, my whole thing was I was thinking about, like, maybe they were saying that she was turning into a Christian, but maybe they were, like, secretly, conspiracy theory here, maybe they were practicing, like, Muslim stuff behind the scenes without anybody else knowing.
That'd be tough. That'd be tough. I mean,
it's the same as Jewish things and a lot of Catholic things. I mean, if you don't marry a Jew, you're ostracized. If you don't marry a Muslim, you're ostracized.
Well, exactly, and maybe he put up a front saying, well, you know, I don't like their religion or whatever, but maybe he was just trying to cover up for him practicing, maybe?
If I'm not mistaken, it was publicly said that she did become a Christian to marry him, and it was said that her father was not happy about it, about her marrying him initially, because he wasn't Muslim. But then that went away.
Yeah, but how does that go away?
Well, you have to remember he took his daughters and his family out of Saudi Arabia so they wouldn't be persecuted by the faith, by the rules of the faith there. Because the rules of the faith there are different than the rules of the faith here. Because there, you know, the things not to sound horrible, I mean, and I know I'm on the phone with two ladies, but the vaginal mutilation that they do to girls, that's part of that Sharia law thing. The idea of in Sharia law that a male can have sexual relationships with any female that doesn't wear a burqa. You know, so that's how they practice that faith over there. Over here, you don't see that kind of stuff happening. Well, yeah. You might hear of it happening, but you don't. It's not nearly like.
Well, I mean, here our domestic violence laws help protect you.
If they're reported. If it's reported.
Yeah. But, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is against the law, whether it's reported or not. It's against the law for you to beat the hell out of your wife.
Yeah. Over there, no big deal. You're actually allowed to.
Wash dishes?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the crazy thing about that faith and over there and how they do things. I mean, they say that if a woman is raped over there, she has to have 4 male witnesses to the rape because her word is not enough. But she has to have 4 male witnesses, and for a man that actually gets convicted of, if she actually has 4 male witnesses to a rape, for a man that gets convicted of that rape, his penalty, if he does not want to suffer the worst of consequences, which is, if I'm not mistaken, it's death, or he marries the girl he raped.
What?
So you're telling me it's completely okay by that law that you rape a girl, and if you get found out about it and you actually get in trouble for it, you can kind of skirt that law. You just have to marry that girl. So now that girl is stuck marrying the guy that raped her.
I mean, I'm not a feminist by any means, but the way they treat females over there,
it's horrible.
Is despicable. You're chattel. You're traded like chattel. You're property. That.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's where David really saw the problem with it, and that's why he had such an issue. So that's where I have the hard time, at least in the early part of their marriage, that he may have gone to, like, converted to being a Muslim, and even if he kept it quiet, I have a hard time, me personally have a hard time, tracking that road. But when it comes down to the... Oh, no, and definitely, and it's a good thought, trust me. I'm not totally, like, throwing it out, away, but... on the same point where you're saying maybe he did it then, well, maybe he did it later. When this whole visions and things that she was, seeing, maybe it did happen, but maybe it happened later because she's seen the stuff she changed.
The question is, like, in whatever faith you have or don't have, what do you decide that is? If you're, like, hardcore Christian, is she possessed? Is she cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
Yeah. I don't...
are they drug-induced?
And that's the one thing that keeps getting me the most is the drugs. The thing being brought up about the shrooms. And the other thing about the alcohol intake, because, none of us know David, none of us know how much he drank, how much Kamel drank, or any of that kind of thing. And I really haven't heard any evidence that he was like this hardcore drinker, other than the one time that he posted that he was drinking that absinthe while he was editing. And the absinthe that's sold now does not have the hypnotic or the hallucinogenic, from my understanding, does not have the hallucinogenic factors that it used to years and years and years and years ago. Mm-hmm. Not to say that you can't get it back by crushing some mushrooms up inside there and drinking it together, or chewing on it and drinking that stuff, however he was taking the mushrooms. Now, as far as the pot usage, I don't think pot would drive you to go batshit crazy and do this, but pot laced with something could possibly do that, because you can buy pot that's laced with LSD. You can buy pot that's laced with speed or something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they would have found that in the autopsies.
Yes, and I mean. And you're right. They would have. They would have. Well, yeah, they would have found that in the autopsy. But here's my question: is was all these hallucinations and all these things that Kamel was seeing, you know, how far back were these hallucinations? How far back was it that she started seeing these things? When were these things starting to come up and around? And was she high on something, or was she, you know, hallucinating on something at the time when these things happened? And it just kept alluding and going to it, you know, and further down that rabbit hole and making it worse and worse and worse. Now, yeah, there wasn't nothing in their system, but mushrooms, and if I'm not mistaken, somebody looked it up on the page and said mushrooms are out of your system in 5 days.
Well, that, and, like, that doesn't mean that they didn't try something. I've heard tales that, like, doing LSD or acid or whatever one time can fry your synapses for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Well, and LSD also comes in drops. And that, and you can actually drop LSD in your eyeball. That's one way you can take it. It's like an eyedropper.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So there's different ways of delivering that stuff. So I mean, yeah, sure, they did a toxicology report on, you know, liver, kidney, and, you know, all those different things, and they're not finding something. Well, and I'm not a toxicologist. Since Greg is recording this, I'm going to say it. I'm not a toxicologist. I don't know, you know, all the ins and outs of where this stuff would be found, and it'd be interesting to see if this is something that somebody would look up into, is, you know, if they did drop acid, which is...
Well, and the bad thing is, so far as David's concerned, unless they kept tissue samples, we're SOL.
Unless they kept what?
Do what?
Unless they kept what?
Like tissue samples.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're not going to get anything. One of the things that kind of really, you know, me and my wife were talking about it, and I was like, because she was really kind of hung up on the, you know, David really seemed a little narcissistic, you know, and not psychopathic, but schizophrenic. That was the word my wife used, was schizophrenic. She goes, he kind of seemed a little schizophrenic. And as much as he recorded everything, and you can't say that he didn't, he recorded a ton of things, you know, I'm surprised there's not a video out there of what happened.
Well, and going back to David and his psychology, I guess it would be, is I have my brother is a veteran, several of my dear friends are veterans. They're a different creature when they come home.
Oh yeah.
There is that paranoia. There is, and I don't want to go so far as PTSD, because whether they're diagnosed with it or not, every one of them that's been over there has some form, unless they just sat in an office somewhere.
I can tell you right now, my friend is not diagnosed. He's actually still in the Army. He's not diagnosed with PTSD, but he has PTSD. And I know it. He just got back. I think I mentioned it earlier in the conversation. He just got back from being overseas right before Thanksgiving, I want to say. The Thanksgiving, yeah, right before Thanksgiving he got back. And you know, he has PTSD. I know it. You know, there was something that happened. There's
the little nuances of them. And my brother drinks and smokes pot to deal with his.
Mm-hmm.
Another friend of mine, he was an Army Ranger, and the way he blows off steam is he goes and blows stuff up. The dude's got an arsenal.
I have, man, I didn't even think about this. I have a neighbor that lives directly next door to me.
We'll set him off. Like, you've got to warn him before you set off a firecracker.
Oh, yeah. I had a buddy of mine that he was National Guard, and he served a tour in Iraq. He wasn't, so he was technically in combat, but he was actually stationed at Abu Ghraib before they shut the prison down. And he came back, and believe it or not, he totally forgot how to drive and how to operate an ATM machine. So I would have to go pick him up everywhere he and I went to, and we would, oh, hey, I need to get some money out, and he would hand me his ATM card and give me his number and say, can you pull $40 out for me? And it was those little tiny little things that he just forgot how to do. I had another friend that served 6 tours, and he was in the Marine Corps, and when he got back, any kind of loud noise, he hit the ground. I mean, essentially, you know, he would hit the ground because he was freaked out over the loud noise because he thought he was being shot at. Mm-hmm. You know, I have a neighbor that lives directly next door to me. It just totally made me think about this. But the guy that lives next door to me, I never see him. And I'm not joking. The only time I've ever seen him, my wife and I were coming home from somewhere, and it was like 12:30 at night. And I see somebody in the front yard wearing a reflective safety vest. And it looked like they were doing something right up against the edge of the road. My lights hit him, and I turned around and I told my wife, I said, "Get your phone out." And she goes, "Why?" And I said, "I'm passing the house." I drove past my house. I never saw this guy before. Apparently they moved in. I make a U-turn. I don't stop at my house. I make a U-turn down the street, and I come back up, and I literally put my headlights directly on him, and I had my gun sitting in my lap. And I leaned my head out the window, and I said, "Can I help you?" Because it's just this guy standing out in the front yard right next to the edge of the road, like occasionally bending down at 12:30 at night. Mm-hmm. And the guy looks at me and he goes, "No." And I said, "Yeah, can I help you? It's 12:30 at night. What are you doing in this front yard?" And he goes, "I live here." And I'm like, "Oh, when'd you move in?" And he told me about when he moved in, and my wife like nodded her head like, "Yeah, that's about time when they moved in." And I said, "Hey, I'm really, sorry, I didn't mean to bother you." And I kind of stuffed my gun underneath my leg real quick, and I put my hand out and I said, "Hey, I'm Eric. Nice to meet you. This and that." And he introduced himself, and he goes, "I just don't sleep." He goes, "I don't sleep at night. I sleep during the day." Well, about 2 weeks later, I actually met his wife, and she told me that that he suffers from severe PTSD, and she goes, "You'll never see him." She told me flat out, "You'll never see him. He doesn't leave the house, and if he does, he gets in the car in the garage with the door closed, starts the car up, opens the garage, pulls out, leaves, and you won't. The garage is closed before he gets out of the car." It's a severe case of PTSD. So can people suffer from it? Yeah. Can they have small little things that key them up? And is it just a little tick? Is it little things like, "Hey, I can't drive," or "Hey, I can't operate an ATM machine"? It just depends on the severity of what they deal with or how they emotionally in their head deal with it. So did David have PTSD? Was he ever diagnosed with PTSD? I don't know. I don't think he was.
And that rolls back onto his narcissism. No, there's nothing wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with me. And like I said, my wife, when she watched in that mockumentary and heard the recording of what he was going through and the paces that he was going through before he did that sit down with the producers for Gray State to do the Gray State thing, she said that she goes, "He completely sounds like a like he's a narcissism." And I was like, "Yeah, I can kind of picture that, but at the same time, I mean, you ought to hear the kind of stuff that I go through in my truck in the parking lot before job interviews."
Yeah, psyching yourself up if this happens,
Hold on.
what...
Are you still playing PlayStation? I don't want to hear it. Sorry.
You're good.
What? He just stuck his head out the door and he goes, "Are you still talking?"
No.
I said, "Are you still playing PlayStation?" He nodded his head, and I was like, "I don't want to hear it."
But I can understand what she means by the whole narcissistic thing, because it's not even like he was pumping himself up by going, you know, I can do this, like I believe in myself, like I can do this. He was going, this is my movie, this is my company, you know, this is mine. And I mean, yeah, sure, he was like pumping himself up, getting him ready for the interview and stuff, but he also didn't have to record it every time he went to do it. And even at the beginning of the what you call a mockumentary is literally his recording of himself talking about how, like, this is his movie and nobody else has helped him with it, and, you know, it's his when he's had more help than just himself.
Yeah. He was definitely sold that it was his idea, and it was all his idea, and this was not going to happen without him.
Yeah. Well, it's also how he views himself in the team scenario. He is the team leader. He is the owner. It's his idea. He wants to do it. The others are just advisors.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm the president of a nonprofit, and so I get it. It's mine, even though there are other people involved. It's mine. I play ideas off of my board members, and I do have an advisory committee, but it's mine, so I get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the narcissistic way with him was basically whenever he was on his way to go and make that or 30 million or something like that. When he was going to make that deal, and he was on his way there, and he started recording himself, and they actually showed it at around the end of the documentary. And he was saying, you know, well, every time I throw an idea out to all these people, like they just open their wallets. Like he's the smartest thing on the planet, and he's the only one that can come up with things.
And I think, and I agree with you, I remember that part being in the back end of that thing, and it actually, to be honest with you, it kind of stung me a little bit. It actually kind of, not to sound like a snowflake, but it kind of hurt my feelings that he even went that route in that recording, because I was going to be one of those people that would have just opened my wallet for Gray State. Because it was something that I was entirely sold on, and just seeing the small little snippets before the trailer came out, and then when the entire trailer, the entire 2.5 minute trailer came out, I was sold on it. And I was one of those, like I said, one of those people that was going to open my wallet and be like, this is like one of the greatest things that I think I've seen in a long time. So yeah, I was a little stung when I heard that portion of it. And I was like, wow, is that what he really, did he really think that? And if he did, is David Crowley nothing but just a bunch of BS?
Yeah, and money hungry.
Was this something he looked at and says, oh, and this goes back to the strike while the iron's hot, you have all this craziness going on in America, and this is what's going to sell, and I can make a bunch of money, so let's tail whip this thing together. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, like, yeah, like, he was good at ideas and stuff, and, like, the whole idea of Gray State was remarkable, but it was the whole thing of I didn't like how he acted while he was on his way to interviews or something like that, where he was like, oh, well, it's all mine, and, you know, this is all my idea, and if you're going to buy it, well, you're not going to have any say in it, it's all mine.
Yeah,
and that was
I helped somebody that was trying to sell a movie that they did out of their own pocket, and literally like their house and everything that they owned was riding on that thing. And I sat in on one of their meetings with I'm not going to name production company to try to sell it to make it into a big feature film. And they pretty much said, well, okay, we'll buy it, and we'll buy it for this much, but you're signing your rights off. We own it. You get nothing after you get this check. And the guy that I know was like, yeah, that's not what I came here. That's not the deal I came here for. I came here because I want the producer right. I want your money to back me because my idea is going to make you a bunch of money, and I want to make money at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I think it should have been, but he wasn't, I guarantee you, your friend wasn't, you know, all about himself and wasn't like, well, you know, the bank's not going to get any money.
It kind of was. I mean, I sat there and listened to that interview, and he was like, this is my idea. I created this. This is mine, not yours. You're not going to lay claim to it and say it was yours. That was kind of what the end of the conversation was.
But that also kind of says that he had pitched it to somebody else, and they had told him that.
Yeah, and it's possibly very true. And then there was the conversation, or I should say, the comments that were made about, you know, it possibly going into a TV series, and even David Crowley said, well, it's kind of taking it a little bit different direction than what originally thought. Well, okay, so you want to do this feature-length film, and now you got somebody kind of pitching the idea of turning this into a TV series. Well,
and
that
a bigger
puts
picture at that.
What's that?
I mean, like movies are okay and they kind of get the point across, but TV shows you can elaborate more on them, I find.
You can, but that also requires a lot more creative juices flowing more often and more frequently.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, is that the reason why he went into this secluded, you know, state that, hey, I've got to try to figure out how to break this idea down into a bunch of episodes? You know, how do you tell this how do you tell this story in 25, you know, 1-hour episodes or 21-hour episodes? How do you break this down? Because now you've got to lengthen everything out, because your 2-hour movie that you planned on doing just went into, you know, a 20-hour series.
Yeah.
You know, did Greg ever make it back?
Yep.
So he's quietly sitting in the corner.
I'm on my backup feed here.
Yep. Ever.
No, I
right.
just got back on. So.
It is about 1:30 in the morning where I am right now, and I am tired.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It definitely was a great conversation. It was great hearing different frames of thought and different ideas.
Yeah.
I've kind of been chomping at the bit to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely hope that at some point I can get back in, and because there's still some questions I have that is unanswered, because most of the time we were elaborating on other questions.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of one thing, but I knew as soon as I seen the post on the page today, I was like, yeah, no, I'm doing that.
Awesome.
So I'm
kind of glad. I'm kind of really glad, Greg, that I actually asked the question of when you plan on doing your next one.
Yeah.
Because I was sitting there, and like I said, I've been sitting on these theories and these ideas for a while now, and telling myself, well, telling my wife these things is telling my wife, and that's it. And she's starting to really think I'm a lunatic because I'm sitting here digging so deep into this.
Right.
So it was actually good to get on the phone and, because I can only type so fast and you can only type so much.
Right.
And you can never actually end up understanding someone's, how they're presenting it through words on a screen.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely appreciate you doing this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We'll have to do it again soon.
Yeah, and our call was longer than Judy's. I mean, how much are you going to have to edit out?
Hopefully not much. It doesn't sound like much. No. But I will.
It'll be a long one.
I will send it all to you, and you're definitely free to use it. Do whatever you want with it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm not.
Right. But I'll definitely post it on my YouTube channel and all that. But you can always post it too.
It'll definitely be interesting to listen to it once it's out and be able to kind of hear all the conversation again.
Oh,
yeah, I know.
I think it's great.
That's
right?
what I'm excited about.
This is probably the first time people were actually talking about those bodies and all that. I think that's going to be, Now,
here's the question: is how much trouble are we going to get into because we talked about that picture?
Yeah, I know. So, I mean, it's basically out there, and it's going to get out there. I mean, it sounds like if, anybody fills out the same form that Sadie did, they're probably going to get that too.
Oh, wait a minute.
Another question I have that Greg and I were talking about in the beginning was, is that the only one?
No, there's got to be more.
Well, that was one that was part of a 40-page document from the BCA. So it just happened to have that photo there. Okay. But that's probably the only reason why we actually got that. She they might have messed up. They might have I don't know if they meant to give that to her, but she got it and she was able to get it out there. Now it's just like, man, like, do you really want it out there? Like, how much do you want it out there? You know what I mean? So,
well, yeah, and if you are, and if they do ever pop up additional photos, the additional photos are going to show different. They'll take the photo of where they were at from multiple angles, and they will actually do close-ups of his hand, his head, his body. They'll do close-ups. So there has to be. There's going to be at least.
There's hundreds more photos we haven't seen.
Yes.
Yeah, but even that photo. Yeah. Even
that photo told a lot.
Kind of makes me. Yeah, I'm still not sure. I mean, okay, that's not where. I mean, there's no gun there. I mean, there's a couple things that we need to keep digging into on that photo, but that's not. If there's no gun there, first of all, then that's not the photo. I mean, that's great that we have that photo. That's closer.
The thing is,
but that's not the natural way that they were found.
Right.
But the procedure is take the picture, secure the firearm.
Gotcha. Which makes sense.
I would be interested in seeing a photo standing next to the recliner, between the recliner and the tree, pointed towards the couch. So basically, David's torso would be closest to the camera, looking towards David's feet.
I go as far as I want, like, whole room pictures.
Full what?
Yeah, me too.
Like, whole room from
yes.
all angles.
Yes.
Like, I want to be able to see David's body and the hole in the ceiling by the door.
To be able to try to figure out that angle.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to see that. We have to see that bullet hole there. If it's not there, I mean that.
Then something was done. Something was done afterwards.
Right, and it shouldn't be this hard for them to just give us that. There's no reason not to, right?
I don't see any reason why not. But here's another question that actually has been bugging me, and it just made me. I just thought about it. I hate to try to drag this thing on a whole lot longer. Who the hell is this Chris Klein guy?
Yeah. Not sure yet.
Does anybody know who he is?
Yeah.
Not yet, but
he is a real person. He's a real person because
I know
who's he associated with? Why was he there? And why was he there 2 days after? You know,
he was there with Mason Hendricks, I think, and probably about 3 or 4 other guys too, and they were all there.
But why the hell were they all there?
They were, from what they said, they were looking for anything that would, help them understand why David did this. So they were already. This is according to Hendricks, So obviously it's just one person's view.
So the police released the scene
on January 18th, right? And then had to come back on January 19th and recover that mushroom bullet.
That was the one that was pulled up by the cleaners.
Right.
What is
then they
this?
came back.
Mallory?
Go ahead.
Mallory Toulson just posted on the page and says something, she's asking for more specific information or whatever. And she said something about a specific person in the Crowley residence on January 19th.
Right.
I didn't hear anything about that.
That was the Chris Klein guy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just like,
so,
where did that come from?
Well, the Chris Klein guy, I'm just trying to figure out who he is and how he's associated with everything, because throughout all the stuff that I've seen with Gray State and the stuff that David had posted up, himself, and even the mockumentary and everything else, I'm telling you, that's the word of the day, Greg.
I know. I love it. It's great.
So I've never seen or heard the name Chris Klein until...
Well, okay, yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? So, who is this bozo, and why was he there?
So,
and
Klein is probably the only reason why we know about the bullet hole. Without him...
Was he like a private investigator that somebody hired to come in and look at it? Was he...
No. He was just someone that, for some reason, the cops were able to trace this 911 call back to Chris Klein, and so that's been the whole mystery: is how did the cops trace this? It
was off the license plate, right? Supposedly.
Basically, but they're also saying that there were other people there and there were other cars there too. So why is it just Klein's car?
I think I read something about him going in with another guy, and there being a bullet hole in the ceiling and a bullet hole in the floor, but there was no proof of the bullet hole in the floor.
Well, the bullet hole they found that one. They found the bullet hole in the floor that led down into the basement.
And supposedly he's the one who found the one in the ceiling, but didn't tell police about it until a month later.
Well, no, he told police about it when they finally found him, but they didn't find him until February 17th, and then they went back into the house on February 18th.
Okay.
The only thing is that Klein told the cops that he was in the house with Dan Crowley Jr., some other people, and Dan Crowley Sr., and when the cops talked to Dan Crowley Sr., Dan Crowley Sr. said that he was not in the house with Chris Klein. So
but Dan Crowley Sr. never actually says who Chris Klein is.
No, he just said that he wasn't there, even though Chris Klein said he was there.
So essentially, Chris Klein is some dude that walked in off the street and just walked into a previous, quote unquote murder-suicide scene and goes, "Oh, look, there's a bullet hole up there."
Greg, do you happen to have the first part of his cell phone number handy? I've got the last four.
Of who? Of
Chris Klein.
Call him.
Don't think so.
Give me his number. I'll call him. Who are you?
Yeah, I've actually reached out to Chris Klein, but
you did?
yeah, but he's, he hasn't responded back.
There is a Chris Klein, MD, in Rochester, Minnesota.
There's so many Chris Kleins. I think that's what made it so difficult. It made it so, it took a long time to find him.
Well, yeah, because there was like a bunch of misspellings of his name too, wasn't there?
Right. Yeah, his name was spelled 3 different ways. So yeah, that's a whole nother.
Was it Chris Klein or was it Calvin Klein?
I'm gonna go through. Where's this? Because that's where I got the last 4 of his phone number. So that means it's in the police reports.
Okay. Well, I can definitely look and see. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, thank you all. I really appreciate it. I hope we can do this again soon. I hope my connection is not that bad.
Get some more folks in. It's not that I didn't thoroughly enjoy conversing with you guys, but I mean, the more ideas that are thrown out, the more we can go in one direction or the other, or shut down ideas.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's open, but like anytime, just like send me a message or let me know, and I will probably always be down to talk about it because if conspiracy theories are a thing.
Cool. I'll try to give people as much advance notice as possible.
Sounds good.
Yeah, today was good for me because I was like, yes, I'm good with that.
Awesome. All right, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
All right. I'll chat with you all later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye now.
Hello, just wanted to welcome everyone to the second conference call here for the members of Justice for David Crowley and family. And really this is a members-only conference call. We're going to get people in here that are already members of the page, and that would be the best. And if everyone could mute their connection, and then be sure to click to unmute when you're chatting. But if we can keep everyone muted when you're not talking, that'll help clear up the background chat. The purpose of the group, this page was started. I started this page back in January 19th, 2015, just 2 days after the bodies were discovered. And the purpose is to look for justice for David Crowley and his family. And what that means is that the purpose is not here to do a full investigation to find out who did it and who pulled the trigger and who was the bad guy here, but to look for justice, rather, justice for the family. And that means David and Kamel and Ranny. Those are the 3 that we're looking for justice for. This is not a page for the Crowley extended family. This is not for the Alam family. This is not for the cousins, friends, and relatives. It's mainly looking for the justice for those 3. So if you're on this page and you're a member of the group, it's understood that you don't believe that David Crowley did this. We can certainly talk about theories and whatnot, but the purpose is really that we don't think that there's evidence to support David did this at all. Who did it could be irrelevant at this point, but just to try to get this case open or reinvestigated and whatnot. But there's a lot of theories out there. But with anything, there's tons of theories, and we don't necessarily want to waste our time with what our theories are necessarily. But we try to say, like Greg says, focus on the facts. Tonight's call is going to be just basically topics, I think, covered on that. Greg, you made a post, and everyone kind of just filtered in and dropped in some ideas for topics. So I think what I'll do is jump on that page and just go down that list. I've got nothing myself that I've got as far as a plan. I plan on being on the call for up to for no longer than 2 hours. If you certainly want to stay on longer than last one went 5 hours, but I'll be jumping off after that point. Greg can terminate the call whenever he'd like after that point. But that is really it. I want to welcome everyone. First of all, we've had an interesting week and whatnot, but this has been essentially becoming a part-time job for the. We've got 3 admins on the page. Greg is one of them, Greg Fernandez Jr., and then Louise Gibson. And then myself. There's 3 of us handling all of the new members and all of the comments and all the posts. While at the same time, we are busy with YouTube broadcasts and Twitter activity and also there's that other page too, the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State. So there is lots going on, but I think we can open it up to start. Greg, do you have anything you want to start off with first of all?
No, not really. No, I'm just kind of leaving it open. I think a lot of people are very curious about the Sidra's friend. I'm seeing a lot of talk about that, and I think we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves until you've actually spoken with her, gotten your questions, so that we can get our feedback on that.
In fact, the interview that I'm going to publish tomorrow with her will cover a lot of those things, and I've got a list of questions there for her. And we don't want to spend too much time on her tonight, although I have seen on the page today that there's a lot of, yesterday and today, a lot of talk. What is her name? Natasha. She is going to be very valuable, I believe, on getting the aspect and the perspective from the Alam family down in Texas, and Sidra being the sister, and this Natasha being the best friend of Sidra. Now, because Natasha is the best friend of the victim's sister, I'm not interested in hearing any theories from Natasha's standpoint of who did it or who did it or why, or if David did it or not. That, I think we've got some good information on that on the page. But I think the benefit of her on this interview that I'm going to do tomorrow with her is relating to how the Alams are dealing with all of this, their thoughts, the father's information, and the information they learned from getting the information back, and the belongings back from Comel and things like that. But I don't want to go too far as her theories. That her theories really don't. I'm not interested in hearing, in particular, her theories on if David did it or not. I don't think that's going to hold up too much, although she has seen some information. The information that I think is going to be most worthwhile from her on that interview tomorrow is really the contents on the Surface Pro that was returned back to the Alam family in Texas. The Surface Pro was that computer laptop folded up against the sofa in the room where the killings took place. And police, remember the police returned that piece of evidence back to the Alams, stating they were unable to get access to that and unable to get onto that machine because they didn't know the password. So that's the biggest point there, is that the revelation recently is that Sidra was able to get in now recently by, I don't know what she did, but she's able to get in and allegedly access that computer and see some journals, some notes that Comel took about her thoughts and feelings and emotions and things like that. But that is really it. We'll get more into that tomorrow on that interview. I'll post some of that stuff. So that we don't have to touch on too much tonight. Greg, you do want me to read off that PDF about the page 17, and I can start off. Really, we could start off with that and then take it where it leads us here tonight on this discussion. On January 20th, 2015, Now, this is, they're talking about Special Agent Eilers. That's what SA stands for, Special Agent. This is with the BCA. And the 20th would have been the Tuesday of the following week. Bodies were found on Saturday the 17th. Cleaners were there. Investigators cleaned up on Sunday and wrapped up on Sunday the 18th. 19th, the cleaners came, and then now this is the 20th. Eilers received a request from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension crime scene team leader, Joe Cooksley, regarding digital images taken at the scene in Apple Valley. Eilers was requested to submit the raw digital images of the bloody latent prints that were found on a laptop that was located in the kitchen area of the residence. Special Agent Eilers copied these images onto a compact disc, resulting in the acquisition of item 1-1.1. Special Agent Eilers was also requested to submit the raw digital images taken of the bloody handwriting on the wall in the living room area of the residence. Special Agent Eilers copies these images onto a compact disc, resulting in the acquisition of item 1.2. Special Agent Eilers was also asked to submit the raw digital images taken of the blood footprints that were located on the wood floor near the kitchen island in the kitchen area of the residence. Special Agent Eilers copied these images onto a compact disc, resulting in the acquisition of items 1.3. And then, last of all, Special Agent Eilers submitted all three of these things to the BCA lab evidence intake at BCA headquarters in St. Paul. S.A. Eilers was given a receipt for the evidence submission, and his receipt is attached to his report.
Okay, so I think one of the reasons why I just wanted to kind of bring this up is there's been some questions about the whole blood, like where was their blood, whose blood is it, whose fingerprints are there, what fingerprints do they actually have. Having gone through this 485-page document and looking at some of the other documents, the 40-page BCA document, I think what they have maybe one or two fingerprints that they can tie to David, and that's really it.
Correct. Yeah, there was fingerprints and analysis done all over the home and the crime scene, but there was really only, I think, there's 2 or 3, was it 3 matches of the entire crime scene that tied anything back.
These latent prints are a huge, huge thing, because when we asked Detective Gummert if there were any latent prints on that blood wall, he said no. But we're hearing other people say something different. So,
and just to clarify too for the new folks out there, that a crime of this magnitude, you would have especially as a murder-suicide, the fingerprints would be on the weapon itself. Now, David owned that weapon. His fingerprints should be all over that weapon. But there's not a single latent print of David Crowley, either left or right hand, on that XD Springfield 40 caliber weapon. There is a fingerprint on the magazine. There's a fingerprint on the magazine, which I don't know if that relates to anything. I don't want to be crass, but obviously his fingerprints would be all over all the magazines and all the weapons that are in his name anyway. So there was evidence of the fingerprint on the magazine, none on the gun, none on the wall, one fingerprint of his left middle finger on the piece of paper on the steno pad in the office, and I believe a fingerprint on the laptop, which is also David's. There would be fingerprints all over his laptop. Now, the laptop and the steno pad, it was a bloody fingerprint. So David's fingerprint is on the middle finger only on that notepad, and then one of the fingers on the laptop, and then a fingerprint on the magazine of the gun. There's also, I think that was it. Those are the 3 things that really tie him to the scene. Doesn't tie him to the crime, but it ties him to the scene itself. And so, Greg, you're right in saying that, when people ask for evidence for a slam dunk case, yes, when officers arrived, it did appear that if this was a murder-suicide. It certainly looked like David probably did it, but there's no evidence. There's no evidence to support that. So go ahead. I just want to interject that.
No, that's basically it. Why do you think there was so little blood everywhere? I think that's been a big thing that has been brought up too. Shouldn't there be more blood, or is that normal?
I've seen that question asked a lot recently, and usually new people who come to the scene and come to the page ask that right away and say, "Where's all the blood?" Now, I think people are thinking, I believe that rug in that living room area was a thin, lightweight rug, but that was a heavy, thick rug, and I think it absorbed a lot of blood. Now, people are asking, why didn't it go soak through onto the floor and through the floorboards and everything else? But and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone out there. I'll jump on mute here in a few minutes. But once you're shot at close range with a high impact velocity gunshot like that, you are dead. You are killed instantly. Your heart stops pumping. So there wouldn't be that much blood. Correct me if I'm wrong. There would be, there would be blood, but it's not like the bodies were bled out. And so all three were killed instantly with gunshots to the head, so there wouldn't be that much blood on the floor anyway. And I think the one of the blood on the floor would have been absorbed over the 3 weeks into that rug anyway. Now the blood spatter with a hollow point .40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullet, it's going to cause a lot of damage on the walls and on the ceiling and on the floor, and we did see that in the pictures. I do think that there's blood spatter and high velocity blood spatter on the floor and the furniture, the carpeting, and everything else. So for me, looking at this case for 3 years, and like I said, I'm no expert. I could be certainly wrong, but the blood is not a big impact for me. It's the other things that jump out for me. The other thing I hear a lot of is the blood dog footprints. Now, when the three bodies were killed in that time frame, I'm of the belief the dog obviously ran downstairs with the gunshot noise and was out of the way. Yeah, and it may have taken him a couple hours to come back up. And the blood, I think, the thickness of the blood would have started to dry already at that point. And a couple hours later, the dog wouldn't have been feeding on the bodies at this point until he would have gotten hungry, which could have been several days later. So I don't think he would have been, stepping through this blood, but if he did, there would have been light footprints of the dog, I think, on the carpeting as well. But dogs tend to clean themselves around their face, after they would have been eating on the bodies and their paws anyway. So the lack of footprints for the dogs isn't that big of a thing for me. A lot of people I know that it is a big thing. For me, the other thing that jumps out is if David was barefoot and was walking around the house, to me the thing that jumps out is the lack of footprints by David or whoever those footprints are. It's strange that there's just a footprint or two near the kitchen island and there's no footprint leading to that island or leading away from the island. There's just some random footprints there at the island. That to me causes more of a concern. But I'll open it up here. I will jump on mute, and I know we've got some people looking to ask some questions here, and I will jump on that Facebook page and see what the next ideas or questions are coming up. But I'd like to have the others, and please welcome, jump on in and introduce yourself. I don't know what the best way to go is, Greg, but whoever has questions or comments, jump in and we'll take turns. And if you're not on live speaking, just please mute yourself. I'm going to jump off now.
All right. Who wants to go ahead and talk? We can have a dialogue. People can talk back and forth. It's fine. Just, let's make sure everybody gets a chance to say what they want to say. Any takers? I know you're out there.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go for it. Who is it?
Okay. This is Diane.
Hi, Diane.
And I live in Oakdale, Minnesota. And
okay.
My question is, so if something is found that possibly proves that somebody else did it, how is this going to be? How is a new case going to get reopened? What is what's the procedure? I mean, if we come across or find evidence that something else, what are we going to do with that? Are somebody going to go to the police and say, okay, this is what we found, we think you should reopen this case? How does that all work? Do you guys know?
That's what I would do. Dan, I know a couple other people have mentioned there's certain things we can do.
Yeah, I think you would, from a police law enforcement standpoint, I think if they were to reopen a case, they would need some huge piece of evidence that would be earth-shattering, and then they would bring it available to bring it open and reopen the case. And I believe Apple Valley law enforcement would it would be in their ballpark to do this. Now, the criticism they faced and the documentary and the pages that we've got on Facebook here have got those guys so backed into a corner that I don't believe they will ever reopen this case on their own doing. Just because there'd be so much admission of guilt and admission of, kind of like the Kurt Cobain case was so bad, bungled up in Seattle, Washington, that they have brought forth huge evidence to reopen that case because it was physical evidence overwhelming that Kurt Cobain did not kill himself in that house. But because they're so embarrassed, so ashamed to admit that they failed, they're never going to reopen that Cobain case. Now, I think that's the same case here, that they will never. Now, one option, if we were to get, I think there's two options that we have as a group or as outsiders looking in, is if a private investigator or a private team was hired and comes up with it from a legal or a law firm standpoint and presented a case to law enforcement, I think it would force their hand to look at it and possibly reopen it. Or if the state attorney general or someone higher up, the county attorney or something, would reopen it, then I think that would force Apple Valley to reopen the case. But in my belief, the Apple Valley the police department themselves will never, ever reopen this case. That's my personal belief. But I think there are ways to get something like that done.
What about through the family?
Families, I think, would be the heavy hitters to reopen a case. In this case, the families are not interested in doing that. As far as I know, the Crowleys certainly aren't. They've went so far as to take part in a documentary that proves David is guilty. So they're not going to push to reopen the case. They're already more than happy to throw David under the bus, saying that their own son and sibling did this. So that's not going to come from their end, and the alums, I don't believe, are going to do anything to reopen the case either, because they are at peace with the version of David did it. There'd be nothing to reopen, nothing to benefit to them by reopening this case. So I think it would have to come from third-party folks like us, investigators, other people in law enforcement, to do that.
Is it possible that there is some smoking gun or something that the family knows about, or one of the families knows about, or both of the family knows about, that everybody else doesn't know about, that maybe there was a suicide note, or there was something that wasn't publicly, wasn't available to the public, that they are so certain that this is what happened? Because I would, if so many people out here question it, something like this, why wouldn't they question it? Why would you be so certain, that this is what, that was what happened, that he committed suicide? And if you see that so many other people are questioning it, wouldn't you just be like, well, what if? It just blows my mind that they don't want to further investigate this.
Well, I agree with you, Donna. I'm exactly the same way, and I think most people in the general public are. If a crime of this caliber happened in their family, they'd want to go to all extents, all resources, and anything they could to make sure they had closure. Mm-hmm. The strange thing with this case is that both families essentially are complacent with it and want to move on, and there has been no smoking gun. Now, if there was something like that, I think police, news, media, something would say, okay, here's the answer. We finally got this case solved. Here is the suicide note signed by David with the date and the reason why he did this. That's not something that a family can say, you know what, we don't want that released. I don't think they've got the authorization to say we don't want that released. Families can come up to the for the records department for FOIA requests and say we don't want certain things released as part of FOIA because of gruesome photographs or inappropriate images or documents or something like that. A suicide note or something that explains what happened is none of those things. That would not be something that they would want to hide. But from the very beginning, what we've heard from the family was, we know what happened, and once you know what happened, you'll agree. And Greg and I have been asking, what do you know? What is it that happened? Well, they said there's this suicide note. It's typed up on WordPad that says, I loved you all with all my heart. Well, we're like, next, that doesn't do anything for it. Well, he signed something on the notepad. Submit to Allah now. Well, that's not a suicide note. So what makes you think that he did it? Well, wait till the documentary comes out was the next thing. When the documentary comes out, Judy Prochnow and everybody said, once that comes out, you'll all have your answers. And we've seen the video. We've seen the documentary. There's nothing in the documentary that says David did it. So they keep saying it's so obvious he did it. Once you see the documentary, it's so obvious you'll know he did it. Well, we saw video footage of a crazy psycho person. Wow, that's great. That doesn't show me that he committed the crimes of killing these 3 people. So that to me is not the video footage of him or showing any evidence of what he did. With all that terabytes of hours and hours and hundreds of hours of video, there's probably 20 minutes Eric Nelson could have gathered together of David Crowley on the toilet that he could have put together in a movie. I mean, David Crowley had that video footage running all day long, every day. So there was probably footage of him dropping off and taking the daughter to school and cooking meals and vacuuming the house and changing the light bulb and reconciling his bank statement. Who knows what was all. So what we saw in the documentary was cherry-picked footage of David Crowley looking like a lunatic. So that of course, if you take anyone's footage of hundreds of hours and you come up with those a dozen or so video images of the footage is all we saw in the documentary, that's a very small fragment of all what those video footage contained. So I don't see any smoking gun. I don't see anything that says David Crowley did this. But for me, it's the gunshots. If a silencer was used, why did he use a silencer to kill himself? If he didn't use a silencer, there's no way that neighborhood would not have woken up. So we've already got a problem from the beginning with the noise. Even if he did do it, how come no one heard those killings? And how come whoever did it? I think the obvious thing for me and is the timing of the staging of the events. It was not a quick in and out. Whoever was there had time to do all of this stuff, I'll call it, and not be concerned that someone was going to be coming knocking on the door and looking in the window. There was no concern. It appeared that whoever did this took their time, and so the least of their concern was worrying about being interrupted or being noticed, I think. And so if David did it without a silencer, there would have been someone at the window knocking on the door saying, what's going on, 2 minutes later. But so that's where I get where it doesn't make sense. Did it portray David as a psycho? Was he narcissistic? Sure. Did Kamel have paranormal activity? Potentially. Those don't cause you to kill. Did they smoke weed? Yes. It doesn't make you a triple homicide killer by using weed or drinking absinthe. So we've got, and like Greg has said many times, if you stick to the facts will lead us down the road. You can use conjecture all you want to come up with what you think may have happened, but I think we're set to go on to the next question. If anyone else can add on to that as well.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, can hear you. Go for it.
It's Tracy.
Hey, Tracy.
Speaking of his portrayal, the one thing in that documentary that bothered me is that where they show him, the daughter's crying downstairs, and he opens up the door and, like, just peeks in. Like, I don't know why they picked the certain images they did. I know why the documentary people did it, but why the father left, like you said, all the footage that they're going to pick, they picked those horrible, vicious things to make him. Even if your son was like that, would you want the world to see that part of him when we hear other people saying so much great things about him and you see him interact with the way he was with children? Like, I don't understand why, as a parent, you would want your child, portrayed in that light. Like, that whole part about him when he opened up the door and the daughter in the basement and she was having like a tantrum. That was probably just like he was letting her have.
Recording started.
Yeah, I get your point, Tracy. That's a good question. There's two, and I think for those listening, there's two questions here that Tracy's touching on. Is number one is, why did David film that? And number two is, why did Eric Nelson, trying to trim down as much as he can to fit into a 90-minute documentary, decide to say, I'm going to pick that footage to put into my movie? Now, David filming it, I think we have the answer for that. He filmed everything. Everything he did during the day was filmed or on film or captured, or he just filmed a lot of stuff. I don't know why he filmed that, but I'm not in his head. I'm not sure why he filmed a lot of the other stuff that he filmed. I do think.
No, I don't mean. I'm talking about David Sr., the father. Like, obviously, before this came out, you have had to have looked at it and seen what they were going to put out before they put it out.
Well, that's a very good point. And
you were okay with that?
Well, here's a good point, Tracy, and I fully agree too. Greg and I were in that and did some interviews and appeared for a little bit in the documentary. And I've never seen a rough cut. I was never sent a link to say, here's how the film looks, what are your thoughts? But we know that the Alam family did, which means, like your point, that Dan Crowley Sr. also received it and says, yep, I'm good with it, it looks good to me. How on earth,
right,
when you get a film like that in a rough cut, is Dan Crowley Sr. not on the phone 2 minutes later saying, Eric Nelson, what the hell are you thinking? What kind of film is this?
Right, because that's why our father backed out.
Yep,
our father backed out,
and that's why
they didn't like the way they
backed out, because they saw that it was propaganda. So that's a very good question. Why on earth did Dan Crowley Sr. allow Eric Nelson to say, sounds good, I'll give you the green light, move forward, please, with the documentary, after seeing that and him talking about death with the babies at the table there and all the scenes of the hallucinations.
The creepiest part, and I'm sure it was severely edited, like there was a conversation before that or there was something that went on. She could have had been a tantrum over a piece of candy, and they cut that out. They made it look so bad, you know what I mean?
Correct, yeah.
As a parent, it gets me mad that they let that, you know what I mean? Yeah, even my brother, I would never let my brother, even if he did commit suicide, I wouldn't let you guys see that, ever.
Correct.
And
Greg, what's your thought on that? Well, he might be on mute.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was talking to myself.
Hey, did you hear that question, Greg? Yeah, obviously you did hear it. Well, go ahead and answer now.
Yeah, what was that last one? Was it
the last question was what Tracy brought up was not the fact that David was filming it, not the fact that Eric Nelson put it in the film, but how on earth could Dan Crowley Sr. as a father watch the rough cut and say, yep, it looks good, Eric Nelson, please move forward and keep this video footage of my psycho son on the big screen so everyone can see it. Why didn't he call and say, I also don't want to be part of this, or please halt the production, or, he obviously went along with it. He was there signing at the screening and involved with the premiere. I mean, this was, as a father, this is what Tracy's trying to get at, is As a father, how can you allow that to happen, portraying your son that way?
Well, honestly, I don't think that movie gets made if it doesn't have Dan Crowley Sr. in it. So I think he's a big, big part of that film and a part of that whole project. I don't know if he's being misled. I can speculate on who would be doing that to him, who's feeding him stuff. But from what I've heard from certain people, Dan Crowley Sr. is a nice guy, just a regular guy, blah, 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 all this. And so it's like, well, wait a minute. I mean, obviously the guy has to watch this and think, okay, yeah. So I can only echo
like he comes off as a real heartless son of a bitch. Excuse my French, but in that documentary, he shows no remorse, nothing.
I didn't get that. Like,
yeah.
So tell me why you think that.
I don't know. He just struck me as an arrogant man who he had no emotion to him, and maybe that's kind of the way I see David too. Because I mean, they're strong, tough military guys, you know. Maybe that's what it was. And through the brother, I seen fake emotion, but that could just be me. But I want to jump off so somebody else has a question, just really quick before I get off. I'm going to say on, but speaking about the Kurt Cobain, that guy, if you watch that documentary, that's the type of guy you want, because he has no fear going into, I mean, if you've seen he did Biggie and Tupac, he went right into Compton and was talking to, like, drug dealers. He didn't care. Like, that's the kind of guy we need to go in that'll, you know, storm through all these places. And, you know, but one thing, like, we need somebody like that, I think, if we were going to do something. But we need somebody that's not going to have any fear at asking these questions. I just wouldn't want them to bother, especially our family going through the situation. And he don't have no boundaries, you know what I mean? But I don't know.
Well, there's somebody out there.
Emotionless. He's very emotionless.
Yeah, I kind of saw him more as. Go ahead.
Thanks for the question. And the individual's name that she was talking to in the Cobain case is Private Investigator Tom Grant. He was a former LAPD officer and then went and did private investigations. And he's a no-nonsense type of a guy. And even if someone of his caliber, they're really not listening to him in Seattle to reopen that case. But to get someone like that in this case, I think would be awesome. And if someone's listening right now, or someone knows someone like that, that would be excellent. The other comment to go back to on why did Dan Sr. allow this footage to be made into the big screen? Ask yourself this: if Kate Crowley was still alive, would she allow this movie to move forward? Let that sink in for a minute. I don't think so. I think she would be flying to L.A. to strangle Eric Nelson if she got her hands on that guy. That's what I think. So yes, Tracy, your comment is very, I think, impactful. The fact that a father, Dan Crowley Sr., not only allowed this to happen, but actually is promoting this film with his very own son being thrown under the bus as a psychopathic
And
killer.
where was the daughter? Where was the sister? She had a lot to say in emails, but she didn't appear in that at all. That if it was my brother, I'd be on there. On there.
Would you be on there if you disagreed with the content of it too? Because maybe that's why she's not on there. Maybe she didn't want to be on there because she didn't.
No, I would be on there like you two are on there disagreeing.
Yeah.
I'd be on there sitting next to one of you two and be like, I'm more with these guys. I don't. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I guess
they probably would have
reason why his mother's not on there.
Yeah.
That she probably was. We don't know. You know.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah. I would just say, just finishing up about Dan Crowley Sr., to me, he looks like a computer programmer. He has that glossy-eyed look of just someone who is very well detached from a lot of these things, and I just kind of got that feeling that the reason why to me, he felt just like numb, like he didn't even really want to be there. Which also makes it even weirder. It's like, well, okay, you could have stopped this whole this whole thing. There, like, I don't believe there is any movie without him, without his family, without the whole Gray State team. I think this is their project. I think they were pushing hard for this, and they've made money off of it. They've sold footage. They've sold stock footage. They've played a lot of weird games. They've out and out lied. These are not honest people.
What they did to the two mics was terrible.
That was ridiculous. Yeah.
That was terrible. I felt so bad for those two guys. That's why I think they would be on board to retaliate. To be like, hey, you want to make me look like an asshole? Now I'm going to make you look like a greedy, money-hungry killer that had something to do with this. Sorry.
All right. Let's see. Who else we got here? Anybody else want to jump in? Should we go to our next topic?
I don't know if I can go ahead. I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
So, Dan, I know I had touched base with you at one point about. Actually, no, it was Greg. I talked to Greg about Natasha Caprizi. And I know you have that interview with her tomorrow. And I was just kind of wanted to get like your point of view on like how this is gonna sound completely so rude, but how like trustworthy you think her word is on like whether or not she did know Kamel and her family, etc.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll touch on it briefly. Like I said, I'm going to be interviewing tomorrow and putting that out, so I don't want to spend too much time. But I think her as a person, I do believe she's trustworthy, and she sounds a lot like when I converse with Sidra. And so, but once again, everything that these guys are saying is basically secondhand information. All we can get from them is firsthand what they've dealt with and what they've seen and what they know. And I think she's a good. I think Natasha's a good reference as far as getting information from the Alam side of the family. That's neutral information. I would rather not have her commenting on David's journals and thinking that David did it. I don't think that's her place to do that. And if she's here to do that, then that is. We don't need her trolling the page for that. But the family kind of stuff is good. And what I got from her the other day was very helpful information on piecing things together from the history. And her father is Italian and her mother's Pakistani. And so they, coming from Pakistan, they became friends really close, and I think that's what helped them bond so well, them with the family. And then she was also very close to Kamel, and she treated, she thought of Kamel as an older sister of hers. So I think with anyone in this case, you take the information with a grain of salt. I like to use the concept of trust, but verify. Trust things that you hear, but also verify it too. Don't take anything at face value. But when I get the rest of the information from her, I'll be posting that when I get the information out there tomorrow. Thanks for the question. This is Taylor, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Taylor.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you. All right. Who we've got next?
Dan, this is Sophia.
Hi, Sophia.
I have a question. How are you?
Good.
I have a question in regards to some of the lab results.
I'm sorry?
Some of the lab results. Here, let me take myself off the speaker. I have a question in regards to some of the lab results.
Oh, lab results.
For instance, especially the ones that were just received just a couple weeks ago. It shows on some of the DNA reports that it had like 2 different DNA profiles, but then it ruled out 2 of the 3 victims. And so I was rather confused in regards to that because, in my opinion, as I was reading it, it showed that another person was in that home, and was part of the DNA that was tested, and I believe that the DNA that was tested were blood DNA results.
Yeah, I think that was confusing to a lot of folks as well. That's not really my area either. It is confusing, but you're coming at it from a good angle, Sophia, and some other people have mentioned it as well. When you read the lab results, and it clearly shows whose DNA things were or whose they were not, that sometimes who it was not helps lead you better to the better answer of more details. And when you start eliminating David and Kamel on some of this DNA, the question remains then, you're backing into whose is it then? And so I think that's a quality question. I can't talk to that too much because that is up and over my head, but I know some folks were commenting on that with more of a background in forensics and could probably better help that. But I do agree with your concept. It's hard for me to get my head around that, though, unless there's other people on the line who can talk to that a little more. The one thing I noticed from the lab results that just came back that I found surprising, and in fact I think it's probably the only thing that I don't believe of the lab results. The saying that they matched that Springfield XD 40 caliber gun to the actual bullets that were fired that day matched exactly to David's gun. Now I don't buy that. That's my opinion. But I think in order to do that, you're still having to do lands and grooves testing on the bullet fragments to match it up with a lands and grooves test done on a bullet recently fired from the exact same handgun to make sure it matches up with a microscope. I cannot believe that test was done, because I don't believe that bullets were fired from that gun at all. I'm still of the belief that David's gun was never fired that day. It was just laid down next to his left hand. But everything else, because it's done in a lab setting, it would have to be correct, and it would have to be true, and it would have to be authentic, unless we're dealing with a cover-up. Now, we still haven't ruled that out. And so in the case of a cover-up, whether it's a Las Vegas shooter or the recent shooting in Florida, where we've already seen things bungled up and things covered up at the police level and the law enforcement level, who's to say that didn't take place here? We still don't know. But is there anyone else on the call that can talk to that the DNA, the nuclear DNA test results, and we can cover that as well? I just don't think I can add much value to that conversation.
Well, even with the DNA result, it was showing that Kamel's blood and her DNA were on the bullets and for instance, like on the gun and the gun safe. And so I'm trying to even put that together. It's like, why would her blood be on the gun safe if the gun was used to commit the murders?
Yeah, and I think too if you take you off your investigator hat and just use if you put on the common sense, you know that someone looking at the crime scene that it's pretty good bet that gun safe was opened afterwards. I don't think it was done first to use that gun to carry out the killings. I think it was opened up afterwards to access the gun. Now, why was her blood on there in the bedroom at that safe? You know, all of them could have been killed already at that point. When
I have to agree.
Did it. And I don't know with the hands missing and whatnot. I'm of the belief that I think the parts missing off the bodies was done later by the dog, but I don't know. I do think that gun safe was opened later or last to get access to the gun to simply lay it there. I don't think the gun was used in the murders at all. That's once again my opinion, but I do think a silencer was obviously used, or a suppressor on that weapon, because, like I said earlier, whoever did it had free time to do whatever they wanted in that house without being noticed, disturbed, or interrupted. That's, I think, the biggest red flag of this whole case, that along with the sliding rear slider. Those two things probably alone would be enough to have reasonable doubt. If David Crowley was on the stand in a court case, this case would be thrown out. I mean, there would be reasonable doubt would be right off the first 5 minutes of the case. You'd have enough reasonable doubt that you couldn't charge him with this crime. So, like Greg says, how can police come up with this in 24 or 48 hours so soon, when we know that if this thing was brought to a case, a jury case, court case, charging David Crowley, he'd be off and walking free as a free man 5 minutes later. There's so much reasonable doubt, and there's no evidence to show that he did it. Now, who did it, we don't know. I don't want to speculate, but it obviously I don't think was him at all, regardless of his state of mind, regardless of the drugs, the hallucinations, if there was potential paranormal activity. Those are all things that are probably valid and true, but did not come into play probably in the commission of the crime.
Well, even the talk screens were showing that there were no drugs in the system. There wasn't any alcohol in the system. So, I mean, that whole theory that the drugs drove him to it or the alcohol drove him to it is just ridiculous.
Yeah, alcohol does not cause you to kill your family. Drugs do not cause you to kill your family. The combination of the two do not. I've never heard of such a thing. Not to say it couldn't happen, but smoking weed and drinking absinthe is not going to have result in a family annihilation, especially with some kind of a pact. Now, that certainly could. There are exceptions to that case, but David and Kamel did not drink a lot. I don't think they drank it probably at all. David once in a while would use absinthe. Back in October, where he mentioned that he was using absinthe while editing. Well, that's that's fine. That doesn't mean you're a murderer. And there was no boxes of alcohol in the garage. There was no empty cans and recycling. We haven't seen the results of the refrigerator yet, but I think David was too focused on his project and his deadline and did not spend a lot of time. Both of them were health nuts. You got to realize, too, very healthy in working out and keeping fit, and also healthy eating. And so neither one of them were, smoking or drinking. Recreational, yes, I do believe they were recreational weed users and recreational, possibly social drinkers, but nothing that would cause a family annihilation scenario like this, in my belief.
And one thing that I noticed in the crime scene photos is the police had no issues showing the pot and taking photos of the pot. If there was excess alcohol at the scene, I'm fairly certain they would have photographed all of that.
Correct. And a good point, Sophia, because Greg, do you remember right away when this case the story first broke? It was a day or two later, and that was the angle the police was going with. They said that he was high on weed and he was a frequent marijuana user, and that's what caused all this. And that's what really raised the antenna for a lot of us when we saw the first news coming out of the news stories saying the guy, this alt-right, well, they didn't even use alt-right back then, but
no, they didn't. Yeah,
conspiracy theorists who used weed killed his family, and that's when we got a lot of members actually joining the page because they're saying, well, that doesn't happen. Drugs make you relaxed. Weed makes you relaxed. All you feel is love and being happy. You're not angry and psychotic. So that really, right. And then that shifted away when I don't think that was really going to sell. Saying that he was on weed and he was in Minnesota here it is common. Meth is a real problem, and people on meth and meth heads and meth addiction is huge here. But once again, they cause strange things. They break into buildings and they rob people to get money to buy more. They're not killing themselves and their family. So I think they kind of wanted to spin this a meth head kind of a drug overdosed, crazed, kind of a lunatic angle, but that really didn't play too well because common sense that just doesn't come into play.
Hey, I don't mean to intervene. Can anybody hear me by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Like I said, I didn't mean to intervene. Just let me know if possible when I can maybe steal the floor just for a couple seconds because I've been itching.
Yeah, I think you'll be next. I think you're really actually going to be next because I think, Sophia, you had a question coming up as well. Or not?
I
had a whole list, I think.
don't want to. Oh, that list is going to Apple Valley PD tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But I know that Laura, I don't know if she is in the chat room or if she's waiting on the phone, but she had a couple of really great points, and I don't want to take that away from her.
Yes,
but,
and that's a good point. In fact, I just saw it here as well, and I will bring that up, and then Laura can speak on that as well. Because when you do the math, when Randy was born in August of 2009, you do the 9-month backtrack to the date of conception, and even if I think, and I'm hoping Laura will elaborate on this a little more. But even if you do a month or two giveaway at either way, David wasn't even in the country when Comel conceivably conceived, so to say, little Rania. So we do want to get to that as well. But let's have this gentleman jump in next.
Sure.
Would that be me you're referring to, Dan?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and can you maybe speak a little low because you're coming in very, very hot.
Okay, I'm very sorry. Let me take it off speaker, see if
cool.
that'll help. Hold on.
It's usually the other way where people are too low, like me, but you're the first one who's a little bit too loud.
Yeah, and say your name and also where you're from, because it's interesting to see where all these people are from. Sophia was in the UK, I think. She's England.
Oh, really?
Actually, I'm in South Texas now.
South Texas?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I was only over there for the military for a little bit.
Oh, I see. Okay. My mistake. Very good. Welcome aboard.
I'm back now. I'm just trying to figure out how to navigate through this menu, and I don't know what I did, but I messed something up, so.
All right, feel free. Go ahead.
I'm very sorry, ma'am. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead with your question and introduce yourself with your name and also where you're from.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I talk a lot, so please let me announce now that I will try my best to paraphrase, but if I'm going on, just tell me to shut up.
No problem.
But my name's Josh Wilson, and I'm 22, so unfortunately I'm probably one of the younger people, and no, that's not an insult by any means at all. I'm probably one of the younger people that follow the case, but I kind of wanted to introduce how I even started to look into all of this briefly, if that's okay.
Yes, please. We're always looking to see how people get jump on the page here, how they found, how they find their way.
Awesome. Okay, well, so like I said, despite being 22, the cool thing is I can actually say I've been familiar with this case since it happened. I graduated. Oh, by the way, I'm from Coshocton, Ohio. I'm in Ohio in a little town called Coshocton that not too many people know about. But anyway, I graduated in 2014, and one day after a wrestling practice, me and a couple buddies were just sitting around my front room, just watching stuff on YouTube. Well, I'll admit it, yeah, I'm a conspiracy nut. For the young age that I am, I've learned quickly that the world is not all rainbow and sunshine, and the government, I don't really think, is out for our best interest in general welfare. I think I'm a proud American. My parents are both Desert Storm veterans. I just think there's a lot about this country that doesn't make sense, and if you ask questions or question authority, then you're just told to shut up. So that's one thing I've learned very quickly. But anyway, a couple buddies of mine were on YouTube, and I stumbled upon the Gray State trailer. And we watched it, and then when it was over, we all just kind of looked at each other aghast as if we were to say, wow, dude, like, that looks good, and we can all probably agree that some of those trends certainly, unfortunately, could be a reality one day if we don't do something. So a couple months later, I mean, this was obviously after the deaths, but I had forgot about the trailer, and I was talking to somebody about it, one of my buddies who I know shares common interest in this kind of stuff. And I went on YouTube, typed in Gray State, and I started seeing stuff. I started seeing the words David Crowley, murder, Gray Stage, family murder, like crime scene photos. And the first thing that came to my head, this man was killed. This man was making a movie that was going to display some of the evil corruption in this country and some of the plans that listen, here's the thing, too. I'm on the fence. I'm not somebody that's going to sit here and say that FEMA's going to come take your family away at 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm not literally saying that these things occur or are going to occur, and I'm also saying they're not. Or I'm also not saying they're not, but when I immediately saw this and I put two and two together, I thought, okay, a man that, yes, served time, so it's possible he suffers from PTSD or several other diseases, unfortunately, but a man that serves his country and appears to be a very loving human being towards his child, other human beings, and especially his wife. And like you guys, I was listening to the conference call the other night. I listened to actually about 4 hours of it, and everybody is so right when they say that this man does not look like somebody that, whether it was with drugs, alcohol, this man, I don't believe this man snapped. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
Correct.
So, with all that being said, let me kind of conclude by saying I'm on the fence. I'm not here tonight to say that David Crowley is guilty, and I'm not here tonight to say that he's innocent. But at the same time, also a couple questions that have really been bugging me so bad. And I don't think anybody's really touched on this issue a whole lot. At least I haven't seen it. I know very little to nothing about guns, so I'll be forthcoming about that. I'll admit that. But something that bothered me, does anybody know how or why there was copious amounts of hair found all over the house?
Good question. Good question, Josh, and welcome aboard, and thank you for being awake at a young age. I certainly wish that I was awake rather than waking up much later in life. So good job, and keep doing your homework. You're on the right path. Greg, can you talk to the hair? I don't know if it was the owner of the dog said that Paleo's feces when she brought him home did contain some doll hair when Paleo first came home. So he was eating some Barbie doll hair, things like that. But what Josh is getting at is the copious amounts of black hair around the house, and that was, it almost looked, some people think that the knife was used to cut off her hair. There was a knife at the scene. Or the dog had gotten into the bodies and started yanking and pulling things off. But I agree, there's lots of hair there. I don't know what it means. I don't know how it could have gotten, all over the place. But
autopsies, I don't hold any of the right PhDs or any of the right criteria to speak on this information and verify it, obviously. But for whatever reason, in whatever state of decomposition your body is in, I would imagine maybe you do lose hair. But again, the amount of hair, even you take Ronnie and you take Camille, it just looks like even more hair than they could have even had on their heads themselves. So, and again, even if you cut the hair off, why? I think, doesn't that kind of shed more light on what would be an honor killing or something of that nature?
Well, I can add in a little bit on that. Once hair comes off of something, it looks like so much more because the weight of it is not holding itself down.
Oh, okay.
And
that makes sense.
Like, also, varying degrees of the amount of hair. I'm of Native American descent, and I have, from my father's side, and I have 3 times more hair than my mother has on my head.
Oh, wow.
So, and I've noticed a lot with Middle Eastern descent people and Latino, we've got a lot of hair.
Right.
Like if you look at a European person that has their hair in a bun versus a Latino that has their hair in a bun, there's a large difference.
And then I had one more question for somebody that can speak more to guns, because, again, I know little to nothing about them. But I have a buddy who recently, unfortunately, was playing with a handgun. Again, I don't know the titles of guns, the specifics about them. I know little to nothing about guns, so let me reiterate that. But I have a buddy recently who was unfortunately playing with a handgun, shot himself, in the chin, self-inflicted gun head wound, and he passed. However, he was able to have an open casket. So that leads me to this question. I know nothing about guns. Can somebody tell me? I know in one of the crime scenes I see what I think has to be a piece of skull. Now, I didn't know. I know guns are powerful, but is a pistol or a 9mm or whatever was used capable of blowing a human head off, so to speak, or clean apart?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I think Laura, is that you, Laura?
It is.
Yes. Can you please answer that? That's a good question. I think I listened to your the last conversation. You are a good person to fill in on this. You go over that for the crowd here a little bit more of the power and what it can do being a hollow point in a .40 cal.
.40 cal is an extremely strong gun. The bullets that were being used were bonded, jacketed hollow points, which means they're going to hold their body together, but the tip is formed so that it will mushroom out and do as much damage as possible. There's also different grains and weights of bullets, and these were 180 grain, which are produced and sold as maximum damage bullets.
Gotcha. Kind of like the ones DHS orders every year, huh?
Yes.
Well, actually, a lot of that box, that particular box of bullets, are Winchester overruns from federal orders. They're called white box.
Wow.
Very good, Josh. You know, yeah, because and Laura, here's a good question for you. A person committing suicide would not pull out and say, "I'm going to use a hollow point bullet to kill my family." Hollow points are used for.
Well, it depends on. There is always the possibility with a solid bullet, no matter what caliber, if you don't hit the right things correctly, there's always the possibility of survival. So if you are wanting to guarantee death, be it shooting a loved one or shooting an intruder, if you want it to kill, you use a hollow point.
Gotcha. Wow. So again, that leads back to questions as to why, if he wanted to accomplish this, why he got so specific. Well, I don't know. I guess like you just said, if you want to clearly do damage, you're going to use one of those. Did anybody ever figure out if that was indeed the type of bullet used or not?
Yes. They
okay,
are,
so
I believe, PDX 180 grain bonded, jacketed hollow points.
Okay, so he used a bullet that is guaranteed to do some damage and mess something up pretty bad.
Yes.
Gotcha. Wow. Yeah, another thing to chime in, again, guys, if I intervene or if I talk too much, please just tell me. I saw that you guys were starting to do conference calls the other day, and I kind of was like, man, I hate that I even had to miss out on the first one, so I definitely want to chime in on this next one. But, and I know all of you guys probably get this vibe too, but I look at the crime scene photos, and you see a family, and you see a house that appears to be normal or operating normally, or everyday people that struggle like we do, have financial problems like we do, have a child. You know, the house doesn't look, I guess, in disarray, if that makes sense, in lack of a better term. It looks like things were going fine, and then boom, which I guess does make sense to the snapped theory. But in my opinion, like I think I told Greg or Dan recently, from what I can gather, David still very much had a lot of great future promises and plans for this movie nearing December of 2014. I'm willing to think, even if something fell through with the mics, this guy had the funding and the resources at this point to get this movie out. So it was going to happen regardless. I really like to think so anyway.
Yep, and that's a good point. And I think, just to clarify that, whether it was in movie format or not, working with the mics, it may have been a series or a web series or a made-for-TV series, may not necessarily have been a movie,
right.
But regardless, he was given the green light and they were moving forward.
Right. And then also something I wanted to point out, which, I mean, it's not really a big deal, but I see a lot of people, now dogs are our best friends, and I thank God for dogs. Like, we as humans sometimes I really think don't deserve dogs because of their glory and how they really are truly your best friend that will never betray you. However, I don't find it astonishing that Paleo wasn't able to walk over to his dog food and say to himself, hey, this is what they usually open up and feed me. I'm going to tear into it. You know, I'm not really that surprised that a dog wasn't able to himself go start to eat at his dog food. But at the same time, here's my question too. I saw somebody's article about how a dog can and will and has been known in the past to start to feed on its owner's corpses. But at the same time, I couldn't see a 150-pound German Shepherd doing what has allegedly been done to these bodies. Paleo looks to me like a 15 to 20-pound beagle. Is that false, or how accurate is that?
Laura, you might be able to. Laura can expand more on that. The dog was a beagle, mid-size, maybe 20, 30 pounds, but they can do that. And I think the good question that was raised on the 5-hour broadcast is, and I think Eric was his name who brought it up, is. And I think this is an important point. We see the photos of the pictures of the dog food, one opened, one closed. Why didn't the dog do it? and Eric made a good point, and I believe this to be true, is the dog will go to the food that's a most easily accessible food source when he's hungry. So if the bodies are laying right there, he's not going to think to, hey, I'm going to go open up this dog food. If the bodies weren't there, I think he would have torn into those dog food bags real easy. But he didn't have a need to get to the dog food, and that's just my opinion. Laura, is that a correct statement, do you think, after that last
Plus, they're
readily accessible.
Yes.
Readily accessible.
Readily accessible. That was the phrase.
In quotation marks, more natural, instinctive.
Yep.
Direction.
So he'd already switched gears.
And they're bloodhounds.
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with that they're bloodhounds? I'm sorry, it's Tracy again.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Definitely does. Absolutely.
Laura, could you answer that one? Did she drop off?
No, I'm here. It's Tracy.
Which question specifically?
Is a beagle mix is a part bloodhound? Would that be even more natural for them to go to the bodies sooner rather than bags?
I can't really say that. I mean, dogs depend on their sense of smell so much, and being closer to the hound side means that they're going to be more receptive. Like the sensors in the nose are a little bit more heightened, but not any more than like my Doberman. Really. I mean, if there's fresh blood, readily accessible, it's a dog.
I mean, we're talking about
I know
brains.
my stupid
We're
dog.
talking about
When
eyes.
I get a cut on my leg, a little mosquito bite, and scratch it. Both my little chihuahuas will lick the wound for some strange, odd reason.
Yeah, I also wonder. Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to interject.
Go ahead.
Oh, if anybody has ever watched on YouTube, there is videos of like animals, say dogs or cats or whatever, for raw feeding, and there are actually tests of dogs, eating their dry kibble versus a raw food. And the videos are on YouTube, and dogs most likely eat the raw food. It smells better, than your dry kibble.
Well, I mean, a dog's not going to naturally go to corn or grains. I mean, mine are going to go drag up dead things out of the woods before they raid my garden. And most dog foods now, and granted you have your specialized ones, but that is actually an IAMS dog food. Sophia and I were up till like 3 o'clock in the morning on the phone, and we wound up finding the exact brand, the exact kind of dog food that it is. It's just natural.
Is it really natural, more natural than the dog going after a source of food that it would get every day?
Yes. Well, I don't know
it smells better.
I don't know if you saw my comment on my bones post from today. I don't know why they're still sitting there, but the bones are still sitting on my couch. I haven't taken them outside for the dogs. And my cat, who has a bowl full of food, who I was just feeding pretzels to, hops up on the couch and starts chewing on the bones that are on my couch when she has open dog food or open cat food in her bowl. Now, you also have to take into mineral deficiencies. I have a horse here that when he's deficient in iron, he will go start licking a rusty gate, and that's when I know I need to go get a mineral block. So if they're craving something, they'll go to it as well.
But I mean, we're not just talking about, flesh, right? We're not just talking about bones. We're talking about flesh and bones and how much of it too. And the other thing is let's say the dog did do this, right? Let's just say that the dog did all of that. The damage that we're looking at, the scene that we are looking at, does it match up with how a dog mauling or a dog feasting, whatever you want to call it, does it match up with how that should look? Because I've seen a lot of people, a lot of places talk about, yes, dogs eat flesh, they eat bones. Okay, but what does that look like? And then how can we compare that to this so that we can even get more factual data and, get more data to say, okay, this is even more reason why the dogs did it.
How detailed do you want that explanation?
I don't know. That's a loaded question.
What level of gore do you want me to stop at? Okay, when
let's go.
A dog or a canine or a feline is feasting on a limb, they're holding it down with their front legs, they're grabbing flesh, and they're pulling it off. Now, digits and end pieces and ends of bones. I don't know if who all here or listening has a dog that has dog treats or those long clean it teeth things. They'll put one paw on it and one paw under it, and they'll turn their head sideways and just go to town with their molars. It's not using the front teeth to rip hair and flesh. So that's how those bones don't exist. They are disintegrating them with their molars.
But what kind of stains does that leave?
That's not going to leave that much. I mean, you'll have a little bit on the muzzle and a little bit on the paws, and especially since it's not actively flowing blood. Where you get those gory faces and stuff that a lot of people see in their head when they think animal chewing on flesh is more so when they are going into the abdominal cavity or into the groin region where there's not a lot of room and they got to get their nose up in there to get what they're after.
Why would the dog stop at the daughter's arm? Why not keep going? Why stop at David's hand? Why not keep going? And same thing with the wife. It's almost like,
Those
if this was a very clean dog. Or
you also have to think of his size. He's not going to go after the thigh first. I mean, he's looking at it, his eyeballs are bigger than his head, going, yep, that's it. He's going to start at the ends, at the edges.
Well, and he could have gotten sick if they've been decomposing or whatever, and then he's like, oh, I don't like that anymore.
A lot of that is Clostridium and E. coli. Highly doubt Salmonella, but the bacteriums can upset the gut.
Why was there no bugs?
No bugs? Yeah, no bugs, no...
Well, see, I'm in Alabama. We've got bugs year-round, so that was one of my initial questions. But I don't know and highly doubt that there is a lot of bug activity in Minnesota in the dead of winter. Even with the door open. Flies don't fly around when it's cold.
Temperatures in hospital.
Absolutely true.
You guys are lucky in Minnesota.
Yeah, there's a couple things like fox elder bugs that come out in the spring and things like that are stuck in your windows, whatnot, kind of crawl around, but there's no like super large amounts of that. It's like one or two here and there.
So this pulled hair that is mentioned in these reports, is that, we can assume that's from the dog too and not from this knife, right?
I have a question.
Without better pictures, I can't say.
I have a question.
I do see some pieces where there is hair still attached to scalp. And that would be either from the head disintegrating, like a blown off particle piece, or the dog pulling.
Dan, go ahead.
I have a question, Laura. It goes back to the hair, and I never thought of this before, but I wonder if they did testing with the microscope on those strands of hair to see if there was root still attached or if they were clean off. If it was clean, if it was clean, then a knife was used. If it was to the root and everything, it was either pulled or yanked by the dog or someone else or something. But that would be the only way to indicate if the hair strands were pulled or yanked or actually cut clean off. By looking at it under a microscope, you can see if it's got that root attached.
Well, a lot of times you don't even need a microscope.
Okay, gotcha.
You can test it yourself right now, pull a couple hairs out, and you can see the little bulb at the end of the hair.
Yeah, it looks, and someone in the chat room just said, too, that you can see, the naked eye, you can see some root in some of those strands of hair, that it looks like it was yanked or with the dog or something. So I still don't believe what that knife was at the scene, what that knife was used for at the scene. I don't think it was used to cut anybody's hair off at all, and it certainly didn't have blood on it, so it didn't impact the flesh wound at all, so I'm not sure what it was even there.
And Jean, I believe I'm saying it right. I don't know if it's Jean or Jeanne.
Yeah, it's Jean.
I'm sorry. She makes a good point there, as Ronnie's bones would be softer than fully developed adult bones.
Correct. Okay.
So then why not go after all of her bones then? Why did he go after just?
Well, we don't know at what point he stopped. We don't know which hand was first, where it started. I mean, when he was close to being done with the arm, could be when everybody showed up.
And the other thing to keep in mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, Laura, but I think with the dog scavenging like that, I don't believe he would sit there and chew on the hand or the arm, but he would first yank it off and then go to a spot and chew on it, right? He would pull it off first, for instance, Comel's hands. Go to a different spot in the house and sit there and eat on it and chew on it. He wouldn't sit there when it was still attached. That was my impression.
To an extent.
In the hands as well.
There's psychology behind that. In a pack instinctual situation, you get your piece that you're going to eat and you go over to here, and then dog B gets this piece and goes over there, so there's not everybody at the dinner table, so to speak. And I mean, okay. I don't mean to dehumanize it that much, but it...
Another thing that hasn't been shared, and I'll share it here tonight for the first time, is someone who did see the other images said that there was a human hand in the basement that the dog had been chewing on. So that led me to believe that he was pulling off appendages or body parts and going in feeding on them in other locations. He wasn't sitting there.
That's very, very possible.
But I just wanted to share that because that's not public information yet, and I just want to make sure that we do get that out there tonight, that there was a hand found in the basement. Probably David's missing hand is what I'm guessing.
Well, how do we know that?
There was a hand.
How do we know? How do we know that there was a hand? And if there was a hand, why isn't it mentioned in any of the police reports?
Well, that's the other thing, because the police reports mentioned that no other body parts were found or collected, really, except small fragments of things. And I would think that if a hand was there, that would be in the police report and photographed, not sent to us because of the gruesome nature, but it would at least be mentioned and photographed. I believe this person be telling the truth when they mention that to me. So, and we don't have to expand more any time on it now, but that's what I've heard, that there was one found in the basement.
Well, I mean, it's very natural for a dog to take a piece of food to a safe spot or away from the initial body.
Yep.
Because, I mean, if you've got 20 coyotes eating on a deer, there's not room. So it's just a natural thing to take it and go and eat.
Can we elaborate on this pregnancy theory? Because I'm really interested by that.
Yes, Laura, we are interested. I want to hear this, the math that you did. What is the information on that you learned today?
Well, I was doing my little cheat sheet, and I wanted to make sure that what I was putting in were correct dates. So for the first time, I pulled up, I don't know who made the timeline or posted it, but I pulled up, I guess, the latest version of the timeline in the files on the Facebook group, and it says that in June of 2008, David was deployed to Afghanistan. Well, I had just gotten Ronnie's birthday from Greg, and I went, wait a minute, that doesn't add up. So at this point, it's just a theory until we have an exact date that David left the country, because a lot of times you'll get deployment papers and then you have prep and everything else, so you're still in country for a few months or whatnot.
Sure.
But
he was still on stop loss. Yeah.
For Ronnie to have been born reasonably on time, a little either side of a due date.
Are you still there?
Yep.
Hello? When is her birthday?
August 9th. August 6th.
6th.
Of 2009.
Can anyone hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
We hear you.
Oh, you can. Okay. A couple times, this is Christine. A couple of times I was like, can I interject? And I didn't think you could hear me because nobody answered.
Oh, sorry. Go for it.
No, that's okay. I'm on my landline that's connected to the wall, so it's like 1987 over here.
Oh, good.
I wanted to add to the dog part. You know, I was really kind of against the whole dog eating the people. I still am a little bit, but I did notice on the side, you know, where the recliner is or was, and it looks like kind of blood smear, or there's it's not like drops, it's kind of like a smear. And I kept thinking, why did they take so many pictures of that? Well, if you look at it really close, there's scratches on the floor, and that's on the wood floor. And I thought, well, what could that be from? And maybe I think, who is it, Laura, was saying that the dog will grab the bone or whatever and lay down, and then that would scrape the floor. I don't mean to be graphic, but that kind of fit with that smear and then the scratches on the floor. That kind of would fit with the dog.
Are you talking about the smear on the recliner?
It would have been behind the recliner on the wood floor. It's not really a smear. It looks like it's almost looks like it's a dark. Yep. Almost looks like it could have been a shoe scuff or something, but I think it's blood, and then there's scratches on the wood floor when you zoom in.
Yeah, that looked like blood to me.
Yeah, so I was like, well, how could that be there? Did someone, it kind of made me think someone drugged the body or something, but obviously, maybe.
I have a question about the blood behind the recliner as well, because in looking at the trajectories and where the brass fell on the floor, you can kind of assume where the gun was shot from, whomever shot the gun. Where the recliner is, potentially probably should be a void behind it.
Right.
Because the blood's not just going to hop over the recliner and hit the floor.
That's true.
Yeah, and there's a little piece of blood and a little piece of hair at the very top of that recliner too. So,
and that's going to be
maybe
splatter.
Well, but it's not over the whole recliner. It's just on this one spot, right?
That's this is
or no. I mean,
this is the graphic-y part of it. That is more tissue than just blood. It's not just a fluid spot, it's tissue. And
right, but if you look at the top of the recliner, it looks like someone almost was had a bloody shirt or something, and they pressed against the top corner, not the bottom where David's hand was, but the top.
Yeah.
Where that hair and that little piece of whatever that was, brain matter, that's where it kind of looks like something pressed on it.
Yeah, I was thinking that might have been from the dog's foot. Maybe the dog was, the blood and the hair was on its feet, and for whatever reason it jumped up onto that recliner or something. That's the only thing that I could think of that would make any sense. But the
if
blood
you take
splatter,
the angle of it and match it to the angle of the blood splatter on
that wall,
like if you were standing on the corner of the carpet back towards the hallway.
Yeah. There's
that
definitely
angle
blood
match.
splatter there. Yeah. Okay.
And personally,
important.
looking at the trajectory, I think, and the DNA results also indicate that theoretically, you don't want to say this is fact or anything like that, but the evidence points to Kamel was standing kind of at the corner of the rug and was probably heading towards the couch, towards the shooter. So the shooter's back was to the wall where the writing is, because where the brass fell onto.
Hello?
Yep. Did we lose you?
Nope, I'm
somebody.
Here.
Okay.
It just kind of went, woo.
Yeah, I know. It's like cleared up. Go ahead.
Just random technical difficulties every so many minutes.
Yeah. That's normal, right?
As long as I was the question that I had, Greg, regarding the DNA, Sophia, that was on earlier, kind of asked the same thing that I was asking, or going to ask about the not matching a particular person, or there was like a third person perhaps, but that's to do with the nuclear DNA, and I think Dan kind of talked to Sophia about that. So that kind of answered that, and mine was kind of about the fingerprints being, not very many fingerprints.
And one thing about nuclear DNA is it's not just in blood. You can get nuclear DNA from saliva, snot.
Right.
Well, is it possible that they just don't know whose it is, or are we certain that it's definitely somebody else's? It's a fourth party, not a fifth party if you include the dog in that question.
I would think it would mean that it I don't know, I think I read something where it said there was DNA that didn't match, but then it couldn't, there was like a million possibilities that it wouldn't be someone else, which I didn't.
Right. Oh, right. Yep.
It was some weird wording, but then think of all the people that might have been in their house for, party or occasion since they live there. I mean, your DNA, I think, could still be there.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like they tested it against their database, and it didn't come up with anything. But hey,
there is one number on there. I'm trying to pull up the PDF real quick, but like everything else says like 99.9998% or 9997%. There's one
based
number
on what though? There. Right.
That's going to be matching it to the blood
to their
DNA
database
that they drew from the three of them.
Okay.
So they're
but then
matching
how did they prove that it's nobody else, because it's so close to those three?
Yes, all the alleles, they pull a certain amount of alleles from the DNA, and they'll take alleles A and alleles B and try to match them. And if everything matches up to 99.9%, it's a match. So if the match is, like, I'm just throwing out numbers. I'm not a forensics person, really. I just research a lot. If it's a very close match, enough to be immediate family, be it mother, father, twin, but you didn't pick the right set of alleles, like only
brother
half that match up exactly. You can say it's not anybody else, but we can't say it's this person.
Right.
If that makes sense.
That's kind of how I understood it.
But one of those numbers is like a 97.3%. And
Okay,
that kind of threw me off a little bit.
Yeah,
So
if you can find what document and what page. All right, go ahead. I cut somebody off.
No. No, I had some. I'm trying to think of when.
Greg, did you ever have any luck getting that Natasha girl to agree to join the conference call?
She's actually going to be chatting with Dan. They're doing a recording tomorrow night, and so I'm sure Dan's going to post that after.
Gotcha, okay. I just didn't know if maybe she'd be willing to share some of the information she's already shared on the page on the call, because I saw a huge post from her that I still need to go read later. Not a post, but a comment, or a comment to an answer you might have asked.
It's in the files under the Crowley DNA results.
Okay, I'll go check.
I don't mean to deviate, but has anybody else came to their conclusion about the bloody footprint? Because as much as I hate to say it, I don't have a doubt in my mind that's David's feet.
But why is it only 1 foot? It's only the right foot.
Yeah. And why is it like the front part of the foot? It almost looks like they were holding.
Yeah, I'm lost. But as much as I hate to say it, and by the way, I have a foot phobia, so I don't want to put an impression across that I gave this a lot of thought or study. But in the documentary, when they're at the birthday party, he's in his bare feet standing on the back deck talking to somebody, and you can clearly see his feet, and he's got long, skinny, bony toes. And in that bloody footprint, I see what looks like a very long, second, skinny, bony toe and toes.
And the first toe is crooked.
Yes. And also, Greg, I have a question for you, sir, that I've been meaning to ask you for a really long time.
Sure.
Okay. I see, by the way, I'm a huge fan of what you do, man. You do excellent work, and I really wish you would pursue some kind of investigative journalist degree or something. Not that you haven't, but you do excellent work. So, first and foremost, I did want to tell you that you are awesome, and thanks for all the work and effort you've devoted to this, because I, too, hope that one day something gets figured out.
Well, thank you.
Dan, too.
Yeah, and Dan, too. And everybody, you know.
But, well, anyway, my question is, I see your videos, and I see the Bohemian Grove stuff, so I know that you also, like me, question things and question official stories and how the country works a little bit. So with that being said, and again, I'm not for all of the things in Gray State that David displayed happening literally, but what is it exactly about the Gray State trailer that you didn't really find amusing or find true? Do you think things like the trip could be a reality adventure, or do you think it was all a bunch of hooey?
I think it's all a bunch of crap, really. I think it's fear porn. I think David lived it though, because he was doing that, right? He was over there, and that's what they were doing. So for me, it's what they were doing yesterday. It's not what they're doing now, and it's not what they're going to be doing later. Yes, they are doing something, but I don't think there's going to come a day where we're going to be in FEMA camps. I think it's going to be a lot worse.
Right. We're watching a Masonic
case scenario kind of situation.
But yeah, I was just curious because, like I said, I'm not for a Masonic figure in an apron, literally making a public display out of beheading people with a guillotine and all that. But here's my confusion too. I get a few different impressions from David watching interviews. Was he out for this movie project because he believed this stuff, or when he was talking to the mics and he talks about the proverbial fish in a barrel, was this guy out because he knew that there was a wacky, kind of nutty crowd for this movie that would have indeed, watched it and paid for it?
Both.
I think only David knows, I think only he's the one who really knows that answer. So we can speculate and guess on it, but only he could really. I would hate to answer it. Go ahead.
I would choose B, or the second one. I think David knew. I mean, I think he went through, of course, things when he was in, serving, but I think part of him, to me, seemed he knew his audience, and I think I remember kind of hearing
opportunistic
that. And I mean, maybe not opportunistic, but just, I mean, I guess so, yes, in a way. But I think it was a passion to make this movie for people that, you know, believed that, you know, or I'm not saying that's wrong, but I think that he was passionate about it. I don't think he was trying to, like, take advantage of anybody. I just think that's, but I don't think that he really thought that way, but I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, he put off a couple mixed impressions. I didn't really know how to interpret a couple of his interviews because, like I said, I was under the impression, once again, like I said earlier, I watched the trailer when it initially came out a few years ago, and I was still in high school, and I was immediately, I mean, we all know Hollywood entertainment, that's what it's for, is to entertain you and give you the oohs and the ahs, but I looked at it as like, wow, this movie needs to come out, and I need to show people this because this is like right up my alley. And then I get on YouTube a couple months later, and all I can find is about how this man just so happened to have supposedly murdered his daughter and his wife and then turned the gun on himself. And that's when it all started. That's when every bit of looking into this started and every bit of questioning as to why a man that had so much going for him and that seemed to be, I mean, David had a towering intellect. I can't even fathom some of the things that went through that guy's head as far as how smart he was and talented he was. But at the same time, I'm seeing more and more every day that mental health literally is a monster that digs a hole in your heart and doesn't display itself. So not really just into your heart, but your mind, your psyche. There are people that can put off a life and put off a persona and behind closed doors and behind walls somehow be a different person. And unfortunately, it sounds like that could very well be the case here.
I definitely know people who, yeah, I definitely know that type. And that's one thing from the very start that I've been looking for is proof of, you know, physical violence, verbal violence, you know, verbal, anything, and just I'm not seeing anything. I'm hearing things, but when you're dealing with that question, it's like you got to be very serious for some of these people to come out and say that David was controlling his wife, he was doing this. That's a serious thing. So you have to be able to back that up, or don't say it, or just phrase it correctly, like in my gut, you know, or I think that sometimes when they phrase it as fact, people buy that, and I'm just not sure if there's any proof for that.
Yeah, there's some hardcore conspiracy folks in the group. I'm not going to name any names. That some of their things that they state as fact are just so far out in left field that, I mean, yes, they believe it, but some of it makes you giggle.
Yeah. Do you have any examples? They believe it, and that's okay. Go ahead.
Examples?
Yeah, as in, like, I'm just curious to see some of the lunacy that you've read that you know is just so far off and probably can't be even close to true.
Radio wave mind control.
Oh, my gosh. Is that a theory from somebody in the group?
Uh-huh.
I don't believe that, but I believe in the documentary.
They do have some weapons out there since World War II that can alter your brain waves and pressure your brain into changing, and you turn into a different person.
I don't know anybody that exists that doesn't think something fishy about her.
But
I just think the video where they showed
why would you target?
You just think what?
With the wife, I think, like, when they showed when she was, like, kind of going crazy and stuff like that, I think that it could have, well, I mean, I think we have to remember that you could edit this way any way you want. Like, she could have been describing a dream, and, like, you know, you wake up out of a dream and you're talking about it, so, you know what I mean, like groggy.
Like a rapture?
I mean, yeah, he could have been fooling around like, yeah, hey, this is what you told me at 2 o'clock this morning. You were crazy dreaming. And that was left on his phone, and they edited it to believe, like, you know, I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying that I don't know. I just don't understand every part of what they showed in that documentary was, like, other than the birthday party was the only, and even that they were ripping apart.
Right.
Like,
right.
If there's somebody that's such a great family, in the beginning of the documentary, like, we didn't get to see so much of the great family other than a few parts. Like, you show them being nice to kids, and then he's telling them, oh, we're going to come out and drag you out the FEMA, say banana. You know what I mean? Like, they were driving that whole documentary that he was almost like,
yeah.
And I think somewhere they even said he had multiple personalities. You know what I mean?
No, they are showing us what they want us to talk about. But the real story, the real thing always comes back to the facts, always comes back to those documents. It's the documents, it's those photos, it's what the cops did, what they saw. That is the real story here. And we just have to be careful about people who are constantly trying to take us into a different way. You've got to be very, very careful.
I just don't understand. I don't understand the point of that documentary, that where they would think that, you know, being conspiracy theories that are out there and stuff like that. There's so many people, like, ridiculous. I've seen 9/11. I've seen the plane go through. I don't care what anybody tells me. I was a block away. You know, I don't believe in that crap. But
well, and it's like there's some of the people that are like, well, are we sure that that's their bodies?
Right, but I just don't, like, I don't understand what the purpose of releasing that documentary is out. Forget about the people who did it, like his friend, his brother,
we were going to take it as fact and that he was crazy and did it, and we'd shut up about it.
Well,
I know, but it wasn't really highly publicized. Like, it wasn't really that publicized. Like, I
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just don't think that you know, like, I just feel like the friend or whatever, I don't think he expected the backlash that he's getting, like, but he deserves it because, like, this really wasn't a big open story until, you know what I mean, this documentary came out. People are going to judge a million different ways, a million different scenarios, a million different conspiracies, whatever. Like, did he honestly think, like, we were going to, like, there's going to be people that are not, I don't know why you'd want to put yourself in the public eye like that. I don't, and or even talk about your, like, my friend committed suicide. I wouldn't tell a story to anybody. I don't get it.
Josh, I think you wanted to say something. Or do we have some other people here? Anybody else too? If you guys want to speak, please let us know. We're just all chatting here.
One thing I wanted to ask real quick. By the way, the few people that I've had watch the documentary, I have them come into the documentary with no knowledge about David, his family, or what occurred. I just kind of give them the brief breakdown of, hey, watch this documentary, and I watch it with them. I remain quiet. I say, watch this. Tell me what you think. And I believe the 3 people that I've had watch it so far are now going mad on YouTube and doing research for answers themselves. So if there is one thing the documentary I can say is good about it, and look at the steady uprising in members coming to the group and members that are starting to question this and want to get to the bottom of this more. And then also, I wanted to ask you guys something, what your thoughts were about the pact theory when it comes to this standpoint. Because up until I watched the documentary, I had no knowledge of how this could have even allegedly been a pact theory, or so to speak, or anything of that nature. So here's my opinion.
Oh, yeah, they've been pushing that forever.
Yeah, I didn't know that until the documentary. But the key piece, and I think you guys all agree, obviously, if we could somehow get a hold of that iPhone and hear that whole, 7-minute and 30-second clip or 8-minute clip of the rapture or whatever was going on, in that clip you hear Kamel say, I don't know, it's just like my scientific side's questioning it, which I, as a religious person, I know that there's always a conflict between science and religion and questioning your spirituality or if what you're experiencing is the truth or not. So that right there kind of gives me a red flag about questioning my scientific side, and it clearly points to something spiritual that she's kind of in doubt about. You know what I mean? And doesn't know if she should do.
Well, there's some things that you just can't take on faith. I mean, I know there are a lot of people that do, but that's kind of like trusting somebody for their word. Are they a good person? Do you trust their word? Or do you not really know them that well, so you got to ask some questions? And I think that's where we are here.
I'm speaking more on the fact that the word ascension, I know you have your connotation and then your denotation. I know the dictionary meaning of it. Doesn't it mean like to ascend to their version of heaven or whatnot? When I hear the word ascend and then I hear Kamel talking about, I'm just questioning with my scientific side, I'm just trying to make it all make sense. That just kind of pops up as a red flag to me about, them maybe discussing a possible pack theory or leaving here for what they thought might have been a better place or something. I just think that kind of supports it, if there is anything that might support it at all.
Hey, Josh, your microphone is kind of cutting in and out.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm speaking on speaker and I'm talking on a junk old phone. By the way, I just wanted to say I've got my little girl here, so I'm going to go ahead and hop off here. I just wanted to tell all you guys thank you very, very much for having me, being so gracious and letting me speak. Like I said, I've been following this case since I was in high school, and I've literally, people I talk about look at me like I'm some idiot and don't even want to hear about it. So I'm glad that I know a group of people that wake up every day and make it their point to look into this more and stuff like that. So once again, thank you guys. I hope everybody has a good weekend, and God bless. Be safe in this crazy road course, okay?
Thanks, Josh.
God bless you, Josh. Yeah. Keep up the great work, man.
Absolutely. You guys have a good weekend and be safe. And I can't wait to see some updated videos. Or Dave, when will the upload take place, or the video take place of you and Natasha?
Probably tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow evening is the plan. Publish it tomorrow evening.
And silly question, will that be via conference call or live in any format, or will you just do that and then eventually upload it?
I'll just do that and then upload it.
Gotcha. Okay, excellent. Awesome. Thank you, guys. You guys have a good weekend and figure it out. Figure it out, please. See you guys. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Thank you, brother.
Bye.
Hey, how do I hang up on this? Can somebody point me to that direction, please?
You millennial.
He's funny.
I've never used
a millennial. All right. Josh has left the building. Dan, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm just going to roll off here in a few minutes. I was going to ask, Laura, did we ever get the answer on that, the timing for Ranny, or was I sidetracked?
Oh. Well, without exact date of leaving the country, we can't know the answer to that, and I don't.
So the question is,
what's the question here?
If he was overseas, would he have had?
If he left in June, he's not, unless he came back for some reason, and normally they won't just send you back for Thanksgiving. And I'm not making this as an accusation or anything, just putting it out there. The dates don't add up that if he was deployed in June, Ronnie's not David's daughter.
Okay, and that's just a fact.
Ronnie looks like David to me.
I think that when we do the math, would Kamel have visited him on deployment, or would he have come home on visit on deployment? Or those
especially on a stop-loss situation, I would think that there's a huge chance of them going AWOL. I don't think that they would just let them come home.
Okay.
I mean, if you're overseas, you only get to come home for serious emergencies.
So not probable, but possible.
Maybe it wasn't natural. Could it be that she was, going through doctors to get pregnant, and that's why they let him home?
You would
it wasn't.
If the timing's right, was he home when she was born?
No, I don't.
Oh. Because you would never time it to actually have a baby while your husband's deployed on purpose.
Well, not if you're in the middle of fertility, because when he wasn't expected to be deployed at that time, if I'm correct, right? That was the second time.
Yeah.
That's
He
true.
wasn't expecting to. He never planned, but he didn't want to. He was forced.
He
He was
forced.
supposed to be being discharged, and then all of a sudden they called him back.
Okay, so that's why everybody's looking into the time and trying to figure out the exact time and date and all that. What date would it have to be in order for Ronnie? I mean, I can't believe we're even talking about this. Really, like he looks.
I believe
like
they gave the date.
Yeah, I
There's
believe
DNA test.
it is. I also believe it's he's the father. But from the math and the facts of it, if we take the August 6th date and back out 40 weeks, for instance, what would that give us? And give or take a couple weeks from there.
Well, hold on. I'll pull up the calculator.
Is it possible at all that she's even with Camille?
Yeah, I'd like to start there.
And then we've got
Start
a fair.
with,
Then we've got a fair argument at least.
What is 40? 40 weeks is how many months? I'm sorry.
10. So we go 8.
Because I was
8
days and said 260 days from the last known cycle. Sorry, the end of cycle. I don't know. It's weird because I always thought you were pregnant for 9 months until I got pregnant, and then no, it's longer.
It can vary.
Or 11 like
It
me.
can vary.
Right, I was past due, so I was pregnant forever.
Now,
Me too. 10 and a half.
From August 6, 2009, subtract 40 weeks would be Halloween of 2008.
So was he, give or take 2 weeks roughly, was David Crowley with Comel in that 4-week period? If the answer is no, then we got a legitimate question. Whether or not it pertains to the murders, it may.
I mean, because if,
But it's
and
a fair
it's a
question.
big if,
Yeah, it is a fair question.
It's
But
a
who
ball
could
game.
answer the question? Where
Hey,
can we
hey,
get the
comment.
answer?
What
Go
was
ahead.
their wedding day?
Yeah, I was looking that up. May 15th or May 21st.
Because I
just
thought
had it.
they were getting married because he was deploying.
Now I'm thinking they're getting married. Yeah.
No, the way I understood it, they got married, and then he suddenly got hit with this second deployment that he didn't want to go on.
Right.
And I believe they did give the date. They did give the
he
date
was
in the
out.
documentary.
Yeah, he was out in
he was out.
2009. That's what I'm trying to figure out the exact, because it seems more likely that he would have been out, right, and out of the service by this time.
But wouldn't that question be answered within the DNA results? I mean,
Yes, right? That's what I'm
that
thinking.
they would say, okay, they would have to say that she was eliminated as a biological child, I would think, to David, if that was the case. You would think that that would have came up. I don't know.
Yeah.
Everything okay over there?
Yeah, what's
I'm good.
going on?
I
Who is
don't
that?
know.
They have to call.
Danny?
Who's that trouble?
We'll have to call Maury.
Well, I got
Wow.
that timeline, so I'll go back and check it. And really, we're looking at is Halloween time frame in 2008, the whereabouts of David Crowley. Is that the question, roughly?
I think the date he was deployed last would be on his DD.
It's not. It just has a cumulative service time.
Okay.
It doesn't have dates of deployment. I did go look at that first.
Yeah, we
before
can
I
move
said
forward. We don't
anything.
need to spend any more time on that here tonight, but it is worth looking into, I guess.
Yeah.
What other questions do we have? I'm going to jump off here in about 5 minutes, Greg. Anything else that you guys can think of before I got to roll? You guys can certainly stay on.
Let's see.
So that was just my major find for tonight. So,
Is there anybody who hasn't talked yet? Anyone that wants to kind of chime in on anything or bring up a new topic? Yeah, Jean?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
yes, ma'am.
How are you guys doing?
All right.
Yeah, sorry, I had this all planned out and then had to have an early birthday party for my son. But, so, as far as like the DNA that you were wondering about, Greg, they usually test everyone for that nuclear, and it, like I said, it usually comes from the mother's side, and I was thinking that they were probably testing to see if, because wasn't their blood mixed up, and they were testing to see if there was any blood of Ronnie's around, like Mel's, being she was closest to her.
The only thing in the DNA report that has Ronnie's blood definitively is what I assume to be the bullet that rolled out of the carpet when the cleaners were there.
Oh, okay.
Everything is
yeah,
cannot be excluded.
See, that's kind of strange because usually the blood will mix up, like, because they were kind of all close together when they were shot, or, I mean, that's the way it seems. But, like, it usually always contaminates. So they, unless they didn't test like a certain
if
area,
they didn't get the right one.
Yeah. Then, but that's usually why they're supposed to swab a variety of areas. That even if it doesn't look like blood, you swab it anyway. So that's
like reading those DNA reports,
it's
I'm
confusing
like, well,
to me that they don't have like more, like, I haven't had time to read like all the lab reports, but it doesn't seem to me that they collected that much, because it takes a lot of time. It doesn't just take a few to several hours to collect and to process a scene. The shortest time that I was at a crime scene was 24 hours. And that was exhausting, and that was just a one-person crime. I mean, the one-person victim.
That's about what this one was. Maybe even under 24 hours, actually.
It was
I'm
under
only looking at like 14 or 15 swabs that they did for DNA.
Yeah, see, and I don't know. To me, that just doesn't make sense for the amount of time. I mean, it makes sense for the amount of time that's only how much they got, but they should have gotten more, being that there was 3 victims, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm just, as far as
is it possible that maybe they have those and we just, they have those reports and we just don't have them?
On the DNA report, I have it right now. It said something of, well, I don't have the whole thing. I've just got those 4 pages that I had pulled out. But it had, like, X through X was not tested. Will be saved for further analysis if needed, kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, because if they do have other, samples and stuff that they did take and just didn't test, then somewhere in there could be something that this is like the missing puzzle, so to say. I don't know. I just don't. To me, that's like the cleanest crime scene I've seen. Because even one person, I've been to one victim crime, and there's like so much blood. It's ridiculous. Especially where they were laying. The blood's going to drain out, and it's just a very, very clean scene. I did show the photo that Dan shared with my boss, and the moment he looked at it, he, like, not even a second in, he said, "That's a murder. That's not a murder-suicide." And he's like, he just retired from state police, so I don't know.
Well, as to the amount of blood, not only what Dan was talking about earlier is that the heart stops, blood stops going. You'll still have a little bit of flow rate or whatnot. But I had to euthanize a pony with a .40 caliber with the same exact bullets. It's the exact same gun, the exact same bullets that David used. I had to euthanize a pony a month and a half ago. Granted, the shape of the skull is going to change pressures and directionality of things.
Mm-hmm.
But there was less than a cup of blood that came out.
Well, like depending, like we said, like even with, both, all of them being shot in the head, like with Kamel being shot twice, that like kind of.
Can I throw out something?
Go ahead.
There's a possibility that she was shot 3 times.
Oh wow. So, have they brought up like even the thing about honor killings or anything like that? Has that been like? Has anybody talked about that?
Yeah, it's been brought up a lot, really.
But not, I think I did hear, actually now I remember somebody saying that they thought maybe like like they brought up her dad, but I know like also like other people from that religion, if they weren't happy about it, they take it upon themselves to do it if they're like that firm of a believer in that, because it seems to me like her father was trying to avoid them living that kind of life over there, right? That's why they moved from Pakistan.
Oh, that's the impression.
I read that somewhere.
We don't really know, dad really hasn't been clear on that.
Oh, okay, because I thought I read it somewhere that that was the reason he had moved, because he didn't want, how the women are treated completely different than the men. So it just seemed to me like obviously it wouldn't be the dad, but there's a lot of obviously a lot of Muslim communities there.
But it's 6 years later, right? So they're married in May of 2008, May 14th, 2008.
That's when they got married?
That's when they're married, right.
Okay, I'll put that on the cheat sheet.
Then I think that was one of the questions, like, the whole honor killing thing, because then, again, I mean, we're just talking about it, but there's going to be people that hear this and think, oh, well, they all think that it was this or it was that, when we're just all, talking, trying to really figure out what happened here. But so the whole honor killing thing was always like, well, why did they wait so long, right?
That long.
Why wouldn't they do it sooner? Why do it now? Why do it at this time? And if David was, really this thin, and if he was having all of these mental problems and all that stuff, okay, I can definitely see that, but I just don't see any proof of it. I mean, if they have it, it seems like they would have put that out there. They're kind of teasing. People are teasing that they have this stuff, but I don't really think they do.
And how about the theory that I think I posted it earlier this week. It was earlier this week. I don't remember the day, but it was about because it looks like you guys were saying earlier, like their house was like everyday life. The dishwashers being dishes are being put in, and they're walking around without their shoes, in like lounging clothes, like. And somebody said, why did David have so much layers of shirts on? Well, he might have been outside, like doing, sweeping the snow or something. And I don't know, it's just like a surprise kind of thing, or someone they knew, which seems like the more likelihood because there's no sign of struggle, what have you. And as far as like the blood on the, on the wall, I mean, they could have easily, I hate to even say that, but that's why the hand was gone to right on the wall. And,
Yeah, this involves that angle either way,
Mm-hmm.
It's either David was doing this for some reason, there's some reason why he wrote that on there, or if it was somebody else, there's some reason why they wrote that on there too.
Yeah,
and that's why that side of their family has always been the biggest key because we don't hear that much from them, so we just don't know.
And then why, like, if he was like the police officer in that documentary that came out, like the way he said that when he said about like a jab or something at Kamel, it's like, okay, well, first off, it's not like a surprise that she was Muslim. Like, he knew she was. It's not like she kept, practicing that faith unless she did without his knowledge. But I kind of doubt that. But because it seemed like they were constantly always together, and so, like, why would he do that? To her, that's like something just out there because
I agree that
he said, I think. He said, I think, or we think. He didn't say, I know. He said, I think, or we think. That means he's not sure.
Yep. Yeah, he was very careful.
Yeah, that message. I just don't see David writing that message. I don't.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question. If anybody's noticed in any of the videos or pictures or anything, and this is going to sound like an odd question, but did Kamel have freakishly long arms?
I don't think so. She didn't look like she did.
No.
There's.
Because you know how some people are a little disproportionate and
Yeah.
Because, like, if I cross my arms over myself, my hands don't stick out. Like, no matter how I do it, my fingers.
How tall was she?
I was wondering about
Anybody know how tall she was?
She wasn't that tall.
I think she was like 5.
She was short.
Did they say 5? Like 5'4" or something?
I have the same couch. If I stand on it, I think I'm 5'3". I would never be able to reach my arm up that hard to write that. But I don't know. I don't. That whole thing that's written on the wall is the one thing that drives me to believe that it was not them. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't think it was that either. It just seemed like since apparently the hands are missing. Okay, I don't see. If she found upside down, right? The way she's laying on her, chest down, and her hands. Well, how does the dog access both hands? Like, that would have been more of a hassle for him, I'm guessing.
Well, also, like, it says hands, but to what extent?
Yeah, like a fingertip.
The whole hand?
That's like one thing, or is it the whole hand?
Yeah, because, like, I could see, like, maybe the fingertips sticking out, and somebody saying, oh, her hand's missing, but it's not really her hand's missing, it's
fingers.
No,
no. Fingers.
No, they said both hands. It's very clear.
See, like everything is kind of
so
like
weird.
Like what makes it weird for me, and I've even talked this over with my husband. My kids think I'm nuts because you know how it goes. Like, we're all talking about it, and I'm sure some of your family's like, "Why are you going on about it?" But like,
oh yeah, they torture me.
Yeah, even my husband dreamt about the Crowleys one night because I talked about him so much. He said, but. He agreed with me too, and he's just he never, is like a conspiracy person. But he said, like, why is it focused on Kamel? Like, why did she get shot twice? Why is the writing on the wall directed at her family's or their religion, and both her hands are gone? That's like, why is it? I mean, it could be a coincidence, but I don't. It doesn't look like a coincidence to me at all.
Yeah, she was 5'4" and she was 130 pounds. Now that's probably not how she was found, though. If I look at how they found her, the weight, I'm sure that weight is a lot lower.
And that's another thing I'm glad you brought up. Is I've seen a lot of questions about the rate of decomposition. And why they're in different stages of decomposition. And I don't remember if we touched on this on the last call, is the amount of flesh on any given body the larger it is, the more fluidity it is, the longer it will take to get to X.
And she was, you know, she was a little bit, you know, not heavier, but thicker than obviously David was, but his was more muscle. So, I mean, his rate is going to be, you know, of course, the little girl is going to be faster.
A thin finger is going to dry out faster than a thicker finger.
Yeah, that's why I think hers took longer because of her body.
And I had commented on that. Somebody was like, she's not fat. I'm like, I'm not saying she's fat. I'm saying she's fleshier.
Yeah, she is, and you can see it on that video of the birthday. Because she looked like she had gained a little bit of weight.
Yeah, I would like to know, like, one question. You know, the last people to actually see them alive was the teacher of the school. And just
that's
to,
what I
you know,
was wondering about.
Pick her brain and see what kind of attitude.
Well, no, that would be the person at the, possibly the person at the hamburger joint.
Oh yeah,
yeah, but the teacher is definitely no, you're definitely right there, and that's someone who sees them.
Why did they say it was
on a constant basis? Well,
and I would like to know if Rainey ever came to school telling the kind of stories that they had us telling in the documentary. You know what I mean? Because she seems to be a very intellectual kid. I mean, based on what they showed of her. Like, I wonder if she went to school and said, oh, yeah, like, monsters ate my brother last night. You know what I mean? Like, the way she was talking.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, if
my grandson now is that same age. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, if Ronnie ever went to school and said that anything happened, teachers are required by law to report to Child Protective Services.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Okay,
but
well, what about this?
Like,
this
I feel like they made her look like a little bit of a, like they even made the kid look like she was a little lunatic in the documentary. That got me upset. Kids have an imagination, you know.
Yeah,
they
that's
could have
what I was
watched
gonna say.
Monsters Inc. You know what I mean? And they made it look like she was a crazy kid. That just bothers me so much.
And then what bothered me
was
that it bothered me about that guy, what was his name, the newsman, the way he said that about you know, about the little girl being 5 years old, for Christ's sake. I mean, everyone raises their kids differently, you know, and like, I don't know, my kids, they weren't able to like watch just really whatever they wanted, but we weren't like those kind of parents where you like shield them completely, because they're going to see stuff elsewhere also. But the thing is kids have an imagination. They tell stories. My grandson,
every kid talks about the boogeyman.
Yeah. Mhm.
Every kid talks about the boogeyman, the guy under the bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Every kid does it.
Mhm.
Is Tom Lydon a father? Do we know?
Oh, I have no
idea.
Tom
Lydon have kids?
No.
Really?
Well, I mean that goes to show that, you know, he, you know, but it's just like, so he was kind of judgmental the way he said that is what it sounded to me. And he, when he said about when Kamel had I think it was the rapture part, because I only saw that once, the documentary, and when he said that people focus on paranormal, like if they have problems or whatever. Okay, no, that's not true, because I'm a very firm believer on paranormal things because of things that have happened to me and my family.
Ask Greg, is that a conversation for another chat? Because I know you had an opinion on that.
I think we're all just chatting here, so let's keep going. Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm just, you know, thinking like, just so he just seemed like I know he's an investigative. Wasn't he an investigative journalist or news anchor? And
I guess.
But I mean, still at that, it's like it just didn't seem like he Like, I thought maybe he'd try and, like...
I just think Kamel was, like, an eccentric person.
Yeah,
you know what
there's
I mean?
nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. And I just, even her friend, the way the friends, like, everybody goes through marriages that, you go through your ups and downs, your ins, your outs, your that. Maybe, like, they were feeling betrayed because if you remember, they couldn't get David couldn't go his way with the mics because he couldn't get sign off from, give me his name, I can't remember it,
Danny,
to sign off his rights. Right. And, and then she started getting these so-called paranormal things. Maybe they felt like maybe David felt like somebody was messing with her.
Yeah, because
and he wanted to protect her.
Yeah. See,
right.
that was one of my thoughts, too, where maybe, maybe, you know how they distance themselves from the rest of the family. Like, you kind of feel safe at your own home. Like, even if you are being threatened, you're not going to try and, like, go on the run with your family. I don't think so anyways. I discussed this with my husband, and he says, well, you're going to feel safe at his home because that's all your gun. He had all his guns there and whatever. And if he did get any kind of threat, or if they, something like you say with Kamel, like, you're going to kind of isolate yourself, and that way maybe you want to be kind of sort of protective of your extended family maybe, and maybe that's why they were keeping to themselves because Kamel was still going to work, and they made it seem like, and to me anyways, they made it seem like in the documentary that David had kind of like just isolated them to the house and wasn't letting them speak to anybody, which, yes, if that happened with the sister, well, we don't know that whatever the situation was there. But I tell you one thing, if my brother-in-laws, any of them, told me I couldn't talk to my sister, that would not be good for him,
Especially if I drove 70 miles. I wouldn't turn around and go back.
Oh, exactly, no. I'd have been like, yeah, that's not happening. But she could have at least tried to even contact her at work because she was going to work. Isn't that what the friend said?
In the back door and out the back door.
Yeah, so why didn't she try to contact her at work if she really wanted to get a hold of her?
Do you guys know anything
I believe
about...
Kamel quit her job and she was working from home.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just going based on what the friend said, but I didn't know the timeline on that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah,
what about, do you guys know anything about mushrooms? Something about mushrooms? Did you guys read that?
None of that showed up in the toxicology report?
Nothing showed up.
Right. I know, but so where did they get that information?
Well, that's not to say that they didn't do them before.
No, I know that, but where did they get that information from? Like, that's just hearsay, really.
A lot of people, they'll like
probably
take
social media. Probably got.
They're bragging to somebody, dude, I tried some shrooms last weekend. Oh, my God.
Well, I think initially Sean Wright was the one that mentioned, they were doing mushrooms.
Well, see, like, some people, I know, like, some, like, musicians that are friends of mine, and they, I know, like in the early 90s, they used to take stuff like that, or hits of acid or whatever for their
songwriting. In the 90s.
For their songwriting, I'm also like thinking. I did shrooms in high school and acid and everything, and I didn't exactly want to kill anybody. I think I was too messed up to even think of doing something like that. But I know that that drink they were talking about. That stuff, I don't know, has anybody had that before? Because I did once.
I did hear that it makes you go crazy.
Oh, it's weird.
Like you see things and kind of like an acid trip.
I barely had a little drink of it that a friend of mine had at his party, and this was several years back, and it
and I hadn't had nothing else to drink. That was it. And like I even passed out from it. Like it made you seem like you were like, you would see like four of a certain
like
person.
out of body.
Yeah, like almost like out of body experience, and it was way worse than being on
I
drugs.
agree. Oh yeah,
So,
I definitely could agree. Or medicine or acid. I mean, I'm 43 years old, so I tried everything when I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
But
and I'm a couple years older than you, and so we kind of, once you've already dabbled, and you really, like, you know what that feeling is like. You don't forget it, and the thing is
but anything like that always made me loving, or anybody I was around always loved.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Nothing ever made vicious.
Yeah, but
nothing ever.
And I'm thinking that when he wrote that on his Facebook pages and whatever he was supposedly doing, he might have been doing that to add more stuff to his movie. Sometimes stuff gets exaggerated.
Taking himself to another place.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I could see that. Mm-hmm. I had another question, but I forgot what it was. It's an important one. Oh, I don't believe this story, but remember we were talking earlier, like if there was something about like if you could get a lawyer or somebody else, like as us being, could we bring up charges or make them reinstate the case? I don't believe this, so please do not judge me on it, because I don't believe it for one. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Sandy Hook conspiracy theory, and that guy Wolfgang Halbach that took them actually to court to question the whole, as it was a FEMA drill and all that. He actually had a court case with them. I believe all he was a lawyer. So how was he able to take the case and reopen it on such a horrific tragedy? And like I would think that we could do, like, not we, but if we, like, are we able to do that? Or does it have to be a lawyer?
Reasonable evidence.
Anybody familiar with that guy?
No.
I've seen a little bit of it, but I'm not really.
Dan is.
Yeah.
Dan is.
Yeah,
Dan.
I've called Wolfgang a couple of times and spoke on the phone with him on the Sandy Hook. I know him reasonably well.
I mean, let me tell you something. Like, he puts on that was another case that I was so drawn to, just because the things that he pointed out. That was, I mean, it was. I don't know. I don't know what to believe on that either. So I don't even bring it up with people. But I'm just saying, like, I just think that they should be questioned. I don't think they should be allowed to, even if David did this. My thing that I have a hard time with is, how could, this is unjust that you in 2 days wrap this up as a suicide, and that you don't do any, the investigative work that they did was so disgusting. And there are so many people that are sitting in jail that are innocent, and I don't think it's fair. That's what bothers me, and this is kind of the exact thing that David was going to. One of the subjects he was talking about in the Gray State, like, was people being arrested for crimes they didn't commit.
So did they? Sorry to interrupt, but did they determine, like, right, like, as soon as that went, they found the crime and were doing that? Was that when they first said it was a murder-suicide, or was it when, the way they said in the documentary, after an exhausting long year? Like,
no, it was 2 days that they confirmed it as suicide, and then they confirmed it after the talk. Then they like sealed it. It was confirmed by the 19th. Correct me if I'm wrong, Greg. And then after everything came back, they, that's when they closed and sealed the case as indefinitely. They ruled it as a suicide murder.
Tracy, the very first media press release from Apple Valley came out as a suspicious deaths on the, I think the 17th or 18th. And then by the 19th, just like what you said, 48 hours later, they had ruled it, not officially, but they thought it was, they're treating it as a murder, double murder, suicide, already 48 hours later. Then, the reason it took so long is for the BCA, the evidence, all the, the case was completed the following January 11th of 2016. That was actually closed, but they had all they needed already in the first 2 days. In the month or two, they had, they already met with the family in March, and mentioned everything to them, and then they just kind of tied everything off and released it January of the next year, and that's when they slipped the information about the whole Muslim angle to Tom Lydon on Fox 9 News, and that's how that all story broke.
Mm. And see, a lot of this would have all been avoided had they done the handwriting analysis on the wall and on the notepad.
See, that's what I'm wondering. I think people seem to forget that the notepad could travel. Like, some of the things I see on Facebook, I'm like, the notepad, it doesn't need legs to get up and go into the next room. A person could actually pick it up and bring it in there. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
because they didn't
just because it's filmed there doesn't mean it was there.
The only place that I'm sure we all saw where they enhanced the fingerprint on the laptop and on the floor of the feet for the foot that was there, the footprint. Where is the rest of the luminol? And that was kind of like my first when I first saw the case file and like the pictures and everything. Where is any kind of dusting, any kind of because that's where my professionalism was at. I didn't see none of that. That's like the first crime scene I see that doesn't
I would think that the lack of dusting would be.
It's going to stay there till it's wiped off.
Well, not just that, is the insane amount of prints that would be there. There would be no way to tell who or when David touched the doorknob or when David touched the computer, because those are things that he's going to touch every single day.
Yeah. No, but I mean, they didn't even do it to find any other prints that maybe that wouldn't be there, to exclude. Obviously you wouldn't exclude the family, and friends maybe. Or,
the back door.
Do that. Well, I'm thinking
the back door.
Yeah, the back door for one, and also if he supposedly went and wrote that on the pad, like you say, if let's just say the pad was there, and he wrote that after the fact, there was blood on it. His feet had blood on them, and they had to have left traces on the carpet on his way walking there. He didn't fly in there, and he only had. So what was he standing on one foot while he stood by the laptop? Because there's no other. There's no other
footprints anywhere else in the house, apparently.
Nothing. I didn't see anything.
I mean, I'd also like to know the distance between the edge of the carpet and where that footprint is, or the edge of the carpet and the edge of the island.
It didn't even look that far, but wouldn't you wouldn't there be at least maybe the front part of your foot hanging off the carpet, or it's not that close, but it's not to where he had one foot on the carpet and one on the wooden floor.
Greg, are you still there?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I'm still here.
Two questions.
Mm-hmm.
Two questions I have. Did you ever get a chance to look at that Gray Hughes channel I told you about on YouTube?
No.
He does.
No,
you have to look, because he recreates the scene he did to Jodi Arias digitally on how she did it, and it shows you he kind of made it not a cartoon, but he's really good.
Yeah, I saw that.
And
Greg,
also,
Greg Hughes.
His name is Greg.
I've seen some of his stuff.
Yeah, he did really good work.
Yeah, it's really good.
Okay.
And then also, what did Judy ever say if and I could be really wrong here. I don't know because, I read things. I don't know if that's fact or fiction comments.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that she's seen bones scattered all over the place when she looked in.
Well, she also said she saw nail beds.
She saw nails. I don't know how in the world that happened.
And I just read the article today to make sure I read it. And they said, in the first initial reports, this is a newspaper article I'm reading now, so forgive me. News could be BS. But it said that she was looking through the window, and the neighbor said that she seen, bodies, and there was bones and skeletons all over. So how did she retract that statement? Or is that actually true? Because we're asking where all the bones are, and that could be one of the images that they didn't release or want us to have, which I can't. I can respect that as a mom. As a dad, I don't want everybody looking at my granddaughter's bones or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But
sure.
She retracted that statement when she spoke with you, correct?
I don't think she retracted it. I think the statement just kind of changed, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. She lied so much, I don't know.
Yeah. No, she was saying one thing.
I shouldn't say lies. She changed her story. Maybe she's just, senile. I'm not even being facetious.
Well,
I just think she's a mayor.
Mhm. You think she's what?
Like a nosy neighbor mayor, because she went from not knowing them at all to best friends.
Yeah, she did.
You know what I mean?
Well, she didn't. She didn't know them. They only lived there for 1 year.
I lived here
for
5 years, and I don't know none of my neighbors.
Right.
She said other than hi, goodbye. Yeah, other than hi, goodbye, that was it.
I really think that people from the Gray State quote-unquote team were coaching her, were actually helping her, were encouraging her, and were probably using her for whatever their real purpose was. That's what I think.
Well, I don't even think so. So in her mind, they weren't. They were just giving the information, to her that she would bring it back to us in that way.
Right.
Telling, feeding her the gossip, per se,
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Does anyone know what?
I lost my train of thought. Hold on.
Sorry.
That happens. I'm sorry.
No, I don't know anything. Apparently, I know nothing.
If you go by what Rob says,
you definitely have to look into his work, though, because I'm telling you, he really is phenomenal. He may not want to touch this case with kind of a polo, but I don't know. I would definitely reach out to him.
Yeah, please. It's definitely worth a shot.
He loves investigating. He likes, what he does is, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this case, the Kaninka Jenkins girl with the hotel and the freezer.
Yes.
In Chicago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, he debunked everybody, all those people that were saying, oh, she got pulled, she got this. He pretty much, he kept debunking their theories, and he was smart. I mean, because what they were putting on YouTube was just ridiculous about that girl. It was terrible. But
see, that's one thing that I have to step back from sometimes, and somebody got the best of me last night a little bit. Is I'm a smart ass, but I deal in facts.
Right.
And I'm not here to say whether David did it or not. I'm not saying he didn't do it, but prove it to me.
Yeah.
Well, that's my point. I don't even care who did it at this point. I want to know why you dismiss so much of what proper protocol is. My father was NYPD top line detective. He was detective of the year in all 5 boroughs. He's a very decorative officer. And it just seems like in these little towns like John Bonet, and like I spoke about, like these men don't take their jobs. And maybe it's just a New York thing, I don't know, but, we don't solve crimes like SVU in an hour. It don't happen.
No.
Like they feel up, especially with a child. That I just feel like, you know, they discredited her. I feel like, you know what I mean?
What?
Like make sure rule our parents out. I'm sorry, rule them out. And if they could so-called do that, then you would think they would want to shut up all these people.
Why? That's what I was wondering about. That why did they open the crime scene like the very next day, wasn't it? And that's when those who went in there and found like the other bullet on the ceiling. Was it the next day or a couple days after?
That was on the 19th. That was 2 days later.
Yeah, see, that kind of blows my mind because, like, I know, like, I mean...
You don't want to believe that the police are that incompetent.
You don't, because usually, like, people get assigned different jobs, like, quote, jobs, different locations and... just to do different things. That's like one of the initial things before anything else. And for someone, and that's like scouting, you know. And so, how in the world? Because they look everywhere: ceilings, walls, under things. I don't know how in the world that could have gotten missed at all. I don't care.
They were also they were there. You have to remember they were called back to the house on January 19th too. So they were in the house on the same day, but apparently the Gray State team can look up and see a bullet hole, but the police can't. So the police were there January 17th, didn't see a bullet hole. They were there January 19th, didn't see a bullet hole. They get called to the house. And told that there is a bullet hole, and then they go and they see that there's a ladder, you know, and just then they take photos too. So we
why were
do
they
need photos.
why were they in the attic in the first place?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like
it seems like somebody was looking for something.
Right, but they were looking for it on the 19th. Why was the ladder still there 1 month later?
Well, actually,
but why were they
exercise equipment?
Yeah, we've never
I
seen
thought it was
it.
I thought it was insurance papers or something. And another question is, I don't know if anybody can answer this. Clearly, she was the sole provider for that family. No,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But
No.
who got the money in the end? Did her family? Did her family get anything?
What's that?
Did her family get anything, or did it all go to his?
It was all him. He had a lot of money. I don't know about what she had and all
so
that.
Why were they saying, Greg? Why were they saying that she was suffering these financial hardships if he had money?
I think it was speculation.
I don't know. I mean, he was okay. Maybe he didn't have money. Let's just say he was the fourth person on a Wells Fargo account that had a lot of money coming in. We're talking six-figure digits, right? Money coming in, and there's money going out. So maybe, I don't know. That to me was like, I don't understand that.
What I thought was strange about that too, Greg, was that okay, like obviously we see on those canceled checks his name and with their old address and everything. And why is there no? I didn't see anything with Kamel's name as far as. Was there any like cancel checks under her name, or did they have separate accounts? Were they joint?
Well, that leads into my next question. I know Dan has been posting the little snippets. Is there a singular file of the bank records, or is that not available?
There is a Wells Fargo file.
I haven't seen that one.
I don't know if I have it. Go ahead, Dan.
I'm still here, Greg. The file came through like a 270-page file PDF in terms of Wells Fargo with all these accounts, and I was pulling through the pertinent information.
Okay.
It's all in one huge one. And here's what I've found is that Comel had her own account. David has his own account. the two had a joint account, and then he had a Hothead Production account, and then he was listed on a POD bank account from his father, like a trust fund kind of a deal. And then he also had his own account like that, which is a POD that was in his name. So a lot of bank accounts, but what I saw on the trend of the historical trend for the month leading up to the deaths is Comel was paying the mortgage on the house on the, I think it was the 15th and the 30th of every month coming out of her bank account, and then you would see the following month, like the next day later, a full amount from David being transferred into her account that he was reimbursing her essentially. So he had cash. She had her own checking account with different, they showed canceled checks from her AC Cakes company. The nutritional stuff she was working on that she was writing checks for and paying things, and then also people paying her for the services she was providing right up until October, November timeframe of 2014. So she was still actively involved with her personal business, although she quit her official job. She was still self-employed, and so was David. So David was making money. There was one large check for some editing work he did for a company that made $9,000, and you see that check come in from a company signed to Hothead Productions, and then you see it endorsed and deposited into Hothead Productions' bank account for some editing work he did for a film or a movie or something. That was $9,000. But you see all these transfers coming in. You see checks coming in. Other than that, they were very, I think, a prudent family making normal types of purchases. But David certainly was not hurting for cash, and neither was she, and they were also not broke and not living wealthy either. They were.
And you know, there's always those times. I don't know anybody's financial situation, but I know me personally. There's always those times where it's a little lean, and you stress over money, and you may complain about it to your friends.
Yeah, and that's what I saw. Like the month.
Everybody's count to being broke is different.
There was a.
You know what I mean?
There was I think two straight days where there was. Two transfers being, checks cleared that went under, then it had overdraft protection on David's account, and then he paid it along with the fee, and then it got back up to normal again. But there were some blips in the radar, but nothing like that. Now, the movie makes it sound, and also these journals make it sound like Comel was solely supporting David. And I think that is where we get into our disinformation and our misinformation, because David's checks were clearly rolling in, and he also got green light on this, a green lit to move forward on the movie plan. So
that's another reason.
That's very misleading. I think they had some lean times early on in their marriage, perhaps, that it was difficult. But the way the movie and these journals provided, it makes it sound like it was leading up to this double murder-suicide that led them to all this because they had such a rocky marriage. That's very taken out of context, is all I'm going to say there. That's Eric Nelson putting it together to make it look that way.
I mean, there's obviously some sort of money available, and I don't care what kind of relationship I have with my parents. Like, if times are that lean and, like, you're having that hard of a problem, you go and say, hey, can I borrow $300? I need to go get groceries or pay the power bill or whatever.
Exactly. But I don't, and he was at his dream, like even just to go and get, whether he was going to deal with them or not, if he had interest from those two mites, and he was reaching his, let's say, his goal was to get this movie out there. I don't see a reason why. I mean, if they were in bad times, they were about to get out of it really soon.
Yeah, like he did all that work for nothing.
And
I'm personally not going to work my ass off and then be like, screw it.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah. And where did they get the pack theory from? Who came up with that, and who provided that information?
I think the movie documentary, I think that made them look bad, like in every way. That's why I couldn't figure out why the dad and brother
came from the Gray State guys.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, and another question going back to the
David made the dog look like a demon in the movie, in the documentary.
Yeah, he did.
The $14,000 check, I saw where somebody said that it was for tax purposes. Is that like, are they laundering money?
No, that was just if you gift someone, you can gift money to someone, a family member or something, not to exceed $14,000 in a calendar year, and you're able to use that as a gift without being taxed on it. So Dan Sr., who was well adept and must have had a financial advisor or tax advisor or something, and so at the end of the year, it looked like, and perhaps every year he did this to the kids or just to David for sure, is write a check as a gift for $14,000, and he was able to write that off. So that's not a money laundering. That's not a tax evasion. It's more of a tax avoidance kind of a thing that he did legally.
Because I mean, just because I write you a check doesn't mean you don't hand me the cash back.
Correct. Now and that is correct. But if you, yep, that's correct. Who's to say?
And has anyone, Dan, have you tried to get in touch with the friends, the women, the lady she worked with, Kamau worked with, and her friend Susan, I think was the other name?
No, I haven't contacted any one of those yet or to date.
Well, another thing,
Sarah?
Are tax returns, federal tax returns, are those open records for like a FOIA request, or are those personal records that you can't have access to?
Good question. That would be a FOIA request to the IRS, perhaps.
It'd be the IRS, I think.
And now they just sold the house, so does that money go to David's family or both, or?
It probably paid off the mortgage.
They bought the family that bought the house bought it from that neighborhood rehabilitation company who owned the home. So this transaction had nothing to do with the Crowleys. Crowleys went into foreclosure, I think, at Wells Fargo or so that was a year later. The recent purchase now was already when a company bought it to do the remodeling. So they had already owned it.
Oh. I wonder if Judy bought the neighbor's muffins yet.
Now here's a comment I just ran across now, and I just want to read this in the back of the police report. We called this the 94-page police report from the Apple Valley, which we all scoured for months and months and months, and now we haven't gone back and looked at it. But it also has some interesting nuggets because with all these other reports available, if you go back and cross-reference this kind of stuff, I'm going under the impression that David was not on good terms with his brother Dan Jr. and was on okay terms with his sister Allison, but we don't really get a feeling of how good a relationship he had with his own father, Dan Sr. Now, we know he got the money, but we know that was also a tax. The incentive was for taxes, that $14,000. Now, if we go to the text when Dan Sr. creates a timeline for police, he goes through all the text message correspondence. And in November, it was, let's see, he asks him November 8th, got the new phone number, how busy are you, or how's the negotiations going with the producers? On November 9th, David writes back, I walked from it, reasons of the spirit, I guess. So that's where we get first information that this whole deal was canceled. But this could have been David Crowley knowing potentially that his father was either in on it or connecting closely with the Gray State team and leaked out this message back by just saying, I walked away from it, when it indeed was not true. We know that it was a fact that he never walked away from this deal. So why did he tell his dad this story? Because his dad was possibly interested in making some money too? Who knows? But that was a text.
I don't think it was his dad because he felt his dad and his brother were in cahoots.
And David was probably figuring all this out, and he started being coy with everyone, slowly pulling himself away from these snakes, some of which were his own family.
That's exactly what I thought. They were like vultures. That's how I felt.
Wow, that puts a whole new spin. Puts a whole new spin that we know that interview I did with the president of Michael Entertainment Group said that the deal was never off. But yet here's David responding personally to his father that I walked away from it. Reasons of the spirit, I guess.
If Senior's talking to Junior and Junior's talking to Mason and David's trying to get Mason to release information, you would try to covertly influence Mason that way.
Also, the police could get, his records from his to confirm those texts are even real or not. He could have just been reading those texts off to us, saying that, you know what I mean?
By the time the requests came back from the cell phone companies, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they only keep the actual text, like the parts of the text, the actual message, is only kept for 60 or 90 days. So by the time the police's reports and subpoenas got through to them, texts from that point in time are gone. You only have a record of to and from.
And see, that would make sense too, because if David was having issues with his father, he never did give him his phone number. Dan Jr. gave Dan Sr. the phone number of David after he got his new phone. So that could be the case. David was pulling himself away from his own father is what it looks like, because Thanksgiving comes around. They get invited to go to Thanksgiving. David replied, "No thanks, we'll stay home this year." And then Christmas, "No thanks."
And there's another thing in there that I call BS on, is Ronnie doesn't seem interested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody asks their 4 or 5-year-old if do you want to go to Grandpa's for Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
And don't forget, Dan Sr. did not speak to his own father. I want to know what the reason is behind that.
Correct. There was a 5-year period that was true. 5 years. I don't know when, but there was a big gap that something happened there that they were on.
Isn't that in David's journal?
Yes. Well,
Fake journal.
David has 5 journals.
So-called journal. I don't know how the police said they didn't find that journal. The father found it after. I don't believe that they didn't have access to that GoPro. I mean, what kind of morons work at that Apple Valley Police Department?
That's what I said with all that data there.
Well, it's like I live in Podunk, Alabama, and I'm almost positive these guys do a better job.
My 6-year-old nephew could break code for a GoPro and get in it. I mean, it's not rocket science. So let's face it. That's what I mean, and this is where I say, like, am I being ignorant? Because there is a lot of crime in New York, and these officers are very well trained, and there's not a lot of crime in these small town stuff. They're not used to handling things like that. When
again, that's where I fault the Apple Valley Police Department in being over their head.
You halt it, and you say we need to get the right person in here. Yes, the FBI, whatever, to investigate this case. He wasn't just a nobody like I am. If somebody walks into my house,
they even do that sort of thing here where I live, and like they will call in state police and local sheriff, but I live where it's very rare. If a murder happens, I know it hasn't happened here in the whole 11 years I've lived here, but go a couple hours south to Albuquerque, and it's terrible there. So that's I don't believe that they didn't call anyone else. Like if they did it, they did that for reasons that it's not that they knew they could, or they just thought they could take the case on it themselves, but I think that they did it purposely not to call any higher-ups, only because there was no motive, no proof of nothing that would...
Well, I think that would have been Dan Senior and the brother to push that issue and not accept it.
Yeah.
And being that they were so lenient as to not accept it, that just leads me to believe that there was something shady going on. Because even if I have a son and a daughter, and even if there was all this videos that you show me and stuff like that, I know my son. I've seen him be angry. He plays football. He snaps out. He goes crazy.
Yeah.
You know, he's a good kid. But I still would. You need to prove to me without a reasonable doubt that my son killed my 5-year-old granddaughter. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Especially before you're gonna go make a movie about it.
In that movie, I don't know, but I hate to say it, but the father seemed very nonchalant, like, oh, whatever.
Like heartless.
Like, even like it was weird. Like, it wasn't even, he didn't even have no emotion at all. Even at the end, when he said that, what in the world did he say? But it was like heartless. Like,
yeah, that's David.
I was like, oh my God.
Really
That
puts the mother's death in a new perspective with Kate.
I think
Absolutely.
Kate was probably with David.
That's strange.
She's going kind of frantic. She's going kind of frantic looking for him when he changed his number. And at least that's what I read in the email between Kamel and his sister. Her mom. It just seems like their mom was more or closer
But
to
it
David.
did seem like she's an alcoholic.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, was she like the kind of alcoholic that was like, you know?
Apparently goes frantic and thinks that her kids did.
No, but I mean,
well, they
I
also
just
said
think
that David was too, though, right? He was one too.
I mean, I don't know. I'm like a really paranoid mom. My daughter used to live in Denver, and now that she moved to Albuquerque, I'm more paranoid there than when she was in Denver. Because don't ask me why. Probably because when I worked there, I knew of all the crimes that happened there. But it's just like, as a parent, like if my kids don't call, if I don't hear from them in a couple of days, actually that doesn't even happen. I need to hear from my daughter and my kids once a day. You bet that I'm going to go hunt them down if I don't hear from them. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, and like Dean Jr. saying that he was trying to avoid confrontation. He's just going to leave the stuff on the doorstep. You know, you're going to bang on the door and be like, hey, Dad told me to drop this stuff off here.
Yeah. But yet at the same time, doesn't he say, oh, I had thought of going and telling him I loved him? Why?
Yeah, that was on the 24th.
Yeah, so if they were having issues and he didn't know he was, you know, gone or whatever, like he just like went, like first they were having an argument or not getting along, and suddenly he had thought maybe he should stop by there and tell him he loved him. Like, was that just like for the documentary purpose to throw that in there, or was it
I think
so. Thing?
And you know, there's
Christmas.
different ways of that family do things. Like if my mom comes out and says, I love you, I'd be like, what's going on?
What's wrong with you?
I know that my friends worked the Tribeca Film Festival because they were my friend's father runs SNL, Saturday Night Live, so they do the film festivals and stuff like that. And that's how I got on to watching this, because they said they were acting like a bunch of frat boys, like from college, like, so people weren't expecting what they seen. And from what I understand, like after it was over, like they went out with their tail between their legs because people were just giving them the evil eye and like looking at them like, yeah, like, are you serious? That's how I first learned about it. and like they were all like loud and rowdy and ready to go. And then after it was like and I've been there. My father-in-law was in one at years ago. Said it was called New York Says Thank You, but it's a very happy atmosphere. So they were like, thinking they were on the red carpet and all that. And then after it filmed, lights come on, and they're thinking, everybody gets to take a picture with the people. Like, everybody went the other way. Like, and they were just like,
standing there.
Walked away with the and I think that was their first real, moment. You know what I mean?
The whole documentary made the whole family, not the whole family, but made David and his family look, his wife, and they just made them look like if
they made David.
So wait, so like
they made David
they were like
they
happy?
made the whole family look bad.
Why would they be happy? What were they happy with?
Well, when you go to the film festival in New York, it's pretty much they shut down the streets, and then there's all sorts of theaters, and there's a lot of very well-known actors that run and stuff. It's a very, very big thing. Like, it's kind of like Carnival, I would say, kind of like New Orleans.
There's the potential to rub elbows with the superstars.
Yeah, and it's all bars, like streets, a fair, everything. So they would, they probably were in the bar drinking all day, and then the premiere night, they get to, walk the red carpet, and then after the show is filmed, they stay back, and you can go and talk to them and, take pictures, whatever. Especially if you're young, you want to get your pictures out there on social media with others. And with the way they went in there, and then from what I understand from film crew, after talking about this with my friend and her father and everything, afterwards it was like you could drop a pin. Like everybody, like the lights turned on, it was like everybody just gave them the evil eye, like really? Like especially the brother and the Mason guy. And
which one?
Like they were acting like a bunch of frat boys going in, and they went out and they were waiting for the big moment where fans come over and take pictures. I guess kind of like David got the reaction he got and the sports he got when he put out the trailer. They were thinking that was going to happen to them, and when it didn't, they walked out with their tail between their legs.
So this was for the documentary that just came out on Netflix?
Yeah, but it first goes into the Tribeca Film Festival, and then they choose it. They choose where they want to release it. Like, does Netflix want to pick it up? Does A&E want to pick it up? Or, if it's not already contracted. That's where I believe it was not contracted, and that's where I believe A&E
so it's like a bid system on the...
Right, because if you...
The low level.
A&E, Mike, they didn't reach out to A&E yet, but they were telling David, let's go here. You'll stand to make more money, like doing a series between merchandise, like Sons of Anarchy type show. You'll get merchandise. You'll get more seasons. You'll make more money. Like $30 million was just their budget to make the first season. That wasn't what David was.
And
David was
like
about to make
the way they in the documentary, they just popped that gumption talk recording on the mics.
Yes, that's what I said. It was terrible.
Yeah.
And
who even knows if that was really David? It could have been the brother. That was just an audio clip.
I think it was David, and I think he was bumping himself up. This is mine.
Yeah.
This is how it's going to be. This is what I'm going to say. This is what they're going to say back. And if it doesn't go that way, then I'm out.
Right. Mm-hmm. But do you notice, where they said to him, and I think that's what kind of swayed him a little bit, because when I told him, listen, we know you could direct a movie, but you're going to want to know a big name director, because that's what's going to drive your audience. You need that. People don't know you. You could stand alongside of him and direct it all you want, but we need a name to go on to that. And he agreed to that. Like, you know what I mean? So when they played that tape
Crowley
for the mic,
doesn't mean anything when you could put James Cameron's name on it.
Right.
Or Spielberg or...
Yeah, of course, but I mean, if you were David and you were so in the film industry, you would understand that. Like, if I wrote a script and Steven Spielberg said, I want it, but my name's going to go on it, you could be my assistant director, I'm going to say, yeah, because you know what? It's way more money than I got now. You know what I mean? And I'm getting my feet in the water. And that was $30 million was just for the first season. So if they had to run this thing for 6 seasons or whatever, and they had mentioned, oh, well, we could do like A&E, we can do HBO, blah, blah, blah. That's when I think A&E said, you know, they reached out to me, I never got it, let me take your documentary. That's the only reason why they got that.
And it's like, even today, the subject material is still a big thing. I mean, I just got through reading a 5-series book on post-apocalyptic situations. Oh,
I don't know. I just feel like it. You know what? And another thing is, like, if I had a Greg and a Dan, and you guys were doing this for my family, and you were calling out all the things that maybe I couldn't see because I was suffering from pain, I would not discredit in this Facebook group. I would say, wow, guys, I guess I was so blinded, I didn't see all this or question all this, and maybe I should. And, you know, I appreciate you, but, like, out of respect and love for my son that you guys are showing, you didn't even know him, maybe I should, you know? And they're taking it as we're, like, hating on them, like, you know what I mean? So that just shows you, you know, kind of making your own self guilty to me.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's strange. Their behavior is strange, but the whole thing is strange, you know.
And I mean, and that's where I have to come in and say that I appreciate probably 90% of the people that are in there. I'm new to the group, and a lot of people have answered my questions, and there's a handful in there that are nosy Nellies that are just in there for the gore and stories. But for the most part, it seems to be a collective group of people that want an answer, or want the answer.
I'm going to hang up, guys, but Dan or Greg, I think that you guys would be better off. I mean, this is solely up to you. Reaching out to Gray Hughes, because you have much more knowledge about than I do about, because he's going to want to know the ins and outs. And I bet you he could recreate the scenario, or, you know, within a day, 2 days, like, you know, or 3 different scenarios if you wanted him to. You know what I mean? So
okay.
I just think that you guys have more, you know more about it than I do to reach out to him.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
So
I'm definitely gonna reach out to him.
Definitely look into it, and I appreciate talking to you all you guys, and you definitely shed light on it for me. I really do hope something happens. I really do, because I don't know. My heart's not whole. I feel like I really feel like they failed. Even if it is David, that we have a right to prove that it. Like I said from the beginning, if you took this case to court, there is no reason you are convincing a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the one who pulled the trigger. Sorry, not in any New York justice system. I don't even think it would make past the grand jury. I served on a grand jury. You have to have a lot of evidence to take up the trial. It's not there.
Hey, Tracy, hang on for a moment here before you take off. I'm going to read a couple of these texts again from Dan Sr. Remember, for the police reports now, guys, police asked Dan Sr. to put together a timeline, and the more I read this, it looks like he's sending a narrative to police that's making, David look goofy. But also, I'm going to read about 4 lines here. I want you to take in the David's tone relating with his father. All right, so September of 2014, Dan Sr. asks, "You guys want to come down to grill?" David responds, "We're busy cleaning up after the big garage sale." Later in September, "I'm going to take Rania to the zoo." Last minute, David tries to discourage me from picking up Rania. But he picked her up anyway. After they got back, they were talking, and then it says they were busy and didn't seem like wanting me to hang around, so I left. That's the last time I saw David. Then, no correspondence in October. And then Dan Sr. writes, out of the blue, in the timeline, David posts on Facebook regarding religion of Islam, very heated. Same day he posts in all caps, "Do not fuck with the United States combat veteran." Now, why would Dan Sr. put any of that in there? We never did find out why David wrote about the United States combat veteran. But why does Dan Sr. sneak the word religion of Islam into this timeline to police? This thing is
Are you sure that's...
This is very strange, this whole behavior by the father. But
how do you know his Facebook wasn't hacked or something? You can't, that doesn't nothing.
I read through all of those Facebook posts, and not saying I didn't miss it, but I did see the combat veteran post, but I didn't see anything about Islam.
Oh, correct. Just to clarify, that post David did make, that post, "Do not fuck with the United States combat veteran," was a Facebook post and I believe a Twitter post as well. But it had no extenuating circumstances as to what caused it or what brought that on. Nowhere did I see David ever mention a heated argument regarding any religion, much less Islam.
When was the post?
That I don't think that this was in there. I think this
September.
I think this was planted. This whole background of this discussion was planted by Dan Sr. This is what he gave police. And now I'm sick.
Because I'm wondering.
Well, you would have to think Dan.
We got to look in September to see if there was any kind of attack, whether it was the one in New York on the Hudson River that triggered David to write that.
Yeah, there was something unrelated. Yeah, it was something unrelated, but it was certainly not about religion. David never posted about religion of any sort on his pages, especially heated discussions.
And don't forget, after his death, somebody was on his Facebook, so somebody else besides his wife knew that password. Because I know for a fact that would.
I'm sorry.
Nobody should have known that.
I don't think there was any heated discussion on Facebook at all. The comment David did write the comment. There was no hack. But what I'm saying is...
No, I don't mean hack, but didn't I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. Wasn't it said, though, after he passed away, there was something missing off of Facebook that somebody took down?
Oh,
That is
so
true. So obviously somebody has David's password.
Yes. And in
somebody
fact,
took that down.
It was 13 months later that I think it was Joe Segur found out on David's wall, and then he went to send him a message, and he saw that it was currently active. Someone was on his page. This was March of 2016. Someone was still on David Crowley's Facebook page, so we know that. But I'm talking about this Islam.
They don't give you access. The girl across the street from me has a 5-year-old daughter, and they found her overdosed in the bed with her daughter. And her Facebook is still like that. And the parents, they wanted it, like, control of it to see, and they would, Facebook still to this day has not gave the mother the password. Nothing, like, there's been no activity on it since the date. The very morning that she died, she wrote picking up the Kaylee from school. It's her last Facebook.
Yeah, and that's a whole other discussion. We could have a whole broadcast on that topic because unless
you create a memorial page. You turn that page into a memorial page, and you announce that it's Dan Crowley Sr. that's controlling it. You do not have access to that page.
Yep, yeah, you get 3 options when the person dies of how you want to set up that page, but none of them include being able to edit the existing page the way it is.
Exactly.
All right, I'm going to take off, but I just wanted to let you guys think about that. These very strange how David was pulling away from his father in the last few months. All right,
I'm going to try to see if there was any kind of attacks or something.
You too, man.
Good night, guys.
Bye, Dan.
All right, good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Greg?
Yeah.
It's Sophia. I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
I had to leave for a little bit, but I'm back.
Oh, cool. Thanks for joining.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Sure,
the only thing I would just say to what Dan just said is, you know, the timeline that Dan was talking about. I think both Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Crowley Jr. helped write that. So I do think that David's brother also had a part in writing that timeline.
Yeah, because it seemed to be some of it was in third person.
Right.
Yeah, and that was one of the things. It was kind of like some of it was hard to figure out who was saying what, but every time that he was saying I, that was Dan Sr. That's what I think. And every time that he would talk about a Daniel, he was talking about Dan Jr. So that was the only way that I was able to kind of figure out, okay, who was saying what, who was actually talking. And that sounds like something that I don't know. That sounds like something more. There's no reason to put that in. So, anyways.
Right. You know my thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what my feelings are in regards to him, but I'm not gonna. I mean, this is going on probably YouTube, so.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it clean and nice and, you know, stay on topic as much as we can, right?
Yeah, and I'm not going to put my actual opinion of who I think did what out there because, you know, we all know anyway. But,
naming names can make you
very,
liable.
very odd. Mm-hmm. They like to sue. But, I mean, it's just odd. It's so odd that they are very, very adamant about how things are. If you have proof, show us the proof. If you don't, then let us form our opinions. Because obviously the police reports that we have right now are not answering the questions. And with that DNA, with the DNA test, with the last photo that we just were seeing, I don't even know how they formed a murder-suicide thing without an actual note saying, I'm David Crowley. I murdered my wife and daughter, and this is the reason why. And now I'm going to commit suicide because I can't live with what I did. If we actually have that information or on video, the actual reason, then that would solve it for me, and I would be happy to go away. But we don't have that. And the information that we have right now is just not solving it. It's just not answering those questions. And so, well,
and so
this is why we're all here.
Yeah, pretty much. But, I mean, wouldn't you think that if somebody, let's say somebody did, force David to actually write that, wouldn't they force him to sign it to make it seem, say, oh, yes, this is David Crowley? That was another thing that I found strange, too, that there was you have three notes, right? They're saying he wrote 3 different things in 3 different rooms and didn't sign any of them, didn't give any indication of who actually wrote it, and the only time that they could have proven it, they don't do handwriting tests. They don't even want to prove it. They've already got their mind set. It's all done. There's something really wrong with that.
And I really think that they could have done better testing. They could have done GSR. They could have done the trajectories for the bullets and, shown actual
pictures of it if they even bothered. They could have done so much more. But they went in there with the mindset.
Supposedly when they went back in, when they were told that the bullet hole was in the ceiling, there was a string supposedly from the ceiling to the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't even see how that bullet could have been the kill shot for David.
Me neither, because
it's the position that he was found in.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
If you think that he killed himself, if you go with the suicide narrative, if he had been turned and like looking out the front window, right hand to right temple, it goes through up into the ceiling. He falls, bounces off the recliner, and is laid out, and the gun has bounced over to wherever. Theoretically.
And he's laid out, arms like that?
He's not pointing in the right direction then.
Yeah, that's hard to believe. His
and
arms
then the gun
lay out.
down on the left side?
Because he would have to be
I could see the dog doing a lot of stuff.
to the couch, facing the wall where the writing is, and himself be thrown backwards to land how he landed.
Oh, that's what I was saying. If he was looking out the front window.
Yeah, see, that wouldn't match up to how he was found, because you can't determine how your body lays. You know, once it.
I don't know. That's what I said. Theoretically.
You know what I mean? That means you know what I mean.
Yeah, and that's I think that's why it's so important to actually know where that gun actually landed, because I don't think that the dog could move that gun. Maybe the dog could, but I don't know.
He's not gonna pick it up and tote it around.
He's not gonna move it far. If he's moving, he's gonna move it because he's trying to get to some other thing or something. But I just don't see the dog moving that gun, and so it's weird that the photo that we did get is not the way that they found those bodies, simply because it doesn't have the gun in it, and we really don't know what else it doesn't have. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But then that goes back to Camel's blood being on the gun safe. I mean, why would it be on the gun safe if he already had the gun?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah,
and that's where, that series
what
that
page
I came
that
up
was
with.
on? Do we know what page that was on? What document?
It's in the individual DNA report.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if that's been posted, but I'd really like for that to be posted. That's a huge deal that I haven't really been able to catch up on. Camel's blood found on the gun safe, on David's gun safe. That's a huge deal.
Also,
yeah, we need to see what's going on with that.
I did read that.
But sometimes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes, like, I don't know, I just feel like there's, like, photos missing.
Absolutely.
Not just, like, from, you know, the ones, obviously, that maybe they don't want to, you know, to show, you know, more of the different, but as far as, like, the gun, like, there had to have been a picture that they took, you know, because that's, like, the first ones of, you know, the gun next to the body, even if they didn't take a picture of the body, but pretty similar. But the only one that they gave was the picture of when they've already, you know, discharged the weapon. Not discharged, they secured it. And so that's why I say there has to be more photos missing as far as even just some of the evidence, because it just seems like they just picked one of this and one of that, and they didn't.
Well, I think they were trying to give us
there's possibly hundreds. There's like hundreds to thousands of photos that are missing, and you can tell that But when you look at the actual number on those photos in that Dropbox, you know, you can really tell by that. There's like, because I think one of the BCAs is like 4,445. So that means, you know,
wow.
I mean, I'm guessing that means that there's at least over 4,000 photos that the BCA took, and they weren't the first people on scene.
Yeah.
They weren't the first people to take pictures. So, you know,
Right,
that to me is also another.
Taking the picture of the gun, how it was found before they secured it, or it was never where it was said to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm making a request.
They didn't even.
I'm in the middle of making a request right now to Apple Valley right now, and part of that request is where the gun was originally found, a picture.
Right.
And I'm not requesting like a picture of the bodies or anything like that. I don't need that. I just want to have a picture of how the gun was originally found before it was secured and pictured in the other picture that we've seen. And that's really what I want.
Add on to that, like on that particular phrase, so that you can identify the proximity and directionality of the gun to David's body.
Okay.
Because if they just send you a very close-up of the gun, and it's on the hardwood floor, I mean, the hardwood floor runs east to west or whatever.
Well, it's not going to be on the hardwood floor. It's going to be on the carpet.
Carpet,
right?
Yeah.
It's. I mean, we should know where it's. And they tell us where they think it really is. So even based on that carpet, the way that carpet has those little swirly things, I mean.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it's in the middle of the gray area and all you get is the gray area.
Right.
I mean, if we get a picture of it on the hardwood floor, we know for certain he didn't kill himself.
Can't they just
that bit of over there on the other side of the carpet? I mean, I'm not saying it was over there.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down in my notes, though, to make sure that I clarify.
Yeah, because
I think the question was asked earlier, but has there been any more conversation or input from Allison?
No, not that I know.
Because, I mean, like, everybody else is talking or has talked or said something, and I haven't seen anything of her, even from her saying, screw all of y'all.
Right. And that's, I mean, that's a really good point, because we didn't really want to reach out to any of them for that reason, because they were still grieving and all this. But then they start, some of them start going on tours and doing this whole media thing, and it's like what are you guys doing? But she never did. She was never part of any of that. And
I totally respect it if she's like, I don't want any part of it. I totally respect that decision.
Right. And I can only guess what she might think if we actually do try to contact her, try to reach out to her. It's you just don't know how she's going to take it. She could be cool. It could be really volatile. Yeah, because she's gone through, this. And
I mean, there's been little parts of me that are like, well, I'm just going to message so-and-so. And I'm like,
Yeah, I don't know if they want to be messaged, and sometimes it seems like they do. Other times, it's like the only ones that really do are the ones that are kind of pissed off. But that's not always true, because there have been other people that have been kind and nice that have kind of reached out.
I just thought of something else. I was looking at, I think it was last night, I was looking at one of the PDF files of a conversation that Joe, maybe, had with Sidra. And there's that whole section where she says she didn't write that.
Oh.
She didn't write what?
It was like messages back and forth from Sidra to, I believe his name was Sidra.
I do remember that. Yeah, there was somebody who had either hacked her or was posing as her because she had came back and said, "No, I didn't write that. I didn't say this."
But it's all in the same message, so you have to ask: did she really get hacked, or did she get in trouble for saying too much?
Yeah. I guess we'll find out. Anything else here before we wrap this up? Anybody got any final thoughts, final words?
No.
I think
I missed a big part, but I can catch up with Laura after we hang up.
Okay. Well, anything, if you want to add anything right now, we can.
Oh, no more 5-hour videos.
Well, I like to do this again, too. I think this one went very, very well. So.
I'm pleased with as many people as we had that it went as well as it did organizationally.
Right.
That's fine. I don't mind coming back again and talking. Hopefully I can have my thoughts gathered a little bit better.
Awesome. Yeah, and then maybe we'll kind of work out maybe some type of a structure, have it, where, I don't even know, I've even thought about maybe scheduling. Yeah, well, or just kind of like saying, okay, everybody kind of sign up and, well, you get so many minutes and talk, and then it's like, I don't know. It's just, that's not really what this should be. It really should just be us kind of talking about this stuff. But,
and like, I love it.
I was looking forward to this from the beginning, and then tonight, all my thoughts kind of went haywire because I was trying to get my son's, birthday party going, and I kind of lost my train of thought, and it was not a good day.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. I know I had a bunch of notes here, and then sometimes you just kind of go with it. I just try to have all of my documents ready. So if we need to research anything, we can get those documents out. But all right, sounds great. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
We'll do this again soon.
You all have a wonderful night.
You too.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Hello, everybody. Today is March 23rd. 2018, and we'll be discussing the Crowley case here on this live conference call with people both on the chat room and also on the telephone. Dan Hennon, this is Dan Hennon here. Greg Fernandez here is joining me as well, and then we'll go around and introduce the others on the call. Also, we're hoping for roughly about a 2-hour show tonight to get some things covered. One of such is there's really 3 things I think to cover tonight. Number one is this new spreadsheet called Inconsistencies. It's a Google Doc made that people can populate the inconsistencies in this crime so far. We'll go through that list, and then we'll have the 2 updates or announcements here that has been relatively new here in the last couple of days. One being such is the Ranny's ashes are en route and being overnighted down to the Alam family in Texas so they can have a proper burial. We'll have an update on that. And then also Sidra's friend, or actually Sidra has said that there's a possibility that we could get an interview or a conference call meeting with lead detective Jim Gummert on this case to go over some of these things and put some of this to bed, as this is over 3 years now. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for
How are you doing tonight?
I am doing excellent.
Well, do you have any any questions or comments or anything to start off this broadcast before we dive into the inconsistency list?
No, I say we go for it. Let's rock and roll.
Perfect. Now, what we'll do is have those the callers and people in the chat room, if you're in the chat, you can just put in a request to say, hey, I've got a question or a comment or something, then we'll get you on. And if you're a caller, we'll get you on as well. Please state your name and then also where you're from, what city or country you're from. And also, if you're not on the call, please keep in mind to try to mute, stay on mute until you're on the call to keep away the side noise. So I think the file is out there. So what we did is we created a file on Google Docs. It's really just it's an Excel file on Google where we can put in 5 columns of information. One is, and anyone can do this. This is free. You don't need to have a username, login, any kind of credentials here. Is put in the topic, put in the person that made the statement or the comment, and then put in the actual facts that were said or stated that actually are true. And then we've got a column that says reason. Sometimes the reason are sometimes is simply misinformation, which is just something that has been messed up or screwed up or not true. And then there's also disinformation, which is typically spread on purpose to try to get people distracted or sidetracked. So the first thing here, we'll have those can jump in here when we start, but we'll just go through the first 5 here probably. Number 1, the couch was pushed up against the front window. Now, neighbor Judy Prochnow made this comment in the People.com magazine article on the web in the comments section, telling everyone there that the dog was able to jump up and look out because the couch was pushed up against the front window. Once the crime scene photos came out, the couch and the sectional sofa was up against the wall, and not there's actually a bookshelf underneath the window. The second item is the quote, "There was no lights on in the home." This is also neighbor Judy Prochnow. We do know the dining room light was on. That's a light above the dining room table that holds 5 light bulbs, and only one was remaining lit when police officers came. So over the 3-week period, the other 4 bulbs had burnt out. But for that 3-week period, 24/7, that dining room light was on with the front curtains wide open. That should have been something noticed by all the neighbors right away, with a big picture window that big with a full chandelier light, dining room light on the entire time. And then to have Judy come in and say there's actually no lights on in that home. That is just ludicrous, actually. Next thing is item 3. The money raised for the GoFundMe campaign was used to, quote, fly the ashes to Texas for Comel's funeral. Mason Hendricks from the Gray State Project made this quote. Now, Comel wasn't cremated. Ranny and David Crowley were cremated, but Comel's body remains were flown to Texas, where she had actually a proper funeral at a Muslim church. So Mason said to me, this was done on an instant message, private message to me personally. He said that they did use the money from the GoFundMe campaign, that $8,000, and used a portion of it to fly the ashes to Texas. And that GoFundMe campaign was set up to raise funds for Naila Alam and her medical treatment. That and that only. Even if it was a nice gesture to do that, to use the money to fly down someone's ashes or the body remains altogether, it still was not the purpose of that. So that we believe is disinformation to get us all sidetracked. The 4th item is a Christmas tree blocked the view of the bullet hole in the ceiling. Now remember that when officers had to come back a second time to notice that bullet hole in the ceiling, Mason Hendricks made the excuse to say that the officers didn't see it because the Christmas tree was blocking the view. And you can see from the image, the BCA image 4408 shows the clear distance between the Christmas tree and the ceiling. Not the case. And then the 5th one here, a kick lock was used for the rear slider. Now Sean Wright made this quote also. for that rear slider. As we all know, evidence shows per the police audio, that rear slider was unlocked and slightly ajar. Police got to the scene, rounded up the dog, and quickly gained access to the home. Sean Wright said later that a kick lock was used, and that door was locked, and they had to get a locksmith in to unlock that front door to the home to gain access to the front door. And that is obvious disinformation also. All right, that's the first 5. Any interest? Any comments so far? We'll check out the chat.
Anyone?
Anything from you, Louise?
Hi, I'm here. Yes, you know, regarding the bullet hole in the ceiling, didn't someone post an interesting article yesterday about the police procedure and something about how they should look up? But
that's the best part.
You know the document I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. That PDF, it's like a 12-page PDF that's in the file section right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should send that to them.
Maybe we should.
I mean, I don't want to be too hard on the cops, only because I do want Detective Gummert to come on here and join us one of these days. But I mean, come on, that's definitely going to be the first question that I would ask him.
Well, yeah, and
who looked up?
What can you say, really?
Yeah, and that was for the new people following the case. That was the alleged bullet that killed David Crowley himself, which is one could argue the most important bullet in this case was that one, which later found in the attic, that bullet fragment with David Crowley's DNA on it. And so this was not a bullet hole found in a closet, in a back corner of a room, in some wall off to the side. This was when you come in that front door of that home, directly, literally above your head. And so where all this took place, it's really inconceivable that would ever have been missed, but evidently it was missed. So they had to come back a second time and find that, take the photos of the hole, and that was the third time. That was the third time the officers had to come back to the home, because the cleaning crew found a bullet fragment when they were there the following day or 2 days later. And so they had to come out and get the picture images of that bullet fragment underneath the carpeting. And this is not, carpeting nailed down onto the flooring. This was just the area sectional rug that they could have just simply lifted up and the bullet, fell loosely to the ground. So this was a month later. They found the bullet hole in the ceiling. So they had 3 trips to find the 5 bullet fragments in the house.
Yeah, and it should also be pointed out that it wasn't the cops that found them either time. So, yeah.
Correct.
They had to be told about it.
Yep, they found neither of. Yeah, correct. The cleaning crew called 911 or called police to, announce that they did discover that, and then Chris Klein, the infamous Chris Klein, talked to police in February of 2015 and said that the reason he was in the house is because they were in the attic looking for the bullet from the hole in the ceiling. And that's when the detective who was on the phone says, what hole? What holes in the ceiling? So they went out the very next day to discover that. So that is some interesting information. Now the kick lock.
Dan?
Yes, please go ahead.
Dan. Hi, this is Sophia.
Hi, Sophia.
I'm in Corpus, Texas.
Yes.
And I had studied the BCA lab reports. And the bullet that was found, I'm trying to find it on my attic bullet. No blood, no tissue. The only thing that was found on it was a male DNA profile that matches David Crowley, but that is touch DNA only.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
So you're talking touch like from a finger holding it, picking it up?
Mhm. Yes, absolutely.
Placing the round in that magazine. So it wasn't his DNA from his skull.
No.
Wow. I did not know that.
It was the only thing that they got was a swab off the bullet. There was no blood. There was no tissue. Just only touch DNA.
No, that's very interesting. Here we are 3 years later and still no evidence to link David Crowley. Wow.
The DNA does not match Camille or Rainey. It's only one profile that was found. So I wanted to jump in real quick.
Oh, very good.
Do you know what page that's on? In which document?
It's item 57-1. My pages had gotten all mixed up and it printed out.
Okay.
So
item 57.
I
wonder if that's.
But it is.
That's in the 485 page. Mm-hmm.
It's from the BCA lab reports.
Okay, I'm going to pull that up.
And it's titled item 51-7. 51. Excuse me, I'm dyslexic. 57-1.
Okay. Yeah, that's a big deal.
And then they also, for the pistol, they tested several different items. They tested the grip, the side, the trigger, and the muzzle. They also tested the magazine. All of these had David's DNA on it, touch DNA. The magazine had David's blood on it. The major profiles do not match Camille or Rainey on either of them, and they had a mixture of 2 or more individuals. Camille was excluded from the gun.
That's important. That's really important.
It did say that on the magazine, Camille and Rainey could not be excluded, but they did say that it was David's major male DNA profile matches David Timothy Crowley. Major profile does not match Camille or Rainey. So the blood that's on the clip is from David and not Camille. So that little fingertip blood that you see on the magazine and the pictures, that's David's blood.
Okay.
So, but I thought that was important to add too, since we were talking about that bullet and all the misinformation that's been given out.
Yeah, so you're basically saying they can't put the gun. I mean, it's more proof they can't put the gun in David's hand.
No, and we have to ask ourselves, why was David bleeding? Obviously, there was a reason why he was bleeding.
Right, because it was his blood. I see what you're saying. Okay, interesting. Mm-hmm. I did one thing. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, just it's a little off topic, and I'm trying not to do that anymore. It's very hard. But speaking of when you talk about that blood, because the blood on the keyboard in the living room laptop or the kitchen laptop, that's David's blood, right? Or is that Camille's blood? I forget.
No, it's Camille.
Okay, so that's Camille's blood.
The footprints, the laptop, the bullets found the very first day were all Camille's. The blood on the iPhone was a mixture of 2 or more people. Camille and Rania could not be excluded, possible contributors. David was excluded.
The blood on the iPhone, okay. On the iPhone found on David, or found on David.
That was the iPhone that was found on the island next to the laptop.
On the island.
right?
Mhm.
But I was thinking that might have been in David's pocket or in somebody's pocket. It's really weird that that's out there like that, all bloody. But I don't know.
I'm trying to find the notepad. The handwriting on the notepad. Okay, that notepad was a mixture of 2 or more individuals. DNA profile indicated as female matches Camille. Major profiler does not match David or Rania. David and Rania can be excluded from being contributors. Even if they were on David's hands, don't you think that his DNA would have also been added into that, if his blood? Okay, if Camille's blood was on his hands and he touched that notepad, skin cells, anything,
something
should have been in that blood that they swabbed. They would have picked up something, but a mixture of 2 or more individuals, David and Rania, were excluded from the handwriting. And, well, this is the notepad that had that blood that was on it, the one that said submit to Allah or Alan.
Oh, okay. Baffling.
And that's item 41-2 on that BCA lab report.
But the the fingerprint, Sophia, that was David's left middle finger, correct, on that notepad?
Yes.
The fingerprint, not the DNA, but the fingerprint itself.
Oh, I don't know. I thought you were talking about the fingerprint on the clip.
Oh, no, I was just talking about the notepad for the submit to Allah now. That's what I meant.
I'm trying to see that information.
Yeah, I think that was David's left middle finger.
Yeah, it's page 20 of that 40-page BCA lab report.
Okay. I had cut it all up.
A notepad, a pen were collected from the office. Oh, this just shows what was collected. This doesn't say what the results were. Okay.
So, Sophia, do we know on that magazine clip with the blood of David's, could that have been possible when that magazine was inserted? Or was it at the very bottom while it was inserted, or was it on the side? I think it was on the side.
I think it was on the side as they
So how would
had
the blood,
picked it up.
That's the question, yeah. How would the blood get on the cartridge unless he was changing cartridges or changing magazines? But it was inserted. The clip would have been inserted.
The clip
with the blood on
was the clip that was laying down. I think it was in a box from the pictures. It's on the outside of that clip magazine. It's not on the bullet.
Right. It was. They later placed for safety. They put it in the box, I think, and they tie it down. But when it was sitting on that table, they showed it ejected, and so. I think it's odd that the blood stain or the spot of blood on that cartridge was actually on a location of the cartridge that when it was inserted into the weapon, which we're under the understanding that it was, how could his blood get on there at all?
Yeah, I honestly don't have an answer for that one at all.
Yeah, and I think that was. I don't think there is an answer. It's one of those things that how, you know. So whoever staged the scene got the blood on the cartridge and then threw it in the gun and laid it by David's left hand a few inches away.
And the samples that they took for the notepad was the blood stains. They actually took samples off of the notepad and the pen. And those came back to be Camille's DNA that they matched.
Okay. Which fits with the whole thing that, he used her blood, the wall, pretty much.
The wall is a female DNA profile, single source, a bullet and wall. Does not match David Crowley or Rania.
Where would that blood even come from if it's from the wife? Because just because of the lack of blood that we're seeing in the whole thing, to get the blood from the body on the floor to the wall, I would think would also be somewhat messy. What the hell's going on? I don't get it. No?
I don't get it. I mean, the only thing I think back to is that off-the-wall statement that was made about mixing Camille's blood and water. You know, once you read that and then you read the DNA results, you're like, wow. Because David's DNA is not in that profile. If he's putting it on it with his hands, he's touching that wall with his hands. Skin cells are being sloughed off.
Yeah, unless he had gloves, which again makes absolutely no sense. No sense for him to put on gloves to do something like that, unless that's, you know, what somebody, I don't know what, you know, I've never actually tried to write blood on a wall, but maybe somebody should do a test. Not me. But. Go ahead.
Can I? This Brigitte, I'm in Fairfax. You know, thinking about writing on the wall with the blood, the Manson family took like a towel and wrote. So, but there's no towel or anything around there with cloth or something.
There's no towel with blood. You're right, but there is some towels in the basement that look like they've been bleached or have some bleach or something on them. But yeah,
but that's
where's?
How did.
Go ahead. Oh, really? Okay, so they used a towel.
It was either a towel or a cloth or something, but I seem to remember they said it was a towel.
And a bucket, or did they go straight from the?
No, they went straight from the body and then wrote on there.
Wonder if there's any images of anything of that scene, because I'd love to compare it to this scene. Because I mean, everybody else has brought it up. There should be a lot more blood everywhere.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I'll dig up some pictures for you.
Okay, thank you. That's a really good point. And that was kind of a cult thing, right? So they're trying to say David's in some cult, in some I don't know. I've heard it all.
That's a whole different conversation, but I don't consider them as a cult so much as when I think of like the Jones people, or you know, Jonestown or something. But
yeah.
Anyway.
Well, David did have a lot of followers. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that's you want to look around page 26 of the BCA lab reports if anybody wants to go and look at what Sophia's talking about. It's very interesting stuff. Anybody else want to chime in here? Should we move on to some of the more inconsistencies?
I could start off on the item number 6. Actually, item number 7. The baby was found in the arms of one of the bodies, said the neighbors Judy and Colin Prochnow. So when they looked through the glass, that's what they thought. It looked like they kept referring to it as the baby, and it was in the arms of one of the bodies. So here it was, once the image came out and was published, it was laying between the legs, actually, of Camille, not in the arms of anybody.
Yeah.
Now, the way David's body was positioned, kind of in front of, closer to the window, I should say, is you wouldn't be able to get a good view of that anyway from the window. So why they said that, I'm not sure. The next item says the dog destroyed David and Camille's bodies, but left Ranny. This was Mason Hendricks. Mason Hendricks says that the dog did all the work of destroying the bodies of David and Camille, but left Ranny alone. Now, Ranny was missing her entire right arm, missing from the socket. And the police have alluded to the fact that the dog scavenged the bodies and, allegedly took that arm off. Now, per last week's conversation that I had with a former detective, is an arm socket is not something a dog could pull out of a human being's arm, right out of the socket itself. This is no matter the size of the dog. So, still leads us to our question, how did the arm come off? Mace and Hendricks may very well be correct here. And this may not be disinfo because, if the dog left Ranny alone and a human person was responsible for removing Ranny's right arm, this would not be considered inconsistent. Would not be considered disinfo or misinfo. But for the purpose of this worksheet that's called inconsistencies, it does not tie to the police report. The police report says that the dog scavenged the bodies and accounted for all of the damage other than the gunshots.
That's true.
The next thing says here that the date that Dan Crowley Jr. dropped off the gifts. Mason Hendricks says in his article, in his interview with the Star Tribune, that he dropped off the gifts between December 26th or the 27th. Police say in the report, actually Dan Crowley Jr. states in his own testimony it was the 28th. And so Mason at the first said it was the 26th or 27th. He said he couldn't remember. That could also just be misinformation, but Dan Crowley did say that it was the 28th of the day that he dropped the gifts off at the front stoop.
And that makes no, I'm sorry. Let's forget again. That makes no sense to why somebody just drops gifts at a front door. I just don't get them.
Yep,
yeah,
I agree.
Why not actually mail them or something like that? But if there's some tension, or you don't just drop them there. But how are they there for 3 weeks like that? Who scattered them? Because when Colin showed up, he cleaned them all up. But yeah, to leave that there with a $14,000 check right there on the front door, this must be a neighborhood that is very, very safe.
Yeah,
or
right.
something. I don't know. I would never. That's a whole other topic too. But I would never do that either. So, but you know what? That's just us. Maybe that's how they were.
And here's
they're like
I clarified this just 2 nights ago on a phone call with someone about this case, and I just wanted to reiterate it here at this point, just to get everyone's bearings with the family. The Allison Crowley was living near Chicago at the time, but was over, I think, spent the week or something, or several days at the father's house there for Christmas. And so she wouldn't have been a candidate to drop off the gifts because she lives basically directly east from Dan Crowley Sr.'s home. And so Dan Crowley lives about 45 minutes south of David Crowley's home, and that's where the Christmas gathering was held, as he hosted that. So if the family was there, Dan Crowley Jr. lives in the Twin Cities, which is directly in line with going to his house from his father's house, coming home, would probably be close to a little less than an hour drive north from Dan Crowley Sr.'s home. But it would also be in direct line on his way to make the drop-off of the gifts. So it wasn't odd that he volunteered, so to say, because he was really the only one who could take the gifts up in that neck of the woods. And so that's, I think when they had any kind of gathering at the house, or any kind of holiday or anything going on, he would be the one who would, if the family wasn't talking, to be able to make the drop-off. Now, Greg is correct in the fact that Dan Crowley Jr. and David Crowley weren't talking to each other since August of that year. So now we're at Christmas time, and this isn't just several weeks or several months. This is a good time later. They weren't even talking. He pipes up and says, "I'll take the gifts. I'll drop it off." Dan Crowley Sr. says, "Here's a brown paper bag too with some other things, some mail, some things related to David. There's a check in there, whatever, in an envelope." And so he grabs all the gifts, drops it all off. Now, I don't think he had any intention of ringing the doorbell or knocking on the door anyway, because they were no longer talking. They were fighting for whatever reason. And so he either did it out of good faith and just dropped it off and left, or if it was something more sinister, it was a reason to get back to that property with a good alibi to do something in good faith by dropping off those gifts. But in reality, wanted to possibly stop and get a look into that window because the curtains may have been left open on purpose for that very reason, knowing he would come back later. And maybe why the dining room light was left on as well. If he dropped off those gifts at night, it'd be a clearer shot to look inside and get a glimpse of something without appearing to be doing anything sinister. So lots of scenarios there, but the question is, why did Mason Hendricks say 26th or 27th? I don't feel he needed to give a date at all to the newspaper.
Hi, this is Louise.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I've got the Death of Dystopian article up, and it's saying about on Christmas morning, David made a list of plans for the coming year, you know, the Christmas 6-day countdown. Then, with a pistol that he kept in a safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamal Rania as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. The next morning, Dan Jr. left presents for David, Kamal and Rania on their doorstep. The family dog put its paws on the frame of the picture window and watched him, but he didn't look inside. So now it's saying the next morning, so that would say the 26th.
Oh, that's right. So that's in the documentary.
It's
That's right. I had forgotten. It does say the 26th in the documentary that Dan was there. So now it even adds more confusion.
I can't remember if they actually say that in the documentary. This is on the New Yorker article that I'm reading from. I know in the documentary he does say about he was going to go over on Christmas Eve, and then he talked himself out of it. And then I kind of think they just skimmed over when he took the gifts. I can't remember off the top of my head to be able to confirm either way, but in this article it definitely says the next morning.
Okay. That may be misinformation then from Alec Wilkinson, because it goes back to the whole point that if someone, if your brother and their family was massively murdered, you certainly would not forget the date that you last dropped off gifts at the door. Now it's also winter in Minnesota, so it's hard for people to get their head around dropping anything at the front stoop. But in that neighborhood and in the Midwest here, I guess it wouldn't be out of the ordinary to have gifts at the front desk, front stoop for a day or two, without anyone having to take them. It's fairly common, as Greg was alluding to, that it wasn't common for him, but for here it would be. 3 weeks, I think, would be very bizarre. But several days. Yeah, that's stretching it there, but I do think that he wanted to drop off the gifts, and it wouldn't have been Allison saying, "Hey, I'm going to drop off the gifts now and drive 45 minutes out of town just to go backwards the other way to go back home." So I think that was it always would have been Dan Jr. doing that sort of thing.
I agree.
Wasn't there some mention about him going there on the 23rd or something like that too? Right?
Yeah, 24th.
He drove
Louise
by.
just mentioned, that he said he was going to go on the 24th on Christmas Eve, afternoon or evening, but then talked himself out of it, quote, before he did it. So that's the first we've ever heard of any of that. And
Mason Hendricks told me kind of the same thing, basically, but I think he told me a different date.
And that could have been. And the funny thing with Dan Crowley Jr. is, now we get this inserted piece of information that he wanted to go there in good faith once again on the 24th. Now that came out of nowhere, but it's his also way of saying that because he turned around and talked himself out of it, he did not go, which means he wasn't at. It's nice his way of saying he wasn't at the home Christmas Eve. Now, if we go back to Sean Wright's tweet, was a photo of a Christmas tree on Christmas Eve that night, and Sean Wright was not in the habit of tweeting at all in the year 2014. But for some reason that night he made a tweet, which I took personally as some sort of alibi of where he was, that he was at home celebrating Christmas. So if the killings did take place on Christmas Eve, during the night of Christmas Eve, that's Dan Crowley Jr. now once again saying, in other words, I wasn't there. I thought about it and turned back around and went home. So we still don't know if the neighbor who looked across and saw David Crowley allegedly standing at the window glaring at him, which was Christmas Eve, if that really was David Crowley, or if the family was already killed at that point, was it someone else standing there? I was looking at Brett Millay from across the street. So there's still speculation out there that the crimes could have been committed on Christmas Eve, or the 25th, or the 26th.
Didn't that same guy Brent or Brett, depending on which police report you're reading, the name is different, but didn't he also say something about seeing the presents there on Christmas Eve? The presents on the door? Or on the doorstep or whatever?
I don't believe so. I went through my notes
I'm going to have to go back.
Again from my conversation with him, because I did speak with him, and he also just reiterated his first name is Brett. The police report.
Okay, good.
Brett. So that was an inconsistency. I don't know if it's worthy to put on a Google Doc. That was another inconsistency. And he said he saw, and they always got along, a friendly hi or a wave or something, or the mailboxes there. His was also across the street in that same clump with David Crowley's. So they would meet each other at the mailbox or something. But never ever did he have someone across the street glare at him like he did that night of the Christmas Eve. They have since moved, so I can't get a hold of him. But it would be nice to confirm if that was who he saw was really in fact David Crowley or someone else.
Well, because if you're just going by what the police reports say, you would think that he says that it's David. That's the way that I'm reading. Of course, it's all summarized, so it's not really coming from him. But
correct. Yeah, he did think it was. He did think it was David, but I don't know if there's any way to to prove it actually was. Of course, he assumed it was because that's who lived in the house, but. He also stated that the curtains on that front window were always closed. Only during that 3-week period were they open the entire time. So that's an inconsistency in itself, the front curtains.
And that can be found on page 23 of the 94-page PDF, if anybody wants to check that out. But the actual quote here about the presents is, quote, that he did not notice the Christmas presents on the front step until today, which would be 1/17. So for 3 weeks he didn't notice it.
And that's very bizarre. And he lives directly across the street. I mean, just backing out of the driveway in his car, he'd probably see them in the rearview mirror.
Going to get his mail?
Getting his mail every day. You'd still see those gifts, those bright colored gifts sitting there. So, very odd. Should I move on to the next thing?
Yeah, unless anybody else has anything else they want to say on this. Everybody's free to talk. You can unmute yourself as long as there's no background noise.
This next one is one of my favorites. The dog was shot at by David because David, quote, tried to kill the dog. Now, Mason Hendricks, Judy Prochnow, both said this several times, that once the documentary comes out, we'll all be able to see that the evidence that David tried to kill the dog. Well, The documentary's out. You've seen all the photos. There's no gunshot holes at the length, at the height of a dog. So the thing here says no reports of low-level bullet holes throughout the home in the police reports. And so the only thing we can think of here is why they said this is that 6 shots were fired, but 4 shots were fired killing people. 1 for Randy, 2 for Kamel, 1 for David. That's 4 shots that, entered human flesh, but 6 shots were fired. Where did the other 2 go? Well, 1 was fired down at the floorboards that went through and ended up in the basement, and we don't know where the other one, it's unaccounted for. So I think this is Mason Hendricks' way of saying they can explain away the gunshots of David trying to kill Paleo. As a normal person on a suicide pact would not be shooting random shots that don't equal the number of shots fired at the people. So I think this was his way of saying David was shooting at the dog because he went crazy. And no, I'm of the belief that once that first shot rang out, Paleo probably darted to the basement and hid there the entire time. So he wasn't probably anywhere near. David, with a background in the military and the Army, and was, quote, a sharpshooter to some extent, wouldn't have missed the dog even if he tried. Louise Gibson, I think, has even mentioned in the past, and she's on the call here tonight too, that the dog kennel or the dog cage was right there by that front door. If you wanted to kill the dog, you got to kennel them up, shut the door, and shot them right there. So all of this is misinformation and disinformation to get everyone sidetracked. David was not out trying to shoot the dog. Yes, go ahead. Someone on?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Robert from New York.
Hi, Robert.
How you doing?
Good.
One of the things that's just been baffling me is like the 6 shots and none of the neighbors called the police. It drives me crazy that all these shots went off and the houses are in close proximity and nobody called the cops. It just drives me nuts. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And for the new followers and new listeners out there, is the handgun used was a .40 caliber with no silencer, and these are hollow point bullets.
Exactly.
These homes are maybe 20, 30 feet apart in a pretty close together neighborhood. And the shots were on the main level floor next to a large picture window with the curtain open, which would have echoed through the entire neighborhood like that. So it's fair to say, we can't prove it, but it's fair to say a silencer or suppressor or something was used because there was not a single phone call to police that in those range of days to that neighborhood for, number 1, suspicious activity, and
well,
number 2,
I did
gunshots.
read somewhere that one of the neighbors heard shots and stepped outside and thought it was fireworks and then went back in the home.
Yep. And there was 2 instances, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was one of a neighbor earlier in the month of December that thought they heard gunshots, and we can rule that out.
That was Colin. Yeah,
and
that was Colin Prochnow.
And then Colin, later, I think he was the second one, who said he heard shots the 19th or the 18th or early morning hours of the 19th, which was that Friday, the last day of school that they picked up Randy, maybe that night, over the night. Colin, the very next door neighbor, heard what he thought was gunshots. And so he stepped out, never heard it again, and went back inside. Now, we know for a fact that the family was already eating a smash burger on the 21st of December. In amount, the billed amount that came to appear to be a family of 3. So my personal opinion is that the entire family was alive for sure on the 21st, which rules out anything that Colin Prochnow says about gunshots.
Right.
Now, 6 gunshots without a silencer or suppressor would have sounded like a cannon going off in that neighborhood, and there would have been calls to police for suspicious activity or gunshots because it would have certainly sounded like 4th of July fireworks going off, regardless of the time of day. Now, the other explanation that I've heard personally is that because it was around Christmas time, many people in the area were visiting family and friends and were quote out of town, therefore they didn't hear it. Well, that's not a very good explanation. I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree.
But that would have been an extremely loud gun going off. And we posted videos before from YouTube. You can do a search on YouTube for outdoor gun firing of a .40 caliber handgun weapon, and just watch how loud that is. And that's a very loud weapon. Go ahead.
No.
Okay. So that's very loud. So I think what we have here is a silencer, suppressor, something like that was used. Now we also have proof that David's personal weapon that he was found there at the scene that he owned and was registered to him was not threaded. His barrel was not threaded for a silencer or a suppressor. So that really brings into question, was David's weapon at the scene even used in the commission of this crime at all, or was it simply laid there?
Yeah, so the first one was from Colin. It's on page 12 of the 94 pages. First he says maybe around the 9th or 10th, then he changes it to the 19th. But the second person is another neighbor, and that I'm looking for the actual quote now, but that was from sometime between Christmas Eve and the New Year. I'm trying to find that exact quote. It's in my article. I mean, it might be easier if I just pull up the article on that. But so he wasn't exactly sure, and he wasn't home on Christmas. So it was like, well, if he did hear those shots, the thing was it would have had to have been Christmas Eve. Let me find that.
Well, that'd be interesting. I know. I think there was one other report of the neighbors hearing something closer to the beginning of the month of December, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
That I think had nothing to do with anything.
Doubt it.
But yeah, look for that, Greg, because that's very interesting.
Okay.
Because
yeah, I'm looking for it.
More and more I'm leaning toward a Christmas Eve, potentially.
Not to change the subject, but there's something else that's been on my mind. I've had many dogs throughout my life. I've rescued a lot of dogs, and the arm and the hands and the dog gnawing on these body parts, a lot of times dogs would get bored and not chew the whole bone. To have these bones just gone and no traces of it, it doesn't make sense to me. Like Rainey's arm, like there should be parts of this arm that are gnawed on and left on the floor, because a dog will chew the meat, and yes, they will do that, but they will not eat the complete bone.
Yeah, we've had that. That's a good question, Robert, because Laura was on, and I'm not sure if Laura's on here tonight, but she is from Arkansas, and she had mentioned in the past of her background with dogs and animals and what dogs can and cannot eat and what they will and will not eat. But we had all basically assumed that if the dog was hungry and starving, they would go after the fleshy, meaty parts of the body.
Exactly.
Stomach, a thigh, something to that effect when they're hungry. But she said they do love that bone marrow inside the bone. But I think that was what Laura was trying to say there. This is my opinion. I may have gotten it wrong, but if they're chewing on something as a snack and just playing with something, they love to get into that bone marrow. So the dog to eat to survive would be eating meaty, fleshy parts. And then in his spare time when he's bored, gnawing on the bone and whatnot. And what you're saying, Robert, is that the bone is missing altogether. And that's what I've said from the beginning. There's got to be a bone remaining, chunks of bones or something. Now, Laura had mentioned also that they will gnaw that all down into a fine dust, and it actually will be gone.
Right.
Now, she has said that, but that's.
But the other thing is that those 2 bags of dog food, one half open, and the dog didn't try to rip it open at all. They're just sitting there, nicely sit in the corner, and they're not. It just drives me nuts that this dog. Yeah.
That's a good point, Robert, because that one photo does show a brand new bag of looks to me like a 40-pound bag of dog food.
Right.
Or a 30-pound bag that's unopened, and then next to it is a same exact bag that is open and about half gone or three-quarters gone. But a dog, being hungry enough, would certainly smell that out, push it over, scratch into it, and start eating it.
Exactly.
And so that was never, the images that it shows in that photograph is that the dog food was never even touched. Looked like the dog never even sniffed around it, could care less.
Right.
But the other thing that someone with the dog background would say, had made a quote saying, even if dog food was there, if the dog was hungry enough, they'd still go to the nearest available dog or food source, which means the bodies, decomposing bodies are sitting there. Why go through the hassle of the dog food? Go right to the bodies.
Right.
That's what someone had said, too, with the dog, a background such as that. Which could explain why the dog didn't go to the dog food at all.
Well, thank you.
But who knows if the dog was actually in that home all 3 weeks or in the entire duration. That's still up for debate as well. That rear slider being opened leaves a lot of doors open, so to say, because we know there wasn't a water source for the dog.
Yeah, I noticed that. The toilet bowl was empty.
And the basement bathtub was plugged with a rubber stopper, which means it looks to be had been filled at some point. But if the dog was jumping in and out of there drinking water, you would have seen blood or paw prints or...
Right, that's the other question. No paw prints, no bloody paw prints anywhere. You know?
There's nothing.
No.
So it's very strange. The dog would not have been able to reach over with his neck into that bathtub to drink. He wasn't a tall greyhound or something like that.
I think it was like 25 pounds, right, or something
It was a mid-sized beagle mix. So he would have had to jump in to get access to that water, if in fact it was filled with water for that purpose to drink. And so the question, if it was filled with water, who filled it? Was it David, filling the water for the dog to live off? That rules out the theory of him trying to kill the dog. Or was it the perpetrators feeling sorry for the dog, leaving some water there before they snuck out the back? But very good questions. There would be whether or not the dog eats the bone or the arm. It wouldn't make sense why the dog would eat the hands of Camille, which are neither meaty or fleshy, and they're underneath her body as she laid on her stomach with her arms crossed. So how would the dog get at it? But the really big question is back to that socket. The dog can't pull the entire arm out of the shoulder socket. How did it get out? Now, we do know that
you got to cut it.
Granny had a cracked or a fractured rib underneath her armpit. It wouldn't have been caused by a dog.
And I always wondered, like, that, David's arm looked like it had blood on it. Like, I always wondered if that was him holding his child. Like the blood all on his arm. I think it was his right arm. It's on his white shirt. It was all blood there on that portion of the arm.
Correct. It was his right arm. Yep.
Right. And then his hand being taken off, and if the dog did that, there's no marks on the bones there, which I forgot that lady's name who did that YouTube video.
Catherine?
Yes, and she's there was so clean cut that almost like it was severed off, but like it just drives me nuts. All these questions I have. Sorry.
And they're all good. They're good questions because the dog, tearing at it would be one thing, pulling it and ripping it would be one thing, but a clean, severed, cut.
And she said there was nothing on those bones. It was so clean. And you would think that there would be some chew marks or something. And there's even the flesh, she said, there was no teeth marks on there.
Yeah, it's a good point. We don't know. All we know is the police report said that they assumed the dog scavenged the bodies, but if the dog, there's still a chance that the dog may not have touched the bodies at all from a scavenging point of view. Who knows? Now the bullets, once again, I'll go back to the fact that I mentioned earlier, the hollow points that were used on this 40 caliber handgun. They would have caused extreme damage and blowout of the back of the skulls, or the front of the skulls here. And then I can see the dog going after that, the flesh and the broken remains and the charred pieces of bone, but not for instance eating the entire accounting for 3 hands and 1 arm and 2 skulls.
Because Carmel's head was completely missing, right?
I believe so. We didn't have any photos of that, but the police report said it was for the most part missing altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good questions. Good questions. The next item here says that Sidra says David cussed out Mr. Alam. Mr. Alam says he didn't. Let's get back into what Sidra versus Mr. Alam. The person who wrote it here that says someone's lying and it's disinformation. I think I can probably talk to this as I talk to Mr. Alam on the phone. We know the story from Sidra that says that David cussed out the father and really got angry and was cursing at him and angry about something. This was back in October. And what Mr. Alam said on the phone was that he did not seem that angry to him. He was upset, and they certainly were having a disagreement, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary, nothing that was that big of a deal. So I don't know if it's actually that someone was lying, for instance, or it just could have been misinterpreted, for instance. Now, we know that Sidra wasn't on the phone on that conversation, so what she overheard was just simply that. She overheard it. She did say her father was extremely upset afterwards, and I think she said he was near crying or he did have tears or something. Now, speaking with him, he said it wasn't, the case. They had a disagreement, and that was it, and there was possibly some yelling, but it wasn't as extreme as what Sidra said. So that's a fair topic for this spreadsheet called inconsistencies, because it is an inconsistency, but we don't know for sure.
Hey, Dan, I was able to find that on page 56, and it talks about one of the neighbors who says that he heard 3 rapid gunshots sometime between December 24th and Christmas Day. Wait, no. It was uncertain. Yeah, he couldn't say if it happened before or after New Year's. So definitely sometime around Christmas, though.
Wow, so that is interesting. Now, and he said he heard 3 rapid fire?
3 rapid fire, and they have that quoted. So they put quotes around rapid fire, meaning that's his actual words. But,
and so we know 6 shots were fired. Unless they were at different times, there was still some contention that David allegedly killed Kamel and Rani first, and then spent 3 days in some sort of forgiveness prayer with the Quran before offing himself. Now, any scenario of David not killing himself right away, if indeed he did it, means that there's 2 separate instances then that neighbors did not hear gunshots. So if the neighbor here did hear them, and this was Christmas Eve, he would have heard probably all 6. But if he did hear 3, that at least would make sense. Now, even mind you this, with a silencer, with a suppressor, it's extremely loud. So a neighbor could certainly hear 3 gunshots with a silencer or a suppressor threaded onto that barrel of a 40 caliber. Now, it's not like the movies where you fire off these rounds with a silencer and you don't hear anything. It's still very loud. It's just suppressed. So if this was Christmas Eve, that could be something then.
Yeah, saying sometime before New Year's Eve, and he couldn't say exactly when, but he says it happened on or around Christmas Day. Oh, no, he said he could not say that it happened on or around Christmas Day, but it did happen sometime before New Year's Eve. So, okay, that's interesting. Just another tidbit there.
Interesting.
But that goes back to the thing, why didn't he call the cops? He just heard 3 rapid fire gunshots, and that's it. Back to work.
And this was the neighbor behind the house.
This is Alan
Slider.
Alan Olson, who also lived behind the Crowley residence. Yes.
And behind would make sense with that open rear slider, if it was even open at the time. But usually here with that door being open a quarter of an inch. Okay, very good. Next thing was Sidra created a GoFundMe campaign. Now this was also the GoFundMe campaign for the new followers out there was a campaign created by Dan Crowley Jr. in the aftermath of this to raise a goal of $6 million for Nyla Alam. Mason Hendricks told me in a private message that Sidra created the campaign. And now we know that that's not true. That's why it's on the inconsistencies list here, because Sidra was unsure of even who set it up herself. She found out, along with her father, Mr. Alam, that a fundraiser was set up. A campaign was set up to raise funds, and once they heard that, they were immediately wanted to shut it down and find out who did it, because this was very against their Muslim background and faith to be asking for money like this. Very looked down upon. They would never do something like this, even if they did need the funds. So they found out it was Dan Crowley and had him shut it down, and he did. A week later, I think, by that time it had raised $8,000 and some odd dollars. Now, I myself did make a contribution to that fund and did promptly receive an email receipt back saying, Dan Crowley Jr. likes to thank you for your donation, as it was directed into his bank account. So I've got a receipt when I made a donation to that fund that certainly shows Dan Crowley Jr. set it up. So Sidra had nothing to do with setting up that. That's more disinformation from Mason Hendricks. Why he would say that, I have no clue. The next line says, inside the living room, the couch cushions were ripped up. This was neighbor Judy Prochnow. When they first saw the mannequins or the bodies that day looking in the window, she looks like the sofa cushion was tore up. And I think that makes sense now when we see the image of all of the debris in the house. And I believe that was potentially just misinformation. It did probably look like a couch cushion ripped up by the dog. But there was a lot of debris, hair, and things all around the house that certainly looked like a couch. But the couch itself, I don't see any image of that couch being ripped up or tore at all. The recliner, the chair, the sectional sofa, nothing was bit up by the dog from what the photo evidence shows. Now, Mason Hendricks is also responsible for this next line item. He made a quote that David's fingerprints were on the gun. This would make sense. It's David's gun. It's registered to him. Of course, his fingerprints would be on it. After the BCA did the lab analysis, they were unable to conclude and get any match of any fingerprints on that weapon. So this is your very first red flag as an investigator. If there's no fingerprints on the weapon, they were rubbed down, wiped off, something. Why, if you were in a pact with your wife to kill yourself or suicide or gone crazy, would you take the time to wipe your weapon down? But that's it, and that is actually a fact. The BCA was unable to match any fingerprints on that weapon. Mason said David's fingerprints were on the gun. That is not correct.
Right.
The next one says there was a door stop in the bottom of the rear slider that prevented it from closing all the way, that prevented it from opening, This is also courtesy of Mason Hendricks. Now, we know that there was no evidence of any type of lock on that rear slider. In fact, it was open a quarter of an inch and was unlocked. So why Mason said this, I don't know. It ties back in. It kind of dovetails into what Sean Wright said by saying there was a kick lock used on that rear slider, that it appeared as if it was open a little bit, but it still wouldn't have been able to gain access. We know the police rallied there on that back patio and gained interest. Once they got that catch pole for the dog, they went in and cleared the residence right away. There was nothing in that door. So Mason Hendricks now has got another piece of disinformation talking about a doorstop.
Yeah, you're gonna have
any
a
other
whole book
questions?
pretty soon.
I've got through 15 of them now. Any other questions from the callers and the chat room?
There was somebody who asked a question about if we thought David was going down the rabbit hole, or if David felt like he was going down that rabbit hole. And I think that's been brought up a couple times too. I think about, well, how much did David really believe this stuff? Was he just researching it? Was he just in it to make some money, or was he going to save the whole world? I mean, I think it's a relevant thing.
I think it's
he
relevant.
Didn't start researching this.
Yeah, I think it's a relevant question. Because once you go down the rabbit hole, there's many multitudes of rabbit holes when you get into the whole conspiracy. And then once you start researching enough and finding out that some of these are in fact true, it takes you down many of those. So I think it's fair to say that at David's level, by making a movie or a web series and everything else here that he was doing, he obviously believed it, and he was moving down that, and he knew well enough that he was down that rabbit hole. He knew. Yeah, he wasn't guessing and just assuming things. He had enough information to make write a script about this. So I think he was aware of it. Any other comments? The next item was a quote that said the dog left Randy's body alone. Very similar to the one I read earlier. Once again, Mason Hendricks. Randy was missing her entire right arm. But if the dog did do it, that's some interesting information. Now, it's still an inconsistency because the police report said that the dog accounted for all of the scavenging. Now, with all of I'd like to just interject one thing here to keep everyone's minds on. With Mason Hendricks, Judy Prochnow, and Sean Wright, because they're the ones contributing to most of this disinformation, sometimes with people who work in this field and spread disinformation on purpose, include nuggets of truth as well. So just because it's disinfo, keep in mind that they may know more than they're letting on, and maybe leaving little breadcrumbs of truth mixed in, knowing that we're going to discount everything they say as disinformation and write it off. And so that whole phrase with Mason Hendricks saying that they mixed the blood with water to do the writing, that seems like an odd thing to just throw out there.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a nugget of truth out there. Him saying that the dog left Randy's body alone, that could very well be true. Which means Mason Hendricks knows something that we should be looking into. But
yeah, he would have to know something that the cops don't, because that's not what they're saying. Why are these guys over and over contradicting what the cops are saying? I don't get it. I really don't.
Yep, I mean, it's true. I think that if you put yourself into your situation here, if this was your family or loved ones or something, you'd take two sides. You'd be, number one, either upset that a group like this is asking questions and you'd ignore it, or you'd be all in by saying, you know what, those are some good questions. I also would like to find out. But I can't think of a scenario where you would jump in and start spreading disinformation to purposely throw people off the track, unless you've got something to hide, or unless you've got something that you don't want to come out. That's the only two scenarios I can think of where you'd ever. If my family was killed this way, I would certainly not be on these pages worrying about a Facebook group. you'd be going through the different levels of grief and dealing with the emotion of all this. But these guys were on from day one on these Justice for David Crowley Facebook pages, spending all their time drumming up this disinformation. And that's what really is strange, because at the same time, they kept telling us that they were so busy grieving, going through the grieving process. So, doesn't add up. The next one here on the inconsistencies says that, quote, body parts were all over the house. And this is another one, Mason Hendricks. In actuality, lead investigator Gummert even confirmed later with Greg Fernandez on an email, saying there was no body parts found at the scene, with the exception of small pieces in the upstairs living room. There was no body parts at all in that home, other than the bodies themselves. And so Mason said that body parts are all over the house. Who knows?
Which is another lie. Basically.
Which is another lie.
Yep.
Unless at one point during that 3 weeks, there may have been body parts all over the house. But how would Mason Hendricks know that? So once again, it's very fishy information. But the pictures that were shown, we've seen, all of us have seen the pictures, the 464 photos. There was no body parts around that home on the crime scene photos. Now, if there were, police then would have the right to censor or filter them out from being given to the public. And so that's why Greg went the extra step to ask, to confirm with Officer Gummert, did we just not receive those photos of the body parts in the house because of the gruesome nature, or were there none? And that's when Gummert wrote back and says, there were no body parts found at the scene. Very strange. Yeah. The next one, the money from the GoFundMe went straight into Sidra's account, Mason Hendricks. As we mentioned before, Sidra was not even aware of the account. Dan Crowley set it up. Dan Crowley Jr. did not know Sidra, if at all, very well, much less to know her bank account to set it up to direct the funds into her personal bank account. So this is more disinformation. We know the funds went into Dan Crowley Jr.'s bank account, and then he proceeded, once it was given the instruction to shut it down, the $8,000 that was made, he turned that money over and did a withdrawal or a transfer or a wire transfer or a check or something to the Alam family. They did receive that money. It never did hit Sidra's account. The next comment here says David was, quote, down and out about not getting the contract for the movie deal. Now, the Gray State team as a whole went on and on about this in the aftermath of the bodies being found. You know, once again, pushing the narrative that David was down and out and caused himself to go into this deep depression spiral and ended it all. Well, my interview with the president of Michael Entertainment Group, or MEG, Michael Boggio, he said, no, the offer was still on. They were, in fact, working on it, and that's what David was busy working on, rewriting this script, turning this massive movie script into a web series or a television series, breaking it out into multiple episodes. He never walked away from it. They never fired him. He never cut ties. There was no truth to that about David not getting the contract.
So whatever happened to the Gray State movie? Does anybody know?
Greg, can you talk to that?
You talking about the script, or yeah, what do you mean? Because there was no movie.
Well, I mean, I know there wasn't, but there was the chance to put it in. So is the project dead, or?
I think it's dead. I think Danny Mason is still going to try to move forward with it. But I think it's really stupid if he's, if anybody is going to move forward with this, especially those guys, because they all think that their friend killed his family and then killed himself, So, but as far as the script or anything like that, I think that's
the furthest that it got was it was about to be made into a TV series. What happens to it now is a whole nother issue that is really anybody's guess. You'd have to look at who would own that, and then kind of go from there. But I'll be very, very curious to see in 2019 next year what Danny Mason or what anybody else does, because Danny Mason considers himself a creator of this Gray State project, and there is one photo out there that shows that he helped write this story, the very first story. It's since changed, but so it could be a big mess when you think about all the different people who might have rights to it.
Good point.
Does the Michael Entertainment Group, do they have, are their contracts signed? Do they have any type of lien on it or anything like that? Do the families, does Danny Mason? I'd be very, very curious to see where that goes, and they're going to try to do that quietly, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. Did that help? Did that solve any or help answer the question?
No, I was just kind of curious, because I mean, it all focused around that potential movie, and then it was just kind of it stopped because of
I could add a little more, shed a little more light on that as well. What is your name again?
Brigitte.
Oh yes.
I'm
hi.
in Virginia.
Oh, hi, Brigitte. I could shed a little more on that. What we know, and what Greg's mentioning about the 2019 is the certificate on the wall for the Gray State project that David owned or had rights to was from the Screen Actors Guild, I believe,
right.
and the project ended the expiration of, I don't know if it's a 5-year deal or whatever, signed in 2014, expires in 2019. So I think he's got rights for that 5-year window for that entire project. Now, Danny August Mason, we have evidence to support that he wanted to continue on with it, in the fact that 5 months after the bodies are found, he did create a new business in the state of Minnesota called Gray State Universe LLC, and then got a lawyer to do a copyright trademark of the Gray State logo. So he was moving forward full steam ahead with taking this script, and I think he also had the script, a version of it, and was moving forward, creating a company to move forward with this movie. Somewhere along the way, it stopped, or it got tabled, or it got halted, and I don't know if someone contacted Danny by saying you don't have the rights to it until 2019, and so if that's the case, he's got to lie low for a couple of years to make it happen, because his state of Minnesota certificate with the state for his business has gone unexpired and unpaid, and it's no longer. There is no Gray State Universe LLC in the state of Minnesota because it expired. So it lapsed, essentially. The other thing is, David's script was written and it was owned by Hothead Productions, the company that David owned 100% of. So that script, Hothead Productions, was owned by David 100%. So if and when he did die, that goes now to his next of kin, which would be Kamel. Well, she's dead. It goes down to the next of kin family, which is Rani. She's dead. And so it would go to the family. So the asset. So if we call that script, that movie script, a $30 million value on that movie script, who does it go to, the Crowleys or the Alams? Dan Crowley Sr., I think, took it upon himself to say that it came now to him, and I think he was working with Danny Mason on pushing this project forward. Now, the Alams could argue from a legal standpoint, if the next of kin is both 50% Alams and 50% Crowleys, that because David actually committed the act of the killing, his next of kin should not deserve to receive any assets and not deserve to benefit in any way, shape, or form because he was the killer. So 100% of the assets of anything David had now would go to the Alam family, which includes that script. So legally, I think they are the owners of that script. Now, they're not going to move forward with doing anything with it, but at least they can, I believe, from a legal standpoint, prevent anyone else from as well. Now, that's neither here nor there. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but I think we've got evidence to support that Danny August Mason wants to move forward and actually has made business decisions based on moving the project forward. So that's all we can say about that. I don't know. The 2019 thing comes into play, and so we'll see in the year 2019 if he does want to do something with it. But I think his intent was to make the movie, make the project, pitch it to Hollywood producers, and make the money and be known as the finish this project and make millions from it. I think was his intent, which to me proves now that there's motive, because he did not wait years or months later to do this. This was 5 months after the bodies were discovered. He already had the copyright and a business set up.
Wow.
So he moved quickly on this entire thing, which to me, as for looking at it from the standpoint of the Apple Valley detectives, would be a huge motive, huge red flag, because now you've got someone standing to personally gain that never actually has been interviewed or had to testify or even was considered a suspect, who's now essentially walking away scot-free and possibly taking the entire thing. Now, when police interviewed him for their testimony, not as a suspect, but just getting the background information, they asked Danny August Mason directly what his role was in the Gray State project. Greg, if you got it handy there, I think Danny August Mason goes out of his way to tell police he had no role other than being, quote, an actor in the movie, in the film, and the trailer, and he was nothing, had no connection from a business standpoint at all. So now you get Danny August Mason essentially lying to police, because he was a co-creator. He's the one who pitched the story, I think, originally to David Crowley, and the two of them wrote the script. They were co-creators, founders of this entire project. So, but right away when they came to question him, he says, "No, I'm simply an actor. I had no other connections to this project. I had no way to stand to gain at all personally from this." And Danny August Mason had, I think, $30 million motive to grab this. That's why I would say, in my opinion, that he would be on your suspect pool. Not saying he did it, just saying he'd be in my suspect pool right out of the get-go, especially with the evidence showing that he's actually moving forward with the project, being as, getting a lawyer to trademark the logo, starting up a company, taking the script. And now the Alams even went so far as to mention that they had never even been asked permission, from Danny August Mason or Dan Crowley Sr. if they were going to move forward with the script, even to simply ask, "Hey, do you guys mind if we move forward with it? Do you guys mind if we take the script and do something about it?" Sidra says to Natasha that they never once even brought up the script. And one could argue from a legal standpoint that the script is actually 100% theirs. So that's a whole nother ball game, but
so that's on page
a little
20.
more to it. What's that?
That's what he tells the cops is on page 20, between page 28 and page 31 of that 94-page PDF.
Yep, and that's not my words. That's Danny August Mason's words that he told police directly, that he had nothing to do with it other than being an actor in the trailer, and that is outright not true.
So he lied to the police.
Correct. Now keep in mind, for the new listeners out there as well, who were the two leading people conducting interviews, going on television, doing radio, newspaper, and magazine interviews in this case on behalf of the Crowley family? It was Danny August Mason and Mason Hendricks. The two filling up our page of inconsistencies here are the two who have garnered the most attention on searing this narrative. That's where if we've got anyone listening in on this conference call from the Apple Valley Police Department. That's where you needed to be focusing your attention. The bad guys essentially were right in your midst, under your nose the entire time. Not that they did it, but they certainly would be in the suspect pool. Once you're in the suspect pool, then the authorities then can start doing their alibi checks to start ruling people out. And Mason Hendricks would not have been ruled out as a suspect, and Danny August Mason would not have been ruled out as a suspect. And both of those would have means, motive, and opportunity to commit the commission of this crime. In my opinion, that is. All right, we've got a couple left here. 4 left. Half of Ranny's ashes are with David, and the other half of her ashes are with Comel. We're not sure who said that, but we just got confirmation last week from Natasha after talking with Sidra, and this came up earlier when someone first mentioned at the beginning, I think, of possibly the broadcast, was what took so long for Ranny's ashes to get squared away? And Greg, I think you can talk to this, but Comel, her body was flown to Texas for the funeral. David's body was cremated and given to Dan Crowley Sr., and Randy's body was cremated and given to Dan Crowley Sr. They were trying to work out a deal to give half the ashes to one side of the family and give the other to the other half. Well, in the midst of all this going on with the documentary and the investigation, and people's lives got busy, it never happened. As of last week, Randy's ashes were still confirmed by Sidra and Natasha that they were still in Dan Crowley Sr.'s home. So that comment that was made back then of half and half or split is incorrect. The update as of today, I think, Greg, can you comment on this? Sidra did contact Dan Crowley Sr. and asked if she could fly up on her own expense to get the ashes, or if he can mail them down to her at her expense. They just want half of her ashes. And he says, yes, I'll overnight them to you on yesterday, Wednesday or Thursday, I'm not sure. And he agreed to do that. So as far as we know, they're on their way and they're en route right now. But the main question is, what took 3 years to get this accomplished? Greg, can you talk to that?
To which part? To what took three years? I'm as baffled as everybody.
Not why they took it. Why the 3 years, but they are in fact en route right now. And were they received?
Yes.
The plan was to get them today. Friday, they were supposed to arrive. Have you heard any updates?
Yes. They were hoping to get them for it to come on Friday. It looks like it was sent out Friday, so hopefully tomorrow they can get those, and then they can, bury them next to Comel.
Yeah, and the family, it sounds like the family was going to have a little ceremony type of a thing with close family and friends to do that, to finally put the Randy's ashes to rest and to bring at least a little bit of closure to that, but they can't do that until those ashes arrive, and it sounds like that'll be tomorrow, the 24th.
That's so sad.
Yeah, that's very, of the people that I've talked to, Greg, you could probably comment as well, that really hits home for a lot of people following this case. I mean, this is a 5-year-old little girl who did nothing wrong and is the victim in all this, but yet her ashes are the ones that still haven't been taken care of 3 years later. I mean, that's just disgusting, I think. But that's on my own opinion. Any other comments out there? The next item here says, quote, I'll be looking forward to meeting Sidra at her request. This was a comment stated by neighbor Judy Prochnow. This was on a Facebook post in early 2015. This was before March. March was the time frame in March 2015 that Sidra flew up to Minneapolis, and then Officer Gummert and the detectives met with the Crowleys, the Alams, and then went over the entire deal in March. And Judy was at this time already inserted herself into the situation. and said, I'm looking forward to meeting her because she wants to meet me. Well, I had a private message with Sidra, and she says, I've never met Judy in my life, and in fact, I've never talked to her. So Sidra said, I've never spoke to the neighbor, and why would I want to meet her? So that's another inconsistency from Judy Prochnow. I think they did end up meeting that time in March when they came in and spoke, but Judy made it sound like Sidra just couldn't wait to be meeting Judy, and that was not the case. The other quote, we've got two here, more to go. The other quote says, in the middle of the bodies lay the Koran. Tom Lydon, the Fox 9 investigator, made this comment. The photo here clearly, the fact is the matter, the photo clearly shows that the Koran was on the left side of David, where the gun allegedly had been. The Koran was not in the middle of the body, so it was on the outside, closer to the window, in between David and the window. So we don't know if this was just made up for effect, to sell the story.
Fake news.
Or fake news. And the final last thing here is Cornell's body was closest, quote, closest to the tree. This is from the New Yorker in Alec Wilkinson's article. Now we know here the fact here mentions Cornell was nowhere near the tree. In fact, she was furthest away from it. So one more piece to the puzzle here of items. That's what I've got for the inconsistencies here so far. Once again, this file is available to be edited and added to. If you can think of anything else, we're going to try to compile one big list. It's one thing over the 3 years that we've never done is compile a complete list of inconsistencies. So hopefully this will be our starting point. Any comments in the chat room for instance? So hopefully tomorrow we'll have a post about the ashes. That'll be very good news, and I think you know, to bring some closure to that whole side of the case, because Randy is the true victim of anybody here.
So I have a question, just as kind of generic.
Yes.
For Geet again.
Okay.
How is it that you two have all these conversations with these people? I mean, how are you able to do that?
Well, I think that once the page started up, we didn't reach out to the family and friends, and then people started reaching out to us, and then we were able to start calling and getting a hold of some of these people, and they were willing to talk and willing to chat. I think Greg can talk a little more about people wanting to, you know, do debates and contacting him to, you know, to do things like that. So yeah, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah. I think I can't think of one person that was close to the family or friends at that time that I contacted purposely, because, you know, I didn't know what they were going through. I didn't want to be a bother to them, but they all contacted me, and so that made me feel free to ask questions. And some of the people I felt were very sincere, but some of them were just like, whoa, okay, there's something, you know, something really strange here, something very, very strange. And I think with the whole Gray State team, that's kind of how I really felt. It was like, what are these guys doing? You know, some of the things they would say, some of this, I mean, we've covered not most of them, but we've covered a lot of those things here. And so, does that answer the question?
I think, you know, Danny August Mason wanted to do a debate and then backed out. And then Sean Wright wanted to do a debate and then backed out. But mainly the Gray State guys are the most active, and Judy Prochnow.
Yeah, Judy's kind of cooled off, I guess, right? Or is that, I don't know. I don't hear anything about her anymore from anybody.
Yep.
But I mean, I put that out there that I would debate anyone who thinks that they can prove David Crowley is guilty. And so that's, you know, there's been no takers. There's been people that have. I think the only one who really stepped up was Judy. That was it.
everybody else either said no, they didn't want to do it, or just, they backed out. So, but the offer's there.
Yeah, correct. Judy did, and then she went for about 3 hours, I think, that one night and spoke. And then as far as Sidra, she contacted me on Facebook and wanted to clear the air on some things. And we got into a communication, a working relationship to get some of this stuff out. And then I proceeded to call her father and left a message or two, one message. And then he proceeded to call me back the next day. So I was able to talk with him for about 35 minutes. But other than that, we haven't actively contacted the family, and in fact have requested that the families not come on to the page and not do things, because a lot of people are talking and making comments and saying things about their loved ones and whatnot. So it's hard because the emotion is still pretty raw. We're able to look at it from an outside view without having to know the circumstances and the family. So it's able to look at it with a clean slate, I guess, versus, Now, Natasha's added some good stuff. She's a very close friend of Sidra and Kamel, and actually met David, and she's been a good resource as well, from speaking to what the family was like and what the family was going through and what kind of things they had to go through all this. But once in a while, then she too will start throwing in there, David was nuts, and David was psycho, and David did this, and David did that, and obviously David killed him. And we try to rein back people from making those comments, because not that we don't want to hear them, but as Greg has said from the very beginning, is we need the evidence. There's no evidence that David did this. And many people from the family, or those who have read the alleged journals, I think come to the same conclusion that this Natasha did. And so she says he did this, he did that, he wrote this, he wrote that, and therefore he did it. It's plain as day. Obviously David did it. And so while that's fair to assume from a character perspective, a person like that could have possibly carried out this crime. But what we're trying to tell folks like that, like the Judy Prochnows of the world, she's another one who said flat out, once you see the documentary, it'll make sense, you'll know what happened, because the documentary is going to tell it all. And the documentary didn't tell us anything.
No, that made more questions.
It didn't tell you anything. So now we know that David's fingerprints aren't on the gun. He used hollow points bullets to kill himself, allegedly. The rear slider was left open, and it's safe to say that a gun used had a silencer or a suppressor on the weapon. So the evidence points to that David Crowley certainly did not do this. That's the evidence. Now, if these alleged journals and David's behavior, and he was becoming controlling and becoming emotionally abusive to Kamel, those are all things that are fair to say, and they could very well be true. That doesn't make him a murderer, though. That's not me being on David's side. That still doesn't place the evidence that David did this. And I think that's what Greg's trying to say when he says we still need the evidence. A journal, showing what a creep David Crowley is, that may well be true reflection of his character. That doesn't put the pistol in his hand. And I think that's the main point. Am I coming across okay there, Greg? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think Natasha starts going off onto some of these tangents, saying what a bad, evil person David was. And I think that she honestly thinks that David did this. And what we're trying to say is the journal could very well be accurate, and he was a poor character, and those two did have a troubled relationship. That could all be very well true. But that's not the same as saying that David pulled the trigger, because the evidence does not support that at all. And I think that's the main difference. And Natasha's very good. We appreciate her for coming forward and talking about the Alam family, but it doesn't behoove any of us to start talking about the character of David and what a bad person he was. That's still not the evidence that we're looking for to place the handgun in his hand.
Yeah, that's all we've been asking for. Go ahead.
I have journals before and written stuff that I go back and read later and go, wow. So I mean, but if you knew me, you would know I wasn't, doing anything crazy or anything. It's just maybe the mood that you were in at that time. You wrote something. So, I mean.
Yeah, that's a good point too. We've only recently discovered that Comel even had a journal, and the family has admitted that they didn't bring that forth to police. So police are not aware of that. David Crowley's alleged journal didn't come to light until after the case was closed either, I believe, and that's something that they weren't either interested in seeing, or Dan Crowley Sr. didn't push that into their hands. So really, we've got two big smoking guns essentially here with these journals, and none of them are mentioned in the police reports because the detectives never reviewed either one of the journals. They reviewed one in the police report that clearly states that David had an online journal that started in May and ended in September, I think. There was only a few entries and mainly talked about day-to-day life with his family. It had nothing to do with what would have caused this crime. That's what Captain, I think it was Chief Wrightskull, Apple Valley Chief Wrightskull. Police said that there was nothing in that journal to lead us down the path that would show us why David would have done this. So they were just innocent writings. So I don't know if they were as bad and evil as what they're saying. Maybe they were. We still haven't seen them. I'm still interested that they came out this late in the ball game and there were this detail, and they weren't of interest to the police looking at this case. They've already wrapped it up and moved on, and they're not interested in looking at these journals at all. So very strange.
Do you think there's a chance this could get opened again if we could find some evidence or something, or?
Yes, I do.
Yep. Yeah, I think if a big chunk of evidence comes forward, I think what we're sitting on here is a lot of little pieces that even if police was looking at this justice page and saying, boy, there's a lot of things here that don't make sense, it still wouldn't be enough to reopen it, I don't believe, unless a private investigator was hired to actually do it. But if there was something major that came out and was exposed, I think it would be their duty to do it. I don't know if they necessarily would ever reopen it, but all we can keep doing is keep digging and exposing this, and sooner or later, hopefully this will come to light, because right now nothing adds up, and it never has.
Yeah, I'm actually hoping we can get Gummer on here, and maybe, try to get him to reopen the case. I really hope we can make that happen, to where he would participate in a conference call like this and answer those questions, answer all of these questions about why they think David Crowley is guilty, what evidence did they find, where's the motive, all that stuff. But these two journals, if the police haven't seen them, I'd like to see them just reopen this case so that they can, add those in there, I guess, and maybe try to back up their own theory, because I haven't seen any proof of what they've stated.
There's things also that, for instance, there's one of the things in I'll call it the alleged journal, and I'll just use this as one example for us to keep our minds open, to get our minds around. Is one of the things was David wrote in his journal that he wanted to try to get Comel to quit her job, and then when she actually did it, he was almost kind of surprised and happy with himself, because he manipulated her to do it, to quit her job. Well, now that's what's in the journal, and the reader reading that can take it however they want to take it. Now, what I'm going to throw out there is here's an example of what I think about when I read something to that effect, if it's even true. Number one, was he trying to get her to quit her job because he was encouraging her to start her own at-home business. She was in the KC Cakes business, making cupcakes. She was in dietary nutritionist. We know at the end she was working from home. She had her own business. She had her own career with clients. Maybe he did want her to quit that job because she could have been more successful working from home, working as an entrepreneur, running her own business. The other thing was, this was the time frame that David was awarded this contract for the movie. He said at the end of the year he was probably going to be a millionaire anyway with this deal being done. They were talking about moving to California. Was this his way to get her to start pulling up some roots, cutting some ties here, so once this movie would get into place, it'd be easier to uproot and move to California? These are the things the person's got to think about when you hear random statements like that saying he tried to get her to quit her job. Well, we need to put that into context. Was he trying to get her to quit her job because he was a controlling freak? Well, David didn't have a job himself. Well, how were they going to make ends meet if he wanted her to quit her job? And if this movie deal, was going to be something that's going to be drawn out down the road over a web series, for instance. So we got to take everything with a grain of salt, and we read these alleged journal entries, and it's all how it's perceived. And I think it doesn't give the clear picture. It's almost like watching that documentary by Eric Nelson. Each video scene is taken out of context, but the viewer watching it thinks, boy, this guy's crazy, and his wife is a nut job too. And what's with the daughter? They're all crazy. And so that's the intent of the movie. But when what came out recently about the David Crowley rehearsing the line from the movie The Transformers in the basement that he recorded himself. He looked like a freak, but if you watch the movie The Transformers, you understood that he was just rehearsing lines, some popular lines from that movie, but it's taken out of context. I think these journal entries may or may not be another thing like that could be taken out of context. But the people who have read them and allegedly seen them said it does not paint him in a good light, and everything else. Well, and that could very well be true. We don't know the true David. We saw and know the David Crowley in the gray state, in the project, in the trailer, the stuff that he filmed, but was he controlling? Was he emotionally abusive? Perhaps he was. That does not make him the killer, because there's no evidence to support that. So that's where we're leading to here with these alleged journals and whatnot. I think that if the police would have read them, they would have said, yeah, the guy's a nut job. He's a conspiracy guy. He appeared to be a prepper from all the stuff he had in the basement. He had a lot of strange posters with weapons, and he looked like a militia type of a dude. So we're probably all better off that he killed his family. That's all they see. They're not going to put that much time into it and close the case and be done with it. They didn't know the impact that he had and how much pull this man had and how bright of a future he had. So it's all in the perspective, but I got to jump off here in a few minutes, but we can get the chat lines going and some other people to jump in as well with their thoughts.
Yeah, is there anybody else who wants to say anything here?
I shared the team. We kind of started out slow. Being like conference champs isn't really like our goal. Our goal as a team is to get better each day and keep working hard.
The Panthers' first conference series of the year is against reigning Valley champion Washington.
What the?
Is someone,
hey, we got
someone not muted?
Yeah, that was Chris Connor. I just muted him.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, Chris, we got you covered. Don't worry. Sorry, just listening. So, yeah, I mean, unless there's anything else anybody else wants to cover or say, I'm going to be, I did record a conversation with Natasha last night, and so that's about 99% ready to be uploaded to YouTube. So that'll be up shortly. I want everybody to kind of listen to it before I give any thoughts or anything like that. I'd like to hear what other people think.
once they listen to it, I think we'll have a lot more questions, and then we can kind of go from there. But hopefully we will get Detective Gummert on, and he'll be able to chat with us and let us know why they all think David Crowley is guilty, or if they're willing to reopen the case, or better yet, what it would take for us to reopen this case. So I'll let everybody know if we can make that happen too. I'd also like to talk with Dan Crowley Sr. I think that would also be another good one. Detective Gummert is the only person that I've ever reached out to, but I think I might try to reach out to Dan Crowley Sr. too. That's all I got. Yeah, I would think so.
Wow.
We got some technical audio issues. That's okay. So, yeah, unless anybody else has anything else to say or wants to cover anything else, I think we'll just wrap it up here.
All right, thank you, guys.
Oh, hi, Greg.
Hey.
I've
Greetings.
just got
You're still awake?
I am. I'm doing a marathon tonight. It's 3:30.
Oh, good. I thought you passed out or something over there.
No. I just have to keep going and making more coffee.
Okay, good.
I've got the last paragraph in the New Yorker, and it's saying that Danny Mason maintains David's Gray State Facebook page, posting videos and remarking every few weeks, usually critical of the government. He and Dan Sr. own the right to the concept, while Dan Jr. is uncertain. Dan Sr. is uncertain what outcome he prefers. Danny Mason still hopes to make Gray State, and that's the last paragraph of the New Yorker's Death of a Dystopian article.
Ugh, crappy article. Okay.
Well,
I do remember that one.
No comment, but just regarding the ownership.
I got you.
I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, that is a really, really good point there. Okay. Yeah, and if you go to that Facebook page, yeah, it is all just anti-government, anti-this, but very, very quick to jump the gun on their friend.
I'm not saying a word.
Okay. All right, then. That's okay.
And there was another thing in the redacted report. Let me just bring it up.
Okay.
Tommy Booth, on his, what would you call it? For want of a better word, his input. There's a little part on that says medical examiner's investigator Greg, what's his name, Spandy, and medical examiner Dr. Jessica Lelinski arrive on scene and was escorted into the residence by Detective Bone and myself to check out and remove the bodies inside. Dr. Lelinski did the initial check of the bodies and assisted investigator Spandl, sorry if I've got his name wrong, in the collection of the bodies and body parts. So it does say something about body parts, but it doesn't expand on body parts.
Interesting. I wonder if that means, that's an interesting one, because there would be nothing.
Page 23.
Page 23. Okay, I'll check that out. Because once they start moving those bodies, that's right. I mean, I don't know, because there's so little left, it would make sense that they might have to have different, all in the same body bag, I guess, but some of the parts might have, detached from other parts. As gruesome as that is.
Yeah. I don't like to think of it too much if I can help it.
Yeah, I know.
It's just that's the only thing that would make sense, because I had always thought that both of their heads were actually missing, like there was no head. That's not true though.
No,
as far as
no.
David.
No, there are remnants of skull pieces found, according to the autopsy reports.
Right.
And in some of the pictures you can see some things that look skullish.
Looks like a skull, yeah, like a piece of a skull.
And I think there's... Hi.
Hi, it's Sophia. How are you?
Hi, Sophia. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Can I interject a little bit?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay. As you read the autopsy reports, they do say, aside from the body, let me pull one up so I can give you an example of what it says.
Yeah.
They go through, they look at the body, they go through all the different things, and let me... Internal evidence, external examination, where is it? There's where they actually say that the evidence was in a brown paper bag. I'm trying to find out where. I know it was on David's, where they had like his mandible, the upper jaw.
Yeah.
And that had been picked up, and it was in a brown paper bag. And I want to see what else. External examination, left hand sealed. That was sealed for evidence. Good Lord, I can't find it now.
It's always the way.
In the autopsy. Yes, I have everything. I haven't quite got that done.
So,
but it
So you're looking for which part?
It is for David. It goes on.
It's under internal evidence.
Internal evidence? Okay.
Yeah.
And then they say that aside from the body, they found there's a brown paper bag, and then, but this is David Crowley. Oh, it's in the back. That's why.
Oh, and a bunch of there's bone fragments.
Yeah.
Consistent with flanges. Multiple skull bone fragments. Hello. Okay. Much better. Multiple skull bone fragments. Articulate well. Okay. That's interesting. Round defect. A tuft of short brown wavy hair. That's also interesting. The majority of the skull was missing.
Okay, yeah. Examined separately from the body at the time of autopsy was a sealed brown paper bag labeled bone fragments near such and such. Multiple fragments of bone and hair. Maxilla, well-preserved natural teeth showing no metallic restoration present. Then it's talking about different dimensions of skull fragments and things. And then the skull bone fragments is what they picked up.
Those are small, right? Very, very small?
I would guess so. I mean, after the bullet, a hollow point goes through it. But
Could those bone fragments, did they say there were some that says skull bone fragments? Just wondering if all of them are from the skull?
Looking, that's what it says.
Okay.
They're just describing skull bone.
It's true.
Dimension skull bone fragment has round defect along one edge. And I'm thinking that probably from the damage of the photo, probably the face, especially since they collected the jaw bones in that same general area. I'm thinking these are bones that might have came from his face.
Okay.
I don't know. That's just a guess. Just from what is stated. We need to have a medical professional look at these autopsy reports.
I think that the part that you're looking for, I think it is on, whose one am I on now? I think it's on Kamel's report about the sealed brown bag that contains bone fragments and multiple something or other bony fragments, 2 mandibles, and there are multiple irregular fragments of bone that range from 1.2 to 8 centimetres. There are larger fragments that appear consistent with skull. Many of the fragments reveal linear appearance consistent with fragmented digit bones. And that's under internal evidence on Kamel's report.
The last bullet point on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they found finger bones, I'm thinking.
Finger bones.
That's consistent. Don't know. I'm not really into the whole medical lingo. I have to look up a lot of stuff.
Because this is under her, so both of her hands were missing. Okay.
Well, they collected them. I'm not sure if they were able to say they were hers.
Gotcha. They might have been so small. Yeah, I mean, how would they even know whose they were or whatever? It's just interesting that they're mentioned here.
And Rainey was in her same general area, and she's missing a whole arm. I mean, it's very possible it could have been Randy's. But I don't know. It's just a complete guess on that one. And this is why I'm really wanting to try to get somebody, a medical professional, to look at it and give us their takes on what they read. And
yeah, we should definitely do that. We really need to do that. Maybe get them on a call like this. Have them, go through this stuff and just kind of break it down for everybody. I think that's a good idea. Try to work on that.
And who knows? Maybe in a week or so we might have more answers.
Fingers crossed.
I hope so.
Yes, fingers crossed.
Yes, fingers crossed. Exactly.
So.
Well, we need something.
We do.
I thought it was
from what we're reading. What we're reading right now, it just only brings up more answers between the picture, the lab results, the autopsy reports, what is being said. It just doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't.
The only, my opinion, what it adds up to is a staged crime scene.
But why would police do that? Why even take that risk? I don't know. I just don't see a motive for them or anything either in this. Other than
I don't think the police staged it. I'm not saying that at all. Although they were in that house for a very long time without the medical examiner. And they were still taking pictures after he left with the bodies, or she left with the bodies.
That's right.
It leads me to believe that what were they doing all that time? They can't touch the bodies. They can't look for ID. They can't look for keys. They can't look at anything in their pockets. It has to be a medical examiner there before any of the bodies could be touched. And
so it's like what? And the medical examiner didn't get there till when?
Midnight. And the bodies were removed at 1:30 a.m. Yeah.
So by that logic, we should be able to safely say that the photo should be where the bodies were then, right? Or
they can remove the gun, but
not the bodies.
Then,
they shouldn't be touching anything.
No, the way that the photo is on here that we're referring to, that is how the police supposedly found them, because the medical examiner, I guess, is not there yet, unless they took it after he arrived. I don't have a date or a time on this photo that I can see. I'm looking. I can't even see the clock.
Oh, yeah?
Otherwise, I could. No, I can't see the clock in that one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
although the clock says 6 o'clock in one of the blood wall photos, but that doesn't tell me if it's 6 o'clock p.m. or 6 o'clock a.m. I don't know. So they could.
I would assume it'd be p.m., right?
I don't know what time they left the house when they wrapped up everything.
Gotcha.
Wasn't it late that night, early hours of the next morning?
Well, I know that the bodies were removed at 1:30, and then they took pictures of the laptop, I believe, because one of the photos says Sunday around 1:37, 1:35 a.m. And that was a big discussion because some people thought that the murders might have been streamed. And then I had just read in the report that the bodies had been removed at that time on a Sunday morning. And so they were still taking photos at that time.
I'm going to have to go through this again tomorrow. It's like 10 to 4 and that's just gone way over my head.
The information is in the BCA lab report.
Okay. So everybody go check that out.
It should be one of the very first page, because that really got me thinking. I mean, I was just dumbfounded when I read that the coroner arrived approximately midnight. And I'm like, wait a minute, these murders were called in right before 1 p.m. on Saturday. Why would it take almost 12 hours?
Why would it? What's a logical reason for it?
If he was coming from another state.
How far were they? They were in the same county, so they were in Hennepin County, right? Maybe they just weren't notified in time. I don't know.
I don't even remember reading it in the 911 where they said that they would dispatch a coroner. I didn't read anything. Yeah.
But that would give us a good
timeline to do.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right,
to try and work out who was in at what time, because you're getting so much information from different agencies, it starts clashing, and then we all just get confused. Was it that time? Was it that time? Maybe it's something we could all work on to try and get a detailed timeline for that whole period and stick that in a file.
Yeah, that would be a good show too, to go over the timeline.
Right personnel from the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office entered the scene approximately midnight on 1/18/2015. During their evaluation of the bodies, a hole was observed in the remaining portion of the skull attached to David Timothy Crowley's spine. 2 possible holes were observed in the remaining portion of Camille's skull. A hole was observed behind Rainey's left ear. The additional tattoos were observed, blah, blah, blah. All three bodies were removed from the scene approximately 1:30 a.m. on 1/18/2015. Several fragments of bone and tufts of hair were observed in the area rug where the bodies were located. And that is, I cannot tell you what page because I kind of made like a board on my wall. And I cut the, okay, I'm committed to this now.
I can tell. She got a board on your wall.
So, yeah. Anyway, but that is right above the redacted picture on the BCA lab report. That information. I'm guessing
Right.
probably the second or third page of the BCA lab reports after you get past that list.
Yeah, and those are all found in the file section, and they're, I mean, all three of them are like seven pages, but I've spent so much time on on those pages trying to understand what they're talking about. So it does make sense now, but I've had to get a couple people to kind of tell me, like, how is it possible that a bullet, that the trajectory can be left to right and front to back for the same wound? And it has to do with the skull and how the skull kind of breaks up into pieces or something like that. But I was just kind of baffled by that. So I didn't go and create a theory. I just went and asked a bunch of people.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what I'm doing too. Is I have to ask people in private, hey, can I bounce something off of you? Let's discuss this portion. And bounce ideas back and forth, because anyway.
You just have to do as much research and get as many opinions, and sometimes it's just the majority wins.
Yes. Or, oh no, that's too ludicrous, and we just toss it.
That's it.
Yeah, and I've come to the point where this is not a murder-suicide unless I see an actual suicide note or evidence. Show me some hardcore evidence. Then I'm happy to say, okay, I was wrong. But
Right.
These results are not adding up at all. And the more I look at it, the more I see staged. But I don't think any of the lab tests were redacted. Why wouldn't they test the supposed suicide note? The only thing that they really did was a handwriting to see if there was any hidden messages from the notepad, like a piece of paper torn off or whatever, and they could not make out anything significant. It was just notes that David typically took, jotting down just different words and stuff. So they weren't even able to see if there was any walking down. Sorry, that's a horrible pun. But yeah, even the bullet in the attic doesn't have tissue, doesn't have blood. It can't be the suicide bullet. So where's the bullet that David had? They didn't test the hole in the ceiling. There's no DNA results for that.
No, but that would have been one month later, though, right? So I mean, 1 month. So that would have been almost two months. So how long would the blood, DNA or whatever? How long would that stay on that bullet? And because I think the same thing happened with the bullet in the basement. They didn't find any blood on that bullet either, as far as I know. Could be wrong on that, but. This is why I keep books of notes, so I can write this stuff down and go back to it. For that bullet?
Yeah, I need to go to all the evidence taken from the house to see what number it corresponds with. Living room floor, living room floor.
Yeah, so there's a defect found in the basement, I think it was.
That's what I'm going to try to see, and then I can correspond to see if there was any blood or tissue DNA on it.
Okay.
I see living room. Okay, south basement wall. That's item 45. Item 45. No DNA profile was obtained. That's 45-1.
And that's for the basement, or the
bullet?
For the basement bullet. Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
The bullet
Yeah,
from the
nothing
rug.
there. Mm. Yeah, the one found on the 19th.
Yes, that's item 53-1. 2 or more individuals. Major DNA was Rainey.
Okay. Very interesting.
David and Kamel are excluded from being contributors of the mixture. Who else were the other individuals in mixture?
Mixture.
And it is something that we need to realize is these DNA results, they weren't finished until the end of June that year. So the police had gone out, made their statements and everything. And then the DNA results come back.
Interesting.
What?
The results, the date on it is June 30th, 2015.
Okay. I'm just writing that down. You're gonna have to take a picture of this wall so we can see it one day.
I will, but it's kind of crooked, you know.
Oh, good.
But yeah, I'm not done. I mean, I have more information I need to put up there, the autopsy reports, and then I have the lies that have been told, or excuse me, disinformation that has been told.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm doing background on all the key players. So.
Seem to be a lot of them.
Oh yeah.
Sylvia just said in the chat room that the Gray State page just posted something. I think I've been kicked out of there. Oh no, maybe that was the YouTube. I think it was both, maybe. I don't know what they're yapping about.
Shit.
Hey, we got somebody else here? Who else is with us? I can hear you. I know you're there.
Greg, I sent you the picture of the wall.
Oh, okay.
For now.
Why do I do this to myself? I should just
Well, it's just a starter. I just put it up last night.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It kind of looks like what David had out. You better be careful.
Hey.
This looks good, actually. Wow. Okay. Have you had any comments on it? Have you shown it to anybody?
It's in the corner.
Okay.
It's in the corner of my room. I'm going to have to take it down anytime maintenance comes in.
Oh, I got you. I think that list is gonna. I think that wall's gonna get bigger. That list on the wall is gonna get bigger.
Oh yeah.
In time.
Next week I plan on printing out all the photos.
Oh,
so
good.
It's going to get way bigger. But yeah, I'm committed to this now.
Yeah. Well, somebody's got to be. I mean, it shouldn't take a bunch of outsiders like us to really figure out what's going on here. But apparently, there's just answers. There's questions that we have people either can't answer, won't answer, or just enjoy playing games. So, whatever. We're going to figure out what's going on here.
I hope so, because the family deserves answers. And their family deserves answers.
Yeah, and I think over time they're going to have more questions.
Yeah, I think so too. And hopefully we can finally get this case reopened once we have enough.
Yep. I really think we're going to find something. Something's going to come out. Something's going to happen. So, something positive. I'm keeping hope.
And hopefully we'll have answers in a week or so. More answers. Probably
more answers
questions.
are good.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. You get some answers and 20 more questions. But
sounds good. Okay, well, unless anybody else has anything to add.
I think we've covered. I say we, you and Dan and Sophia and everyone else have covered quite a lot. Certainly food for thought.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure we'll be coming up with more inconsistencies and contradictions, and like you say, when people have heard your latest upload, that will bring a whole load more to the table, no doubt.
I sure hope so. All right, everyone. Still want to come back and do this again next month, maybe, and we'll do another poll and try to figure out whatever topic people want to talk about, and we'll go from there. Maybe we'll be able to get Mr. Gummert on next month. We'll see. Definitely try.
We shall. Definitely. Sounds good.
All right. Sounds great. Thank you all for joining us. And Luis, you made it. I can't believe you stayed the whole time. That's cool.
I know. The birds are singing now, Greg.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. And now I've had that much coffee, I probably won't sleep.
I think you might as well just stay up.
I might as well. Definitely. Well, it was good to talk, and I will speak to you all on the page in the group, no doubt.
Sounds great.
Good night, everyone.
All right, everyone. Good night.
Night. Bye.
Bye now.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us here. I am here with Catherine, and I'm here with Lisa, and it looks like we're joined by a few other people still joining in, waiting for Dan Hinnon to join in. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing good.
Don't you kind of hate that question when somebody asks you, how's everybody doing, or how are you doing? What are you supposed to really say? Because for me, I kind of think, well, if I start telling you, you know what, man, I'm having some really bad back problems right now, okay? I spent 30 minutes on the toilet or something like that. I don't know if you guys really want to know how my day goes, but I'm always curious about that, of how it's almost just like secondhand nature, and I always tell myself, don't do that. Don't ask people how their day is going. They could have had the worst day ever, and then we're going to spend 20 minutes talking about the person's day, and now I'm spending 5 minutes talking about why we shouldn't talk about all that stuff and just rambling on here. So I do apologize to everyone. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Right now, nobody is on mute, so as long as there's no feedback or anything, if anybody wants to jump in at any time, we have our chat open. So if you want to join us in the chat, if you have some questions, we want to hear those questions. If you have some points, we want to hear that. if we're jumping in and we're talking over you and you're like, hey, I just want to make a quick point, I only got 5-10 minutes or something, and if you can get into the chat, and I will make sure that everybody's questions get answered, everybody has a chance to say whatever they want to say, as long as we can do it nice and respectfully, and as long as it's towards the same goal. So who's up? Just me.
I know, right? You need to get that little soundbite of crickets.
I've got a little soundbite thing here, but it's what I call a bullshit meter.
There you go.
And thankfully, I've never really had to use. I don't even know if this thing still works. I'm gonna try it. No, it doesn't work. Darn, the batteries are dead. This thing is pretty cool. It calls on my bullshit. Thankfully, I haven't had to use it, so I must be doing something wrong here. That's all right. But we do appreciate everybody joining us, and we're just going through some of these documents, and I was talking with Catherine about the notepad and how I think we have 59 pages. There is blood on several of these pages, not just on the pages on page 30 and 31. There's blood on other pages too. There's blood on the front cover and blood on the back of the front cover of the notepad, where somebody wrote, "Submit to Allah now, open the Rise most recent version." It sounds like the cover was first closed, somebody flipped it open, and for whatever reason wrote these two separate things that have nothing to do with the other. They're two completely separate notes here. Not suicide notes, not signed. We don't know who it's really by. We can guess, we can speculate, but the tests were never done to prove who actually wrote this. And so we're thinking about maybe looking into hiring a handwriting specialist. I'm not rich, so I can't be someone who's going to charge us an arm and a leg. They can just charge us one arm. That might be okay.
Or a pinky.
Or a pinky is
pay
good
for the pinky.
too. I'll take a pinky, sure.
But
you can take a pinky.
But you bring up a really good point, Greg, and that's what I noticed when I was reading this new set of documents that you got was, on the original FOIA that they sent, they only were mentioned 2 pages. 30 and 31 had blood. So it made it sound, and I always thought that the notepad was open to that page. But then when I'm looking at the blood samples that they took throughout several pages of the notebook, plus the cover, that gives you a whole different perspective of what's going on. And that doesn't fit, obviously, into their agenda as well, because why would David, if he's on a murder-suicide mission, stop and take time to go into a totally different room to open up a notepad to write some stupid note like that? It just didn't make sense.
Yeah, that's right.
But wasn't it, this is Lisa, wasn't it Comel's blood on there?
Yes.
Yes.
So, I mean, that I don't understand.
Well,
how
because
her blood.
I think it's because her blood is the same. It's her blood that's on the bloody wall. Her blood is everywhere. Anywhere that there's these random little blood spots, at least with the ones that they tested, it's her blood. There's nobody else's blood. I mean, there are in certain cases, but yeah, most of it is done with her blood. The question is, where did that blood come from? It doesn't look like, if you're looking at, there's no indication that somebody ripped open her stomach and took all of this blood. Where did this blood come from? When you look at the body, does it match with what they're saying? I don't know if that's making sense. It makes sense in my head. I'm not articulating it the right way that I want to, but
since her head, most of her head and her neck are missing, and her hands are missing, she could easily bleed out from a carotid or from the jugular or from her veins and arteries in her wrists. But we don't know because, obviously we don't have access to the full medical examiner's report, and you just can't. You have to be a family member to get that. And so, yeah, it's crazy.
You would almost have to think that she didn't put the blood there, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then that makes more sense.
And that kind of goes against the whole pack theory, right? That there was no pack theory for David and his wife to kill themselves, take their kid with them because they wanted to go to a better place or go to some foreign world or whatever these crazy theories are. But I think that kind of should put to rest the pack theory, right?
Yeah, I would think so. And not only that, it's just the amount of violence at this scene. I can't imagine two parents who loved their child as much as they did, even if they made a suicide pact, would go to that amount of violence toward not only each other but their child. If they believed in an afterlife like that, what kind of afterlife would that be if you took out your own child in such a vicious manner?
Right.
Right. It would have made more sense for them to go sit in their car in their garage.
Yes. I agree with that.
Instead of making a scene like that.
Yeah, and when they leave some type of note, something to let people know why to take the kid with them, and it's just all of this was just kind of thrown in our face when the case first happened, and many people bought it, and they thought that this was true, and it was just like, wow, that was quick, didn't take much, didn't take long. And I don't know, just going through all of these notes and everything, it seems like I wouldn't say people had their story in place at right then, but it's I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me.
No, and that's the hard thing, with violence like this. It's really hard for the human mind sometimes to actually grasp how, for lack of a better word, evil someone has to be to do this, to go to this extent. So it's easier to take regardless of how improbable it is, it's easier to take the easiest solution. So in this case, for some people, it's just easier to believe David did it than to think that there's people out walking around who could do this to a family. Because that person's still walking around, person or persons, they're still out there. And that's kind of scary.
Absolutely is. If that was my family, and I even had the slightest notion that somebody else had done this, that's one thing I don't understand, why the families aren't like, yes, please research this, because if there was any chance that the killer was still out there, I would want to know.
Yeah, I agree. And, the only time I've ever seen something like this happen, now I need to preface this by saying I am not accusing Dan Jr. I am not. But it would only make sense, I have to throw that but in there, it would make sense that a father he's already lost one son. He wouldn't want to lose another. He loves his children. So if that were, that in that case, it would make sense that the family wouldn't want it investigated because he wouldn't want to lose a second son. But, I was watching that last part of that ridiculous Netflix thing, and I was just paying attention to Dan Sr.'s face when he was reading that, and I still, from the very first time I saw that, and even again last night, watching his face tells me he doesn't believe one word he said. It was pained. It was like he doesn't believe his son did it. And so I don't understand why, other than, does he know who did it and he just doesn't want to get them in trouble? Or is he afraid? I don't know.
You mean when he was reading the journal?
Yeah, it was toward the end. I think it was the journal. He was just reading something, and then the look on his face was just, it was pained, and like he just didn't buy it.
Yeah, he wasn't reading. Go ahead, Lisa.
I just found it curious as in that Netflix thing, how he was reading the journal, like David had written it, and then the last entry was as if he was just telling what happened himself, the father. It wasn't like he was reading what David had written. He was saying, well, and then the last entry here, it was like in the third person. I mean, you know, it wasn't like David had written it. It was, I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't, he didn't read it. Like, whatever he read wasn't like David writing, like, I did this or I did that. He was more like, and then they did this, and then he...
Yes. And that, to me, that to me looked like he was, like somebody typed up 2 pieces of paper, maybe 3 or 4 pieces, and had him read it all. And then just edited it the way that they wanted to. Because I do think that as he's reading this, he's almost like, wait, what? What did I just read? That's kind of how it came off. So I don't think he was reading from the actual journal. He might have been reading some things that people typed up that told him that they were from this journal. But there is no journal. I don't know what journal. And that just seemed like a big thing that a lot of people use to kind of confuse us, or to just be like, wait a minute, there's another journal. So we asked Detective Gummert about this other journal, and he says, no, there is no other journal. So that's where I have a hard time with the people who say that there is this other journal, and then there's Kamel's journal that pops up after too. So the only journals that the police know of are the only one of any relevance, I guess, that they mention are David's, and they both end. One starts in September and ends in October, or something like that, but there's nothing beyond that. So where's everything else?
Yeah.
So I had a hard time with those journals, and I got lost, and I think I wrote it down because when we talked to Sidra's friend and we were talking about the whole journal, and she kind of broke all of that down, it's still, I was like, okay, it kind of makes sense. I'm still not really getting it, but yeah, that whole document, Catherine, I don't know how you can watch that. It's the worst. It's bad.
It is.
Bad.
Well, I watched it actually several times just so I could. Every time I watched it, I would see something else that was off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I wasn't watching it believing that this is the way it was. I would watch it to have some sort of reference as to what was wrong. You know, it was just like a lot of stuff that was brought up in the group webpage about the film. I would go back and watch it again and say, yeah, that's right. Now I see it, because a lot of the stuff I didn't know. Honestly, I didn't even know anything about this case until I saw that. Until I saw,
really?
Yeah, and I live in Wisconsin, so I mean, I'm
You're
not
pretty
that
close.
far away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I found I went on YouTube to get some more information, and that's what led me to you guys. And yeah, it's just really, really strange.
Yeah, I hadn't heard nothing about it either until it was December of 2017. I was just going through and happened upon Richie from Boston. I didn't even know who he was. And when I heard that case, I'm like going, what? No. And so I watched the documentary, and as soon as I started watching this, red flags were flying up everywhere. I'm like, this is not right. But again, it was the same thing then as now. It was Dan Sr.'s face. How I can't even describe what his face is just telling me he doesn't believe David did it. Of course, I don't believe he did it. He didn't do it either, just because of what I found. But yeah, I just don't believe even his own dad believes he's guilty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was, I don't know if anybody else is, right now it's just me, Catherine, and Lisa. We have a few other people. If anybody else wants to join in, please feel free to just kind of chime in here, tell us what your name is, or give us some type of name or something. And, you know, we just want this to be just a general chat here to see, and if you have any questions for us, or if there's things that you've been wondering about this case, we'd love to talk about those things. The documentary, I guess it's a documentary. Technically, it is a documentary. But whatever your view is,
I
on
like
that,
your term.
It's floppumentary.
The floppumentary.
There was a few other terms out there, I think, but I do recall Eric Nelson actually referenced that while he rolled his eyes and said some people call it a sloppumentary. I think Eric Nelson has been watching us, not looking at the facts, not looking at the data, but looking at us. And I think that was the big thing that I figured out when a guy named Robert Erickson, not Eric Nelson, but a guy named Robert Erickson, he is the one who came to a family house because I would not let him come to my house. And after hearing what happened at Dan Hinnan's house, I'm glad that I didn't. Sorry, say again?
I said right. That was disgusting.
It was terrible.
What happened at Dan's house?
So somebody apparently, well, there were a couple things stolen, and Dan's not sure, if that was related, whatever. Okay, let's just, whatever. Somebody took a dump in the upper portion of his toilet. So when Dan Hinnan went to go flush his toilet, poop came out. You know how water comes out or whatever. Now Chris Peck was one of the lighting guys. Nobody told Dan Hinnan that. Nobody told anybody that. And so it was things like that I was like, okay, because they would have tried that, there would have been some big issues.
Yeah.
And that stuff like that is totally uncalled for. And Dan Hinnan didn't say anything for maybe like a year or something later. He just kind of mentioned it, and I was like, wait, what? back up. And I know Dan has joined us. I think Taylor has joined us. A few other people have joined us too. So I want to kind of let everybody here talk. Welcome, everybody. And like I said, we do not have anybody on mute. So if you're doing any background noise, please try to mute yourself. If I do that, I think you can still unmute yourself even if I do that. So, but if anybody wants to jump in here, wants to say hi or kind of chat or have any questions, anything, please just kind of jump in here. If you leave something in the chat that you want to let people know, or if you have something that you want to say, we want to make sure that you have a couple minutes to say whatever you want. Everybody gets shy all of a sudden. All right.
Hello, this is Dan. I'm here. Sorry I was running late, but
all good.
I am here now, and welcome to everybody else.
Yeah, we were just talking about you.
Excellent.
Behind your back.
Right. We were saying that we beat the teacher to the classroom.
That's right.
Oh, perfect.
Taking over. Yeah, so we're talking about the documentary, and I was going into when they came to my house, or to my mom's house, basically. I would not let them come to where I was living for multiple reasons, but that's when I realized that they had not done any research. They were not researching the David Crowley case. They were researching the people that were researching the David Crowley case. Did you feel like that too?
Yes, yeah, they weren't. Of the 2 hours of the interview that I gave on of my side of the story from basically forensics and what we thought and some of our concerns, they were more interested in I think the 2 sentences of the clips that they used in the actual documentary, and they kept trying to get my thoughts on Judy, my thoughts on the family, my thoughts on more of the conspiracy kind of aftermath. And I said, I just kept focusing on, here's the facts. It doesn't take a genius to start looking into some of these facts, and it just simply doesn't add up. So I stressed that we should get a new investigation, a fresh investigation, because the evidence didn't lead down the path that David, Crowley did anything wrong. But they weren't really interested in hearing that. And just when I jumped on the call here, I know you were talking about the Chris Peck, and that sure enough, I found out later that he was actually in my house as part of the team. So very strange that they wouldn't talk about those things. Kept sliding the interview into what are my thoughts on other things. And as it came out in the finished final product, we see that it was a form of a propaganda piece that was really done by Eric Nelson and his team. We had the article by Alec Wilkinson, Death of a Dystopian, in the New Yorker magazine, that was done much the same way, which to find out later that are really, those were two companion pieces, I think, that were put together for the national public, for the regular unsuspecting public, to get a feel for what happened. And both of those pieces really were taking cuts at the conspiracy theorists and discrediting everybody is all that those two pieces really did. We weren't notified that when the filming was done, we weren't notified that it's going to hit the Netflix and when the premiere was going to take place. The other folks involved were aware of all of those things and were given updates. Even the Alam family down in Texas was nice enough that they were at least given a preliminary draft. They were sent a link to watch the original A Gray State uncut or the uncensored version, and that's when Mr. Alam and Komel's sister Sidra said this is not at all what we were looking to be, or not under at all the impression we thought this direction of this documentary was going to take. You're basically blaming, David as a nut job, and our sister and our daughter, Comel, was a nut job, and both of them are nut jobs, is how this is going. So they said they didn't want any part of it, and that's when they wanted to get those pieces removed. All the footage from the father and Sidra were yanked out of that film. They did not sign off on anything. So they used some extra interviews that they used, I think, with Comel's friend to fill those spots. But once they knew that they were not happy with the final outcome, Eric Nelson and the team did not even as much as send them any further updates to say it's going live, here's the premiere, here's the dates, here's the final version of what it looks like. They cut them out altogether. So this, I believe, was a propaganda piece that was put out there.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Why would they spend so much money, a lot of money, and so much time on that? Why not put that time and that money towards saying, okay, well, this is what these documents say. This is what it was all just fluff and just a pile of crap.
Well, when you dive into the realm of propaganda, propaganda leads one, or Operation, Project Mockingbird, and some of those types of things are projects that are done at the CIA level, at the intelligence level, using black funds with unlimited funds. So, Greg, you're exactly right. Who would fund and who would put their time, energy, and resources to put out a propaganda a piece like this? Nobody would do that. Now, because it's propaganda, you've got unlimited funds. You've got black budget funds to be able to do this and to be able to pull this off and to have lengthy articles like the New Yorker, which is also a propaganda run magazine, and a film like this where Eric Nelson and the rest of the staff were probably handsomely paid for their efforts here, because it was exactly that, a propaganda piece. Now, if I make the generalization that this was propaganda done by the CIA, people will typically go down the road to say that this triple homicide was also a CIA hit as part of a professional wet work team, and I'm not going that far to say that. I think that the propaganda piece was to steer the narrative in a certain direction in the aftermath of the killings. But I'm not going on record saying that this was a professional CIA hit, because I don't personally believe that it was. But for some reason, that's the question you've got to ask yourself is, why would the CIA or why would propaganda outlets, which involve federal intelligence agencies, want to put forward a propaganda piece and spend money to have that done and have it played out that way? So they're covering up something. The question is, was it the murders themselves, or was it something else that went on where this story goes much deeper than that? And that's where I think the folks on our page and those critical thinkers like ourselves are out to think about. Why would an agency, an intelligence agency, get involved in a case like this if they didn't commit the killings? It certainly wasn't done by a professional wet work team that does these types of things. If you look into the Philip Marshall killings, where they did the same thing to his family out in California in February of 2013, that was a single gunshot to all the victims. No one heard anything. Gun was laid there. Everyone dead, including the family dog. Problem solved. And here we get to what appears to be amateurs involved in the Crowley case. And so that's the real question. And that's what leads in my mind, set, and the people that I talk to about this Crowley case, is you've got two events. You've got the murder itself, the homicide of these three in Apple Valley, Minnesota, and then you've got the cover-up. And then the cover-up is where you get the propaganda push. You get the big article from People magazine, the New Yorker, and the New York Post, and then you get this Netflix movie documentary that they went so far as to enroll themselves into the documentary of the year in the Oscars. Well, they obviously didn't win. They weren't even a finalist, but they were nominated. I mean, they had votes. They entered. Someone on the team entered them as the documentary of the year for the Oscars. So they wanted to push this big time. They wanted to get the viewers and people to see this, because what I think the goal was to put all of us to bed. And the problem is, because that backfired, I think is where you're seeing the direct result of the huge number of increase to our members on the page, with people coming to our page saying, I just got done watching that movie and now I'm stuck scratching my head because the documentary doesn't make any sense. It doesn't flow. The timeline's wrong. Things don't add up. So that's where I think they shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, and we had we're talking with Lisa, and she's one of those people who that's where she first heard about this, was through that, and there it is.
Well, and I find it interesting too that they're so quick to call anyone who's actually investigated this case the conspiracy theorist. Those of us who actually have read the documents, we've done the research, we're the ones who don't know what we're talking about. Those who haven't read anything, looked into anything, they don't even know the facts of the case. They're the ones who have all the real story. And the silence, that's what tells me that there's more to this than just the police making a mistake. There's silence everywhere. I have gone to every official. The only people I have yet to go to is the Department of Justice and to the governor. No, I think I might have contacted the governor of Minnesota. I've contacted everyone, and no one, not even the newspapers, are responding. It is dead silent.
And I think that's our other clue for us following the case, is that when everyone else shuts up like this and we don't hear a peep out of anybody, there's your telltale sign that this entire case has been compromised and no one's allowed, keyword is allowed, to touch this with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah. And so that's what makes me wonder. It's like, I agree with you. This doesn't look like any type of a professional hit at all, but yet it's professional after the fact. So whoever did it has some, deep friends, and they're covering for them, and for whatever reason, I have no idea.
I think the next logical step is to, because if you get something, a local case like this, that I'll call it just a triple, homicide, to have sway or pull or control or power in the aftermath, like we've seen here, at a federal agency level, we only can look then at who's got the federal agency connections in the Gray State Project or the aftermath or the neighbors. And so once we start looking at that, we have found that there's federal agency connections with folks like Sean Wright, Eric Sayward. We've got connections to that effect. We've got the neighbor of the family, killed was the Prochnows, Judy, who, as a member of the department, the electronic surveillance program, and her own son, Eric, who's employed by the Department of Homeland Security and works for FEMA. So we've got all these players that are loosely connected together, but have federal agency connections. And that is not a normal thing in a normal homicide.
No.
Definitely.
No, and it's not normal how they reacted either. Now, I guess the question would be, is it normal for how people working for the federal government or working as informants, does this line up with how they would react to a situation like this?
And what I think, if there were federal informants either on the upside or the down low of being an informant, neither of which would react in any way. They would be told by their handlers to shut up and not say anything. And so what I think we've got here is not official informants per se that are credible, CIs or confidential informants, but people working loosely under the table. And because of that, they are free to throw about threats and throw violence in the mix and make threats and keep railroading this case, like what we saw with Sean Wright and the threats that came from him, Eric Sayward, and those other types of individuals. A professional informant would know better than to do that. These guys, I think, were making the threats because they know that someone else had their back. They know that there would be no repercussions for making the threats. They're protected at some level. They had someone watching their back. They had someone protecting them. Normally, in a case like this, with us being transparent on our page, where we post every screenshot, every instant message, every phone call, everything that's done in our communications with us. That's why I thought it was so bizarre to get these direct threats. They seem to not care what the repercussions even were. Eric Sayward's threats to me was on a YouTube actual video that he published.
Yep,
and
I saw
so,
that one.
And so that's actually out there. Him threatening me on an actual YouTube, video. Now, I can't believe the behavior that someone would actually, do something like that. But the only conclusion that I can draw personally is that they have no fear of retaliation. They have no fear of being in trouble. They've got no fear of being reprimanded. And both of these guys are on many years of probation already. They already have probation officers watching their every move.
So they're compromised.
And so my only conclusion, and I think it's a safe one, is that they're compromised somehow.
Interesting.
So that's just an observation. I think that's a safe bet. I can't prove that. Even if we had evidence, we couldn't prove that because that's how those operations are run. That there's no way there's plausible deniability. You'll never be able to prove that at all.
Yeah. And I like what one of the people in the chat wrote. I don't know if they want me to say their name or not, but they said, wasn't the intended audience for the original Gray State those who would be considered conspiracy theorists or free thinkers? Yet these are the very people attacked by the Gray State movie with these ridiculous labels and stereotypes. And that's exactly it. I mean, David was trying to put out there, you know, how conspiracy isn't a theory but is actually a truth. And now this Gray State movie on Netflix is just making fun of everybody, and David himself too.
Correct. And I think that if David Crowley would be rolling in his grave if he ever saw this documentary, because it's a direct shot against him and his movement and the project itself.
Yes.
Everything that he was trying to promote in his documentary and his project and his movie was everything that this very documentary makes fun of.
Yeah. And it's just mind-boggling. And Gigi has a question here. She says, I'm not accusing anyone, but has anyone discussed that David taught all of his friends and people in his circle how to pull this off? He told them what to do and how to do it in the trailer. Also, he trained people how to use weapons for movies. Now, you know, I've thought about that too, like how ironic it would be to teach someone, you know, what it is that you need to do because they covered, obviously, murders in the movie, and then have those same people who you were teaching these moves to and these plots, you know, to do the movie with, and then they turn around and do that to you and your family to try to set you up. I mean, I'm sure David knew. He obviously knew when they were killing him. You know, I mean, imagine what he was thinking. All of the betrayal and the why did I, you know, what do I do now? It's too late. My family suffers.
And I think, and my personal belief on that, Catherine, is that David was bright enough to start putting the pieces together, and I think he saw that the walls were closing in on him and his family by his very own insiders. And insiders includes people in the project and his family members. So I think he saw the betrayal coming, and he started cutting himself off because he knew that there were snakes in his inner circle that were betraying him and planning to betray him, and he put that all together. But yes, he certainly would have been surprised during the torture and during the killing, during the acts of all those things going on. I still think it probably just blew his mind that this was all going on.
And
to the very people that he instructed, mentored, taught, and I mean, he led all these people to further their careers and everything, and they really, yeah, it was not good. Let's put it that way. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. What I was going to say. I had an old person moment.
Have we thought about the fact that even whenever, like, obviously David had trained all of these people, but have we ever thought that maybe if he did actually train them and they were friends and whatever and he knew them, he would let them into the house willingly?
Yes.
Exactly.
Just because, like, obviously, like, if somebody comes up to your door and you know them, you're going to let them in, correct?
Exactly,
but the only thing that boggles me with that is the fact of the back door, the sliding door, right?
Yeah, why leave it open?
Exactly, unless they left through the back door and left it open too much. But was there footprints? I can't remember.
There were tracks, but I mean, again, we're talking about snow, and we're talking with Taylor. Taylor, thanks for joining us here.
Yeah.
And yes, there were also lots of there were tracks back there, but depending on the snow level and all that, the police just kind of blame themselves for those tracks, and it's never really followed up on either.
And that was something that I read in the reports too, because when you read some of them, the officers, and I can't remember which one, so I'm not going to say exactly, but they'll write the snow was fresh, there were no tracks except for animal tracks, and then the next one comes along saying that all of the snow was trampled down around the house and especially on the deck. Well, that's a huge difference.
I was just
so I don't. And with the back door being left ajar, we don't know. It's a possibility that whoever did this kept coming back in the middle of the night when nobody would know.
Yeah.
Back and forth, in and out.
Well, and even I don't know. It just, I don't know. Something to me, if you think about it, I mean, if he did train them and somebody he knew came in and did all this, wouldn't they want it to be covered up and make everybody think that it was David?
Yes.
So
basically,
the book was, I think the book of whatever for her religion wasn't it on the ground?
Yes, the Quran.
Yeah. So somebody would have been able to look for that book, find the book, write whatever they found or whatever they could translate or something like that on the wall to make it look like David did it. And then kill him last, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. That's where they really messed up when they staged it. They went way too far. I mean, ridiculously too far, because anyone that's a Muslim would never ever treat the Quran in that way, ever. I mean, They would be put to death for how that Quran was treated, and writing on the wall. I mean, I have seen, and I know people who've gone to scenes where, you have these honor killings, and not once have I ever seen any family member write on a wall in blood.
Well, exactly. And even with the book, if you think about it, I know that we had kind of jumped around at one point about, the father doing something. I can't remember what we were talking about. I think it was the father, maybe we were talking about him at one point, but then that brings me back to he wouldn't disrespect the book like that. So
well, yeah, and then there are people that were associated with David that have and practice the Muslim faith, but yet they never talked about that. And in fact, I contacted one of them and I said, hey, how come you never told me? You contacted me, so why didn't you ever tell me that, you had a Muslim faith? And they just wrote back going, you are sick. And I'm like, really? I'm sick?
Yeah.
Wow.
Also, another question, it's completely off topic, but I had heard somebody say, I think it was Dan, if I'm not mistaken, I heard you say something about Judy Prochnow working in video surveillance type thing, or someone around working in video surveillance. But did we ever look and see if there were any kind of video cameras anywhere that could see the Crowley house?
I can answer that. This is Dan. I think police looked for that in the surrounding the neighboring homes to see if there was any surveillance set up to be able then to use those cameras. But we know that the officers already had their minds made up. I think Greg said 48 hours. So I don't think they may have done a quick sweep around there to see if there was anything, but they weren't too interested, even if they would have found something, to pursue it. And I don't see anything to support that in the paperwork or the reports that they went through and did this type of thing. They interviewed and talked with the neighbors, but nothing was said or speculated the fact that they went in and tried to, download surveillance of that time frame. It also could be because they knew they were dealing with a 3-week time period, and that'd be a lot of footage to go through. But that would have been very interesting. And I did make the comment about Judy. Her law enforcement interview on the Apple Valley Police Report shows under the section of Other, it gives an acronym that says RESD. and that stands for Resident Electronic Surveillance Department. That's a program that came about after the Patriot Act was enacted after 9/11. Falls under the program of Department of Homeland Security, and so she is a member of that. And it doesn't not mean that she works for them or is employed by them, but what they do is for those people involved in that program, they are paid. They are paid for that. So she works as officially as I think the president of Valley Construction Supply Company, and which she claims is a million or a multi-million-dollar business that she's run for many years or many decades, and who knows. So some have considered that a front, a company anyway. That, but who knows? I don't want to speculate there. But we do know from the law enforcement paperwork that that program shows up on her underneath her name.
See, that's what makes me so angry about this case is like the fact that the police just walked in and instantly it was a suicide or it was a murder suicide, and like we didn't really care about this. They basically, in my opinion, they basically destroyed any kind of evidence we could have gotten of footsteps outside, like footprints, shoe tracks, anything like that. The inside, like obviously they didn't care very much about the inside of there. They didn't look for any security footage at all. And I mean, in my opinion, David was a very, I don't know a different word to use, but sketchy person. Like he was very protecting the family and everything else. And in my personal opinion, like I don't see him not having any kind of camera around the house. Or like anybody around the house having no security footage or anything like that. Not, I don't know, that just kind of, that just doesn't feel right to me, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I agree with you, because most people, once they start feeling, like the people that are around you are not trustworthy, and especially when it comes to the fact that his daughter was so young, and David would be proactive. I could easily see him getting a camera and then installing a camera inside his house. And is that why those guys, we don't know, this is pure speculation, but is that why they were going up in the attic to get the camera?
Exactly.
Did they come in and take it out?
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. Like, another thing, like complete speculation, of course, like whatever, but whenever you said that Julie worked, or not Julie, oh my gosh, whenever you said Judy works in that kind of like employment type thing, that it just kind of clicked in my head. I was like, wait, did we ever look for video footage? Because like, even if there wasn't a camera in the house, like, could she have had any access to anything? Pure speculation, I don't know, but like, I don't trust her. I don't trust Judy at all, and it makes me nervous because that 911 call, oh my gosh, but anyway, that pure speculation, that's just my thoughts. I don't like Judy at all, so I don't trust her. That's just my opinion.
I hear you.
But I don't know. I think like maybe there is a very big, in my mind, possibility that David could have had, he could have had some kind of camera, and because they just kind of skimmed over it, didn't even care about it, murder, suicide, this is that, he killed his family, blah, blah. We don't really care about whether or not we have footage, and if we do have footage and we just want it to be a murder, suicide and get it over with, what's saying they wouldn't go upstairs and take it, right?
Right.
Yep.
So yeah, because they certainly didn't write about the bullet hole in the ceiling.
Exactly. Like
well, there was one photo that looked like it was taken from David's doorbell. So I was wondering if maybe he had a doorbell cam. But this I know you guys have talked about this for years, but it really brought it back when I was looking at the Chris Watts case. And that's how they caught Chris Watts, where he took out it was basically his neighbors had cameras, And it's not mentioned in the David Crowley case. It's not mentioned if anybody else, if any other neighbors did have any cameras and how common that would have been during that time. So I don't know, Dan, do you know, is it normal in Minnesota? Because in California, I would say it's probably it should be normal. If you're not doing it, you should.
Well, here's what I think. This was taking place in the fall of 2014, and so in that time frame, it wasn't too popular to have any of those things. Especially the doorbell stuff isn't even popular now. I don't think that popular. The surveillance cameras are gaining in popularity, but I think the good point to realize with David Crowley in the field that he was in and the project that he was putting up, working towards, it would have been safe to say that he would have invested in those surveillance cameras, not high-tech ones that he would have installed on the exterior of his home, drilling in and doing that. But he may have had portable ones in various spots of his home. That's the type of thing that we have to look in the crime scene photos for what's not there. And there are those things could have all been cleaned up and taken out. David Crowley was good at recording his day-to-day activities on his cell phone. So it leads one to speculate that he probably was recording and surveilling up everything else to hard drives as well. Who knows what was taken from the home before police got there? That's the question. If he would have been surveilling and keeping and recording things, not only would the cameras be gone, but the hard drives where all that stuff, all the storage, all that media would have been saved to was also gone. And so by the time police get there, those things are all gone as well. Now, just a quick thing back to that sliding glass door that you mentioned, Taylor, a few minutes ago, is I don't think the killer or killers entered through the front door, through the sliding glass door, or exited through the sliding glass door. More than likely, they came in through the front door and left through the front door, or in through the garage and left through the garage. The question comes in, because if they were there and they were let in, they probably drove to the site and David, let them into the house because there was no forced entry. The question that I think that Catherine brought up is that because that door was open, leads me to believe that people were traveling in and out multiple times. It wasn't just a hasty getaway where they left that back sliding glass door open, because they probably just drove out, from a vehicle in the driveway when they left. But for the time in between is when people were, I think, coming and going, and that leads back to that what went on for 3 weeks. How many times did the killer or killers return to the scene? Did they stay for an extended period of time? Did they come and go multiple times? And I think that's where the mistake was made by someone leaving that door open.
Now, did Judy ever say anything, or any of the neighbors ever say anything about seeing somebody consistently? Or did the police just never ask in their reports?
Seeing somebody consistently going back and forth in the Crowley house?
Yeah, like visiting, whatever, because if you killed someone, or in my personal opinion, if I were to murder someone and then decide to just continuously go back to my crime scene, wouldn't you make it look like you're going to visit?
Yeah,
actually, I wouldn't want anybody to know I was there. I would do it by night so they wouldn't see me.
That's very true. But that brings me back to the freaking cameras, because the cameras would have caught it.
Yes.
That's what annoys me. I just want to know if there were cameras. Oh.
Did they ever talk to the guy that lived behind him? In that one point where they kind of made eye contact?
Across the street, Brent Melee.
Was that across the street? I was thinking that was behind his house.
I don't think there was anybody behind.
Yeah, there was a daughter and a father that were talked to that lived behind where the Crowleys were, that said that they would have seen any lights, if any lights would have came on, they would have seen him, and they didn't see any lights since December 19th, or something like that. I mean, yeah, it is December 19th, but the guy that made eye contact with David is the guy who lived across the street from David.
Okay.
So, and he moved really quick too, didn't he?
I don't think he moved. I think he just either he wasn't there when the police showed up, or he said that he moved, and I don't know. I don't think.
I don't think he wanted to be involved.
Well, I can't blame him for that.
Well, no, of course not, because then he'd be dragged all in the sloppimentary too. But anyway, we're not going to get onto that right today. So basically, I don't know. I feel like he may have. I don't know. I feel like he might have seen something and just didn't want to talk about it because he didn't care enough. But then I feel like we're this far. Like how it was 2014, right? We're like 5 years. I'm pretty sure somebody would have came forward if they would have seen anything, unless they don't want to be dragged in social media and the news and with his family and like everything else. Like I don't know, and that the fact that he just like either said he moved or he just wasn't home or something, like the police should have tracked this man down. If his stuff is still in the house, obviously he has not moved.
And I'm not really sure why they went back. That's the other thing. Why even go back for that second time? What did they want to follow up on? And I think it's because Brett was the last guy to see David, to see him, right? And it is kind of odd and coincidental that they have the same birthday. That's pretty odd. Brett is also really tall. He's like almost 7 foot tall, by the way.
Holy
tall dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. This is just making me angry now. Like, if I was an investigator, I would go like 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day until like my time was up and like I knew what happened. I would continuously go back. Like I wouldn't instantly just. Like 48 hours is a little too fast for me.
Well, and I still hold the one newspaper article, since everybody wants to believe the newspapers and the online reporters. They said that the police chief said that within 2 hours they determined David was guilty.
How?
And I'm like, really? I wouldn't be bragging about that comment, dude. That just means you didn't do your job.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm just angry. Okay. So basically, like, I've talked about this in the past. Like, I've gotten into the Stephen Avery case, like Making a Murderer. I've gotten into his case and whatever and blah, blah. They're still looking into this case.
Yes.
You're still looking into this case. There's no way you can solve a murder or a suicide even in 2 hours.
Right. Exactly.
You can't. You physically, mentally, emotionally, you cannot. And even for him to publish this big thing about, oh, we figured this out in 2 hours, I'm sorry, excuse my language, but it's bullshit. You walked in there and you knew that it was, or you thought you knew it was a murder-suicide, and you decided on the spot. There's no 2 hours about it. You decided probably within 45 minutes of being in there. And honestly, in my personal opinion, the only reason that you guys think it's a murder-suicide is because Judy called and she said it was a suicide. Can we go back to this for a minute? Because now I'm just triggered about it. Now I'm just mad about it because you called 911 and there's no way that you know that it's a suicide. And everybody that's listening, you can go on to the tape and you can listen to the 911 call, and she verbally, literally says, oh, there was a suicide.